Jeff Regan. I get 10 a day and expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Lyon. Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan investigator, stand by for hard-boiled action, mystery, and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The Man in the Door.
Well, this is the way it started. The Lion called about 4 o'clock that afternoon. Said he wanted to see me down at the office. I argued a while and finally told him I'd be there. Melody was sitting in front of her typewriter when I came in, putting a new coat of paint on her nails. She handed me a blank contract with no dates filled in, jerked a thumb toward the Lion's Den. I went in.
Regan, I'm glad you got here. What do you know about architects?
They draw things.
I know that much, but what about bids and all that stuff?
Well, they figure out what a building's going to cost, don't they?
Go on.
If whoever's paying for the building likes what they write down, then they're hired.
A couple of architects, maybe 3 or 4, make bids.
Well, I suppose so. Low man gets the job. Why?
Our client's an architect named Dudley Hayes, an office in the Park Central building. He thinks maybe the bank that's handling his bid might try to put something over on him.
Banks don't do things like that.
He thinks maybe a guy who works at the bank might be taking dough to shove his bid under the counter.
Why didn't you say that in the first place?
Because I'm saying it now. Haynes wants us to look into it.
All right, who do I see?
Haynes first. I only talked to him on the phone. I told him we'd have to have a contract and retainer before we did anything.
That figures.
So hop over there and find out what's what and make him sign that contract and get a check.
Anything else?
Make sure it's certified and call me if you run into any trouble.
Dudley Haynes, architect, Park Central building, had an office on the 9th floor. When I went in, a girl with hair that figured to be blonde right down to the roots pulled off her glasses and put out her cigarette. And she kind of eased out of her chair behind that desk, moved toward me, like a panther looking for a meal.
My, you're tall, aren't you?
Well, there's nothing I can do about that.
Mr. Lyon said he was sending us one of his best men.
He always says that.
I think he meant it this time.
He's an awful liar, lady.
Dorothy. Dorothy Nolan.
Fits?
The name or the dress?
Both.
What's yours?
Jeff Regan.
Well, now we know each other.
That's nice. I came to see Haynes. He wants me to look into something for him.
I know.
He was expecting me.
I know.
Well?
I hope you have to look into a lot of things.
For Haynes?
No.
This is his office, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. But he spends most of his time in 902 into the hall. Makes his blueprints up there. I'll take you. You are tall.
Well, we started down the hall. We got about 10 feet from the frosted glass door at the end. We both stopped. We were looking at the outline of a big man behind the door. Both of us expected him to open it and walk out. Oh, he came out all right, but he walked right through it. Oh, he's been shot.
Oh.
You know him?
It's my boss, Mr. Hayes.
No, it was your boss, lady. He's dead. Lieutenant Salvatore Wendetti, Central Homicide Detail, showed up about 8 minutes after I called. He had his whole goon squad with him and a couple of guys in double-breasted suits from the district attorney's office. They roped off the entrance to the building, got hold of the elevator operators and the man who runs the cigar stand, and asked them questions. Then Wendetti looked at what was left of Haynes and started yelling into a phone.
You can send a basket over, but don't move until my fingerprint boys get through. Yeah. Okay, sis, where the guy lives?
At the Biltmore Hotel.
Where's his wife?
We didn't have one.
What do we tell?
We didn't have any family.
So no one's going to cry. Well, that makes it easier. Regan, was he your client?
No, nobody's a client until they sign a contract, Sally.
Well, you would bring him a contract to sign, and then you would do something for him. What?
Well, I didn't talk to him.
Sis?
Well, Mr. Haynes had made an estimate on a little office building in Beverly Hills. He thought that a man named Adler at the bank might be taking money from someone to hold his bid out.
So he wants an investigator to look into it. Why do you think that?
Well, I don't know.
You work for him.
Well, I don't know everything.
Neither do I. Hot, isn't it? Who's Adler?
Oh, just a name to me.
Who else?
Who else?
Architects. Who else was making a bid?
Well, I don't know that.
Now, where are we? Kelly!
Yeah?
Guy named Adler at the
Grand
National
National
Bank. Pick him up and have him down to my office in half an hour.
Yeah. What do you want to do about reporters, Sally?
Tell him to go jump in the lake.
Yeah.
They always spell my name wrong. How long you two known each other?
An hour?
Nice.
What do you mean by that?
Just nice. Didn't hear any shots?
No, we didn't.
Tell me more about the bid.
Well, what's there to tell?
The setup.
Well, the bank handles the money.
Who says yes, who says no?
Well, the bank, but...
But what?
The contractor usually tells them who to take.
Huh? Who's that in this case?
Contractor in Long Beach, his name is George Cantrell.
I'll say this for you, Regan. When you get mixed up in anything, you certainly get mixed up with the good-looking people.
I'm not mixed up in anything.
What do you say, sis?
I'll keep my mouth shut.
She's a smart girl, Regan. Hello, honey. Won't be home for dinner. Some guy got himself killed and I'm in on it. Not long, no. Regan? I'll tell him. Wife says hello. Says come out to dinner sometime. Whoop. Sis, how much that contract worth?
Oh, and the building in Beverly Hills, about $40,000.
Profit?
No, overall.
Break it down.
Well, Mr. Haynes would have cleared about $12,000 if he'd gotten it.
I know some guys have killed for a dime. Sam, when Daddy? I'm still at the Park Central building. Get out to Long Beach and talk to a contractor named George Cantrell. And find out what architects were making bids on some stuff he was going to put up in Beverly Hills. Yeah, get the names. Okay, that about does it. Let's go. Miss Nolan?
What?
I have to take you down.
Jeff, can you do that?
Well, you're a material witness.
Well, what are you?
He's a bystander with a built-in lawyer.
Well, I do, Jeff.
Go with him.
Why do you want to spend the night in jail? I just worked for Mr. Haynes.
No phone calls. This is a murder case.
Well, get me a lawyer or something, Jeff.
You know a lawyer?
No. Wait, yes, I do. His name's Dave Henderson. He lives at 1648 Claremont Place. Will you get for me? Tell him I'm in trouble?
Yeah. Check, Sally?
She didn't make a phone call. I like her, too.
Well, look, he may not be able to do anything for you tonight. It's almost 6.
But you'll see him as soon as possible?
Yeah?
Tell him I'm scared, Jeff. Scared stiff.
Well, I stayed there and phoned the Lion, told him what had happened. Well, he got mad and yelled something about me being a jinx on all our clients, and then he hung up. So I went through the classified telephone directory under attorneys and Henderson. There was a Ben, a George, a Joe, a William, but no Dave Henderson. So I drove out to the address that she'd given me. It was a blue apartment house 4 blocks west of Vermont over by the Coliseum. Somebody was cooking hamburgers somewhere, and somebody was all worked up over a ball game on the radio. I picked the baseball fan.
Well, what'll happen now is anybody's guess, but let me tell you that this ball game is a long way from being up. Hey, what'd I tell you? It's outside the ballpark, and they're coming in like homing pigeons. Bases are loaded, and they're all coming in. Oh, it's going to be 8-5.
Come on, the ball game's not that good.
What's so important, Pilgrim? I'm with the ball game.
I'm looking for a man named Dave Henderson, a lawyer.
So what?
Well, somebody told me he lives in this apartment house.
Who told you that?
A lady.
Huh.
Does he live here?
You try looking at the mailbox?
No names.
You cop?
Private type.
Huh.
Does he live here?
Sure he lives here.
Well, where?
End of the hall, 106.
Thanks.
So he's a lawyer, is he? With his kind of friends? Huh?
What does that mean?
You're young, ain't you, Curly?
I got a driver's license.
Let me tell you something. Don't go knocking on no doors when you hear a ball game. Remember that.
Yeah, I'll remember
And
that.
you can tell him Tessie Bogart to start tell that one.
And the score is 8-5 coming into the first half of the ninth, and this has been some ball game, let me tell you.
106. Here we are.
Come on in, it's unlocked.
Your name Dave Henderson?
Yeah, who wants to know?
My name's Regan. I'm a private investigator with the International Detective Bureau.
Wrong steer gumshoe, I don't need one.
Look, I'm not looking for work. I'm looking for you.
What'd you say it was? Regan?
That's right.
R-E-G-A-N. Regan. Regan. Learned that just an hour ago. Cute, huh?
I met a friend of yours today.
Dave Henderson never had a friend.
She said she was a friend of yours.
But I didn't say I was a friend of hers. Hey, who are we talking about anyway?
Dorothy Nolan.
How is Dorothy?
Not so good.
Thought you were a detective.
I am.
You sound like a doctor.
Look, you sound like a guy with a chip on his shoulder.
Sound like a lot of things. You're trying to be tough, baby.
No wonder you aren't in the telephone directory.
I'll just skip that.
She said you were a lawyer.
They say I drink too much. Haven't seen me drinking, have you?
She wants you to get in touch with her. The man she was working for was murdered today.
She kill him?
Well, they're holding her.
Material witness or suspect?
Material witness right now. She doesn't want to spend the night in jail.
Who does? That's why she isn't feeling so good, huh? He wants me to get her out.
Something like that.
Who's handling the case downtown?
Detective named Wendetti.
And where do you come in?
Well, they didn't give her that one phone call.
Yeah. You're sensitive. What if I said no?
Well, that's your business.
You know why she asked you to see me? Because I'm a guy she knows. And every guy who knows little Dorothy does a little something for her. Ever met him like that, Regan?
Sometimes.
I'm just checking.
Checking what?
She's pretty good with the works. Eyes just right for the job. Hair just right. Everything just right. She can make you do a lot of things you don't want to do. Wait till you see her in a bathing suit. Ooh, that's something, brother.
Well, they aren't wearing them in the county jail.
Okay, I'll phone Wendetti and find out what her bond is.
Look, this is a murder case. There's no bond on this. You know that.
Well, it depends how you handle it. I'll think of something.
Yeah, I'll bet you will.
We don't like each other much, do we?
Nope.
That's the way it goes.
Listen, she said to tell you she was scared.
Well, some of us are scared part of the time. And somebody gets shot. And everybody gets scared. You scared?
Nope.
Iron Man Regan. Have a good time.
Did I say Haynes was shot?
No. You didn't say a thing. See you somewhere, Peter.
Well, I stopped by Musso Frank's and had the special, and then I went on home. I tried to make a couple of calls, but Wendetti was out, and the desk sergeant thought I was a reporter, and he wouldn't tell me a thing about Dorothy Nolan. While I was sitting there, the phone began jumping around on the hook.
Regan?
Yeah.
This is me. Where you been? I called your place 20 times, but I've called it once.
Well, I've been busy seeing a lawyer.
What do you need a lawyer for? You aren't married.
Somebody else needs one.
Who?
Dorothy Nolan, that blonde who worked up in Haynes' office. Wendetti's holding her.
Good. I want you to go down and see her.
What for?
We can still make something on this thing if we play it smart. And when I talked to Haynes on the phone this afternoon, I told him I wanted a certified check.
So what?
So that means there's a check for $100 lying around his office somewhere, and it's made out to International.
Look, he's dead, remember?
Everybody dies. Don't worry about it.
We weren't even hired.
We had a verbal contract.
We had nothing.
That check's no good to anybody but us.
We didn't do anything for him.
Well, buy him some flowers. Now hop down to the pokey and see that dame and find out where that check is.
We can't do that.
I talked to Harry Presidio, and he'll give us a lien to get in. Hello? Hello? Regan, you're still there?
I was still there, but I wasn't listening to the lion. I was looking at a skinny little man with one leg.
Hey, Regan, you're still there?
Now, don't ask me how he made it inside my door. He was just there, propped up on a pair of crutches, swaying back and forth, watching me with a couple of sick gray eyes that were so full of water you'd think they were going to float right out of his head. All at once, he went down like a busted sugar sack. He'd been shot twice through the neck with a small caliber gun, a 25, 32, I don't know. I found a dozen razor blades in one pocket and 2 dozen sets of shoelaces to go with them. There wasn't anything that told me his name, but there was a picture inside his shirt pocket. One of those things that you have taken in a penny arcade, you know, in front of phony pasteboard props. Well, a man with one leg was looking out from between a pair of painted angel's wings, and the guy standing next to him, who was smiling up at the halo, was the same man that I'd seen that afternoon. An architect named Haynes. A man who needed a private detective. A man who walked out a glass door and then dropped dead. And the one printed word above that picture stuck out like a wart on an egg that said, Happy Land.
You are listening to the story of the man in the door. Tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Here is a special and important message to every businessman listening. To every businessman, regardless of the size or the type of his business. Gentlemen, do you realize that the schools of this community help you every day that you're in business? That's right. For one thing, our schools teach the boys and girls of this community to cherish the human rights, the free enterprise on which our country and your business are founded. With each new generation graduated from our schools, the Army defending our way of life, and your business grows stronger. What's more, good teachers and well-equipped schools do a better job of developing our children's talents. The result? School graduates who become more skilled and more efficient employees. So remember, any time and taxes that you contribute to improving local schools are an investment in your own business future. Education is good business. Education can maintain our freedom. And freedom is everybody's job. And now, back to the story of the man in the door and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, I left the little man with the one leg lying there. Wasn't much I could do for him. I wanted to wait before I called homicide. I took the picture I found in his pocket and I drove to Happy Land. It turned out to be an open-air penny arcade on 5th and Main. Smelled like all the hot dogs in the world had been made right there. There were machines all over the place telling you how strong you were, how rich you'd be, and who you'd marry. All for a penny. I guess it wasn't much of a bargain. The only customer was a sailor trying his luck at the shooting gallery. Back in the corner, a tired-looking girl in light blue slacks and a dirty gray sweater was sitting on a stool by the hot dog counter staring at nothing.
Want some pennies?
Not right now, no.
Oh, just looking? Go ahead. When you figure out where you're going to spend your money, come back and I'll give you some change.
You got a picture gallery here?
Oh. Don't tell me you're a real big spender and want to have your picture taken.
Maybe. You got one?
Yeah, we got one.
Where is it?
In there. If you really want to get your picture taken, I'll climb off this stool and take you back. I want to tell you now, if you're just trying to be sociable, you can go and fly a kite.
You run the picture concession?
I run the picture place and the hot dog place, and I sweep out in the mornings. Oh, I wish I had better brains than to marry that slob and get myself stuck in a cheap dump like this.
All right. Do you remember taking this picture?
How would I know? I take a lot of pictures.
Well, come on, look at it.
All right. Yeah, I took it. That what sold you?
When?
What do you think I am? Can't remember what night it is every time a pair of drunks comes in and wants their pictures taken together.
Well, try to remember, will you?
You're a real wise guy, mister. You don't want no picture. You just want some talk. You a cop?
Friend. I met the little guy in the picture once.
Dusty?
What was that?
I thought you said you met him once.
Well, we weren't introduced. I just met him. Who is he?
Dusty Rhodes. Works the circuit.
What circuit?
5th and Main, STEM. Business section.
What kind of business?
Dusty handled the razor blade and shoelace traffic. He hates pencils.
What did he do when he wasn't working?
What does anybody do? He went out and got loaded.
Go on.
And you don't know him very well for a friend. How am I going to know I'm not getting Dusty in trouble talking to you like this?
Nobody can get him in trouble anymore, lady.
What do you mean?
He was shot tonight.
Oh, no. Oh, poor little guy.
Do you know where he lived?
Seashore Hotel. The Seashore Hotel. Oh, gee, Miss, I'm sick. Oh, I'm real sick.
Brother, the seashore caters to many types of people, good and bad, just out of the pokey. 2 bits a night for transients, $1.50 a week for solid citizens. And sign and register, it's a law.
I'm not looking for a room.
Then you're wasting my time, brother. My beer's getting warm.
Look, I'm a private investigator. My name's Regan.
I liked you before you said them 2 words, brother, but you have soured me. Private investigator means private eye, and it all means cop. And you are not welcome. Now blow.
I'm trying to find out something about a man named Dusty Rhodes.
We do not ask questions and we do not give answers. Now, blow.
I was told he lived here.
You'll find me tongueless, brother. Now, blow.
Did you know him?
During the last 5 years, I have acquired 85 pounds and a very bad heart, or I'd have you in the alley right now.
Oh, yeah, sure you would. Here.
Abraham Lincoln was a very fine man, and he took a very fine picture. I seem to have found my tongue, brother. Will it be?
The key to his room for a starter, huh?
Disallowable and punishable by fine and imprisonment. Into the hall, turn the bent fist door to the right.
Thanks. Well, I don't know what I expected to find there. Outside of more razor blades and more shoelaces was a little room full of dirty white curtains and a wire bed that sagged in the middle. I was standing there watching a neon sign advertised beer a block down the street when I thought I heard somebody behind me. Whoever it was had been drinking bad whiskey, but he was still pretty good. It landed a quarter of an inch above my right ear, and I piled up in a lamp, a chair, and a pitcher full of water.
5 berries gets you a look, brother, but doesn't get you a room. Besides, it's already taken and the bed's over there. Now, come on. Hey, you didn't go to sleep, brother. You was knocked to sleep. I apologize. Why the games?
Who came in after me?
You're the only one.
You sure?
My name's Sam Preacher. Brother, I'm very sure.
Well, maybe he was waiting for me, huh?
I don't generally ask him, but the question is this. Why?
Oh, I don't know. Unless...
What's the matter? Something missing?
Just a picture.
You can get lots of pictures.
You didn't see anybody?
That makes the 3rd time, brother, and the answer's still negative.
Okay.
Then let's blow, buddy, huh?
Coroner's office.
Luke, this is Regan.
The lion's eye. What's with you, baby? When Daddy tells me you walked into one today.
Yeah, I did. You got him there?
Haynes Dudley? Sure. Want to come down and take a look? He's toe-tagged and salted down real pretty.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Them 32 slugs was just incidental. The guy had 4 weeks at the outside.
All right, give it to me.
Haynes Dudley was dying from malnutrition, alcoholism, and a couple other things with long names.
Give me one long name.
Diabetes. He didn't take good care of himself. Funny,
A misspent life.
Somebody's gonna take the gas chamber for nothing.
When Daddy know this?
Sure. And he was wearing a brand new suit, too. We'll sew up the holes. We'll bury him in it.
Well, you aren't finished yet, Luke.
Baby!
A guy with one leg dropped dead in my place a couple hours ago.
It's after 11.
Well, I'm sorry, Luke.
They connected?
Yeah?
Murder?
Yeah.
Well, come down and see us anytime, Regan. We're open 24 hours a day.
Well, at the homicide office, they told me she'd been released about 10 o'clock. They said a lawyer named Henderson had put up the bail and handled the whole thing. They gave me an address on her when I went out there. It was a bungalow court on Normandy, and it took her a long time to answer the door.
Oh, you?
Yeah, tell me how tall I am.
I'd love to, but not right now.
They told me you'd been out since 10 o'clock. Maybe I should have come sooner.
Dale gives me the willies. I'm about to take a shower.
I was kind of hoping we could have a drink.
I did better than I thought with you.
I got a hold of a lawyer for you, didn't I?
Yes?
Well, doesn't that rake me an invitation to have a drink?
I said later. I'm really tired.
I said no.
Wait a minute. Well, if you're that thirsty, all right.
That's better.
Isn't every day my boss gets killed and I meet a private detective?
I need a drink. I was slugged tonight.
Slugged?
Yeah, right here, see?
Oh, it looks nasty. Why didn't anyone do that to you?
Wanted a picture I had?
Whistler's mother?
Just a picture of a couple of drunks who are dead now.
Maybe whoever did it was a relative.
Guess again.
I don't like games.
But you play them all the time.
Don't we all? I know a psychiatrist who says we can't help ourselves.
You can.
I liked you when you walked into the office this afternoon, but I'm not so sure I like you now. Maybe you better go.
Expecting somebody, huh?
What are you doing? You let go of me. Let go
Oh,
of
no,
me.
baby. You got real nice eyes. I want to look at them.
Let go. He's crazy. You.
Hello, Dave. We didn't hear you knock. Did you bring your piano?
What's the idea?
He gave me...
Why don't you tell him to go away, baby? Anybody can tell we're busy.
Let it go, Regan.
You want to break us up?
Can't you see he's just trying to make you jealous and say things?
Come here, honey.
No, you don't have to do that.
I said let her go.
That the same 32 you killed a one-legged man with?
Over, Gumshoe.
Don't be a fool.
Stay where we are, baby. You're first.
Listen to me, baby.
I listened to you too long.
He's only guessing. He doesn't have any proof of anything.
You can cry if you want to, baby. This is going to hurt.
She spun around and fell into a coffee table and then lay very quiet on the rug. Her eyes were open and she didn't say anything. She just lay there looking up at him. I couldn't tell where she'd been hit. He seemed to forget all about me because he walked over to her, knelt down beside her, put the gun right up against her head.
This is awful close range, baby, but I can't afford to miss.
Neither could I. Well, when Daddy and I stuck our heads together, and it all came out when we looked into a couple of things. You see, Dave Henderson was Dudley Haynes, and he was wanted for attempted murder and embezzling and one thing or another back in Ohio. So he figured it'd be a good idea to bump himself off. Dorothy helped him with the idea. They both went down on Main Street, and they picked up an old bum, dressed him up in a new suit, and shot him. I was supposed to walk in with Dorothy, and she'd identify the body, and as far as anybody knew, Dudley Haynes would be dead. Dave didn't figure that she'd be taken down. She didn't figure that she'd get scared, and neither of them figured the man with one leg was a pal of the man that they'd shot. Well, it seems that they'd looked through a lot of files, and they'd figured that a lot of murders go unsolved. Maybe they do. I don't know. Well, anyway, he sat down on that little bench up there in San Quentin last week. The one with that bucket of acid in the room. Well, he held his breath as long as he could, but everybody has to breathe. He's buried up there with a lot of other guys that figured they could get away with murder. Dorothy? She wasn't hurt too bad. They had her in a wheelchair for the trial. She got 15 years as an accomplice. Some kind of a deal. State's evidence and all that. I don't think I'll wait for her. She wasn't that good.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan with Wilms Herbert as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS at 9:30 next week for more hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by E. Jack Newman and produced by Sterling Tracy. Dorothy Nolan was played by Betty Lou Gerson, and David Ellis was Dave Henderson. Lorene Tuttle, William Conrad, and Lou Krugman supported. It's perfectly natural and wholesome for some men who want to leave great wealth behind. There's a druggist in a small town in Pennsylvania who'll do that. The wealth he'll leave behind will make many lives easier and happier and finer down through the years. For he was the principal donor of an outdoor meeting place for religious services in a Boy Scout camp in the Poconos. Working with his neighbors in community activities, he saw the need of this improvement, helped to install it. That's the kind of wealth that you can bequeath to generations coming on as you enjoy the freedom of working with your neighbors for the betterment of your community. Freedom that can be anybody's pleasure is everybody's job. Music for this program is arranged by Dick Arant. Next week at 9:30, Jeff Regan, Investigator, brings you another thrill-packed half hour with his story of the House by the Sea. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard Station throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Corpse That Took a Powder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If life's tossing curves you can't handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, they say that if you think about suicide twice, you won't go through with it. Well, I've thought of suicide over and over again. Tomorrow evening, I'm going through with it. Unless by then you can find some way of freeing me from this horror and the fear that's driving me to this. Hurry. Please hurry, Mr. Valentine. I need somebody's help so badly.
I need somebody's help so badly. I'm desperate. And it's signed Marcia Palmer, Afton Apartments 4A.
All right, Brooksy, we'd better get on our bicycles.
Wait a minute, George.
Huh?
Well, don't you think this note sounds, well, a little hysterical? Offbeat?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Come to think of it, let's change that to motorcycles.
Well, I meant something else. Why don't we telephone the Afton Apartments? Tell the young lady just to stay put till we get over there.
Angel, too much of a chance. Suppose we aren't persuasive enough. It might rush things along.
Well, still,
It may not be easy to explain a great horror of fear in so many words on the phone.
Yeah, well, maybe you're right.
So come on, Brooksy. There's only one way to tell. Excuse me, Mother.
Oh, young man. You nearly frightened me out of my wits.
Oh, sorry. We just wanted to get to one of those bells.
Oh. Funny how you fall into a routine, miss. First, I shine up the mailboxes in the vestibule. Then I work on the brass around the buzzer.
Yeah, well, that's a very nice system, but...
A little intelligence doesn't hurt, even if you're only a scrub woman.
Oh, no truer words were ever spoken. What was that apartment number again, George?
Of course, I haven't always done this kind of work. I wouldn't be doing it now if I weren't at liberty. But when you've got a job to do, you do it the best you know how.
Yeah, you're so right, Mother. But how about letting us at Marcia Palmer's bell?
Miss Palmer?
That's what the gentleman said.
Yeah, I've been worried about that girl the last few days.
Worried? Why?
Oh, you know how it is with people's appearances. You can always tell. She's afraid of something. Yes, sir, afraid.
Uh-huh. Well, we'll try to take care of that. Which one of these bells do we ring?
Oh, you don't have to press the bell. Just take the elevator up. It's self-service. It's the 3rd floor, 3A. I know she'll be glad to see friends, the poor soul.
3A. Hey, are you sure it's 3A?
Young man, I haven't worked here for a long time, I have. I should know where the tenants live. Of course, I'm only a scrub woman.
All right, Mom, all right, sorry. 3A it is.
What's the matter, George?
Nothing. I just think more than ever we ought to hurry. Maybe Miss Palmer has thought of suicide once too often.
Here we are, George. 3A.
Yeah. She's just got to be in, Brooksy. Well, that's a good sign. I heard somebody moving inside.
Good.
What? Hello? Miss Palmer at home?
I haven't the slightest idea.
What?
Well, I've been trying to work up enough nerve to find out that very thing for myself.
Well, you certainly should be in a position to know. This is her apartment, isn't it?
Huh? Look, did I meet you people somewhere with Marcia? Here at my place at a party, perhaps?
Hey, now, wait a minute. Is this your place?
Well, that's what the lease says. The name is Glenn Stratton. I'm a commercial artist when I work.
Well, where does Marcia Palmer live?
Right over my head, just like an angel. Apartment 4A.
Sorry. It seems we got the wrong information.
Hey, there's nothing wrong, is there? I've been worried about Marcia lately. She hasn't seemed herself.
Yeah, I know. Afraid of something.
That's exactly it.
Come on, let's get upstairs, Brooksy.
Oh, if you see her, old man, would you tell her that her persistent suitor would love to have dinner with her?
The charge will be $1 for 10 words, Mr. Stratton.
All right.
Come on, honey. No use waiting for the elevator.
Mr. Stratton is quite a boy. Any minute you expect him to step back into Esquire.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder why Mother down in the vestibule gave us a bum steer about the apartment number. If anybody, she should know where people live in this place.
Well, let's be charitable and say she's slightly pixelated.
This must be it. Here, Angel. I better try it again.
Obviously, Marcia hasn't any fear of the outside world. The door's open.
Miss Palmer?
Let's try the living room. Oh.
Did you say living room, Brooksy?
She's...
Yeah, that stuff all over the front of her is in red ink.
Oh, George, maybe we better...
Brooksy, don't touch.
But
this is a deal for the police. Anyway, she was considerate enough to leave a note right here by the gun.
Oh. What does it say?
Please forgive me. I hope this doesn't hurt anybody too much. But I really can't go on any longer. Marcia.
Oh, maybe if we'd come sooner.
She must have a telephone somewhere around here. Usually they belong on desks.
Oh, maybe it's in the bedroom. Oh, if we only knew what she meant by the fear that was driving her to this.
There's a lot of things we don't know about Marcia Palmer.
There's the phone on the bed table.
Oh, you're good. I don't know how I'm going to explain this to Lieutenant Riley. Hello, Riley's office, please. This is Valentine.
It seems simple enough to explain, but when you're all through, somehow you don't believe it.
Oh, hello, Riley. Yeah, me. I'm at the Afton Apartments, 45 Lorraine. Yeah, I know you're happy to know where I am. Now, look, a client of mine, Marcia Palmer's committed suicide. Okay, I know it's a big town and you can't go poking into every suicide, but... Oh, sure, I could report it through the ordinary channels, but believe me, there's something offbeat about this case. Okay, if you don't want to bother, I'll just take care of this myself. Okay. Well, I guess we can expect a lieutenant, Brooksy.
Good.
Now, let's get inside and see what we can find around here.
I don't think I'd like to look at her again if I can help it.
Just take it easy, Brooksy. I don't think you're going to have to look at her.
What do you mean?
She isn't there.
But that's impossible.
I know. She couldn't have just walked out of here.
And the note's gone.
Oh, Riley's going to love this. Well, anyway, the gun is still here. There's something I'd like to know right now, Brooksy.
What do you mean, George?
Do I or don't I have a client?
Well...
And if I do, where is she? Dead or alive? Oh, hey, you. You're the janitor here, aren't you?
I'm the superintendent here, if that's what you mean.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief. Not that I believe anything like this happened, but did you notice Miss Palmer leave the building within the last few minutes?
Oh, the MOTO?
Oh, whatever she was, did you see her?
No, and I've been working on this lawn for the last half hour. And if she did, I certainly would have... Young lady, did you say whatever she was?
Skip it, Chief. Now, did you see anyone else come out carrying a large bundle and driving off with it?
Nobody. This is a very quiet time of the day around here.
I see.
Hey, look, who are you people anyway?
Say, I want to talk to that elderly lady who cleans the halls for you.
And have you understand that I do every stitch of work around here myself. That's why it's so neat and clean.
But we talked to a scrub woman when we came in.
In the flesh.
We don't have a scrub woman here. The way I keep this place, you can eat off the floor.
But
We have no scrub woman.
Valentine, aside from being a cop, I'm trying to be a logical, understanding man. When you tell me there was a girl sitting in this chair when you came in and she committed suicide, natural curiosity makes me ask one simple question. Where's the body?
We don't know.
Stop repeating yourself, Miss Brooks.
But she was there.
And while you were telephoning me in the bedroom, the corpse walked out on you. Well, I don't know why I should let that upset me. That sort of thing happens every day.
Well, it happened today.
Well, what about this letter she sent me, Lieutenant? And there's the gun, still on the desk.
Valentine, half the people who write you should be rounded up with a butterfly net.
The gun, Lieutenant?
Yes, we'll look at that right now. Careful, like, so we won't destroy the all-important fingerprints in this amazing case. There. Do you see what I see, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah.
Not one shot's been fired.
And from the looks and smell of this murderous instrument, I'd say it hadn't been used in weeks.
All right. I admit I'm stumped.
And this is the gun the girl who isn't here used to commit suicide. Yeah. How do you know she was even dead? Did you examine the body?
That's not fair, Lieutenant. You know you're not supposed to touch the body.
And where is this female hobby who loves to polish mailboxes and doorknobs, but who doesn't work here?
Don't rub it in, Lieutenant. But I'm going to find an answer to this.
Oh, it's all yours. I'm going to have one of the boys track down your Miss Palmer for you, but if you ask me, my friend, somebody's taking you for a ride.
Well, if you ask me, my friend, it's Marcia Palmer who's been taken for a ride.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about conservation in your car. If you're not getting full gasoline mileage from your car, better have the spark plug serviced for dirty, chipped, or cracked plugs. Often waste as much as 1 gallon out of every 10 gallons of gasoline. That's throwing away quite a bit of money, even if you buy only 10 gallons of gas a week. To help your spark plugs do their job, and they do have to fire 1 million times in every 1,000 miles, get them cleaned and reset. For this money-saving service, depend on the men who have a reputation for expert car care at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. If your spark plugs have given you 10,000 miles of service, you'll be money ahead by getting a new set of Atlas Champions. These spark plugs are precision-made for accurate timing, full flash sparking, trouble-free service without fuel waste. And you can get Atlas Champion spark plugs at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, a young model threatens suicide, so you darn quick get over to her apartment. But she's already dead. You go into the bedroom to call Lieutenant Riley on the phone, but when you come back, the body isn't there at the desk anymore. All of which makes no sense at all. But if you're like George Valentine, you find yourself face to face with, of all things, a theatrical agent.
No, Max. None of the ladies in these pictures is the one I'm looking for.
Oh, what are you saying, Georgie? Every one of these ladies spent the better part of their lives scrubbing floors in front of audiences.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. But
Edna Tremaine. Look at her there. In one place, she spent 2 full acts on her knees scrubbing floors to send her son through medical school.
Uh-huh.
And then, in the third act, when he's the president of the same medical school, he passes her in the corridor. You don't even recognize it. Pathetic, ain't it?
Yeah, I'm all choked up, Max. But will you listen to me?
Wasn't I all the time?
No, I told you I feel pretty sure that someone hired a woman and a darn good actress to play the part of a phony scrub woman at the Afton Apartments today.
How can you be so sure? She was an actress, Georgie.
A phrase she used, Max. She said she only worked there because she was at liberty. Now, that's a theatrical term. You know that.
At liberty. How I hate those words. The more I hear them, the more money I don't make.
Come on. Think hard, Max. I described it to you. She has a thin, hatchet-like face with eyes that tried to smile at you, but you couldn't quite believe it.
Wait a minute, Georgie. I got a few more pictures. People I ain't used for years. I'll let you see them. Hold it till I call my secretary. Who am I kidding? I ain't got a secretary.
Oh, same old Max. Hey, there's room for $10 on the expense account if you can be of help.
Must be down here in this drawer. Here, take a look, Georgie.
Okay, all right. No.
That one it wouldn't be. Very versatile. Well, it's strictly burlesque.
Hey, wait a minute. Who's this?
You recognize her?
She's the one, all right. What's her name? Where does she live?
I'll get you that information in a minute, sir. I'll just get my secretary.
Max?
Yeah. Who am I kidding? Well, I used to have a secretary. Anyway, on the back of it says her name is Amy Randall.
Address?
Hotel Raleigh, character parts, all dialects, glad to audition, age over 21. They all say that.
Okay, thanks, Max. I think I found just what I want.
I don't know how you found out where I live, Mr. Valentine. And I don't know what you want from an old scrub woman.
Do you mind if I hold your hand a minute, Mom?
Now, young
Such
man,
soft, well-kept hands. Not the hands of a scrub woman.
Huh?
Come on, Amy. Give it to me straight. I know all about you. You're an actress.
Oh. And I thought I played my part so perfectly.
Oh, that you did. You did that. You deserve 3 curtain calls. But come on now. Who hired you to be there just when we arrived?
When you've been out of work as long as I have, Mr. Valentine, you don't ask any questions. $50 for an hour's work is a lot of money.
Who was the man?
He never said.
He gave you a check, didn't he?
No, it was all cash.
What did he look like?
Well, he was rather short and stout.
Uh-huh.
And he had just a kind of fringe of gray hair on his head.
Yeah?
Told me he saw me on the stage once and looked me up. He said he was playing a practical joke on somebody. I just had to say I was worried about Miss Palmer and put on an act.
Uh-huh.
For a moment there, didn't you really believe I was a scrub woman? Didn't you?
I told you before, Mom, you were slightly terrific.
You don't know what it means for me to hear you say that.
And you don't know just what kind of part you played in a little drama today.
What?
But then again, that makes us even, Mom. I don't know that either.
All right. If that's the way it has to be, the three of us will sit down here in the lobby until Miss Palmer gets home tonight.
I don't know why you're here at all, Lieutenant Riley. I thought you were convinced that this was all a weird joke and somebody was taking George for a ride.
Well,
practically your own words, Lieutenant.
Valentine, I can handle you alone. And, Miss Brooks, I don't have too much trouble with you either. But when both of you gang up on me like this,
Yeah?
Well, the truth is we haven't been able to find the Palmer dame all afternoon. And I just didn't put one man on the job, but 6. I covered all the places she usually hangs around, too, and nobody's seen her.
If you just stop blustering and pouting, Lieutenant, I'd like to say thanks for coming back.
Yeah? Well, I'm not doing you any favors. Every time you get a case like this, I get a headache. Let's say I'm here just because I can't afford to buy any more aspirin.
Well, how do you figure it, Lieutenant? Somebody went to a lot of trouble to hire an actress so she could create an appropriate atmosphere for the so-called suicide.
I know, Miss Brooks, I know.
Lieutenant Riley.
Stratton, I told you the first word I got about her, I'd let you know.
Oh, thank heaven you're still here.
What's the matter with you? What happened?
She's up there.
Miss Palmer?
Up where?
In her apartment. She's sitting there at the desk. I thought for a moment she'd speak to me, but she didn't.
Okay,
she
don't
didn't.
fall apart. Let's have it in clear, simple language.
Huh?
And words of small syllables.
She's dead. She killed herself.
No question about it now. She's good and dead. What were you doing here anyway, Stratton?
I thought I heard footsteps, so I came up. You see, we'd had a little argument last night. I just wanted to tell her I was sorry.
What kind of an argument?
The kind two people have when they love each other. No reason for it, but I don't know, when you want to make up for it, suddenly it's just too late.
All right, Stratton. We'll talk about that sometime later on.
But why the fake suicide this afternoon? And then to come back here tonight and go through the whole thing for keeps.
Hey, this might mean something, Lieutenant.
What's that?
There's a smear of blood on the light switch over there.
Oh, I must have done that. You see, it was dark, and fumbling for the light, I must have touched the desk first. Didn't even notice it, because as soon as I saw
This gun on the desk, the one Miss Palmer used, have you ever noticed it around here before?
Yeah. I told Marcia she was a fool to keep it around, but she had a license for it. She felt she was safer with it.
Any reason why she should write me a letter like this? Go on, Stratton. Take a good look at it.
It's Marcia's handwriting, all right. I'm sure of that. I can't understand what she could have meant.
Didn't you yourself say she seemed to be afraid of something?
I said she looked as though she did, and she really did, but I still don't know what it could have been.
Okay, Valentine, I know there might be a lot more to this, but for the time being, I've got to accept the obvious.
Obvious, he says.
Miss Palmer wrote you a letter threatening suicide. She went through with it. That's all we've got to work on for the time being. Oh, Stratton.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Be at headquarters at 10 in the morning. We want to get your story down straight.
That happens to be a very convenient hour for me, Lieutenant. You see, I'm unemployed.
Oh, one more thing, Stratton.
Yeah.
Marcia was a model. Where did she work?
Oh, she modeled clothes for a big firm downtown called the Mode Moderne.
Uh-huh. Which brings me to you, Brooksy.
Huh? I fail to see the connection.
We'll talk about it later. But you also have a date tomorrow morning at 10.
Yes, Miss Brooks. I'm Miss Gavin, the head model here.
Well, I know you're going to think I'm just perfectly mercenary.
Aren't we all?
I mean, to be here at the Mode Moderne the first thing in the morning after reading about what happened to that poor Marcia Palmer. Wasn't it perfectly awful?
Yes. It was quite a shock to all of us here.
Well, I thought there might be an opening for me here. After all, I'm a perfect 12, and I've had loads of experience modeling. You can check with Mr. Gillespie at High Style Incorporated or Mr. Farbstein at the...
Well, even if Mr. Wyatt were here, he's the head of the firm, you know, I doubt if this would be the right time to talk about taking Marcia's place. I think he was more upset than any of us about what happened.
Well, like I said, wasn't it perfectly awful? The paper said there was a note. She was afraid of something.
That I don't believe, Miss Brooks.
You don't?
Marcia and I were quite close. She wasn't afraid of anything. She was always happy and cheerful. Especially yesterday when we had lunch together.
You don't say.
I even asked her what there was to be so happy about. Oh, she said it was a joke. And she'd tell me about it some other time.
A joke, huh? Isn't that just perfectly...
I know. Awful. Now, if you'd like to leave your name...
Oh, I would like to talk to Mr. Wyatt.
I'm afraid you can't. He won't be in at all today. He's being honored at a luncheon at the Commodore, his club.
How perfectly exciting.
He even has a picture in the paper.
Oh?
Here.
Oh, my, he looks so friendly and chubby.
Marcia and I called Mr. Wyatt Cupid. Oh, but never to his face, if you know what I mean. Shall I tell him that you'll get in touch with him, Miss Brooks?
Oh, but definitely.
Well, your little interview at Mode Moderne, Angel, only makes this case screwier than ever.
Well, as soon as I heard about Mr. Wyatt and saw his angelic countenance in the paper, I thought he might fit in somewhere.
Yeah, a short, chubby little man hired our actress for him to play scrubwoman. Oh, he fits in all right, but not with the facts.
What do you mean, George?
Just a minute, Brooksy. Let's go and see Riley, see what he's got out of Stratton.
Oh, Valentine, I've been expecting you.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Oh, yeah, Lieutenant.
Oh, so. Well, here's the way it stacks up this morning. The medical examiner goes along with the suicide theory. Gun, fingerprints, everything. Stratton here tells a straight story.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
So that's about it for now, Valentine.
Just one thing's been puzzling me.
Yeah?
Stratton, apartment 4A where Marcia lived has exactly the same layout as yours in 3A, hasn't it?
Well, I suppose so. You know, these apartment houses, not much imagination.
But you said you fumbled for the light switch and got blood on it because you were over at the desk first.
That's exactly what you said, Stratton.
Well, I suppose so. I don't remember.
3 of us were there when you said it.
Now, why did you have to fumble for the light switch? It's exactly in the same place in Marcia's apartment as in yours, right next to the door.
Well, maybe I didn't explain myself just right.
You were planning Marcia's body at the desk where it was, and the gun, too.
No, you're
That
wrong.
you wanted to do in darkness. Then you put on the light and went running downstairs. That's why
Hold
you...
it, Valentine. Hold it. I'll take it from here.
Look, Lieutenant, you got to listen to me.
That smear of blood on the light switch put you square on the spot, fella. Now, the less you say now without a lawyer, the better. I'm holding you on suspicion of murder.
Well, you'll have to pardon us. Brooksy and I have a luncheon date at the Commodore.
Huh? Have we? Oh, yes.
Oh, wait a minute, Valentine. I want to talk to you
Maybe
about...
you're happy about this way this case washed out, Lieutenant, but I'm not. Go on, keep talking, Mr. Wyatt.
I don't know what to say. I should be inside in the ballroom, Mr. Valentine, talking to the fellows.
How can you even think of your silly club now, after everything that's happened?
All in all, it was a pretty elaborate job, even hiring a character actress to build suspense.
Yes, I tried to think of everything.
You did?
Oh, it was a clever stunt, all right, getting Miss Palmer to write that letter to me. It amounted to a suicide.
I knew I couldn't afford to overlook a thing. I'm sorry. Sorry I ever got involved in the whole mess.
Okay, Mr. Wyatt, don't take it so hard. You better get back to your luncheon. And, oh, yeah, go easy on the cream chicken.
George, I'm still reeling.
Yeah, I can see what you mean, all right.
Oh, I know children can be children. But a grown man like Mr. Wyatt...
Oh, not a mere man, Angel. The new president of the Liars Club, being honored at the Commodore, no less.
Fantastic.
You see, Brooksy, he had to have the tallest story ever heard for this inaugural. And he probably would have had.
I'll say.
A suicide that wasn't a suicide. A missing body and all the trimmings. He knows all the names, facts, and answers. But still, there he was, free and unfettered to address all his fellow liars. Boy, can you top that one?
Not at the moment. But maybe Marcia wouldn't have been murdered at all if Mr. Wyatt hadn't dreamed up that gag.
No, Brooksy, we can be pretty sure she would have. You read Glenn Stratton's confession. He was insanely jealous. He was just waiting for the right opportunity.
Thinking back, it makes me shudder, George. To fool us, Marcia went down to Stratton's apartment, probably laughing at the joke. Then he killed her and brought her back upstairs.
Yeah. Wyatt must have cooked up the deal with his favorite model down at Stratton's apartment. That's why Wyatt told the phony scrub woman it was 3A.
Darling, Riley's never going to forgive you for leaving him up in the air, not knowing whether he had the murderer or not.
Yeah, but I had to talk to my client, Brooksy.
Client?
Well, can you think of anybody else in the case I could pin for a fee? Except the biggest liar in the world?
George, I have an idea. Let's present him with a bill that will make even Mr. Wyatt scream, "It's a lie!"
It's often the little things that make your day a good one or a rough one. The simple business of starting your car, for example. If it's obstinate and gives you a bad time when you want to get going, it can add up to a lot of irritation. For fast starts every time and wherever you're driving, just try Chevron Supreme gasoline in your car. This premium quality gasoline is climate-tailored, specially adapted to each different climate and altitude zone in the West. Day or night, summer or winter, you can depend upon it for fast starts. And that's a saving, too, of the power in your battery. What's more, Chevron Supreme gives your car smooth acceleration and extra power for rugged hills. Get a tank full tomorrow at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Hey, look, Barney, what was the idea of dragging me into this doorway when that car came up?
Boy, Mr. Valentine, did you see him turn around and beat it when he started getting to work?
What works? What happened?
Oh, we figured you might be followed when you left the Swede, so the Bearcats were ready on the roof with ash cans, bricks, cans of garbage, stuff like that. Boy, they let him have it.
I suppose I should say thanks.
Ah, nothing to it. Say, what'd you find out about Danny?
Nothing much, kid. Except that there are at least two characters who do anything to keep me from finding out.
Well, don't you worry. They won't. Not with the Bearcats on the job.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jacqueline DeWitt as Gloria, Tony Barrett as Glenn Stratton, Glenn Delano as the scrub woman, Ralph Moody as the janitor, and Harry Lang as Max. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Man from Homicide in a moment. You can play a part in your country's defense and at the same time help your dreams come true. How? With United States Defense Bonds. By buying bonds, you lend your purchasing power to the government and at the same time set money aside for your own future. In 10 years, each $3 you invest will bring you $4 in return. Save with defense bonds. Buy them on the payroll savings plan or the bond-a-month plan. If you are unable to participate in either of these automatic plans, buy extra bonds as you can. Remember, United States savings bonds are now defense bonds. Buy them regularly.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
Most men spend their lives building walls around themselves. Money, social position, land. And the man with many walls may seem to be different from the man who sells pencils on the corner. But sudden death knows no walls. And when they look into its face, all men are pretty much alike. I know. What's up, Inspector?
Something hot, Lou. Just took a call from old man Kelso. He's scared. Scared to death, Lou.
What's he got to be scared of? Falling off his money?
Claims someone is threatening to kill him.
Stick of gum, Inspector?
Huh? Oh, no. He asked for you, Lou. Right away.
Yeah.
Well, you better get on it, Lou.
Inspector, what happens if we get a call from a fruit peddler who thinks someone is trying to kill him?
Oh, I know, Lou. I know.
We ignore it 9 chances out of 10. Why is this so different?
He sounded really scared, Lou, for one reason. And, well, you know the other.
$9 million. And I bet he can't sleep nights thinking how to make it 10.
Better get out there, Lou.
Sure. I'll go out and hold Kelso's hand, and maybe some of what he's got will rub off on me. The Kelso butler and I exchanged chilled greetings before he consented to guide me to Mr. Kelso's room. The 50-cent tour through a mausoleum. He announced me, left, and I was face to face with $9 million.
Come in, Lieutenant Dana, come in. Sit down. Thank you for coming so promptly, Dana. I won't forget it. I still have 1 or 2 friends left, you know. I won't forget it.
Somebody's been threatening you, Mr. Kelso?
Has he been threatening me? Tell me a better word for it, Dana. Tell me a better word for it when a man announces openly, brazenly, over a period of weeks, that he intends to kill me.
All right, Mr. Kelso. What's his name?
There will be no publicity concerning this, Dana?
Not unless he carries out his threat.
What? Oh, yes. Well, his name is Farley, Dana. Stephen Farley. The name should be familiar to you?
Vaguely. Small-time hood, I think. I haven't heard anything of him in a couple of years.
Small wonder. I've been supporting him lavishly.
Any particular reason?
Farley has a sister, Vivian, formerly a singer.
Oh, I remember now. And Vivian is...
Mrs. Kelso. We were married quietly 2 years ago.
Lucky you. I remember.
It's because of Vivian that I haven't gone to the police before now. But, well, he means it, Dana. He means to kill me.
All right, if he made threats, we'll pull him in.
I'm afraid it's not quite that easy. He has not openly promised murder in front of witnesses. He's too clever for that.
What has he done?
To me, he has implied repeatedly that I must be suffering, that death will be such a happy relief, that while Vivian and he will hate to see me go, they're willing to face it for my sake. He goes on like that repeatedly.
Mr. Kelso, I'm from the homicide squad. If you got a nasty brother-in-law, I'm sorry for you. But sympathy is about all I can give you.
Look, Lieutenant Dana, now wait. What do you call this, if not overt evidence of intent to murder? 2 days ago, Farley took an option on an expensive home with the down payment to be made in 2 weeks, when he says he expects to come into a great sum of money. 2 weeks.
Anything else?
No, certainly. He took an option on a yacht in the same manner, ordered expensive clothes. He even consulted a mortician about funeral arrangements. I ask you, Dana, for the taxes I pay, I'm not entitled to protection from a thing like this? Am I to be murdered in my own bed with no one turning a hand to save me? What's this country coming to?
I'll look into it, Mr. Kelso. Where's Stephen Farley living?
Gramercy Apartments on South Garden. I've maintained a residence for him, supported him, given him a car, and now...
I'll look into it. Your, wife around, Mr. Kelso?
I believe Vivian is in the pool. Right?
I'll find her.
What have I worked for all my life? What security have I obtained? What...
Mr. Kelso, tell me. What's it like to have $9 million?
It's not what you'd expect, Tina. It's not what you'd expect at all.
Mr. Kelso was shivering in the warmth of the day as I left him. And on guard outside his door was an empty suit of armor with a spear. A multi-millionaire defended only by a tin soldier. I found the pool, and arching off the board in a front jackknife was Vivian. I wanted her to come up and out of the water fast, so I could see if it was true.
Hi.
It was.
Oh, water's wonderful today. You want to join us?
Almost any other time, Mrs. Kelso. Lieutenant Lou Dana, Homicide Squad.
Oh, you're looking for my husband, Lieutenant Dana?
I've seen him.
But didn't believe him, I hope. Oh, this is Gordon Elliott, my husband's business manager.
Oh, how are you, Dana? Excuse my wet hand.
Sure. Just don't drip on my suit.
Dana, believe me, I'm sorry you had this trip out here for nothing. I tried to stop Mr. Kelso from phoning the police.
It's all right. I don't mind.
Gordon was just going to dress and go into town unless you want him for anything, Lieutenant.
I guess you can take care of everything, Mrs. Kelso. So long, Elliot.
Bye, Dana. See you at dinner, Vivian. Huh?
Right, Gordon. Gordon's got a wonderful tan, hasn't he?
He must go over the books under a sun lamp.
The bitter Lieutenant Dana. I've heard of you.
What about your husband, Mrs. Kelso? And your brother?
Sit down, Lieutenant. Oh, no, that one's wet over here. I'll stretch out if you don't mind.
I'd be silly if I did mind.
Thank you. You didn't take my husband seriously, did you, Lieutenant?
Well, he seemed pretty serious about it.
He did. Well, you know how it is with someone that old.
No. How is it?
Would you like to rub some sun oil on my back?
I'd love to, but I won't. What about your brother? Anything to it?
Steve's not very much good. Never could take care of himself. He's one of the reasons I married Franklin.
What are the others?
Obvious.
I like the reasons why he married you better.
Well, I got a response.
And there's nothing in your brother's threats?
No, I'm sure of it.
Maybe I better ask brother.
Then are you coming back and rub my back?
There won't be much sun by then.
Well?
I know the pay is good being Mrs. Franklin Kelso. But tell me, is it hard work?
If I told you, Dana, would you? No, you wouldn't.
Oh, I guess I wouldn't. Goodbye, Mrs. Kelso.
Yeah?
You should remember me, Farley.
I do. You worked me over about 3 years ago. You didn't get anything out of me, Dana.
Well, maybe I'll have more luck the next time. Can I come in, or shall we talk for your neighbors?
You can come in, Dana.
Nice apartment.
Thanks.
I know your decorator. He does calendars for pool rooms.
Same old Dana, same jokes. Sit down. Drink?
Not with you. Old man Kelso says you've been shooting off your mouth about killing him, Farley.
He's in his second childhood.
I saw his second childhood. She says there's nothing to it either.
Then why bother me?
How about that house you took an option on?
I've been looking for a place, yeah.
What's with the yacht?
Nothing serious.
Nothing serious. Come here, punk.
Lay off me, Dana.
This smells like a game, and I don't like anybody playing games with me. In particular, a cheap hood living off his sister. Here's a string around your finger to remind you.
I don't have to take that anymore, Dana.
Then don't reach in your pockets when I talk to you. What your sister married don't build you up with me at all, Farley.
If you didn't have that badge, you wouldn't be so easy with your hands, tough guy.
If I'm tough, it's because crime and guys like you have made me tough. I don't like your apartment, Farley. Don't give me any cause to come back. I thought it over on the way back to the station, and I didn't like it. The deal was giving forth a very ripe odor, but I couldn't localize it. The inspector shared the same headache.
I don't know, Lou. Use your own judgment, I guess. What do you think?
I don't know either. We haven't got enough to be sure. I guess we better put a tail on Farley for a few days.
All right. Take Metzger for it.
Okay, I'll send him out.
And don't take any chances on a thing like this, Lou. Kelso's a big man. If he gets knocked off, we're not going to look good.
We'll look a lot better than Kelso.
Very comforting.
I sent Metzger out to stay with Farley and tried to forget about the Kelso family. The old man was easy, but at midnight that night, in my room, I was still having trouble with Vivian. Yeah? Oh, Metzger. You what? You lost Farley? How long ago? 2 hours. Well, why didn't you call me before, you... All right. No. Go on into the station, if you can find it. I'll go out to the Kelso place. And Metzger, great work. It was almost 1 when I pulled into the long driveway, and it took a lot of banging on the door to bang up the butler. This time I didn't wait for the guide service, but took off for Kelso's room alone. Did I mention that Kelso's room was an overnight hike from the front entrance? Well, it was, and I didn't encounter any of the settlers along the way. I paused outside the door of the man guarded by a tin suit of armor. Something was missing from the empty soldier, but I couldn't place it. Mr. Kelso? Are you awake, Mr. Kelso? Mr. Kelso? All the lights were on in the room, and Mr. Kelso was in bed. Then I knew what was missing from the tin soldier outside. It was the spear. Sticking straight up in the air, it was pinning Kelso to the bed. And his $9 million life had run out in a thin, red trickle.
Technicians all through upstairs, Lou?
Just about, Inspector. They got some very pretty pictures, but not much else.
No prints on the murder weapon?
Too smeared to be any good for anything. Get anything out of the butler?
Says he was in a clinch with the maid all evening.
Did you check?
Yeah, she says yes. Must want to hold her job pretty bad to be in a clinch with him.
Yeah, like necking a quick frozen salmon. Mrs. Kelso and Elliot show up yet?
No, not yet. Butler said they went out about 10.
And the murder was around midnight. How about little brother, Farley?
Well, nothing on him yet. We got out a broadcast on him. Should hear something if he hasn't skipped. Looks open and shut against him.
Sure, open and shut. Open and shut.
Now, don't make things complicated, Lou. I'm going upstairs.
I'll wait for you. It's not so pretty I want to go back. I prowled around downstairs. The library with the expensive first editions that Kelso had never read and never would. The dining hall with the Italian masters on the walls that Kelso had never really seen and never would. The whole huge place for entertaining the friends he had never really had and never would. Then I heard someone at the front entrance.
Hello? Who's here? What's happened?
How are you, Elliot?
Oh, Lieutenant.
Dana.
Mrs. Kelso? Have a bright and gay evening?
We saw the police cars outside. What's wrong?
One thing at a time. There's nothing wrong that you can do anything about. Care to tell me where you both were this evening?
Well, of course not. We went to a drive-in movie.
Mr. Kelso didn't feel up to it, so I took Vivian.
And how long were you there, Elliot?
Why, it was a little after 10 when we got there, and after 12 when we left. Isn't that about it, Vivian?
Yes. What is this, Dana?
Somebody saw you when you drove in and when you left?
I think so, yes.
The movie is close to here?
Fairly close.
Walking distance?
What is this?
You can both give me the plot of the movie?
Well, I think so. It was the one about the talking mule. Francis goes to the races. You want a resume?
It's after 2 now. You left the movie at 12?
We had a few drinks.
And people saw you having the drink?
Yes.
Look, Dana...
I imagine you both can hazard a guess as to what this concerns.
My husband?
Somebody threw him a spear. He caught it. You're now the sole possessor of $9 million.
So he did do it.
Who did do what?
Nobody.
You'd have trouble convincing the late Mr. Kelso.
Can I see him?
He's not very nice to look at. How bad do you want to see him?
Not very.
Dana, can I take her into the study?
If that's the best place you can think of, go ahead.
Come on, Vivian.
Mrs. Kelso.
What, Dana?
This new job, managing $9 million, it may be tougher than the last one.
It's possible. But, Dana, don't let it keep you up nights.
I was standing there wondering how it'd be to have Vivian Kelso keep me up nights when someone came down the stairs on very flat feet. Inspector Eddie Sherman.
I got something, Lou.
What?
One of the prowl cars outside just picked up a flash. They grabbed Steve Farley trying to get on a bus for out of town.
That's handy. Makes you look good, Inspector.
Yeah. But Lou, if it ever gets out that Farley ventilated his brother-in-law after Kelso asked us for protection...
I was just given some sound advice.
Yeah?
Don't let it keep you up nights. Let's go.
That's not much of a story, Farley.
That's all the story I got for now.
That you don't remember anything from 10 last night until they picked you up getting on a bus 4 hours later.
That's it, Dana.
Oh.
And you're happy about your prospects. Inspector, take the boys out and give me some time alone with them, huh?
Well, I don't know, Lou. There's going to be some expensive lawyers in this case.
Just quiet conversation, Inspector.
I'm warning you, Inspector. Dana's stuff don't go with me anymore. You're not fooling with some kid. I know my...
Shut up. All right, come on, boys. Oh, Lou, quiet conversation.
You don't remember anything.
I told you, Dana, and if you think that you can... What are you going to do?
Quiet conversation. Reminiscence. I knew a real smart head a few years back got picked up on a murder rap. He was innocent, had an airtight alibi, but he waited until his trial to spring it.
What happened?
In the meantime, his alibi got hit by a car. They burned the real smart head.
What's that got to do with me?
Another case. Real shrewd operator went on trial for a murder his partner committed, just to throw the cops so far off the trail they'd never catch up. He had an airtight alibi, too.
What happened?
His partner shot the alibi. The shrewd operator got 10,000 volts.
I guess you think you're scaring me.
You're pretty stupid if I'm not.
Now listen, Dana, I told you that...
Come on, talk. Where were you tonight? If you got an alibi, spill it. You're 10,000 miles out on a limb, Buster. What happens when it gets sawed off?
Please let me alone, Dana. Let me think.
Let you think? That could be days. Where were you tonight?
All right. Just let go of me.
Give.
I was in a Turkish bath tonight from 10 to around 1. The guy that owns it left town right after. He's coming back for the trial.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
But what are you going to do with me?
Bait a trap.
Oh, Lou.
Yeah, Inspector?
The Kelso lawyer is on the phone. Wants to know what the charge is on Farley here.
Tell him no charge. We're sending him home.
Lou!
Tell him, will you, Inspector? I'll give you the reasons in a minute.
You know what you're doing, Lou?
I think so, Inspector. I think so. I got a nose for these things. Inspector Sherman took some more persuading. But in the end, we let Steve Farley go home. I figured to give him a half an hour and then go after him. I did. But when I got to Farley's place at the Gramercy, I'd figured it too close. I got to Farley's door fast and put my shoulder to it. That was my mistake. Oh. The gun butt didn't catch me square, and I've got a hard head. I went down, but not out. There was no hurry. I knew where I could find the one that slugged me. I crawled over on the floor to Steve Farley. There was no hurry about him at all. He was dead. It was around 4 when I arrived for the third time at the Kelso place. It was quiet. There were a couple of crickets outside. They were the only ones who felt like singing. I could see light through the front window, but somebody heard me coming. The lights went off as I got to the door. I gave it the shoulder treatment. I did what I was trained to do, dropped to the floor and shot back. Then I got up and found the light switch.
You're late, Lieutenant.
How is it? Bad?
As bad as he could make it. Don't let him get away, don't.
I'll be right back. I'll call a doctor as soon as I get him.
Don't bother, just get him.
I'll get him. I was outside, and on the broad lawn there was no place for a murderer to hide. Then I heard something. Old man Kelso had a huge aviary at one corner of the house. Something had disturbed the birds. Elliot? Not a very good place to hide, Elliot. Too noisy. There's no home for a killer, Elliot. Not even in a cage. Come on out.
Come in and get me.
Sure. Only I haven't got much time, Elliot. There's a girl needs a doctor because you shot holes in her. That wasn't very smart, Elliot. You must be about out of bullets. Try again. No bullets? I've still got plenty. And there's no one I'd rather use them on. Have one. Close? Maybe I can do better. Now I've got the range. I think this one has your name on it, Elliot.
No, don't shoot, Dan. I'm coming out.
I changed my mind. I like it better this way, Elliot. I want you to know what Kelso felt like. And Farley. And Vivian. Hold still, Elliot.
No, don't, Dana, don't!
You're not going anyplace.
Let go of me!
You should have stuck to bookkeeping, Elliot. It suits you better. That'll keep you quiet till I get back. I know. I wouldn't want to share the same cage with him either. There was a chill in the night air as I walked back into the house. To the beautiful widow, the beautiful heiress who was bleeding red on a white rug. I called the station, then I bent over her, and she opened her eyes. Vivian?
Did you get him?
Yes, I got him.
You're good at that.
That's my trade.
Dana.
Yes, Vivian?
I wonder what my trade was. I never found it, did I?
Looking like you do is a trade in itself, Vivian.
Maybe. But it's not enough to make a life out of.
Take it easy. I've got a doc on the way.
I don't think I'll wait. Dana.
Yes?
How did you know?
That it wasn't your brother? Well, I've been through it 1,000 times. That makes a difference.
It wasn't so smart.
Oh, smart enough. Almost. We bring your brother to trial, he springs an alibi. Acquittal. Then if we come back to you and Elliot, your brother could confess. We couldn't try him over again.
But we didn't fool you. Do you believe me, Dana, that I didn't know Elliot was going to shoot Steve?
He had to shoot him. When I let Steve go, Elliot knew he'd spilled the alibi.
Then he had to shoot me, too, when I found out.
All right. All right.
Dana.
Hurt much?
No. Dana. Steve's not dead. He'll be all right.
Vivian, Steve is... He'll be all right.
I'm glad. Steve will get the money. Maybe he'll enjoy it.
Sure. Sure.
I never did. You hear me, Dana? I never did.
Vivian. Her face relaxed, and it was a beautiful face, even in death. In the distance, I could hear the wail of the oncoming siren. Late. A lot too late. And everything else was silence. I don't like killers.
You have just heard another in a series starring Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide. Mr. Duryea can be seen starring in Al Jennings of Oklahoma. In tonight's cast, you heard Bill Boucher as Inspector Sherman, Herb Butterfield, Kelso, Joe Gilbert as Vivian, and Barney Phillip as Farley and Tony Barrett as Elliot. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is transcribed. Tonight's story was written by Dick Powell, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time over most of these same ABC stations to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Orville Anderson speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood.
Preceding transcribed, America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. It's just before noon on a bright but blustery day in San Francisco. And Mike Shayne, San Francisco's favorite detective, instead of chasing criminals, is sitting peacefully in his office, academically discussing crime and its detection with his able and attractive associate, Phyllis Knight. And, oh yes, the inspector of homicide who has come to take them to lunch.
You see, Inspector,
I'm not criticizing the police department when I say that I'm not bound by the rules that, well, you, for instance, are bound.
I realize that, Mike. I have to be pretty sure of my ground before I make an arrest. I have to have evidence enough to convince the district attorney, and he has to have reasonable prospects of obtaining a conviction before he goes to the grand jury.
Plus the fact that you, Inspector, can be sued for wrongful arrest, whereas we, Mike and I, never arrest anybody. We pass the buck to you.
I know all that. But what I'm getting at is this. Mike has something in the way of, well, being able to nose out a suspect that we, well, that is most of us in the department, either don't have or else don't apply.
The answer is simple. Proving it is difficult.
Let's hear it in all its simplicity.
Well, you and every other member of the department are so busy taking notes, which you have to do, that you get into the habit of reading what witnesses and suspects have to say. Whereas I listen to their tones, to their delivery. I strain my ears for the meaning behind what they say instead of the mere words.
I'll admit all that.
I think there's something else, Inspector. Although I hesitate to say this.
Don't spare my feelings, Phyllis.
No, I'm not thinking of your feelings. It's Mike's.
Oh, don't spare mine, Angel. You never do.
Well, in spite of the fact that Mike hates criminals and hates crime, I think he has a criminal mind.
Angel, what you just said.
I mean it. Mike seems to be saying to himself, if I had committed this crime, how would I go about it? Or if I were the important clue, where would I be found?
Well, that's not a criminal mind, Angel. That's just that
Michael Shayne, private detective.
Hi, Phil. Is the inspector there?
Oh, sure thing, Sergeant. For you, Inspector.
Uh-oh. Hope this doesn't break our lunch date. Hello, Sergeant.
Reporter homicide, Inspector. A man named Porter called up and said he found a body at 323 Foothill.
Any idea who the murdered man is?
Porter said the man's name was Beatty. Didn't give much more information. He seemed pretty upset, not too coherent.
Okay, Sergeant. I'll meet you there as soon as I can get there.
Homicide, huh?
Yeah. Well, what do you want? Murder or lunch?
Oh, don't be silly, Inspector. We'll pass up a whole week's meals for a murder anytime.
This is the street.
Yeah. And that looks like the apartment. Right there, with a man standing on the steps.
Yeah, that's it. No signs of your boys yet, Inspector.
No, but then we were closer than headquarters. That must be Porter. Looks all upset.
Well, wouldn't you if you just found a body?
Are you, Mr. Porter?
Yes. I've been pacing up and down these steps waiting. I thought you'd never come.
Where's the body?
Upstairs, on the couch in his living room.
This isn't your house, then?
No. No, this is Mr. Beatty's house.
Oh.
You were visiting Mr. Beatty?
I called to take him to lunch.
When?
Just before I called the police. Not more than 20 minutes ago. In this way, please.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, I went in, and there he was lying on the couch. There was a knife sticking out of his chest. I ran over to him, felt for his heart, and got my fingers all sticky with blood.
You shouldn't have touched the body.
Well, I didn't know it was a body. He might still have been alive. Had he been, I would have called a doctor before I called the police.
That makes sense.
Where is he, in this room?
On the couch there. He, but he must be.
Body? There's no body on this couch.
But he was there.
Maybe you were mistaken. Maybe he wasn't dead.
Oh, but he was dead. He was cold. He was bleeding. His heart wasn't beating.
Ugh.
What's the matter, Angel?
Oh, there's blood on the couch. I just got my hand in it.
So you're right. Here's my handkerchief.
Thanks.
Well, if he was dead, someone must have removed him.
But they couldn't, Inspector. There's only one entrance to the apartment through the front door.
There's no back door to the apartment?
No, and I've been here all the time. I haven't been out of the sight of that front door since I discovered his body. I feel sick. I've got to sit down.
Okay, now calm yourself. I don't blame you for being upset. But we'd better get this straightened out.
Mr. Porter, tell us what you did from the very start.
Well, I told you. I came to take him to lunch.
If he was dead, how did you get in?
Well, the door was open. And that's funny, too, because he was always careful about locking and bolting it.
Go on. The door was open, so you went in.
I found him, and when I saw he was dead, I phoned the police. You'll probably find my bloody fingerprints on the phone.
Yes. Then what did you do?
Well, I walked up and down, and I went to the front door. I came back, and... I remember. I saw the mail lying in the hallway. I absently, almost unthinkingly, picked it up.
Where did you put it?
On the table there.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Oh, the wind must have blown it on the floor. There. That's it?
That's it.
Then you did what?
Well, that's all. I I walked back and forth, and I'd walk downstairs to the front door to look for the police, and then I'd come back.
And you were never out of sight of that hallway and front door?
No, not for 1 second.
Well, it's a cinch that even Houdini couldn't take a body out this back window.
That window was open?
Yes.
No signs of anything on the sill.
No, and even if there were, Mike, look, there. Workmen working on that building would be bound to see anything like that.
Yeah, you're right, Angel.
You up there, Inspector? Yeah, come upstairs.
Well, what do you think, Inspector?
I don't know what to think. What's more, I don't know what to do.
Well, what do you mean you don't know what to do?
Well, to put it bluntly, how do I go about finding a murderer when I haven't even got a body?
But there was a body, and there has been a murder committed. You can't talk like that about not doing anything.
The man's right, Inspector.
I know perfectly well he's right. But why don't you suggest something?
All right, I will.
What?
Let's go hunt a body.
We'll return to the adventures of Michael Shayne in just a moment. You know, you hear a lot about magical post-war products and how easy they're going to make your life. Well, friends, one such product is here already. Yes, that's right. It's Union Oil Company's Luster Wash, a product that makes washing your car just about the easiest, simplest thing you've ever done. All you do is empty a small package of Union Luster Wash into a pail of water. Using an ordinary rag, apply the mixture generously over the car. Then, just rinse off with a hose, and you're all through. In 10 to 15 minutes, your car is clean from radiator cap to taillight. No fuss, no bother, no mess. Union Luster Wash is harmless to the car finish and to your hands, yet cleans as fast as you can apply it, and without the usual elbow grease. Luster Wash is not a soap, but a special detergent compound which dissolves road film and traffic dirt on contact, leaving the surface clean and smooth. You'll be amazed at how fast it works and how clean it makes your car. A package of Luster Wash sells for only 10 cents and is enough to wash any average car. Remember the name, Luster Wash, for a new, easy way to wash your car. You can get Luster Wash at any Union Oil Minuteman station. Just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Thank you. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector have been confronted with a murder, a man who saw the victim, but so far, no corpse. They've finished searching the apartment and stand looking at one another.
Well, if there's a body in this house, it must be in small pieces and hidden in cracks in the walls.
There's certainly no body in this apartment.
But, Inspector, Mr. Shayne, I saw it.
We know, Mr. Porter, but it isn't here now.
Look, we've all had our say on the body. Let's change to something else.
We've pretty well covered the apartment. Not only us, but the sergeant and his boys.
We couldn't find a thing amiss.
Granted. So let's take a look at the murdered man's mail.
Oh, here it is. I put it on this end table.
Oh, thanks. Ad from flower shop. Oh, open this one, Inspector.
Okay.
Here's another ad. And you open this one, Angel.
All right.
I'll tackle this one.
Hey, Mike.
What?
Listen, I warned you for the last time. Settle up or else. Sign. I can't read the initials, but the signature looks like Reynolds.
Oh, that must be...
Yeah? Tell us more.
Well, I don't know very much, but Reynolds and another man by the name of Weaver went into some sort of a deal with Beatty. They felt that Beatty had swindled them. Not in the way that they could go to law, you understand, but in such a way that Beatty didn't lose his money, but they lost theirs. And Beatty told me that he'd been threatened by them. He told me he was worried, but that was all.
Why the dickens didn't you tell me this before?
Oh, because I didn't think it was important. You surely don't think that either Reynolds or Weaver would kill Beatty over a thing like that?
We don't know, but it's our only lead so far. Wouldn't you say so, Mike?
Oh, not exactly, but it's one we've got to follow up, of course.
You'll return home, Mr. Porter?
Yes, of course. I'll be there if you need me.
Okay. Let's go, Phil, Mike. We'll go in my car. Let's see. The address on this stationery of Reynolds is Stats Building.
I'll stay behind, Inspector, just in case of any phone calls or anything like that.
Watch out, Sergeant.
Doesn't anybody want to know what was in the letter I opened?
Huh?
Why, you little... I wondered why you were so quiet all of a sudden.
What is it, Phil?
No, I didn't want to read it while we were in the room.
You think we'd better wait till we reach the car?
Oh, no. We're out of earshot.
Okay, shoot.
It says, I don't suppose I should care what happens to you, but just the same, you are a fool. I've told you before that I don't trust Porter, and I'm more sure of it now than ever before.
What's the signature?
There isn't any. But although it's written on a typewriter, I'll make you a bet.
What?
What?
I'll bet you this warning was sent by a woman.
Eighth floor, please.
Yes, sir, 8th floor. Number 8, sir.
There's Reynolds' office right down the hall.
Yeah, there's a man just going in.
Yeah, we might be in luck. That might be Weaver.
Something tells me that this isn't going to be very profitable.
Well, we'll soon see.
Yes? May I help you?
We'd like to see Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds is busy just now. If you'd care to wait, he has someone with him.
The someone with him isn't by any chance Mr. Weaver.
Well, yes, it is, but how... Oh, you saw him come in just before you did.
Then if it is Mr. Weaver, that's most fortunate, because we want to see both gentlemen.
Well, I don't know. I'll ring Mr. Reynolds.
Please don't. We're on police business, and we'd rather go in unannounced.
Oh, but I...
Well, and to what do I owe this intrusion? Isn't my receptionist out there?
Your receptionist isn't at fault, Mr. Reynolds. I'm from police headquarters. We'd like to ask a few questions.
Police? What on earth for?
You sent this threatening letter, Mr. Reynolds?
Let me see. Yes, I did. And I'll send more if I don't get satisfaction.
Satisfaction for what, sir?
I don't think it is anyone's business.
It's police business, Mr. Reynolds. Now, we can all be very comfortable and save a lot of time by getting our answers here. But, of course, if you prefer headquarters, then that's your privilege.
No. Well, if Beatty has been fool enough to report this letter to the police, I'll tell you all you want to know.
We'd like to know why you wrote the letter.
Briefly, Beatty, Mr. Weaver here, and I put up equal amounts of money into an enterprise. It was at Beatty's inducement. Beatty had the inside track on the thing. He knew before we did that the venture wasn't going well. He withdrew his money without giving us a chance to withdraw ours.
And the venture folded.
It did, and...
Go on, sir.
Reynolds and I feel that Beatty should share the loss with us.
In other words, you feel that Beatty should split what he got out of the deal 3 ways with you, too.
Yes. Legally, of course, we can't compel him. Morally, we feel entitled to it.
Where does Mr. Porter fit into this scheme?
Porter? He doesn't fit in at all. He's just a real estate man who helped Reynolds find a warehouse.
A personal friend of Reynolds?
Well, yes.
You said warehouse. Is the warehouse being used, Weaver?
No, we still have a lease on it, but the business folded 3 weeks ago.
And the warehouse is empty?
Yes, quite empty.
You have the keys?
I do. You want to borrow them?
Yes. Thanks.
Now, one more question. Where is the warehouse?
It's at 2200 Key Street. Beatty, Weaver, and Reynolds is on the signboard.
What a rat trap.
Yeah? Well, here's hoping it's more than just a rat trap. A man trap.
And this looks like the key. Well, yeah, here we go.
All right, now careful where you walk. Remember, they said the business folded 3 weeks ago. There should be enough dust on the floor to show footprints.
The place is empty enough.
There are footprints leading to that cubbyhole of an office.
Well, leave us have a look-see. There's not a blessed thing in here, except this old table. Take a look, Phil, Inspector.
Yeah.
You noticed how the dust is disturbed on the edge of the table next to the wall?
That means that table was moved.
Yeah. No, it may not mean a thing, but keep it in mind.
Outside of that rickety chair out in the warehouse, that seems to be everything.
No loose boards or hidden closets or anything?
Nah, pretty much of a blank.
Mike?
Yeah?
Inspector.
Yeah?
Here. Take a look at this chair. I may be wrong, but...
What is it, Angel?
Oh, look, that spot. Dry, shiny. It looks like brown paint, but it
could be blood, huh?
It does look like blood. One single drop.
If it is a blood spot, it dropped from quite a height. You see how it's spread out like a seal? Inspector.
Yeah?
That table. Let's get it out here, right in the center of the floor.
Okay.
Now, the chair on top of the table. Yeah.
Mike, that ventilator in the roof.
Right, Angel, right?
I didn't notice it till now.
Oh, it's a common failing. People never lift their eyes. high enough. Now give me a hand, Inspector. Okay. I hate to twist an ankle, even on a murder case.
Any luck?
Yes. Yes, blood on the edge of the vent.
You need a flashlight, Mike?
The body's here, all right. Close to the eaves and lying along the rafters.
That'll do till the police surgeon gets here.
Yeah, okay. Phil, will you make an inventory of all the stuff as we search it?
Mm-hmm. Shoot.
Okay. Leather wallet, identity card, J.J. Beatty. Driver's license, age 52.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was stabbed twice, Mike. Once in the back, and that was the stab that killed him.
Stabbed again in the chest, eh?
Looks that way. Autopsy will tell us definitely.
Mm-hmm. Pocket handkerchief.
Okay, 1 or 2.
1 in trouser pocket, 1 folded in breast pocket of coat.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Checkbook, balance $800, 30 cents.
Any stubs to Porter, Reynolds, or Weaver?
No, Mike. Seems to be all for light bills, gas bills, department store purchases, things like that.
Pipe, tobacco pouch, and book of matches.
Yeah.
Bill clip with $25 in loose cash. 3 silver dollars, 90 cents, and 2 streetcar tokens.
Old-fashioned gold watch and chain. Watch engraved, J.J. Beatty, from Fellow Workers, Wadsworth Plant, Kansas, 1913.
Uh-huh.
Fountain pen and pencil. And that seems to be it.
Okay, then. That's all.
Got it. Got it all down in my own inimitable shorthand.
So, that's all, is it?
What do you mean, Mike?
Yeah. Why that cat that ate the canary look on your face?
Once before I told you that something was so blamed obvious that I wasn't going to tell you what it was.
Oh, we remember, Daddy.
Okay. The same thing applies here. Now, come on, let's get going.
I don't know where you'd like to go, but I'd like to put in a phone call.
Who to, Phil?
First, to Mr. Beatty's wife, if he has one, ex or otherwise, to see if she wrote that warning note to Beatty.
1 run. Go ahead.
If no Mrs. Beatty exists, then to the little receptionist at Reynolds' office for additional...
2 runs, no errors. I'm with you.
Good. And I'd like to use a police teletype.
I'm with you on that one, Mike. We'll teletype Kansas to see what associates Mr. Beatty had in the days of his past. But I'm still puzzled about what you seem to know that we don't.
I don't know a thing that you don't know, Inspector. I'll give you 1 hint. Just 1. But you mustn't ask any more questions.
I'll bite. Go ahead.
Just put your hands in your pockets, Inspector. That's all. Just put your hands in your pockets.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mike and Phyllis. Ladies and gentlemen, a few minutes ago, we told you about a sensational new way to wash your car. Now, if you think that there can't be anything new about washing a car, well, just try Union Luster Wash. You see, Luster Wash is a special detergent compound that makes washing a car just about the easiest, simplest thing you've ever done. All you do is empty a small package of Union Luster Wash into a pail of water. Then, with an ordinary rag, apply the mixture generously. To finish, you simply rinse the car with a hose. That's all. No rubbing or elbow grease is necessary. In 10 to 15 minutes, your car is clean from radiator cap to tail light. Luster Wash cleans glass and chromium, too, which means you don't have to use a chamois afterwards. It's harmless to the finish and to your hands, and leaves no film to dull the surface. No matter how dirty your car may be, Union Luster Wash will wash it as swiftly as you can apply it. A package sells for just 10 cents, 1 dime, and is enough to wash any average car. Remember the name, Union Luster Wash, for a new, easy way to wash your car. You can buy Luster Wash at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Thank you. Mike Shayne, Phyllis, and the inspector are at headquarters. Phyllis is on the phone. Mike is looking at his notes, and every few minutes, the inspector guiltily puts his hands in his pockets, pulling them out again when he catches Mike's eye.
Doggone you, Mike. You got me as self-conscious as a giggling schoolgirl.
It's your own fault, Inspector, your own fault. If the solution of the murder depended on it, I'd tell you right now, but, well, it's only one mate.
Hush, kids.
Huh?
She's on the phone.
Oh, who?
The ex-Mrs. Beatty.
Oh.
Hello?
Mrs. Beatty.
Yes?
Mrs. Beatty, don't hang up when you hear my question, because if you do, you'll be called right back, and that will be by the police.
Yes. Go on.
Did you by any chance send a note of warning to Mr. Beatty? Well, Mrs. Beatty?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Well, it's hard to explain, but there was something about this Mr. Porter I didn't trust. Oh, I haven't seen much of Mr. Beatty these last few years, but I've met him socially several times when he's been with this man Porter.
Mm-hmm. Go on, Mrs. Beatty.
Well, that's all. I have only a woman's intuition for not trusting Mr. Porter. He reminds me of someone. I can't remember who, but someone not to be trusted.
And that's all?
Honestly, that's all.
Thanks very much. Well, there's not much there. She sent the note, but just womanly intuition made her distrust Porter.
You think she was telling the truth?
Well, yes, don't you?
Not entirely. Not the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes?
Report from Kansas, sir.
Bring it in, Sergeant.
Yes, Inspector. I'll get it typed up.
Doggone, if there isn't something in the Kansas report, we're going to have a regular unsolved mystery on our hands.
Wouldn't like to call in Sherlock Holmes or Father Brown, would you?
Oh, Mike, this is serious. This is murder.
I know it is, Inspector. Now, look, both of you.
Yeah?
When we burst in on Reynolds and Weaver, they didn't show any signs of knowing that Beatty was dead. I mean, they were wholly taken up with the idea that Beatty had brought the police into it because of the threatening letter.
That's right.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, Reynolds said that if that letter didn't bring results, he'd send more letters.
Right, Angel, right. And although that could be cleverness, I'd be inclined to mark it down as truthfulness.
You may be inclined to mark it down that way, Mike, but until we have the murderer in our hands, everybody who ever knew Beatty is a suspect in my little list.
Granted, Inspector, but Weaver didn't hesitate to give us the keys to the warehouse.
You can't lay too much stress on that, though, Mike. Both Weaver and Reynolds knew that we could get into that warehouse without keys.
True, but to be able to carry off their interview with us with such savoir-faire would indicate that they were very clever and very experienced crooks, which I, for one, don't believe they are.
Yeah, but Mike, murderers don't have to be crooks. Many a killing is a criminal's first and last crime.
I know that, Inspector. I'm thinking out loud to convince myself. You see, what I...
Yes, sir. Not much, I'm afraid. Let's see what this says. Only connection Beatty ever had with police was as witness in robbery trial. His testimony was essential in proving guilt of defendant.
And the defendant's name was Porter.
Yes, Phil, the defendant's name was Porter.
Well, what are we waiting for? That's it.
No, not quite, Phil. You see, Porter died in a penitentiary in 1936.
Oh, well, then of course it isn't the same Porter.
That report doesn't say whether or not Porter had a brother.
No, Mike, it doesn't.
But I'd be almost willing to bet that he had. What so many women like to call woman's intuition is nothing more or less than a half-forgotten incident or something half-heard and half-forgotten.
You think that Mrs. Beatty's instinctive dislike for Porter is because of the name? Or a likeness between the Porter who found the body and the Porter who went to jail?
Yes, Inspector, that's exactly what I do mean.
Well, that shouldn't be hard to find out. But it still isn't the stuff that convinces district attorneys or grand juries.
No, Inspector, but on the face of it, I think another interview is justified.
Interview? Who with?
All of our suspects, Weaver, Reynolds, Porter, and Mrs. Beatty.
All right, Mike. We've got nothing to lose.
We have everything to gain. You see, our chief suspect holds the key to this little mystery, and we'll find that key at 323 Foothill. Quiet, please. Quiet. Now, to some of you, this is going to be somewhat of a shock. But Mr. Beatty has been murdered.
What?
We found the body in the warehouse you used, Mr. Reynolds and Mr. Weaver. But Mr. Porter had the distinction of finding it first, although he lost it again. Will you take over from there, Mr. Porter?
Well, I came here this morning to take Mr. Beatty to lunch. The door was open, which was funny because he was very careful about locking and bolting the door. I came upstairs, found him lying on the couch, stabbed through the chest. I ran over and felt him to see if he was alive. Found he was dead and called the police.
And got your fingers all sticky with blood?
Yes. Then I wandered about the apartment. Went downstairs to the front door to watch for the police and came back upstairs and picked up the mail.
The mail which contained the threatening letter from Mr. Reynolds and the warning from Mrs. Beatty.
I don't know about that, but anyway, when you arrived, we all came upstairs and the body was gone. It couldn't have been taken out the front door because I was never out of sight of the head of the stairs.
And we know it wasn't taken out the back because there's no back door. Would you have any explanation for that, Mr. Reynolds?
No, I can't see how.
Or you, Mr. Weaver?
No explanation.
And I'm sure that Mrs. Beatty hasn't.
Oh, no, it's completely baffling to me.
It was to us for quite a while. The reason it was baffling was because we were stupid enough to believe Mr. Porter.
What?
If you picked up the letters after you examined the body and after you phoned the police, how come there are no blood-stained fingerprints on any of them?
And with the wind blowing so hard that it blew the mail off the table, how come the front door was open? It would have blown shut.
And if the body couldn't be taken out the back window and you never lost sight of the front door, how could the body be spirited away?
I don't know. That's the mystery.
No mystery, Porter. Just a tissue of lies, well rehearsed. The body never was here.
But the blood on the couch.
Put there by you after you had hidden the body in the warehouse rafters.
Oh, this is absurd. You can't throw accusations around like that.
We can and we will. Give me your keys.
My keys?
Yes, the keys in your pocket. There, you see? When we searched Mr. Beatty's dead body, we found everything a man usually carries. A wallet, pen and pencil, watch, checkbook, handkerchief. But Inspector...
Yes?
No keys. No keys to getting to his house or anything. Now, what Porter did with the rest of Beatty's keys, I don't know. But here's the key to the warehouse. F24 is its number. It checks with the number of your key, Mr. Weaver.
Yes, that's right.
And one of these two keys is the key to Beatty's apartment. This apartment. Shall I try them, Porter, or do you admit it?
I admit it.
Okay, Inspector. I guess that takes care of that.
Well, here it is, early in the evening, and we're on our way home.
Aha! But we're not on our way home, Angel.
No? Where are we going?
We're going to meet the inspector and have a late snack at Fisherman's Wharf.
Oh, good. Mike, I wonder if Porter is a brother of the man who died in the penitentiary.
Oh, I'm sure of it. He'd better be.
Why?
Because if he isn't, we'll spend the evening talking to the inspector about motives.
Oh. And what would you rather do, Mike Shayne?
Are you asking me or taunting me?
Well, I just... Mike.
Huh?
No, not here in the car. I mean...
Why not, Angel? I can drive with one hand as well as the next.
Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Tonight's story, based on the character created by Brett Halliday, was written and directed by David Taylor. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil. Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Donley Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make the new 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. A detective as well known as Mike Shayne is in the limelight pretty much of the time. This evening, Mike is not in the limelight, but behind the footlights. Or rather, he is just about to be. A new revue is opening at the Empire Theater, and for reasons still unknown, Mike has been asked to attend the rehearsal. Right now, Mike and his pretty associate Phyllis Knight are waiting at the stage door.
Yes, what do you want, son?
We'd like to see Miss Beverly Pryor, please.
I'm sorry, son. Rehearsal going on now.
But she asked us to come. It's business.
Oh, business. Well, then, I guess it's okay. Come on in. Miss Pryor's dressing room is number 4.
Well, thanks.
Mike, how long is it since you've seen this Beverly Pryor?
Oh, years. 10 years. We got to be good friends when I spent a couple of vacations down in New Orleans.
Seems to me she could have told you what she wanted over the phone.
Well, we'll know in 3 seconds. This is dressing room 4.
Come in. Oh, Mike.
Hello.
You old darling. Let me give you a...
Bev.
Mike, it's great you to pieces, Mike. It's so wonderful to see you again. I'd almost forgotten you were so handsome.
Yeah. Oh, I almost forgot, too. Phyllis, Beverly, I want you to meet I want you to meet Miss Phyllis.
Mike, you haven't gone and got yourself married.
No, Miss Pryor. Not yet. I'm Phyllis Knight, Mike's associate.
Oh, just in a business way. How do you do?
Beverly, I didn't know you'd gone on the stage.
Oh, I was always good at dancing. You remember, Mike. I've got a specialty number in the review.
Oh.
South American dances, rumbas and sambas. Do you like my costume?
Oh, sure. It's very colorful.
Shows off my legs very well, don't you think?
Uh-huh.
You remember what skinny legs I used to have.
Miss Pryor, Mike and I don't want to hold up your rehearsal.
Oh, no, that's right. Beverly, you said on the phone that you were afraid of something serious happening. Somebody connected with your show.
Oh, yes, I was pretty scared yesterday. But some changes are being made tonight, and, well, I think things will all straighten out now.
Well, what was wrong?
Well, maybe it was my imagination. We've all been so nervous and hot-tempered.
Yes?
Well, I thought somebody was planning a murder.
Somebody would... Mm-hmm. What made you think so?
Hiya, beautiful. Ready for your spot?
Larry says you're going to follow
Oh, come in, boys. I want you to meet an old friend of mine. Mike, this is our comedy team. Sweeney and March. Mike Shayne and Miss Knight.
Hello. Is the salt sent to the pepper? Shake.
How do you do?
Just dandy. Snug as a rug and a bug. You get the switch? Snug as a rug.
All friends of Bev's, huh? Well, you believe me, this little gal's going places. You know, this show is just third base for her. Next strike will be home plate, a Hollywood plate.
Yes, indeed.
Sweeney thinks he can sell me to Hollywood. If he'd stick to comedy and forget the agent business...
You wait. You'll see I'll have Sammy Golden and Louis B. strangling each other for you.
Hey, come on, Sween. We're late for us.
Okay, yeah, we'll be seeing you.
Yeah, sure.
A slap-happy pair. Mike, why don't you and Miss Knight go out in the wings and watch their routine?
Well, I want to get your story first. Now, who was planning a murder?
Oh, it's all straightened out now, Mike. After rehearsal, we can have a little supper, and I'll tell you all about it. Now, go on, scoot. I've got to finish dressing.
Well, all right. Well, what's the matter, Angel? Haven't you anything to say? Angel.
Your vacations in New Orleans must have been very pleasant.
Oh, yes, very pleasant.
Did I miss a joke?
You missed something. The hotter a woman gets, the more she freezes.
Okay, Sween, let's take that railroad spot again.
All right, fine. You all set?
Let's go.
Right. It doesn't really matter, Mr. March. Any train will do, but I must have a ticket for Hollywood.
Well, I understand that, Mr. Sweeney, but I can't let you have a ticket unless your trip is essential. What sort of business are you in?
Oh, well, I'm president of the 12 Flavors to a Foot Sausage Company.
12 flavors to a foot sausage company, Mr. Sweeney?
Yes, you see, we manufacture a sausage that's 12 inches long and contains 12 different kinds of meat.
Well, what's the advantage?
What's the advantage, Mr. March? Just this. If you're slicing a piece of our sausage and someone comes up to you and says, no matter how thin you slice it, it's still bologna, they're probably wrong. It may be liverwurst.
Oh, come now, Mr. Sweeney. After all, how can I give you a train reservation for something like that?
Well, if you must know, I've got to get to Hollywood to see my doctor.
Oh, you have a serious illness, do you?
Yes, I suffer from very bad attacks of bakery face.
Bakery face, Mr. Sweeney?
Yes, you see, under my doctor's orders, I wash my face in baking powder and lemon juice.
Well, then what happens?
I break out in cupcakes.
Mr. Sweeney, it seems to me that the thing...
Wait a minute.
What's going on?
Mike, it's the old man, the doorman.
Yes, and he's pointing into that dressing room. Come on.
Just still. She's murdered.
Wait a minute, I see her.
Hell,
I see her, Mike, in the dressing room.
All right, stand back, everybody. Stand back. You're not coming in here.
Who says we're not going in there?
I do. I'm a detective. Dad, you keep him out.
I sure will.
Oh, it's not a pretty picture, Mike. Stabbed in the back right at her dressing table.
Done with a huge knife. A special kind of knife with a gold hilt.
Mike.
Yes?
Look, the mirror right above her head.
Oh, some letters in lipstick.
Yeah, she tried to tell us something. It spells B-E-V-E. The rest of the letters are just a red scrawl.
Oh, I'm afraid we know where they were meant to be. B-E-V-E. R-L-Y. Beverly. Beverly Pryor.
We'll return to the adventures of Michael Shayne in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, since we told you last week that post-war gasoline was here, many of you have already tried a tankful of the powerful new 76. But just in case the Minuteman in your locality hasn't been able to supply you with the new 76 gasoline, be patient. As fast as the modern 100-octane refineries of Union Oil Company can make and blend it, our tankers and trucks are hurrying post-war 76 gasoline to you. Watch for the signs to go up in your neighborhood announcing its arrival. Then, for a real thrill, drive in for your first tankful of the new 76. Performance of the new 76 gasoline far exceeds pre-war standards. You'll like its lighter, faster, more powerful action. And you'll like the price, too. It sells at regular prices, no increase. So, to make your old car act like new, put in a tankful of the gasoline of the future, the new 76. Now going on sale wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Your Union Oil Minuteman station. Mike's backstage visit to the Empire Theater has taken a grim turn. Mike and Phyllis have found a girl stabbed to death. Behind a closed door in the Dead Star's dressing room, Mike and Phyllis tell their story to the inspector.
And that's about it, Inspector. The old fellow who watches the stage door discovered the body. We were out in the wings watching a comedy routine when we heard him yell.
The murdered girl is Estelle Caro, Inspector. She was the dance partner of Vic Hunter. Caro and Hunter, they're listed on the billboard.
Yeah, sure, kids, but this gal Beverly Pryor, you say she called you here tonight because you thought a murder was cooking? How'd this Beverly know so much?
Well, you see, Inspector...
I see plenty. I see in that mirror right above Estelle's head the letters B-E-V-E written in lipstick. Estelle tried to write the name of a murderer.
I was coming to that. Just give me time. Now, Phyllis checked through Estelle's purse, and according to Estelle's driver's license, she was 5 feet 4 inches tall. Now, I'm 6 feet tall, Inspector. Yet these lipstick letters are 3 or 4 inches above my head. Now, I've heard you, Inspector, lecture your boys on the squad.
That a person will usually write on the level with his eyes. Sure, it's a safe generality.
Well, then, Mike, you think somebody else wrote the letters B-E-V-E, huh? Some tall person to give us a false clue?
That's possible, Phil, but we can't prove it.
No, but I would like to see a woman who has been stabbed in the back rise clear out of her chair, take a lipstick, and scrawl some letters 12 inches above her eyes.
All right. While we're on the subject of clues, what else have we got?
Well, I searched her dressing table. It's just the usual stuff. Except for one thing, this old-fashioned locket necklace.
Smear of blood on the locket.
Yeah, from the murderer's fingers, probably. We found it thrown in the bottom drawer.
Yeah, but more important, Inspector, look at the inside of the locket. There, you can see a patch of glue and a trace of paper sticking to it. Well, there was a photograph pasted inside this.
And if we can find out whose photograph it was, I think we may know why Estelle was murdered.
Okay, let's start asking questions, beginning with Beverly Pryor.
No, if you want, Inspector, I'll go get her for you.
Thanks, Phil. Mike, has Beverly seen the body and this writing on the mirror?
No, we kept everybody out of the dressing room.
Good. Then I think I'll drape this towel over the mirror. Just as well if Miss Pryor doesn't see our own name on the glass.
Or any of the others, for that matter.
This peculiar-looking knife. Gold-painted hilt. Must be a theatrical prop.
Probably. Whoever the killer was, he or she must have stood behind Estelle as she sat at the dressing table. And while they were talking, plunged the knife in.
Assuming the killer was supposed to be her friend.
Well, sure. There's no signs of a struggle. And no closet for a murderer to spring out of.
Maybe this window here seems to open into an alley.
No, we checked it, Inspector. It was locked.
Miss Pryor, this is the Inspector of Homicide.
How do you do, Miss Pryor? If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
No, of course not. You want to ask me how I knew there was going to be a murder?
Yes.
Well, I didn't know. But I saw something during rehearsal last night. Well, that's why I telephoned for you, Mike.
And what did you see, Beverly?
Well, I was standing in the wings, waiting to do my number. Estelle was out front rehearsing her solo. She was supposed to do pirouettes clear across the stage into the opposite wing. And, well, just as she reached the curtain, I saw a long, thin sword slide out through the curtain. I screamed and, well, Estelle stopped. That's all that saved her life.
You didn't see who held the sword?
I couldn't.
Did anyone else in the cast see who it was?
Well, I didn't tell them. I said I screamed because I saw a rat.
May I ask why the deception, Miss Pryor?
I didn't know who it might be. I wasn't sure. Maybe I just imagined I saw a sword. The stage lighting is so uncertain.
Yet you took it seriously enough to ask Mike to come here tonight.
Beverly, we want you to examine the knife here in Estelle's back.
Oh, it's ghastly.
Yes, but do you recognize the knife? Is it a theatrical prop?
Yes. It's from Harry's act.
Harry?
Harry Frazee, the magician. The famous Frazee.
Would he have any reason to kill Estelle?
I don't know.
Okay, let's find out. Let's talk to everybody.
Oh,
Hey, hold on. Come back here.
Yes, sir.
Who are you?
I'm the doorman, sir. I was just passing.
Oh, yes, and you're the man who found the body.
Yes, sir. I had a telegram to deliver to Miss Carroll and her partner. I thought they were both in the dressing room. When I opened the door, man alive, there she was.
You didn't tell me anything about a telegram?
Well, I forgot. Here, I got it in my pocket.
Let me see that. Oh, it's addressed to Vic Hunter and Estelle Carroll.
Yeah, 2 or 3 telegrams in the last couple of days.
And so? Oh, Sergeant.
Yes, Inspector?
Check with the telegraph office. I want the text of all wires received here in the past week.
Right away, sir.
Inspector, listen to this.
Yeah.
Carroll and Hunter have booked you 3 weeks, Club Belvedere, starting next Sunday. Stop. Top deal. Regards, signed McGlynn.
May I have that telegram, please?
Huh?
I'm Vic Hunter.
Oh, Estelle's partner.
Mr. Hunter, do you know if Estelle had any enemies?
No, not real enemies. She had several bad quarrels the last couple of days with March and with Beverly.
I heard that, Vic. You know it wasn't Beverly's fault. Estelle was jealous. She knew Beverly was going to steal the show.
Don't be silly. Nobody can steal a show from Estelle.
And why did she tell me she'd fix it so I'd never dance again?
Okay. Estelle was jealous. Let it go at that. Now, what about this fight with March?
All right, I'll tell you. I suppose everybody knows about it anyway. I was trying to get Estelle to marry me, but she kept turning me down. We began a fight.
I told you, March, you were wasting your time on it, but no, you wouldn't listen to me. You even had to take our paycheck, my paycheck, to buy her an engagement
She
ring.
gave it back to me.
Yeah, she gave it back.
She'll get your money. Don't worry about your money.
Quiet. Did any of you notice anything strange in Estelle's action the past few days? Did she seem afraid or worried?
No, just her fight with Beverly and March.
Mr. Hunter, we found a necklace and locket in Estelle's dresser, an old-fashioned gold chain and locket.
Yes, she always wore it. She called it her good luck charm.
Whose picture did she keep inside the locket?
Why, I think it was a man's photograph. I assumed it was some fellow she was or had been in love with.
She never told you his name, Mr. Hunter?
No, Estelle was very close-mouthed.
Mm-hmm. I want to establish the time element in this case. Estelle and Mr. Hunter finished rehearsal, and then went back to their dressing rooms. Sometime during the next 15 minutes, the murder occurred. Now, during those 15 minutes, where was everybody?
Well, I was in my dressing room. Part of the time, Mike and Miss Knight were visiting with me.
And Sweeney and I were just buzzing around. We stopped in and gabbed a minute with Beverly and her pals.
Yeah, well, we're in the clear. A comedy guy couldn't carve a hole in a gal's back and then go out front and panic him with gags. Sure. We'd be laying turkey eggs all over the place.
I'm not the one to say that you didn't, Mr. Sweeney.
Huh? Didn't which? Say, listen, if you mean that
Inspector, we were going to talk to the magician, the famous Frazee.
Yeah, it's about time. Anybody know where we can find him?
Well, he was in his dressing room a few minutes ago. I'll show you where it is.
Never mind if you'll just tell us.
Oh, all right. You go right down here. The famous Frazee's dressing room is the last on the left.
Okay, thank you, Beverly.
You kids got any ideas yet?
I have.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. I'd like to know why none of these people voluntarily mentioned the famous Frazee. They know everybody in this theater is under suspicion, yet nobody refers to the magician, the owner of the knife which stabbed Estelle to death.
Right. Well, probably because none of them noticed the knife. Aside from Beverly, I'm not sure the others even know how Estelle was killed.
One of them does, Mike.
Huh?
He said a comedian couldn't carve a hole in a girl's back and then go out and do a gag routine.
Sweeney.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. This must be the dressing room here.
No answer.
Well, there's his costume on the chair, but no Mr. Frazee.
That's blame funny. We haven't seen him anywhere around the theater. He just disappeared.
It's not surprising for a magician. Hey, that window curtain. It's blowing.
Yeah, and the window's wide open. And an alley right outside.
I'll bet he ducked out the window and up the alley.
Oh, great. Now I'll have to drag out the old net.
Whoa. Low gear for a moment, Inspector. Look at that sword rack on the wall there. Sabers, swords, daggers.
Yeah, in several blank places in the collection. The rack is minus 2 daggers. The same type that killed Estelle.
And also minus 2 swords.
Swords. Oh.
Oh, what, Angel?
I just remembered. When I went out to get Beverly for you boys, I found her in Sweeney and March's dressing room.
Yeah,
and I saw one of those swords on top of their trunk.
And last night, Beverly saw a sword come out of the curtains intended for Estelle.
Mike, Inspector.
What's the matter?
Beverly, what's wrong?
I just got a phone call. A man told me he knew who killed Estelle.
Huh?
He asked me to meet him in my hotel room. I didn't know what to do. Well, I said yes.
Could you recognize his voice?
Well, I think so. He was trying to disguise his voice, but it sounded like Harry Frazee.
Frazee, swell. Then we know where to find him.
Oh, I'm scared, Mike. Everybody in the troop knows I called you in tonight because I knew something. Maybe he's trying to lure me outside.
That's exactly what he's trying to do, Beverly. Now, you're going to stay right here. We'll keep that appointment for you. Give me the key to your room.
Here it is. It's 9:05. Frazee is right across the hall, number 906.
What time did he say to meet him?
At 9:30.
And it's 9:10 right now. Okay, Inspector, we've got ourselves a date.
Ninth floor.
Room 905. That would be this way.
Yeah, here we are.
That's Frazee's room across the hall. And the light shining over the transom.
Okay, let's talk to him in his own room. We may get a chance to see something.
It's funny. His lights are on. This is another vanishing act.
Let's try the door.
Unlocked.
More than that. Look at the doorknob. And my hand.
Blood. Mike, is that the famous Frazee?
I'm afraid the word is was, Inspector. It was the famous Frazee.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike Shayne in his adventures. How about it, friends? Have you gotten your first tank full of the new 76 gasoline? It's available right now at no increase in price at many Minuteman stations. The new post-war 76 is freshly blended from the huge 100-octane refineries of Union Oil Company. That means you're getting the benefit of the latest in war-proven refining methods when you get the new 76. Its lighter, faster action beats all pre-war performance. You'll notice the difference as soon as you come down on the accelerator. So for a real motoring thrill, get a tank full of the powerful new 76 gasoline. If your Minuteman doesn't have the new 76 today, please be patient. Our tankers and trucks are making deliveries with all possible speed, but some outlying districts of necessity take longer to supply. But whether you're able to buy the new 76 right now, or whether you have to wait a few more days, you'll find it the gasoline you've been waiting for. It's the new 76 gasoline, now going on sale at your Union Oil Minuteman stations. For the second time tonight, a murderer's knife has struck. The prize suspect, the famous Frazee, has been killed. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector have just completed a search of the dead magician's hotel room.
Ransacked, turned upside down, pulled apart. I wonder what under the sun the killer was looking for.
Well, we haven't the foggiest idea what to look for or what's missing.
But at least this time we know the motive. Frazee was killed because he knew the identity of Estelle's murderer, huh?
You can't even say that, Phil.
Huh?
Don't forget Frazee's knife was found in Estelle's back. He may have committed the first murder tonight, then somebody else killed him.
Oh.
I want to take a really good look at that body. Still wearing his overcoat, so he had just come in.
Wound on the back of the head showed the murderer first tried to put him out quietly.
Hey, Inspector.
What?
His wristwatch, it's smashed.
Yeah, it stopped at, let's see, 8:57.
8:57? Inspector, when Beverly rushed in and told us about Frazee's phone call, remember I looked at my watch?
That's right. You said it was 10 minutes past 9.
Hey, then Frazee was already dead. He wasn't disguising his voice on that phone call. Somebody was trying to imitate Frazee.
And I'll bet you that somebody made the phone call from right inside the theater to get us out of the scene for a while.
Well, if you're right, Mike, it's a darn good thing I phoned the sergeant to bring these people here to the hotel.
Hey, kids.
What?
Angel?
You notice that Frazee's right hand is closed tight, in fact, awfully tight.
Yeah.
You suppose maybe he's got something in his fist?
Well, we shouldn't disturb the body till the coroner gets here.
Go ahead.
Perhaps if I just pried his fingers open.
You're right, honey.
Let's see it.
A photograph. A tiny round picture of a baby.
Yeah. And look at the back of the photo. Dried glue. This is the picture that was torn out of Estelle's locker.
Inspector, I've got everybody outside for you. Sweeney, March, Hunter, and Spryer.
Okay, Sergeant. We'll talk to them one at a time. Bring in Sweeney.
Yes, sir. Mr. Sweeney.
This thing gives me the creeps. When are you guys going to stop finding bodies?
Mr. Sweeney, you have one of Frazee's swords in your dressing room. Mind telling us what for?
Oh, that. Well, March and I borrowed a couple of them from Frazee. We were cooking up a burlesque on his magic act. We figured we could get some laughs.
I see. And now, will you look at this photograph here?
Sure.
Do you recognize this baby?
No.
That's all, sir. Okay, Sergeant, bring in March.
March.
Mr. March, would you explain why you had one of Frazee's swords in your dressing room tonight?
Sure, we've had him a couple of days. Sweeney and I were going to do a takeoff on Frazee's act.
Oh, that checks up. Do you recognize the baby in this photograph?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
All right.
Sergeant, Mr. Hunter.
Yes, gentlemen?
Oh, Mr. Hunter, we found that photograph which was missing from your partner's locket.
You have? Good.
Yes, here, this is it. A baby's picture, and as we recall, Mr. Hunter, you said that there was a man's picture inside.
Well, there was the last time I saw it. She must have changed photographs recently.
Do you know who this baby might be?
Not the slightest idea.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Will you send in Miss Pryor next?
Oh, yes, Inspector. Yes, I will.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes, Sergeant.
One of the boys just came from the telegraph office. Here are the copies of all the telegrams sent to the theater.
Swell. Then hold Miss Pryor outside till we've read them.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. The first wire is 4 days ago from Chicago. Regret to inform you your father passed away last night. Stop. Will you attend funeral? Signed Norman L. Tyre, gang, cop, and tire attorneys.
Oh, the second wire is a duplicate. 2 days later.
And the last is dated yesterday. No word from you, so funeral tomorrow. Stop. Have been named administrator of your father's estate. Stop. You are again beneficiary because of John Jr. Signed Norman L. Tyre.
John Jr. Again beneficiary because of John. Well, maybe I'm crazy, but I say the baby in this picture is John.
Wait a minute. Back at the theater, I asked everybody if Estelle acted in any way peculiar the past few days, if she'd been frightened or worried.
Yeah, and they all said that she was not upset.
Well, then that's our answer. Inspector.
Yeah, Mike?
Somebody had better go back to the theater and pick up Dad, the old doorman. Now, Dad, now I want you to be very careful. How many telegrams did you receive addressed to Estelle?
Why, 3 to Estelle and 1 to the team of Caro and Hunter.
Uh-huh. Now, you all remember that I asked whether or not Estelle had shown any signs of being worried or upset?
And you all said no.
Yeah, that's right.
3 of these telegrams told of her father's death.
Well, she certainly didn't say anything or show any signs of grief.
The answer to that is easy, Mr. Hunter. She never saw those telegrams. They were deliberately withheld from her.
But I delivered them. At least I gave them to Mr. Hunter.
You're right. I did withhold them. I didn't want Estelle to go to pieces and ruin our act.
How long did you and Estelle work in that act, Mr. Hunter?
Over 3 years.
And during that time, your impression was that the locket she wore as a good luck charm contained a photograph of a man?
Some fella she was or had been in love with, I think you said?
That's right.
You're lying, Mr. Hunter.
What do you mean?
Does this look like the photo of a man?
It's a baby. Estelle's baby.
I don't know. I told you.
You told us a lot that you didn't mean to, Mr. Hunter, but you didn't tell us that Estelle's baby was your baby, too. That you and Estelle were married, that you had to kill her.
I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did.
And you killed Frazee because he knew.
Frazee found the baby's photograph. How, I don't know, but that doesn't matter. Frazee put 2 and 2 together. You had to kill him. I can only guess at your original motive, but that's something I'm quite sure the inspector will wring from you when he gets you down to police headquarters. there it is, Angel.
I know, Mike, but I still don't see how Hunter could expect to get away with it. But didn't he know somebody would check up on those telegrams?
Well, certainly, honey, but he miscalculated on one thing.
Huh?
He didn't know a private detective was going to be backstage right after the killing. He didn't have time to plant the telegrams in Estelle's purse or dresser.
Well, I don't understand how that would help.
Why, sure it would. Then he would have played it differently. Hunter would have admitted the marriage. He would have told us Estelle and he were planning to leave the show because Estelle had come into her father's money. As I see it, the reason he had to kill her was because she was going to divorce him.
Oh, that would cut him off from Estelle's inheritance.
Yes.
Mike?
Yes?
Thought you'd like to know we just got a confession. Seems Estelle was planning to divorce Vic
just what I finished telling Phil, Inspector. Oh, but there's one thing. How did Hunter make that phone call imitating Frazee?
From the theater, Mike. He called Beverly to give himself an alibi. He wanted us to think Frazee was still alive while Hunter was in the theater.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the one question that worried me. Okay, Inspector. Thanks a lot.
Michael.
Yes?
There's one more question, and it worries me.
Hmm?
When you were down in New Orleans, just how friendly were you with Beverly?
Oh, why, Miss Knight.
Well?
I may have an eye for figures, but, Angel, you certainly haven't got a head for them. How old would you say Beverly is right now?
22, 23.
She's 22. I told you I knew her in New Orleans 10 years ago. Yes, ma'am, we were the scandal of her grammar school.
Mike Shayne, you deliberately led me on. You allowed me... Oh, come here, you big lug.
Oh, Bev.
What?
I mean, Angel.
Remember, friends, the new 76 gasoline will give you a driving performance that will make you think of jet propulsion. Watch for the signs to go up in your neighborhood announcing the first shipments at your Union Oil Minuteman stations. Then, for a real thrill, drive in for your first tankful of the powerful new 76 gasoline, freshly blended from the huge 100-octane refineries of Union Oil Company. Now going on sale at your Minuteman stations. Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. The characters of Sweeney and March were played by the comedy team of Sweeney and March. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make the new 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil. Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Donley Broadcasting System.
This is Mr. Moto, Mr. I.A. Moto.
NBC presents the world's greatest international secret agent, Mr. I.A. Moto, the popular Japanese character created by Pulitzer Prize winner John P. Marquand. With the straightforwardness of his American heritage and with the subtlety of his Oriental ancestors, Mr. Moto is fighting the war against communism ruthlessly and bravely. His only weapons are his brains, his courage, and his fabulous knowledge of the world from Nome to Cape Horn, from Cape Town to Murmansk. Tonight's story, The Smokescreen, starring Mr. Moto, Mr. I.A. Moto.
The boy, unbelievably young, writhed on the floor of my New York apartment. His legs convulsed in the rope which tied them together. His thin adolescent wrists strained hopelessly at the handcuffs. It is impossible not to feel sympathy for a human being possessed by such a devil. He had bitten his forefinger almost through. He screamed about a white crippled cat that clawed at him. There were hollows of anguish under his eyes. His skin glistened bloodlessly, and his throat stretched with suffering.
Mr. Moto, please, please.
Tell me the truth, Sash.
Melt me a cap and I will. Please, Mr. Moto, melt me some of God's medicine.
I can stand it much longer than you, Zash, and I have plenty of time.
I'm going crazy. Crazy!
Zash, there are 100 tons of opium somewhere on Manhattan Island. You know where. Now, tell me.
I can't. They'll kill me.
They won't.
They will. They're devils. Please, Mr. Moto. I'm an addict. I'm hooked. Give it to me.
You can break the habit, Sash. I'll help you. You can be strong again because you are young.
I can't kick it, I tell you. I'm hooked. And I'm not young. I'm old.
Assignment Smokescreen began in several cities of the world at once. And at first, I was the only one in America who knew of its beginnings. My information came through a friend from Tokyo, a Count Takahashi, a man of immense wealth who flew from Japan to New York to have 1 hour's conversation with me. Immediately after my talk, I called on Captain Beresford of the Narcotic Bureau in his New York office. Captain Beresford is a quiet, cultured man who seldom swears, seldom raises his voice. My story shocked him into a hard-faced, stunned silence.
Mr. Moto, I can't believe it.
I am afraid, Captain Beresford, that it is quite true.
Tell me about this Count whatever you said.
Count Takahashi, an old Japanese family. My house once served his house with honor and self-sacrifice. He feels he owes me a debt.
Do you mean to say he flew all the way from Japan just to talk to you for an hour?
He did. You see, he knows what opium has done to the Orient.
And you're sure his information is accurate?
As I am that the sun will rise in the morning. He is an ex-addict himself.
I see.
He knows how dangerous a weapon it can be. For 700 years, this drug has debilitated, weakened, ruined. While we may think it is impossible here, the fact remains that at one time in history, 25% of the population of the Orient either smoked opium or were addicted to its morphine derivatives.
Oh, but surely in the United States we're
I wonder if we are. We are an erratic, excitable people. Opium has an enchantment that is difficult to resist. That is why it is so terribly dangerous.
Yes, I know.
Count Takahashi has reason to believe that 4 months ago, a shipment of 50 tons of raw opium was dumped on the market in Hong Kong. From there, it went to Tokyo. In Tokyo, it disappeared.
How?
It vanished as completely as if it had been swept into the sea. 5 days ago, an additional 200 tons did the same thing. Vanished. Disappeared from sight as completely as a tea-bug in the heart of a poppy. 400 tons of opium, Captain Beresford, would supply the entire medical needs of the world for 2 years. The whole world for 2 years.
Well, frankly, I just can't believe that 400 tons of anything could get into this country without the Customs Department getting wind of it somewhere.
The drug was smuggled to America aboard a submarine owned by the Chinese Communist Navy. It was taken ashore at night on Stewart Island.
The San Juan Islands?
Yes, in the state of Washington. From there it came across the continent in Crux as a shipment of canned salmon.
And your friend believes it has international implications?
Count Takahashi assures me it is another tentacle of the communist octopus. Spread the dope habit. Devour the blood of America's young men and women. Lower the birth rate. You know, of course, that prolonged drug addiction frequently results in sterility.
Certainly I know.
Moto, we've got to work fast.
Exactly, Captain Beresford. I have asked that this be made my personal assignment. 2 weeks later, a resolution condemning the Chinese communists for permitting an international traffic in opium was adopted by the United Nations. The next month, the Kitfofa Committee was informed that large quantities of the drug would be routed through Japan to America. Captain Beresford was getting alarmed.
Moto, I'm getting stepped on from higher up.
In what way?
There were 26 rejections yesterday from one Army recruiting center. The draftees claimed exemption on the grounds of dope addiction. There's been 43 cases in the last week of teachers discovering addiction in children as young as 10.
10?
Isn't that sickening?
Man's inhumanity to his brother.
Yes, but a lot of people are getting excited. I've been given 2 weeks to break this case.
We've got to work through the children. I have exhausted every possible alternative. Yet for me, the children are difficult.
What do you mean?
For a Japanese bachelor to make friends with teenagers is more difficult than it sounds. Boys, as well as girls, are suspicious of older men who attempt casual conversation. Beresford.
What?
I've had an idea. Jeffrey Ellington.
Who's he?
I read in the paper yesterday that he had recently been appointed chairman of the Board of Trustees of Halsey College.
You know him?
I knew him casually in the Orient. We were never close friends, but I would have no hesitation in telephoning him.
What for?
He might invite me to the school to lecture on Japanese culture.
Well, it doesn't sound too hopeful, but we're at the end of our rope. What's he like?
I should say he is one of the most charming men I have ever met. He was born in the Orient. His father, an Englishman, left him phosphate holdings in the South Pacific, which he sold to the British government for something over £2 million sterling.
He lives in New York?
Yes, in a vast house on Fifth Avenue. He's middle-aged now, and he gives his time to philosophy and his money to charity. He injured his leg as a boy. He has difficulty walking, and as a result, he's intensely interested in young people and youth work. Wants to see them get every opportunity for self-development.
Well, with that attitude and £2 million, he might be very useful.
I shall telephone him immediately and invite myself to luncheon.
But, Moto, I don't quite understand why you're suddenly so interested in meeting young people.
Jeffrey, may I be very rude and not tell you?
Oh, your work. I see. Well, as a matter of fact, you've chosen a good time.
In what way?
Oh, do you mind if we have our liqueurs at the table instead of in the drawing room? My leg's acting up a bit today.
Not at all.
Did I mention I've just recently been elected chairman of the Board of Trustees for Halsey College?
Yes, I read about it.
I'm beginning to center my ambitions in the coming generation. I'd like them not to lose faith in their elders.
I would like them not to lose faith in themselves.
Well, then you may count on my complete cooperation. The reason I say you've chosen a good time is that tomorrow night I'm giving a sort of graduation party for Halsey students. Be about 200 of them. Would you like to come? You can meet every single one of them if you want to.
I should like that very much.
Fine. Buffet, supper, and dancing. Come any time you like after 9 o'clock.
The next night, the huge house blazed with light. 200 young people were dancing and drinking champagne. In a way, they were representative of the young of our country. Clean, decent, honest. Watching them whirl around the big ballroom, I felt proud, yet sadly nostalgic. These are troubled times for the young. They live in the threat of war. The draft hangs over their careers and their marriages. Tonight, there is a desperate quality to their merriment, as though they were snatching one last hour of dancing before settling their bill with the piper.
Well, Moto, enjoying yourself?
Are we not both at the age, Jeffrey, where enjoyment, to be really favored, should be taken in small doses?
Yes, I suppose we are. Personally, I wonder where they get the vitality.
That boy, there, is getting his from a source Other than the young lady's laughing eyes.
What boy?
The one dancing with the girl in the white taffeta. The big blonde boy. Have you noticed his eyes?
Oh, what do you mean?
The pinpoint brilliant pupils. I was introduced to him. When I shook hands with him, I was shocked.
Shocked? Why?
His skin temperature is at least 102.
See, Moto, what are you getting at?
I am suggesting that the young man is a morphine addict.
Moto?
Yes, a rather recent addiction.
Well, you're joking.
On the contrary, Jeffrey, I'm deadly serious. Dope addiction in adolescence is all I think about these days. I'm working on it constantly.
Would you care to tell me about it?
Certainly, if you are interested.
Come along up to my den. It's upstairs, away from the rest of the house, and the party will run quite smoothly without us.
Then, by all means, you lead the way.
Through that door. I had a small elevator installed from the garage to the 4th floor. After you.
Thanks.
Go ahead. The elevator's automatic.
Thank you. How wonderful to be able to afford private elevators.
My leg bothers me quite a bit. Stairs are difficult for me. Moto, are you sure about this dope business?
Quite sure.
This is my own private hideaway. In here I can be quite cut off from the rest of the house. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
Would you like a drink?
Yes, thanks.
Good, good. I have some very special rye whiskey. Hanfield Royal Ark. I believe it sells in a Chambord for $25 a pony.
Really? And you're wasting it on me?
Not at all. I only serve it to my very special friends. Here you are.
Thank you. What superb bouquet.
You'll forgive me if I don't join you. My doctor forbids it.
Certainly.
Now, tell me about this dreadful business. Oh, excuse me, won't you? This phone never rings unless it's something important. Hello? Oh, yes, Senator. I'm afraid I can't tell you yet, but I can let you know by tomorrow noon. Well, yes, of course. I'll call you tomorrow, then. Oh, not at all. Good night. Forgive the interruption. Now, you were saying?
I have been working without success for some time now on the problem of dope addiction among teenagers.
Yes.
I have reason to believe that... Jeffrey, has it suddenly gotten very warm in here?
Moto, what is it? Are you ill?
Help me up. Quickly.
Oh, what's the matter, Moto?
I don't know.
Don't you, Moto? I do. Treble, get over here quickly. I found the source of our interference. Use the garage entrance and the elevator, and hurry, will you? Oh, what a pity the Japanese haven't learned to mind their business. Well, it's about time.
I got here as soon as I could, Mr. Errington. Who's that?
His name is Moto, and don't underestimate him.
Tripping about?
Yes. Can you do it tonight?
Sure.
And get him out of here. Anybody see you come in?
I drove into the garage, took the elevator.
Pick him up and get him out of here.
What did you give him?
The usual. He'll be unconscious for at least 3 hours.
Good. Okay. He's small, isn't he?
So are rattlesnakes.
You coming?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, don't worry, Mr. Errington. Everything's okay.
Anything to report?
Yeah, Zosh is in the car.
I don't want peddlers who are addicts themselves. It's dangerous.
Zosh is okay.
Take him to the house on Long Island tomorrow. No withdrawal. He'll kick it cold turkey. Tell Dr. Holliston to cut him off cold. That's an order.
All right, Mr. Errington.
Anything else?
Yeah, Nick got 40 new peddlers in the last week.
Get young ones. Real young. 14, 13. The younger the better.
Okay. Will I put our friend in the back seat?
Yes, he'll be out for 3 hours. Hello, Zosh.
Hi. He's just hitched up the monkey. He's floating.
I mean it, Trepov. He kicks it tomorrow.
Okay, boss. Now, what about the chink? Oh, hey, listen, boss.
You know how I react to that kind of word. It's bigoted and disgusting. He is not Chinese. He's actually an American of Japanese descent.
Well, I didn't mean anything. What are you so touchy on that stuff?
Someday I'll tell you. All right, take Mr. Moto out on the boat, shoot him and dump him overboard. As far offshore as you can get and still be back by dawn. Then take Zosh out to the Long Island house and report back here to me.
All right, boss.
And, Trepov.
Yes, Mr. Rankin?
Tell the good Dr. Holliston that I'm quite aware of the process involved in developing morphine from opium. Tell him I expect him to do much better. I want 5,000 decks a day out of that lab.
Uh-huh. Can I go now?
Yes. And I'm sorry I struck you. Someday I'll explain why I feel so strongly about it. Well, good night, Trepov.
Big meathead, who's he think he's pushing around? All right, get over, Zosh, and stay awake.
Hi, boy. I tell you, the cat's swinging high tonight.
Don't wave at anybody. This is Fifth Avenue.
Gentlemen,
hey.
I am quite capable of shooting you both.
What?
And don't turn around, Mr. Trepov. Just drive. My apartment, if you please. Left on 72nd. And if you don't do as I tell you, I will blow your head off. Keep quite still, Trepov. I'm warning you. Come in, Captain.
I got here as soon as... Hey, what's this?
This is a man named Trepov. He was commissioned by Jeffrey Errington to kill me.
Errington?
Incredible, isn't it? Errington tried to drug me with chloral hydrate and whiskey. He made a slight error, which I will explain later. I was to have been taken out in a boat. I overheard enough information to send Errington and his gang to jail for 20 years. Take this man and book him for felonious assault, attempted murder, whatever you like.
All right. What's the matter with the boy?
Hiya, copper. Having fun?
That is Zosh. He's riding morphine 1,000,000 miles away.
Okay, now come on, you. You can't make it stick, copper, never.
Leave me your handcuffs, will you, Captain?
What are you going to do?
Perform an experiment.
Whatever you say.
Thank you. And come back here as soon as you can. And then began the heart-breaking vigil. The boy dozed on the floor alone in a world of drugged enchantment. I tied his feet together, restrained the thin wrists with Beresford's handcuffs. By the time the captain got back, Zosh was conscious, normally defiant and belligerent.
Think I'm going to spill anything? You guys are nuts.
We've got lots of time, Zosh.
By 5 in the morning, he was white-faced and pleading.
Listen, Moto. I've got 2 decks with me. The 3 of us can jump together. Come on, Captain. There's a needle in a box in my pocket. Please.
No, Zosh. No. By 7, he was crying. By 10, he was screaming. By noon, he was suffering unbelievably. The hacking addict's cough racked at his frail lungs. 1,000 devils tore at every whip-lashed, quivering nerve.
I'm dying, I tell you. I'm dying.
At 1 in the afternoon, he talked. Names, addresses, everything. Captain Beresford took it down. And then because we were afraid complete withdrawal might kill him, we called a doctor. The doctor gave him 2 grains in his right arm. As always, the results appalled me. As the morphine hit, his eyes became dewy bright. The glow of health returned to his cheeks. He went quite happily with the doctor to Bellevue.
I wish every kid in America could have seen that. If they knew what it could do, they'd... It's so rotten.
Yes. Well, take 20 men to the Long Island house. You will catch Dr. Holliston doing the converting. Send another detail to raid the warehouse in the Bronx.
Right. Oh, and what about Arrington?
Mr. Arrington I shall deal with personally.
In the Fifth Avenue house?
Yes. He really moves quite slowly. He injured his hip as a boy. I shall step out of the elevator with a gun in one hand and this in the other.
What is it, a knife?
In Japan, it is the national form of honorable suicide. Literally translated, it means belly cut. You know it better perhaps as harakiri.
Moto, I'm a cripple. I...
Sign it.
No. Now take that knife away from my eyelids.
Harrington, there is no time for discussion.
I have a right to a trial, a free democratic trial.
Harrington, you have no rights at all. This morning I watched a boy suffer agonies. But what is the use of telling you? You know. In 5 seconds I shall go to work with this knife. Believe me, you will not enjoy it.
Listen,
1, 2...
You're insane, Yoda.
3, 4...
All right. I will. For heaven's sake, take that knife away from my eyelids.
Find it. Thank you. And now, before I take you to Captain Beresford, one question. Why? What is behind this monstrous inhumanity?
You've no idea.
Short of pathological insanity, none.
I'm a Eurasian.
You're what?
Yes. I'm surprised you didn't guess. I really look very white, don't I? I'm gifted, educated. But I committed an unpardonable sin. My mother was a Singalese peasant.
I knew it. I knew there must be something.
White Asiatics forbid my cleaning toilets. They also forbid me to enter their clubs or their homes. I'm neither white nor yellow nor black. I'm not a European. I'm not an Asiatic. What am I? Tell me.
It is so useless to beat against...
Useless? It's hell. I'm nothing. A wandering, hopeless, marginal man. Outside of a barefoot, savage peasant girl, there isn't one woman in Asia who would marry me. If I marry a white woman here and take her to Singapore, what do I let her in for? Insults, heartbreak, misery. I want to live in the East. Singapore is the only civilized city in the world, but I can't. I can't join their stinking bourgeois club.
But Arrington, democracy...
Democracy! I spit at it! I hate it! I hate the world!
But don't you see it is this...
You know how I was crippled. A gang of Malays beat my hip to a pulp in a Singapore street fight. Hate. Moto, you don't know the meaning of the word. And every grain of morphine in the veins of an American boy means one less enemy for communism, and I don't care who the boy is.
You must care.
I don't, not even for Zosh.
Zosh?
Zosh is my son! Well, now you know. Now you can take me down to your police station and introduce me to justice. Do you know why she's pictured with a bandage over her eyes? Because if justice could see, she'd throw up.
Mr. Moto, we've done it. 26 indictments in charging conspiracy to import opium. We've got every single one of them.
And recovered the opium?
Over 500 tons of it.
Good. Then the smoke screen has lifted.
But I have one of my own.
But surely everything is quite clear.
That whiskey Arrington gave you the night of the party. Why didn't you drink it?
He had to be dramatic. He told me it was Hanfield Royal Ark Special Rye. It so happens it is distilled in England. During the war, the warehouse was bombed. All but 5 cases of Hanfield Royal Ark were destroyed. They never manufactured that particular blend again.
But Arrington is wealthy. Wasn't it possible?
No. Of the 5 remaining cases, Sir Graham Hanfield gave 3 to King Farouk of Egypt as a wedding gift on the occasion of his first marriage.
Don't tell me that the other 2 were...
Yes. In return for a trifling service some years ago, Sir Graham gave them to me.
Moto, you're incredible. Don't you ever make a mistake?
Sometimes I wince and lash out inside when people call me a dirty Jap. I was born in San Francisco. I am as American as you are.
No, but surely these people are, well, they're...
That is true. They are ignorant and narrow, and their number is decreasing.
Yes, I think we're growing up. Slowly, maybe, but growing.
I hope it is not too slowly. I hope we achieve maturity before it is too late. That is one way everybody can fight communism. Simply by growing up and out of prejudice. It is a battle in which every one of us can be a soldier.
You have just heard the world's greatest international secret agent, Mr. I.A. Moto, in Smokescreen. James Monk starred as Mr. Moto. The script was written and directed by Harry W. Junkin, produced by Carol Irwin. Others in the cast were Ross Martin, Bob Haig, Bernard Grant, and Edwin Bruce. The music was transcribed. This is Fred Collins speaking, and here with a preview of next week's story is Mr. I.A. Moto.
The poet Sain Chua has written, "A man who lives a falsehood must each day die a little." Next week, the story of Truth Twisted, a journey into horror made by a gracious woman and her desperate son, both caught in a sickening web of blackmail. And now may sleep fall upon your eyes as softly as poppy petals on a placid pool. May your soul be blessed with repose, your dreams with enchantment.
Too sure about that, Wentworth. What do you mean? Don't forget that skeleton there. He was once a man, too. Until he was trapped in here. Or murdered.
What of it?
Oh, nothing. Nothing except death.
Midnight. The witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest. And our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Line is Dead. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Faith Blau is The Line is Dead. The gash in the green lawn of Brookside Memorial Park awaits the body of Albert Lockridge, scientist and explorer. There are few who have followed him to his last resting place, for Albert Lockridge was not one who was prodigal with his affection. And so beside the yawning grave stands his wife, Lenore.
Albert.
Finishing the short service, the minister says,
And so, unto dust, you are now committed. You may lower the casket.
Strong hands grasp the straps attached to the coffin. The pulleys sing their discordant dirge, a strange melody heard over the soft weeping of Lenore Lockridge. Suddenly...
Listen, knocking in the coffin. Albert, we hear you. We know you're alive.
Raise the casket. Raise the casket. Yes, sir.
He is all right, isn't he, Dr. George?
He seems to be, but...
But what?
Well, you can't blame me if I'm a little hesitant in giving my opinion.
You mean you're not sure that he will?
Yes.
Oh.
After all, Mrs. Lockridge, my position is a little awkward. I signed the death certificate feeling certain that your husband was dead. And now I'm naturally reluctant to predict just what course his convalescence will take.
I think I understand. The only thing that really matters is that my husband's lying in his bed at home and not in the cold, black earth of Brookside. Isn't that true?
Well, you're a very sensible woman.
Albert will get better.
Probably. But we'll have to watch his heart.
His heart?
These strange spells when his heart seems to stop, when I thought it had stopped. Each attack is an added strain.
But the strain of regaining consciousness in the coffin, he withstood that when even a healthy person might not have.
Well, he's a hard person to kill.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Well, this time it was a pretty close call. If he'd come to even 10 minutes later, Mrs. Lockridge, no one would have ever known.
Albert.
Lenore? Lenore? Is that you?
Albert, the doctor says you'll be fine if you'll only rest.
I can't rest. I've got to ask you a question.
Dear, you've been through so much, too much for any one person, so save any questions you may.
No, this question can't wait. That sealed envelope, Lenore. The one on my desk.
The one I'm supposed to read after you're...
Yes, after I'm dead. Lenore, you haven't read it, have you?
No, Albert. I plan to read it after the funeral, just as you told me to.
Sure? You haven't read it?
Of course.
Get it for me. I want to see for myself.
Albert, no, you've so little strength.
But I must know.
You will?
I must know now. Because if you read it, I'd want to live.
Albert, I swear I haven't. Please believe me.
You saw it?
No. Look at me. You can see I'm telling the truth. Look at me.
Yes, I think you are telling the truth. Well, Mr. Lockridge, another few days and we'll have you out of that wheelchair.
Sometimes I wonder why you go to all this trouble with me, Doctor.
It's my job.
Yes, but there's so many people who really enjoy life and yet die. Twice now I've been pronounced dead, only to return to life, almost reluctantly.
Reluctantly?
Yes.
You tried awfully hard to get out of the coffin.
The sheer horror of being buried alive. I've always been terrified of it.
Since childhood?
Yes. My nurse locked me in a closet whenever I misbehaved.
I always thought I'd be left to die there. Oh, it's not the fact of being dead that bothers me. It's the fear of being buried alive. It's the choking, the futility of crying out.
Yes, it would be a horrible way to die, but...
Excuse me, Doctor. There's a Mr. Burton here to see you, Mr. Lockridge.
Good. Show him in, nurse.
Nurse, take our patient out on the sun porch. I'll send his visitor there.
Mr. Lockridge?
Sit down, Mr. Burton.
Thank you.
Nurse, if you don't mind.
Not at all. If you need me, just call.
Now, Mr. Burton, as I understand your business...
I'm a telephone engineer, specializing in special types of telephone systems.
Yes. But perhaps you've read about me in the paper.
Yeah, sure I have. You're the guy who came back from the grave.
Yes, I'm the guy who came back from the grave. And it strikes me, Mr. Burton, that an occasion might again arise when I might want to do the same thing. That's why I called you.
Come again?
Sometime a doctor again may pronounce me dead. Perhaps I will be, perhaps I won't. And if I'm not, I'd like to feel that I could call for help.
I don't get it.
Mr. Burton, in case it should happen again, I'd like you to install a private telephone from this house to my grave. And Lenore, you must promise to keep the phone installed and in working condition for a year after I'm buried.
A year? Darling, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, this stop-and-go heart of mine doesn't make any sense either.
But, Albert, a year?
The first time my heart stopped for 6 hours. The next time, nearly 2 days. Who can tell?
Well, a week, a month, perhaps.
I think I'm asking very little.
Well, then think of me, darling. Think of waiting day in and day out for the ring of that telephone. Think of the jumping at every stray bell, at every noise. Darling, you're condemning me to a slow death, like being in a grave above ground.
I still think my request is a modest one. And the least that a wife who loved her husband would do for him.
Albert, don't start that again.
After all, I shall be in my grave. Perhaps I shall be waiting, too, waiting for help that will never come.
Will you please stop this morbid talk? Nothing else seems to be on your mind lately. Besides, it's terribly late, almost midnight.
When death comes to a man slowly, he gets time to think about it. Too much time.
Stop it, please.
It seems to me that you are only too anxious to get rid of me.
Albert, how can you even think such a thing after... I've been a good wife, haven't I?
Yes, but you might have made Oliver Wentworth an even better one.
Albert, please don't bring that up again.
What would have happened if Oliver had come back from that expedition with me?
I don't know.
You would have married him, wouldn't you?
Perhaps, I don't know. No.
How can you say that? You were engaged to him, weren't you?
An engagement doesn't always mean marriage.
You did intend to marry him, didn't you?
Of course I did. What of it? You know I intended to.
And you only changed your mind because he was killed. That's why you turned towards me.
Well...
I was nothing in your life.
You were very sweet to me, Albert, then. I could see that you loved me in your peculiar way. I appreciated everything you did for me.
Appreciate?
Oh, Albert, why dig looking for a sore spot? It's not fair to me or to you.
I was nothing in your life, was I? As long as Oliver was alive.
What are you trying to prove?
All the time we've spent together, I've played second fiddle to Oliver Wentworth.
Look, Albert Lockridge, when we married, I said I'd put all thoughts of Oliver out of my mind. Well, I've done it. At least...
At least? At least what? You mean you've tried, but you couldn't. Oh. I knew it. You've never loved me. He's always been in your heart.
What are you talking about?
You just said it. If I had died, you would never have given me another thought. But all the time, here, in my own house, he's been living his own memory, haunting you, haunting us. I can't go on like this. This just can't go on. I've struggled with him long enough. He's got to go. No matter what I have to do to crush his memory, I've got to kill it.
Albert.
Lenore?
What is it?
Lenore, help me. There's a chair in my heart.
I've got you. Now, slowly. Slowly?
I don't think I can make it.
Of course you can. Of course you can. You've got to.
But I can't.
Doctor, are you sure?
Absolutely, Mrs. Lockridge. And this time the two heart specialists agree with me.
But, Doctor, in view of what happened before...
We tried to take that into consideration. But even so...
Well, can't you postpone signing the certificate?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Lockridge. My colleagues and I all agree that your husband is dead. There can be no delay.
Very well, Doctor. Thank you for everything.
Goodbye, Mrs. Lockridge.
Goodbye, Doctor. Hello? Mr. Burton? This is Mrs. Lockridge speaking. My husband died yesterday. He's to be buried tomorrow at Brookside. Will you please be there as he desired to install a telephone in his grave?
A man who was afraid, not of death, but of being buried alive. A telephone to a sealed grave and the great beyond. Will we hear from Albert Lockridge again before the clock strikes 12 for Murder at Midnight? And now, back to Murder at Midnight and The Line is Dead.
One minute. Oh, Dr. George.
Good evening, Mrs. Lockridge.
Awfully nice of you to call.
I was worried about you.
Oh, I'm all right. I'm fine.
I couldn't come to the funeral. I tried to phone you, but...
The phone's disconnected.
So they said. And so I came over. I rang the bell several times. No answer either. Finally, I knocked.
I've had the doorbell disconnected, too.
You mustn't cut yourself off from the world like this, Mrs. Lockridge.
Believe me, Doctor, that's not my intention. As long as I stand guard at this telephone, I want to be sure that the only bell that ever rings in this house is the one that tells me that Albert's not dead, that he's still alive there in his coffin, that he needs help.
You're really going through with this?
He asked me to. It doesn't seem too much.
Oh, you're only deluding yourself, Mrs. Lockridge, believe me. Waiting this way is only a perverse and completely futile sort of mourning.
I know you can't understand.
I can't. But I do know that this morbid watch will only deepen your grief. Prevent you from making any kind of adjustment to his death.
What difference does it make?
You're a young woman, Mrs. Lockridge. You have a whole life ahead of you.
All the more reason for spending some of it as he wanted me to. Doctor, my husband was not the sort of person who inspired affection.
I know.
But in his odd, sometimes unaccountable way, he did love me. Now that he's gone, no one on earth holds any fond memories of him but me.
A heavy responsibility, Mrs. Lockridge. Still, you must take care of yourself.
I will, Doctor.
Assume that he is dead. Mourn him as you will, but don't live in a state of suspended animation. For instance, if he's left a will, don't put off reading it.
There are some papers which I was supposed to read after his death. They're in a sealed envelope in his desk.
Read them. Read them immediately.
No, not yet.
You should. Perhaps they'll contain some message of comfort. Get the envelope now.
Not now, Dr. George, but very soon. Just a moment. Yes? Oh.
Lenore.
Oh, no. No, I can't.
It is. I know I shouldn't have come just like this without warning.
But I've always thought...
That I was dead? Yes, I know.
That's what Albert told me, and you never came back.
No.
Why?
It's a long story, Lenore. A story you ought to hear.
You know that Albert died yesterday?
I know. That's why I came.
Why didn't you come sooner when he was alive? Were you afraid to meet him?
I was afraid to meet you.
Me? Why, Albert?
By the time I returned, you and Albert were already married.
But even so, we both would have welcomed...
I wonder. You see, I knew you thought I was dead. No good would have come of such a meeting. But now everything is different.
Different?
Yes, of course. I loved you then. I love you now.
Oliver.
I've come back for you.
Oliver, you don't understand. How can I even think of such things today?
Lenore, I had to come. I've waited so long. I couldn't wait a day longer.
Can't you see? It's useless even to think about that now. He may still be alive.
I know.
No, it's not right to speak as you do, not today.
I was afraid you'd think so. Lenore, I wanted to avoid this, but now I see I must tell you. Lenore, neither of us knew Albert Lockridge.
After all, Oliver, I've lived with
I
him.
still don't think you ever really knew him. I never did, even though I worked with him for many years. That is, until the day we stood in the great hall of the old Aztec temple. The temple we found on that last expedition. The one from which I was not supposed to come back from. We were trying to find a door to an inner chamber.
There must be an opening here somewhere, Wentworth. In every Aztec temple ever found, there was always a room near the altar used to keep ceremonial objects.
I know. Now, wait a minute. Sounds like a little hollow here. Now, what about that slab on the floor?
What about it?
I think that it might... Certainly sounds different. If I were an Aztec priest and I stepped on it like this...
What? Wentworth, the door. We found the door.
Solid stone. And still working after all these centuries. Let's take a look inside.
You got the flashlight?
Yes, take the hammer.
Right.
Uh-oh. It's not very pretty. It is a human skeleton, isn't it?
Yeah.
Probably trapped in here and left to die.
Ugly death.
Look, Lockridge. Those dishes.
Swing the flashlight over. Gold. Solid gold.
There are more over here. Look, stacks of them.
Watson. We found the treasure.
Now, wait a minute, Lockridge. Let's get this straight. In the first place, I don't think we'd be let out of the country with these gold plates.
Oh, but we can melt them down and smuggle them out.
Melt them down? Now, these things are priceless. Besides, the university sent us here. If the gold belongs to anyone, it's theirs.
No one ever has to know.
Oh, yes, they do, because I'll tell them.
Huh? It's all very well for you to play the heroic fool. You've everything you want.
What the devil do you mean?
You know perfectly well. You got all the money you need. Besides, you have Lenore.
What's she got to do with it?
You do have Lenore, haven't you?
You act as if I took her from you.
You were afraid of me.
Oh, Lockridge, don't be an idiot. Lenore would no more look at you than...
Oh, wouldn't she? She'd marry me if you weren't in the way, I know it.
Are you fool? She's just being friendly to you because I asked her.
We'll see. If you weren't around...
But I am around. And as far as the gold plates are concerned...
I said we'll see. After all, that skeleton there, he was once a man, too. Until he was trapped in here.
What of it?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. Nothing except...
When I came to, I was there in the dark. Flashlight, the gold plates gone. Left there to die. Trapped behind a stone door.
Oh, no, Oliver, no.
When Albert Lockridge closed that door, in his heart, in his twisted brain, there was only one intention. Murder.
How did you get out?
By luck more than anything else. I had the hammer and I knew where the stone latch was. I started chipping away at it. To this day, I don't know how long it took me, but when I finally got out, I was a sick man. Exhausted. And by the time I was well enough to travel, come home here, you were already married.
And he told me that you'd been killed by natives. Of course, that was a lie, but... Oliver, I still can't believe that your story is completely true either.
But why?
A man who's been the victim of an attempted murder would see that the murderer was punished. You didn't even try to.
Well, Lenore, how could I? He was your husband.
Well, why should that?
Could I brand you as the wife of a murderer? Loving you as I did, as I do? I had to wait. But now let's forget this horrible past.
I can't, no matter how I feel I can't. After all, there's no proof.
Lenore, don't you believe
me?
It's
not just that. Don't you see? At any moment, the telephone may ring telling me that he's alive. If I knew your story were true, perhaps I'd feel differently, but No, my place is here. I must stay here.
Lenore, please. If you feel any love for me at all...
Will you go, Oliver? Please.
If that's what you wish. Yes, Lenore. I'll go. But remember, I love
you. I don't know why it should matter now, but I still hope you told the truth, Oliver, for then. The papers in the sealed envelope. I promised Dr. George I'd read them. Lenore, there are many things on my mind as I sit writing this last word to you. Many things which no human mind should have to bear without telling another. As I look over my life, I know now it has been an empty mountain.
I've never had a straightforward human emotion and acted on it. My work has been a sort of shadow play which gave my hollow existence an outward tinge of reality. No friend has really touched me, for I cannot be reached. I married you more out of perverse vanity than love. And yet, perhaps because of your loyalty, some spark of love has been kindled in me. Bear this in mind when you go out to the garden. For there, underneath the sundial, you will find a treasure of gold, which should take care of you when I cannot. I had intended to use this gold myself, but I could not because it might incriminate me in the murder of Oliver Wentworth.
People might ask questions, but you... The murder of Oliver Wentworth. Then his story was true. Oliver! Oh, Oliver! Oliver! Gone. Well, he can't have gone far, and if I hurry... Oliver! Oliver! Oliver, I'm coming! I'm coming! Oliver! I'm coming, Oliver!
Telephone ringing in an empty house. A man who is not dead, lying in his coffin, fighting for breath and waiting for an answer that will not come. A fitting payment for murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when death stands waiting at a newly dug grave, when the clocks strike 12 for murder at midnight.
The parts of Mr. and Mrs. Albert Lockridge were played by Mr. and Mrs. Raymond Edward Johnson, with music by Charles Paul. Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Broderick Crawford in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents the story of a man whose welcome home party promised little gaiety and many tears, and surely his death. It's called Parole to Panic. Our star, Mr. Broderick Crawford.
This is Harlow Wilcox reminding you that there's no time like right now to enter the giant Autolite family charity drawing. $100,000 in cash is waiting to be distributed to the recognized local or national charities chosen by the 25 persons selected in this great event. You may be one of those persons. To enter is as simple as printing your name and address. Listen to this on-the-spot interview with a woman in Connecticut.
Hello, I'm Bob Emmerich. What's your name?
Mrs. Allen Gulliver.
I understand that you signed up for this drawing here at this Autolite family car dealer, Salvatore Brothers. Is that right?
That's right.
Did you find it difficult?
Absolutely not. I signed my name and address on a registration form, and that was it.
Was there any obligation of any sort?
None whatsoever.
I see. Well, thank you very, very much, Miss Gulliver.
Thank you.
So, friends, visit any or all of these Autolite family car showrooms. DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Sign up tomorrow.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed Mr. Broderick Crawford in Parole to Panic, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
Well, Paul, there it is. The outside.
Yeah.
Pretty good, huh?
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Enjoy it. What I mean is, don't come back here. It's a pretty good life out there.
I won't be back. 2 years is enough for me.
Taking the train to town?
No, I don't think so. My wife's supposed to pick me up if she can borrow a car.
Well, good luck. It's not going to be easy for you.
Yeah, I know.
If there's anything I can do, if you need someone to talk to, advice, you know.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Warden. Thanks for seeing me to the door.
I like you, Paul. Don't let me down.
I won't.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. Jenny!
Oh, Paul.
Oh, darling.
Oh, did I keep you waiting long?
No. Only a couple of seconds.
I was so afraid to drive fast. This is our car, you know.
Our car?
I bought it yesterday. It's for you.
Oh, sort of a coming out present, huh?
Don't joke, Paul. Don't ever joke about being in prison.
Oh, what do you want me to do, cry?
No, because that's what I know you're doing when you joke about it.
Come on, let's sit in the car. I still feel kind of funny about all this space to move around in.
All right. Slide in on this side. You drive.
Okay. Where'd you get the money to buy a car?
I only had to make the down payment on it. We'll manage the rest.
I'll manage the rest.
What?
Oh, I don't know if this is the time to talk about it, but I'm going to have to find a job. Can't have you taking care of me, you know.
Oh, that's all taken care of.
It is?
Yes. I told my boss what you knew about fixing radios and what you'd done while you were in the Army, and he arranged a job for you at the plant.
Did you tell him where I'd been for the past 2 years?
Yes, Paul.
Oh. I don't know how I ever got mixed up with that gang, Jenny.
Let's not talk about it.
Too bad the district attorney didn't get them all while he was at it.
It's over, dear. Let's forget it. There are other things to think about now.
Jenny.
Yes?
I love you, Jenny. I love you very much.
I'm so glad, dear.
Shall we go home now?
Yes. Let's. You tired?
No, I feel great.
Do you realize you've driven all the way from... from that place in only 2 hours?
Oh, it's not me, Jenny. It's the equipment. You got a real good deal here.
Mr. Miller found it for me.
Does he still have the same store?
Yes, why?
Well, I've got to see him right now.
After you report to the parole officer.
No. He said I had to report to him before I went home, but he didn't say anything about seeing Mr. Miller.
But, Paul...
Oh, now, don't worry. It'll only take a minute or two.
Well, all right, but only a minute or two. Promise?
Yeah, I promise.
Yes, Mrs. Gordon. I'll have the boy pick it up this afternoon. Yes, he'll deliver you a fresh dozen eggs. Good. Yes. Good. Yes. Goodbye, Mrs. Gordon. And, what can I... Paul! Jenny!
How are you, Mr. Miller?
Well, Paul, it's good to see you. Well, you look fine.
I feel fine, too. I just dropped by to thank you for taking care of Jenny while I was gone. You know, the groceries and...
Not another word, Paul. You and Jenny are like my own. Besides, as soon as Jenny got a job, she paid me back.
Well, anyway, thanks.
Now, let me look at you. You're a good boy, Paul. Everything will be happy again.
Yeah, sure it will. Tell Roger I was here, and I'll see him later, will you?
Tell him yourself.
What?
He's here, in the back room. Roger.
Never mind. I'll go back there.
All right.
I won't be long, darling.
Good.
Hi, Roger.
Oh. Paul, come on in. Well, it's good to see you, Paul.
Yeah, to be here, too.
When'd you get back?
I just drove into town.
I'm sorry I couldn't do better for you at the trial.
Oh, you did fine. I don't know what would have happened to me if you hadn't defended me. Look, as soon as I get some money and a job, I'll pay you.
Oh, relax. No hurry. Paul?
Yeah?
You talked to anyone since you got back? I mean, outside of Pa and me.
No, I just told you. I just drove into town. Why?
Well, you know the DA didn't get the whole gang when they lowered the boom.
Yeah, sure. I know that.
Well, there's a rumor going around that they're waiting for you when you get out.
Why? What have I done?
They say you turned state's evidence.
But I didn't. I only told them the truth about what I knew.
I know that, but they don't.
All right, then I'll tell them.
You're not going to have a chance to do it.
Why not?
Understand, this is only what I've heard through the grapevine. But I hear they're going to shoot first and then ask questions.
Well, then what am I going to do?
I don't know.
Maybe I can get somebody to take a message for me.
Paul.
What?
Paul, they won't believe anything you say.
Why not?
Because they don't want to believe you. They're looking for a pigeon.
Oh, and I'm it, huh?
You're it?
You think I ought to leave town?
Why don't you go to the police? They put you under protective custody.
What am I going to tell them?
Just what I told you that I heard.
No, Roger. If the police followed every crackpot rumor they heard, they'd run themselves ragged.
But this isn't a crackpot rumor.
They don't know that.
No, but we know.
I'm going to get out of town. Jenny's got enough money to keep us going for a while.
Well, keep in touch. If you need anything, just let me know.
Yeah, sure, I will. Thanks.
Sorry, I can't help more.
Well, there's nothing more you can do, Roger. So long.
Bye.
Where are we going?
Home, to pack.
Well, what for?
We're leaving town.
Why? Why are we leaving town?
They're after me.
Why, who's after you?
The rest of the gang.
Well, what did you do?
I told the truth in court. They call it ratting, singing, squealing. Just take your choice.
Oh, who told you all this?
Roger Miller.
But what about your job?
I can't keep it if I'm dead.
Oh, there must be something we can do.
Yeah, there is, and we're doing it. We're getting out.
Look, Paula, are you sure about all this?
I'm not going to wait for a bullet to make me certain.
Well, all right. If you think it's best.
I can't take the chance that I could be wrong. This happened so quickly that I got to get out of town, even if it's just so I can think clearly.
Do they know you're back in town?
No, I don't think so. That's why we better hurry.
Well, where out of town are we going?
I don't know. All I know is I'd better get out if I want to stay alive. I've got to get the overnight bank filled here. Let me see. This is it, I guess. What else do you need?
Well, I'm all set here. How about your clothes?
Oh, I don't know if they still fit, but I packed what suits look to be in shape. You ready?
Yes. Oh, are you sure, Paul? Are you sure Roger was right? He could be wrong.
Yeah,
you
sure
know?
he could be, but... Hello?
Hello, Paul.
Who is this?
You're gonna die today, Paul.
Who was it?
They know, Jenny. They know I'm back in town. I'll be right back. Mr. Miller.
Oh, well, what is it? You look so...
Where's Roger?
He went to court. He has the keys today. Why?
Doesn't make any difference. Look, Mr. Miller, do you have a gun?
A gun? Yes, I have a gun, but I...
All right,
don't...
give it to me.
What?
I need a gun, Mr. Miller. Please let me have it.
You don't know what you're doing, Paul. A gun? I'm sorry, but I
Mr.
can't...
Miller, please, it's my life. I gotta have a gun.
But why?
I haven't got time to explain now. Ask Roger when he gets back. He'll tell you all about it.
I have a permit. He'll want to know where you...
It'll be all right. Just give me the gun, please. I gotta hurry.
You say Roger will tell me?
Yeah, he'll tell you. Please, Mr. Miller, hurry.
Yeah. All right. Here, Paul. I'm doing a wrong thing, but if Roger says it... Be careful, Paul.
Yeah, I will.
Why did you have to stop there?
I had to get something.
What?
A gun.
Oh, Paul, you're on parole. If they catch you with a gun...
They won't catch me. As soon as we're out of town, I'm going to ditch it.
Oh, Paul, isn't there a chance Roger might have been wrong? Maybe they've forgotten about you.
No. Not with that telephone call I got just before. Jenny.
Yes, Paul?
We're being followed.
Well, how do you know?
I know. Watch when we go around the corner. Watch that blue sedan about a half a block and back. See him?
No, oh, there they are.
All right, now watch the next corner. Well, Jenny?
Yes. They're following us, Paul.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Broderick Crawford with Paula Winslow in Parole to Panic, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Now, we'd like you to hear a recording of another on-the-spot interview in connection with the Autolite family charity drawing. This time with a policeman in Bronxville, New York.
And what is your name, officer?
Patrolman James Morris of the Bronxville Police Department.
I understand that you signed up for the Autolite family charity drawing. Is
That's
that right?
right.
Uh-huh. And should your name be selected, how would you care to designate the money?
I would split it 3 ways: Cancer Fund, Heart Fund, and Bronxville PBA.
Very fine, and may I wish you good luck.
Thank you very much.
Why don't you help your favorite local or national charity, too? It won't cost you a cent, and you have an opportunity to be among the 25 persons selected. Remember, there's nothing to try or buy, nothing to write or solve. All you do is visit any Autolite family car dealer showroom and fill out a registration form. So why not visit any one or all of these car dealers? DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. There's not much time left, so sign up tomorrow.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Broderick Crawford with Paula Winslow in Elliot Lewis's presentation of Parole to Panic, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Oh, Jenny?
They're still following us.
What are they doing? Torturing me? Follow us this closely, they can catch us anytime they want to.
Oh, go to the police, Paul. Don't be afraid.
I'm not afraid of the police. It's what's in back of us that I'm afraid of.
Well, then let the police take care of them.
Don't you see? If I go to the station and stop the car, they'll blast me before I get to the front door. That's why they're following us so closely.
But they have to be crazy.
Yeah, they are crazy. But if I stop, I'll be dead and they'll still be crazy. No, we gotta lose them. Then we'll figure out something. You see him?
No.
Good. I think we lost him this time.
What do we do now?
Well, we're almost out of gas. We better stop.
Well, all right. But
what?
Oh, call the police. Tell them what's happened.
I intend to, Jenny. This is pretty open country. I guess we better stop at the first station we see. I'll telephone while they're filling the tank.
Well, I'm starting to feel a little better.
Yeah, so am I.
Oh, Paul, there's the station.
Yeah, I see it.
What'll it be?
Fill her up, will you?
Right, sir.
Say, you got change for a quarter?
Yeah, I think so. Here. Help yourself.
Okay. 10, 20, 25. Here's your quarter.
Just drop it.
Right. Say, where's the phone?
Back to the station.
Thanks a lot. Operator, I want the police. Yes, my name is...
Oh, they just drove past. I think they saw the car.
What?
They're stopping down the road.
Come on.
14 already, mister. I don't think she'll take much more.
Hey, Jenny, they're turning around.
Hey, mister, you didn't wait the... Hey, what are you trying to pull? Hey!
How'd they find us? How?
I don't know.
Oh, Jenny, listen to me.
What is it?
This car isn't fast enough to stay away from them.
Well, then what'll we do?
I'm going to turn in the first side road we come to, and then you're getting out.
No, I won't do it.
You got to. I can't.
I'm not getting out of the car.
Jenny, they'll kill you, too.
I don't care. I've been away from you long enough.
All right, then we'll keep going.
Do you know where we are?
Yeah, there's no way we can get back to town from here.
Well, it'll be dark soon.
I know that.
Maybe we can get away then.
Catch up to us before dark. They can catch us anytime they want to.
Paul, do you know where we are?
I told you before.
No. I mean, you remember the cabin where we spent a weekend the first winter we were married?
Yeah, why?
Well, it was on a road that turned off the...
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure. We got that cabin from one of the boys, do you remember?
Yes, but it's better than sitting in the car and waiting for them.
Okay, let's go. You remember where the side road was?
Well, it's pretty soon now. Just past the bridge, I think.
Oh, Jenny, I hope you're right.
Oh, I do too, Paul. I do too.
It's locked.
I don't have a key.
Oh, I'll kick it in.
Hurry, Paul. I hear them.
Yeah, so do I. Step back, Jenny. All right, stay away from the windows. There's enough light yet for him to shoot. Let's push this table against the door. Come on.
Okay.
Here they are. Okay, Jenny. You stand over there. As soon as they come up the steps, I'm going to start shooting.
Maybe they're afraid.
No, they couldn't be. Because they know I am.
What are they waiting for?
I don't know. They haven't even gotten out of the car yet.
Do they know you have a gun?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. I wish they'd do something.
Paul?
What? Wait a minute. They're on their way.
There's a telephone in the cabin.
Where?
I think it's in that cabinet on your left.
Okay. Yeah, here it is. Hello? Hello? Hello, operator. It's disconnected.
Did you say it was disconnected?
Either that or they just cut the wire. Yeah, that's what happened. One of them just cut the wires.
Where are they going?
I don't know.
Maybe they changed their minds, huh?
No, I doubt it.
Well, then why would they drive away?
Well, they didn't go far.
But why did they go at all?
They're not sure whether I got a gun or not. If I have one, they know they're asking for it if they rush the cabin.
How long can we stay here?
Jenny, we're leaving now.
But you said they're just down the road.
We'll leave on foot.
What?
Tell me. Can you walk much in those shoes you got on?
But yes, the heels are pretty low. Why?
All right. We'll head into the woods. Go east as far as we can. We'll sleep out in the open tonight. And we'll head for the first house we see when daylight hits.
All right, Paul.
I'm going to go out first. You follow me in a couple of seconds.
Yes.
Help me with this table in front of the door. I don't want to slide it.
All right.
It looks clear. A few seconds, Jenny. Remember that. Then follow me.
I will.
They suckered me, Jenny. They had a guy planted out there.
Oh, you're bleeding, Paul.
Yeah, I'm hurt. I'm hurt bad.
We gotta try to stop the bleeding.
Try all you want to. I don't think you can do it.
We've got to try.
Yeah. They're back to pick up the body. They're sure going to be disappointed, aren't they?
Oh, Paul, I'm frightened. I don't know what to do, and I don't know how to help you.
Just stay close to me, Jenny. Stay close. I'll think of something.
Paul?
Yeah, Jenny.
Are you...
Yeah, I'm still bleeding.
Oh, let me talk to them. They'll listen to me. I'm a woman. You've got to get a doctor.
No, Jenny. That's what they want, don't you understand? They want me to die, and I'm going to.
Don't say that, Paul. Don't say that.
It's true, Jenny. It's true, but... Well, I'm not going to die alone.
What are you going to do?
They haven't gotten out of the car since they came back. That means they're all together. Well, I still got 4 slugs left in the gun. I'm going to use them. Get back, Jenny. I got to break this window. You out there. Why don't you come in and get me? All right. All right, I'll come out and get you.
Easy, Paul. Take it easy. You're going to be fine.
Who are you?
Police.
Jenny. Where's Jenny?
Here I am, darling.
When did they get here?
Just after you came out shooting.
How did you find me?
Roger Miller called us after you got the gun from his father.
But how did you know where to look?
You left the receiver off the hook in the service station. From there, we checked all the side roads looking for a big gasoline stain where you might have turned off the main road.
Gasoline?
The attendant was still pumping gas into your car when you drove away. You never got the chance to replace the cap on your tank.
Oh. We'll pick it up some other time. Won't we, Jenny?
Yes, Paul. We'll pick it up some other time.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Broderick Crawford.
This is Harlow Wilcox again. Whatever your favorite charity, local or national, you may help it collect thousands of dollars by just printing your name and address. That's all you do to enter the Autolite family charity drawing. And if you are one of 25 chosen, you'll name any recognized charity you wish for a share of $100,000. Your friends and neighbors are signing up enthusiastically. Listen to this typical comment by an Elizabeth, New Jersey woman.
This is Mrs. Morris Cohen, who just signed up for this drawing. Now, Mrs. Cohen, when you signed, did you have any difficulties whatsoever?
Not at all. Just sign my name and address.
I see. Should your name be selected, how would you care to designate the money?
3 chapters in Elizabeth. The cerebral palsy, the heart fund, the cancer.
I think that's wonderful, and may I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
So give your favorite recognized charity the opportunity of a lifetime. Sign up at any or all of these Autolite family car showrooms. DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Do it tomorrow, sure. And now, Betty Goody of Radio TV Mirror magazine and the producer of Suspense, Elliot Lewis.
It is my pleasure, Elliot, to inform you that the readers of Radio TV Mirror again have selected Suspense as their favorite radio mystery program. Here's your award, a gold medal and a scroll, and congratulations to you and Autolite.
Thank you very much, Betty, and thanks also to all you Suspense listeners who voted for us.
You'll find an interesting story and pictures on the annual awards in the current issue of Radio TV Mirror magazine.
Next week, the story of a man who tried to learn a lesson the hard way. He bet his life on the turn of a card. It's called The Card Game. Our star, Mr. Richard Widmark. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Parole to Panic was written for Suspense by Ross Murray. In tonight's story, Paula Winslow was heard as Jenny. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Junius Matthews, Hy Averback, and Barney Phillips.
Broderick Crawford may soon be seen co-starring with Gregory Peck in the 20th Century Fox picture Night People.
And remember, next week, Mr. Richard Widmark in The Card Game.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Slate, you should have been with us. Laid up for repairs on a jewel of an island and the girls with the wild orchids. Oh.
Well, be gentle with me, Joe. I'm a man of responsibilities now. I've got a boat and a hotel.
And me.
And her.
Every sea orphan to his own paradise. You found yours.
And he'd better not stray from it, or I'll beat him over the head with a wild kumquat.
You got yourself a tigress this time, huh, Slate?
Ah, a kitten.
You heard what the man said. A tigress.
Uh-huh. You signing on with the Tampa Victory again, Joe?
First mate on that stinking oil bucket? Oh, no. I don't need her anymore. We're done with each other. I just come off her for the last time.
Oh?
All I need is right here in this little package wrapped in Shanghai silk. I give it to you.
Why, thanks. We didn't expect it, did we, Slade?
Don't let the tears well up in gratitude, Miss Duval. You're only to keep it for me till I come back for it. Will you do that for an old seamate?
Sure.
In a good place where no one can touch a greedy finger to it, eh?
Let's see. We got a safe. Will that do?
Slade keeps all his valuables in it. His necktie, his, well, that does it. His necktie.
It's the best place we've got, Joe. How about it?
Just remember that in this bit of silk, you hold the rest of Joe Bishop's life.
I'll remember.
Then take it.
Hey, what's that combination again, sailor?
Don't bother to ask him, honey, because he won't need it.
Who asked you, Buster?
Slate, be polite. He's got a gun.
You're cute, honey. Hand it over, you, the thing in your hand. Give it to Tommy.
You'll not take it from him. You'll not.
You know something? I bet he's dead. Anybody want to discuss it?
Yeah.
Don't, Slate. He'll kill you, too.
You read me, honey. Throw it on the floor, Slate boy. He does what you tell him, doesn't he, honey? Hold on to a man like that. And now Tommy's going to go away with it. Because right now, Tommy doesn't want anyone else to die. Mr. Cordovan. Mr. Cordovan.
Shut up.
But, Mr. Cordovan, I brought the package. You said
My
that...
current suggestion to you, Thomas, is to shut up, sit down, and watch. Consider the beauty which surrounds you and savor it if you can. Sit down, Thomas.
Chorus girls dancing. Not supposed to send me?
See how delicate. That one over there.
She's fat, Mr. Cordovan. She's tattooed.
Primitive goddess. Primitive. Doesn't it turn your blood to ice, Thomas, to realize we are here now beyond the reaches of civilization? A part of it.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Cordovan. This is a crummy walk-down joint in Havana with a 50-centavo cover charge. Here's the package.
Thank you, Thomas. Did you have any trouble?
I killed a man.
Oh, I'm glad you did, Thomas. Another life, another death added to the fabulous tears of SIVA.
Open the package, huh?
Of course. Thomas, gaze.
Uh-huh. How much are they worth?
The tears of SIVA. The priceless tears without fleck or flaw, the treasure of the far Indies. Genghis Khan laid a city to waste for these.
Look, all I see is 2-star sapphires. And all I want to know is how much are they worth?
They are priceless. Observe them. Pick one up and look at it. It will light up the whole room. Go on, Thomas. Pick one up and look at it.
Sure.
I first saw these beauties after a pick-sticking with the Raja of Similou. He showed them to me.
This is pretty.
Not the Raja of Similou who played polo. The other one, the one with the wives.
Uh-huh. This star sapphire doesn't light up nothing, Mr. Cordovan.
Well, what did you say?
It don't even show a star.
What?
Maybe they're priceless because this Genghis character liked them. But from where I'm sitting, they're dime store items.
Let me see. What wild joke! Someone has bundled. I'll have his head, do you hear? I'll have his head.
Ponies. I knocked off a man for 2 marbles.
Forgive me for losing control, Thomas.
Yeah.
Someone will die for this.
Yeah.
Mr. Slade, come a man from sea, who dream of island, say do something for me. Say here is pocket, please put it away. I come back to take it on another day. Then in walk man with death in his hand, say hand over pocket in voice so bland. The seafaring man makes big protest, 2 bullets in chest, give him rest.
You think they did that, King?
A man finds peace in many ways, Mr. Slate. He only does not know when it is coming to him.
It didn't have to come to him that way.
Look, Slate, maybe Joe Bishop bought it that way. Maybe he could...
tasted wild fruit on a tropical island. He didn't expect to end up on a slab in the police morgue.
The police will take care of it, Slate. They'll find his murderer. It's out of your hands.
Is it? Is that how you want it?
Whatever you want, Slate.
Take your hand off my arm. Just go get your coat. I want to talk to the skipper of the Tampa Victory.
Whatever you want.
Send him away, King. I'm not into anyone.
I'm afraid I heard that, Mr. Shannon. One of my less exquisite vices, eavesdropping.
Goody. Now I don't have to be polite.
Thank you, sir. I have come to share your bereavement over the deceased Joseph Bishop, and to ask if Joseph's dying song was for me.
Might have been. We couldn't make out the words. Joe's pain got in the way.
And he had no message from me, for Junius Cordovan is intimate of many places and many memories.
No message.
The name of a port, perhaps, of a person, of a thing?
No name. Try for a number?
I have consumed your priceless time. Good day, and may the goddesses of, whatever be with you. May they indeed.
You know what's wrong with a roly-poly man? He's going through life thinking he's skinny.
Okay, Mama Freud. Just get your coat.
Do I have to, Slate? It's a warm night.
Where we're going, it might turn cold. Get it.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Where's the skipper of this freighter?
Can't see him.
Joe sent us. Is that the way you say it, Slate?
Now, look, let me handle it, will you?
Why'd Joe send you?
He's a friend of ours.
And Joe's a friend of the skipper's. Now we're all friends. Hi.
You got the makings?
What is Frisco do, you seafaring man, you?
He means the makings for cigarettes.
Oh. Here, they come all put together now. Take one.
Thank you.
Tell me something, mate.
Nope.
It's about Joe.
Nope.
Take the pack.
Yep. You, were talking about Joe when I interrupted, mister.
Joe and the skipper friends?
They're going to milk cows together.
You can't get a lot closer than that, Slate.
Real close, them two. Since Port-au-Prince, they pat each other on the back every time they pass.
Yeah, how come since Port-au-Prince?
Since then, that's all. Since Haiti. Since the checker game.
You can have my cigarettes, too. Let's start with the cows.
Nope. Let's start with the checker game. Joe went ashore in Port-au-Prince. Didn't come back. Skipper chewed his pipe stem in two neatly. Tried to get another first mate. Couldn't. Called me. Skipper and me went ashore and found Joe.
Playing checkers?
With a lady.
What lady?
Owns the Sailor's Rest in Port-au-Prince.
I can hardly wait till the part about the cows.
They're gonna milk 'em. Joe and the skipper. In Pennsylvania.
Huh?
Sure. Since Port-au-Prince, they decided to quit the sea. Gonna buy a farm in Pennsylvania and milk
cows.
Yep. Something happened there in Port-au-Prince, mister. A man who sails the sea decides no more sailing. Something happened. Changed them two.
Let's go talk to the skipper.
Nope. Sleeping.
He'll wake up.
I tried to stop you. You'd knock me down, wouldn't you?
Make you walk the plank.
They don't do that no more. They're knocked down. Skipper's sleeping in his cabin.
Come on, sailor.
Try the door.
You want to handle this, or you're going to let me?
I'll try the door. See? Skipper's not a tidy man. Sextant off the wall. Coffee stains on the charts. And what a dusty compass.
Yeah. Look at the skipper.
Huh?
Come here. Look at him.
Oh, you should have just told me about it.
Stabbed in the heart. Dead. Now let's get out of here. We got enough fuel on Bold Venture to get to Port-au-Prince?
No, not quite. Why?
Because that's where we're going. We'll pick up some gas in Guantanamo.
The question's still hanging in midair. Why?
Look, 2 guys had a dream about owning a farm in Pennsylvania. One of them was a friend of mine. I've got a boat that can get me to Haiti. That's not very far to go for a friend.
What makes you think the answers are in Haiti?
Well, that's where 2 sailors suddenly decided to become farmers. Whatever brought them that decision also made them dead. Let's go to Haiti, sailor.
Looks like they're about ready to shove off, Mr. Cordovan.
Give me the glasses, Thomas.
Yeah. You might notice, Mr. Cordovan, that the boat and the girl make a pretty picture.
Let me enjoy it.
That Shannon louses it, huh?
He seems very efficient. On your wanderings on the dock, did you find out their destination?
Yeah. A character whispered to me, Port-au-Prince, Haiti.
Well, here's some money, Thomas. Hire a plane.
Where to?
Port-au-Prince, Haiti. I want to give those 2 an interesting welcome.
To Bold Venture, our stars Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
You know what they say about this place, Slate?
I know what seamen say. What do they say?
They say when Paris catches cold, Port-au-Prince sneezes.
Well, that's not the way I heard it. The way I heard it, sailor... Well, those jeans you wear keep throwing me.
Then buy me a Paris dress. Maybe that'll make you remember.
Look, sailor,
Mille pardon, monsieur et mademoiselle. You are young in Haiti, no?
No.
Then follow me. $10, the guided tour, and you will grow old. But in ecstasy.
$1. $1 for a sailor's rest, run by a lady.
The place of Mademoiselle Denise? For $1? Do not insult me, monsieur. I give you that for nothing. 12 Rue des Toussaint. Au revoir, my respectable.
And au revoir to you too, sailor.
I'm going with you.
Here's some money. Check in at the Elysee Hotel. I'll meet you there.
I'm going with you.
This is a sailor's rest, baby. How are they going to get any if they see you walk in?
Why, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Come back in one piece, respectable Shannon. That you, Slade?
No, honey. But better open up, or we'll scream. Remember me, honey?
Yeah. You kill.
You're doing good, honey.
And me. Do you remember me, Mr. Val? Ah, you're enchanting, Mr. Val. You may shut the door, Thomas. And you may go through all the feminine galaxy of reactions, Mr. Val. Fright, terror, wonder, curiosity. Which?
Dibs on the last one.
Sheer delight you are, Mr. Val. Isn't she, Thomas? No, tear yourself away from us.
Ain't he the one?
I could lean out the window and yell. What's the French word for help?
Even if I told you, it would never rise to your classic lips, Mr. Val. This gun would bury it in your throat. No. Let us just sit here in delicious contemplation of each other until Mr. Shannon brings us the tears of SIVA. From there, I may improvise.
You run this place?
Oui. You want to play checkers with Denise, no?
No.
What do you want from Denise?
I want to talk to you.
Sit down, talk. We play checkers to prevent from boring each other, huh?
I'll take the black. You know a man off the freighter Tampa Victory, first mate named Joe Bishop?
Who are you?
Joe's friend.
Move a shekel. How do I know you're Joe's friend?
He died in my arms.
Oui. I look into your face, I see sadness. Your friend. Jump.
Yeah.
2 for 1, you will lose. Joe dead, huh?
Uh-huh.
He was here. His captain came for him.
The captain was knifed to death.
It was the Jews. It was bad luck, Jules.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The ones given to Joe by the Mama Loy.
I'm still not with you.
Mama Loy, voodoo lady. In the hills outside of Port-au-Prince.
Why did this, whatever you call it, Mama something, give anything to Joe?
Perhaps Mama Loy liked Joe.
Can you take me to her?
It's not allowed.
I didn't ask you that.
You wish to go to Lady Voodoo?
That's the impression I'm trying to make.
Denise will take you later tonight. Now move a shekel.
I hope you know the way.
Quickly. There is her hut. Go to her.
How about you?
I'll wait here. Go. Mama Lo is expecting you.
What? How does she know I...
Go. Come in, Slate Shannon.
Yeah. You're,
I am Tante Maria, and you are Slate Shannon, and you wish to know of Joe Bishop.
Those drums outside told you all that?
The drums, other things. Joe Bishop is dead, as is his captain.
Maybe you can tell me who killed him.
Those who won the tears of SIVA.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
2 sapphires that I want to give to a sailor because I'm tired of rubbing them between my fingers. He told me he would return for them.
Sapphires? Valuable?
To me, no longer. To those who covet them, the wealth of kings.
You still got them?
Here, in this pouch. Take them, my son. Use them to find those who have struck down the sailor.
So I'll do my best. Denise, where are you?
Here, my Sherry, waiting for you.
Well, stop waiting. I'll race you back to Port-au-Prince.
That would be your Mr. Shannon with the tears of SIVA.
How do you know? It could be the housemaid with knees to match.
A wager, dear woman? Your life against his? Let him in.
Go away, Slade. He'll kill you.
So unworthy of you, Mr. Val. Instead of frightening him away, you have only...
Sailor, what's it?
You have only given him into my hands. My compliments, Mr. Shannon. You're a gallant. I counted on that.
What are you doing here, Chubby?
The tears of SIVA, Mr. Shannon. You have them?
Uh-huh.
They've cost me many tragic hours, Mr. Shannon. The hour when the seaman told me he had them would sell them to me. The hours of waiting while Thomas killed him. The desolate hour when I discovered Thomas had brought me worthless baubles of glass. I will not suffer any more such endless agonies, Mr. Shannon.
Joe double-crossed you, huh? Was going to sell you phonies while the real jewels were with a voodoo crone, so we could grow sapphires on a Pennsylvania farm.
The tears of SIVA, Mr. Shannon. Death if Mr. Shannon liked this gun.
You don't want them, Slate. Give them to him.
Yeah, I'll do that. Take him, Chubby.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
You ought to diet, Chubby. You're fat. You're starved. Exercise more like this.
You...
Pick up the marbles, sailor.
You'll not get away.
Watch him, sailor. Run.
I love your heads. I love your heads.
Okay, sailor, take the wheel. Steady as she goes. We're running without lights.
Tired, Slate?
Yeah, sure I'm tired. I ran faster than the cops in Haiti ran. As far as I know, they're still looking for Cordovan.
Slate?
Yeah?
Do you think those sapphires will make nice earrings?
If you can get them away from the Port-au-Prince chief of police, said he'd take care of them. He'd send them back to that lovable old witch. That's Cordovan, sailor. Give her the gun.
They're shooting at us.
Turn her around, sailor. Head right for him.
Are you crazy?
Do what I tell you. Okay, steady.
We'll crash into them.
Just make a pass at him, sailor. Come as close as you can. We've got to take that chance.
What are you doing with that harpoon?
I've speared a lot of fish for this. Maybe I can get me a Thomas. Now, sailor, make your pass. It's yours, Thomas.
You've got good aim, Slate. Now what do we do?
Go back for the big fish. Steady, sailor. I'm going to board her. Steady.
I'm glad to have you aboard, Mr. Shannon. You've made a mess of things. You can redeem yourself by handing over those sapphires.
You think you can handle this tub with one hand on the wheel and one hand on a gun?
Exquisitely.
You've got one shot. After that, I'll get to you. If you miss me, you're dead. It's a lumpy sea, too. Well, Cordovan? Well? You missed. Now it's my turn.
Don't!
I can do this all night. All night. Only you give up too easy. Sailor!
Everything under control?
Ship shape. I'm going to throw you a line.
Okay.
Got it?
I've got it. Secure.
Tow us in, sailor.
We going home?
We're going home.
Here, put this on, Slate.
What is it?
I bought it in Haiti, in a little shop.
I don't care where you bought it. Just tell me what it is.
Well, this part is a love charm. And this part is a long chain, so it hangs over your heart.
What'd you pay for it?
What difference does it make? Put it on.
Anything to amuse you, sailor?
Now that you've got it on, don't you feel anything?
Nothing. What's it supposed to do to me?
Make you feel love. It says so in the directions.
Well, you better read the directions again.
All right. Oh, yeah. Here it is in small print.
What is?
I'm supposed to get inside that necklace with you.
Oh, I knew there was something wrong. Come on.
Now, what does it do to you?
Well, we can take it from here. Throw away the directions, sailor.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Do you have a little unsolved murder in your home? Got some blackmail you want to unload? Are you the victim of some vulgar extortionist? I know a girl you should meet. She may not be the greatest private eye in the world, so what if it does cost you $300 or $400? She sure is sweet. She's Candy Matson. Like to meet her?
Hello.
Candy Matson?
Well, I wasn't sure when I looked in the mirror this morning.
Had a rough night, eh?
Oh, there have been rougher ones. Look, boy, before you get caught with my receiver down, who are you and what do you want?
As to who I am, you'll find out very shortly. What I want is you.
How romantic, and over the phone yet.
Let me finish. What I want is you to lay off that cable car business.
Oh, that. Well, I'm afraid I can't. You see, I was sitting beside him when they discovered his transfer had been punched sort of permanently. That's how things happen with me. I get into the craziest routines. You see, I used to be a model. I've been told I have the proper displacement for such a career. But I found there wasn't enough money in it. A girl has to maintain a nice apartment on Telegraph Hill, keep enough clothes to highlight the displacement I mentioned, and also eat, doesn't she? Sure. So I turned private eye. You meet a better class of people, mostly named Rigger or Mortis. Now take this cable car deal. It's positively fantastic. But after all, this is radio, isn't it? Like to hear how the whole thing happened? Leave us trip along to Act 1. I wanted to get downtown that morning, but I couldn't take the F car on Stockton. They were ripping up about 87 streets, which is par for the course. So I walked down Telegraph Hill and up to Mason. That's where the Bay and Powell cable car stops.
All aboard! Come on, Lana, show that shapely ankle. We gotta make the Fairmont by Whitsuntide.
The car was loaded, and so was the character next to me. I tried to budge into the seat between him and a Fisherman's Wharf dowager, but I couldn't quite make it. I'd forgotten my shoehorn. Say, pardon me, but would you mind reading your Wall Street Journal over that-a-way a bit? I'd like to sit in here.
Oh, if you insist.
A knight of old. He budged his hips a quarter of an inch, and I slipped in, ready for my rocket ride over the hill and down into town. The trip, as usual, was uneventful. 3 smashed fenders and several choice words I'd never heard before, but I wrote them down. By the time our prairie schooner reached the turntable at Market Street, the crowd on the car had thinned out. But Buster was still beside me, his head buried in common and preferred.
Market Street.
I started to get down.
Hey, lady, take your boyfriend with you. We're heading back up the hill.
Boyfriend? I'll sue. He looks like the advance man for Lewis and Clark.
How do you like that? He fell asleep over his stocks and bonds.
I looked again. Hipsy wasn't asleep. Hipsy was stone cold dead on Market. What a twist. I, who always went on the prowl for a whodunit, get one literally tossed into my lap. He just hadn't gone out of this world serene-like. Oh, no. There was a steady slurp of blood trickling down his vest just north by northeast of the equator. After a half-hour wait full of questioning by homicide legmen, I knew my morning shopping tour was rained out. And after all, I was only going to buy an emerald clip to match the glint in my eye. Well, that would have to wait. I knew the next step. I grabbed a cab home. I wasn't long in waiting. Right on cue. And if it was the right cue, it would be Lieutenant Ray Mallard from headquarters, daintily pressing his cuticles against my apartment buzzer. I was right.
What?
I've been expecting you. Come on in, Mallard.
You've been expecting me. Why, Candy?
Naive little rover boy, you. Have a drink?
No, I'm not in the mood. Just make it a double.
Sit down, Mallard. Let's be civilized. Take off your hat.
It is off.
Oh?
Candy, for once I'm puzzled.
You're just saying that.
Yeah, because it's true.
I've checked and rechecked. No matter how many loose ends I tie together, I still get no connection between you and Dwight Ellsworth.
Dwight who'sworth?
Ellsworth, your extremely limp traveling companion on the cable this morning?
Mallard, I can give you an angle on that.
Yeah?
Yeah. The angle being that I didn't know him from Adam.
Level?
Straight. Oh, look, honeypot, this mediocre dialogue is getting us nowhere. What did you haul your size 11s in here for?
Oh, frankly, I don't know. Here, fill it up, will you?
Well, you're not just going around in circles, Mallard. You're going around in doubles.
Yeah. Like I've said before, Candy, you've got a pretty view from here.
Oh? Wait till I turn around.
I mean from your window. Look at that ship down there, just docking.
Where?
Down there. There's romance for you. Probably just in from the Far East.
Here's your drink.
Oh, thanks.
You know, it is sort of romantic. Don't you think it'd be fun to jump on a tramp like that and whisk off to the South Seas? On a honeymoon?
No.
That's what I thought. South Seas. Mallard.
Don't call me Mallard.
Why not? We're just playing for ducks, aren't we?
Oh, very crisp. Playing for ducks. No, Candy, we aren't. Not in this case. We got a dead man on our hands. Rudy Toot shot right through the heart. And you were sitting next to him.
Sure. Go on now, get out of here.
What?
You heard me. Lift your hindquarters and get back to headquarters.
Candy, I don't like that look. You've got something on your mind.
Yeah, but you wouldn't recognize it if I told you about it.
One word of warning. Don't dabble. You're in deep enough. Got it?
Got it. Here's your hat. Grab it. So long, Mallard. See you around a jailhouse sometime. Fie, fo, fum. 'Twas then I smelled a big fat fee. That great, big, kind of attractive Mallard. He missed the boat. Oh, he saw it, but he missed it. It was that ship he saw docking. That was the first time I came out of the dark since my Tunerville ride down the hill in the morning. I needed help, so I called an old friend of mine, if you can call that help. Rembrandt Watson was his name. He was a photographer and other things. He spent most of his life in the darkroom dabbling with bottles. His negatives and prints were sharp. His thought processes not quite. But he'd given me assistance in the past, so I called him.
Rembrandt Watson speaking. Photography, portraits, and camera work.
Yes, Rembrandt, I know.
Also available for gardening, janitorial service, and babysitting.
Rembrandt, it's Candy.
Especially if they're over 21. Who? Candy?
Now you're tuned in.
How dare you, baggage. I was experimenting with a new type of formula.
90 proof for 100.
100. And Candy, it works beautifully. There's a delightful little pixie in a pink ballet skirt in my living room.
Well, leave her there and get over here immediately to my place. Take a cab. I'll pay for it.
I'd much rather have a handsome carriage with a brace of chestnuts.
You've got 'em in your head. Now just do as I say and get over here. Float in, Rembrandt.
Gadfrey. Where's the man to take me cloak, gloves, and topper?
You're wearing a sport coat and slacks, and you know I have no man.
And therein lies your basic trouble, my dear. You have no man.
Now, Rembrandt.
Every man should have a woman. Every woman should have a man. It's the incontrovertible law of the universe. Candy, you should have a man.
You?
Sure. I'm no longer a man. I'm a sprite, transcending the world.
Well, stop transcending a moment and come down to earth. We've got a job to do.
How poetic. How idyllic. We've got a job to do. For money?
Eventually.
Oh, one of those. Very well, my dear. Bring me up to date.
Well, I don't really know if I can or not.
Good. Then I shall leave and return to me formula.
Oh, no. What I mean is, the whole story is so fantastic you'd never believe it.
I might. Try me, Candy.
Well, I get on a cable car and sit next to a character reading the Wall Street Journal.
A strange coupling. A cable car and the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah. And when we get to the end of the line, my friend next to me is dead.
Probably the ride down the hill frightened him to death.
He looked like a used punch board. He had a neat little bullet hole through his heart.
Candy, my little ballerina friend in the pink skirt is more believable than what you just told me.
I told you it was fantastic, but none know how it happened. Now, sooner or later, Mallard is going to come out of his fog. And when he does, I'm going to be out of a fee.
A fee that so far doesn't exist, my pretty.
It will, if my hunch is right. Now, here's what I want you to do. Go down to the Chronicle and get all the back files you can on Southern Islands Steamship Company.
The Chronicle? A pleasure. I have a few questionable companions. there who indulge in formulas?
Stay away from those companions and just do as I ask.
Very well, my dove. I go, but entirely against my will. And where will you be?
Around town, Rembrandt. I've got to do some legwork.
Let me assure you, Candy, you have just the right equipment for it, too.
What a joint. I'll bet they mount slit gullets on the walls instead of deer heads. Well, come on, Candy. Get your tools out and screw up your courage.
Yeah, miss, what'll it be?
Nothing right at the moment except information.
Information, water, both free. What do you want to know?
Well, I'm looking for the purser off the Dwightsonia. I hear he does his shore duty in here.
That's right. Name Campbell. That head on the table over there belongs to him.
Thanks. Hello, sailor. Hey, Campbell. Wake up.
Leave me alone.
Come on, snap out of it.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name is Candy Matson. I want to ask a question.
I'm only drinking. Go away.
Not until I find out what I want to know. Dwight Ellsworth was murdered this morning.
What?
I thought that would bring you to.
Well, that's the nicest news I've heard since VJ Day. What do you want to know?
Where does his brother live?
That stooge. He's got about as much spine as a water eel.
Never mind. I want to find him. He seems to keep his whereabouts as secret as an atomic stockpile.
The whole family ought to be knocked off. He lives out in Seacliff, 25 Dashiell Road.
Good. Bartender, buy my friend a little reward. And one for yourself, too. Well, so far, so good. Oh, how did I know about Campbell, the purser? Well, you see, I have quite a few friends, most of whom my pal Mallard doesn't approve. So I grabbed a cab and navigated the driver out toward Seacliff. It was so foggy I couldn't see the meter. But I paid him anyway, gave him a neutral tip, and dismissed him. There it was, 25 Dashiell Road. An austere-looking cabana, one that dared you to ring the front doorbell. I dared. I had the awful feeling I should have been around at the side door delivering hand laundry. Good evening. Except for the fog, yes. Is Mr. Ellsworth in?
Yes, he is. But I'm afraid I must ask you to leave. There's been a death in the family.
I know. That's why I'm here.
Come in, please.
Thank you.
Walk this way, please.
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't, even if I lived to be 100.
Mind your tongue, young lady. You're in the house of an Ellsworth.
Oh, hoity-toity. The old babe had delusions of grandeur. Well, no need to get uppity with me. I've mingled with royalty. I once played a bit part in a Rita Hayworth picture. But this old gal was really something. She couldn't have been more than 45, yet looked like something out of the Barretts of Wimpole Street. She ushered me into a large-ceilinged living room, and there on the divan was my boy, his head lowered into his hands and quite obviously touched. Quite obviously.
Roger, this young lady is here to see you. I don't believe you mentioned your name.
Candy Matson.
Matson? Are you in shipping, too?
Of a sort.
Oh, this is my wife, Miss Matson. You'll pardon me if I don't seem hospitable, but my brother was murdered this morning.
I know. I was sitting next to him when it happened.
You were?
Don't talk to her, Roger. I don't trust her. This whole thing is a threat of some kind.
No, it's not a threat. It's a business proposition. I'll come right to the point. You see, I'm a private detective.
Oh, one of those persons.
Put your nose back down, Mrs. Ellsworth. I want to get the show on the road. Yes, I'm a private detective, and I'm in a spot, too. The police think I'm connected with the case in some way, so I'm here for a double purpose.
I'm listening, Miss Matson.
Roger, I forbid you to speak with this woman.
Too late, Mrs. Ellsworth. Now, this is it. I'm in this business to make money. Give me a check now for $300, and I'll find out who killed your brother. And I'll also clear myself.
Roger, I'm warning you.
Naturally, you want to see the killer of your brother brought to justice, don't you, Mr. Ellsworth? Don't you?
Yes. Here, I'll make a check out right now.
Thank you. Just make it out to Candy Matson. Payable today. A lovely collection of guns you have, Mr. Ellsworth. You hunt much?
Oh, yes. Yes, my wife and I are quite fond of shooting. She's an excellent shot. There you are.
Thank you. I'll be in touch with you sometime tomorrow. Mr. Reed didn't say a word. She just stood there against the fireplace and shot sparks through me. After I waved the check in the air a few times to dry the ink, she showed me to the door.
Very clever, aren't you? Taking advantage of a weak-willed man.
I wonder who made him that way.
Don't cash that check. I mean it. Don't cash that check.
Mrs. Ellsworth, $300. I need the money, badly. I need some new rolls for my player piano. I buzzed back downtown. I wanted to cash that check in a hurry. I knew of only one person who would give me the crisp green at that hour of the night. Uncle Charlie, the honest miller who ran the chase room. Uncle Charlie, in the strict sense of the word, was a gentleman. So with a tender little pat on my cheek, he cashed the check, and I went up Telegraph Hill and home. All of a sudden, my eyes did a couple of inverted loops. Oh, my lights were on. Who's in here? All right, speak up.
Oh, Candy, the light of my life. Come join our party.
Oh, Rembrandt, you gave me a scare.
You don't scare easy either, Candy. Got something on your mind?
And Mallard. Well, how ducky, a midnight soiree. What goes on here?
Well, that chicken you had in the icebox is delicious.
Was delicious. Looks like you've done everything but eat the bones.
Your vintage is superb, too, Candy. Have a little formula?
No, come on, what gives?
That's my line, Candy. What gives? You're in on something, and I want to know about it.
Oh, Mallard, believe me, it's nothing. I'm just trying to parlay a couple of hunches.
Tall hunches. Look at all those clippings on the South Sea Island Steamship Company. What are they for?
I meant to tell you, Candy, I had remarkable success down at the Chronicle. There's everything you want on that steamship line.
Oh, Rembrandt, did you have to tell the whole world?
Candy, you chide me unnecessarily. I merely had the clippings on the table when Hawkshaw here walks in on me.
Okay, Candy, take it from there.
I can't tell you yet, Mallard. Nothing makes sense yet. I've got about 4 loose ends that need tying off.
If I'd only put 2 men to following you, I'd save myself a lot of grief.
2 days, that's all, Mallard. Just give me 2 days. I think I'll have it for you.
All right. But don't forget, the boys down at Kearney Street headquarters don't love you the way I do. 2 days. No more or less. I gotta go. Thanks for the fowl, chicken.
Very gay. Here, Rembrandt, here's $50 for you.
50? My word. What's all this talk about a recession?
Go on and take it. Go someplace and stabilize the economy. I whipped through the old newspaper clipping. It was all there. Fire at sea on Ellsworth ship. 2 seamen lost off Ellsworth ship near Honolulu. South Sea Island line ship loses rudder in storm. On and on it went over a period of 3 years. I threw the papers back on the table. Helped myself to some of Rembrandt's formula. Turned down the lights and went out on the porch. The day was dark except for an occasional path of light from a passing freighter. I sat down to think and think. Then, quick, just like that, 2 little tumblers and my mind fell into place. Only one thing to do, and that was to do it the hard way. The next morning, just as the ferry building siren was announcing 8 o'clock to downtown San Francisco, I got Rembrandt on the phone.
Candy, what on earth are you calling me for at this hour?
Can't help it. There's work to be done.
I did my work last night so extremely well that I'm just going to bed now.
Sorry, you'll just have to delay your sack time. Meet me at the corner of Mason and Union in 10 minutes, right where the cable car stops.
Now, what are we going to do?
We're going to take a cable car ride.
What? One of those bouncing, jerky little contraptions? Not the way I feel this morning.
Oh, yes, you are. Union and Mason in 10 minutes. All right, Rembrandt, get on.
This is the silliest thing you've ever done, Candy.
Maybe. We'll see. Dwight Ellsworth was already on the car when I got on here. And alive.
How could you tell?
He mumbled something when I asked him to move over.
Sounds logical. Although I once remember stumbling into a corpse who mumbled for hours after it had been liquidated.
Rembrandt was in one of his rambling moods, so I let him alone. The car pulled over Mason Street, down Washington, and then swung on to Powell and up the hill. Now I watched the buildings and apartments carefully. There was a little red brick building, now a big apartment house, a woman's residence club, and so on. Then over the hill, more apartments, and the possibilities petered out at Bush. Well, only one thing to do. Canvass all those blocks between Washington and Bush. Okay, Rembrandt. Off the car.
Strangest corpse I ever did see. What'd you say, Candy?
Off the car. Come on.
Now what? I just want to get to bed.
Well, not for a long time, Boy Blue. Now, here's the pitch. You take this building, and I'll take the next. We'll alternate as we go along. Ask if a tall woman with a horsey face and dressed something like Queen Victoria ever lived around here.
Oh, Candy.
I know it sounds wild, but it's got to be done.
A horse with a tall face and dressed something like...
Oh, Rembrandt, look at me. Get that smoke out of your brain. A tall woman with a horsey face and dressed something like Queen Victoria. You got it?
Got it.
Okay, get going. It was slow and tiresome. And the answers I got.
A tall gal dressed like Queen Victoria? Oh, sister!
That was about par.
Nope, nobody like that ever lived here.
Are you positive?
A dame who fits that description? Yeah, I'm positive.
The morning wore on, and so did we. We were over on the other side of California Street now, so we stopped and had a bite to eat. I had pickles with mine, and Rembrandt had olives on toothpicks in a glass. And again, we picked up the hunt. My heart was suddenly making with a rumba. There, just on the other side of Clay, in front of a 3-story red brick house, was a police squad car. There was a little knot of people gathered around. Daintily lifting my crinoline, I did a Mel Patton down the block and up the front steps. I didn't have any trouble finding the room. The door was wide open, and there was a body on the floor. 4 representatives of the law were buzzing back and forth. One of the buzzees was Mallard.
Well, my little ambassador of violence. Why is it you're always around the extremely dead, Candy?
I've got no time to brandy the ad-libs, Mallard. Who is it?
I don't know yet. No identification.
Let me see.
Huh. A pen pal, maybe.
I was right. I knew it.
Knew it? Knew what?
You're right, he was a pen pal. He wrote me a check last night for $300. His name is Roger Ellsworth.
Very interesting. Must be open season on Ellsworth. Okay, Candy. Time you filled in the blanks. Start.
Wait a minute. I want to look at the window over here. Mallard, there are a couple of younger Ellsworths living around town here. I'm sure you'd like to see them stay healthy.
Yeah?
Get out to 25 Dashiell Road and pick up an old crone also named Ellsworth. 5 will get you 20. She's the one you're after.
All right. But you get back to your place and stay put, understand? I want to have a more illuminating chat with you.
Oh, Mallard, I'm just like putty in your hand. The moon was coming up over Diablo and spraying a path of silver on the bay. Still no Mallard. I wondered what could be wrong. Well, this was it. This was the showdown.
Have you seen a tall face with a horsey woman?
Oh, Rembrandt.
Candy, I'm so mad at you I could... Oh, what's the use?
Now what's the matter?
What's the matter, she says. I've been roving all over Powell Street ringing doorbells. Where did you go, you traitor?
Oh, Rembrandt, I'm sorry. And in the excitement, I forgot all about you.
What excitement?
There's been another murder.
In a moment, there's going to be another. I'm looking right at you, Candy.
Oh, cool off. Have some formula and stop snorting steam. What was that?
Your window, Candy. It just shattered.
What? Oh, wait a minute. That window didn't shatter by itself. Quick, get the lights, Rembrandt. Now duck down here.
What sort of a silly game are we playing now?
This isn't a game, believe me.
Candy! Candy, are you all right?
Yikes, it's the gumshoe.
Yes, I'm all right. Where are you, Mallard?
Over here. 2 houses over. We've got your girlfriend trapped on the roof next to you. Don't move and stay covered.
Okay.
All right, Mrs. Ellsworth. Are you coming down peacefully, or do we have to play cops and robbers?
I'm not coming down until I get that Candy Matson. She did it. She forced me to kill my own brother-in-law.
Have it your own way. Okay, loosen her up a bit, boys.
better than the 4th of July.
Keep your head down, Rembrandt.
Oh, is that what was up?
Ready to come down, Mrs. Ellsworth?
No, I'm not! That hateful woman! She's ruined my whole life! All my plans! Just because of her snooping and prying! She's going to die, I tell you!
It was a miracle, Candy. You must have moved slightly just as she shot at you.
Well, it was too close, I can tell you. She's dead?
Oh, decidedly. I think she was dead before she hit the ground. That one shot got her. We went out to her house, and she was just driving off when we got there. We trailed her up to North Beach, lost her for a block, and then spotted her car at the top of the hill here. We arrived just as she was getting on the roof next door. Okay, now you tell me your little dream.
Well, it was that ship docking that set my wheels going around. The name Ellsworth started burning in back somewhere. You saw the clippings we dug up.
Yeah.
The South Sea Island steamship lines were slowly being sabotaged. I did some checking, and I found that the insurance companies weren't going to renew.
Yeah. I don't know why I didn't tie that in sooner.
Oh, it's just that you have too many things on your mind, Mallard, dear. I went out to the place on Dashiell Road, and when I left, I was pretty sure the old girl had knocked off her brother-in-law.
Why?
Well, for several reasons. One, she was a venomous old witch. Two, you've never seen such a collection of guns in all your life. And her husband admitted she was a darn good shot. I also saw one little pot gun that was very interesting. It had a silencer on it.
Uh-huh. That was the one she used on you tonight.
And also the one she used on Dwight Ellsworth from the window of that apartment where you found her husband.
How do you know?
Go back there. You'll see a nice little bullet hole in the curtain with burned powder all around it.
Now, don't tell me that...
Yes, I'm telling you that she rented that place knowing that her brother-in-law always went downtown on a certain cable car. She waited that morning until we were riding by, and she plunked him.
I have now heard everything.
And the reason? Dwight Ellsworth, rather than fighting the insurance companies, had decided to sell his steamship line. But the old gal thought she'd beat him to the punch by knocking him off. The steamship company would then fall into her husband's hands.
Yeah. What about her husband?
Well, after he gave me the check and I left, they evidently had a fearful row, and she spilled the beans. Somehow she lured him down to that place on Powell and gave him some lead poisoning, too. And that's all there is to it.
Candy, I wish you'd have told me all these things earlier. We might have been able to save the life of Roger Ellsworth.
No, it wouldn't do any good. Because if she hadn't killed him, I was going to.
What?
Mm-hmm. While I was waiting for you to get here, the phone rang. It was Uncle Charlie, the honest miller. That no-good Roger Ellsworth. His check bounced like a brand-new golf ball. What's so funny, Mallard?
Listen in again to the further adventures of Candy Matson, Girl Sucker.
Well, that's the way it goes. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. In this case, nobody did, except Rembrandt. He'd stocked his darkroom with $50 worth of formula, and not the kind you use on negatives either. Let's see, murder on a cable car, Dwight and Roger Ellsworth done in as well as the old gal, one check that bounced. It really does sound fantastic, doesn't it? But I told you this was radio, didn't I? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I did come out ahead at that. On the way out, Mallard leaned down and kissed me. The first time it ever happened. You know, at times, it's kind of fun to be in the arms of the law.
Listen again next week at the same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial...
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Helen Cleve, Jack Cahill, and Harry Bechtel, Jack Thomas as Rembrandt, and Henry Leff as Mallard. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and produced by Monty Masters. This has been a presentation of NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The universe goes on, as round and round she goes. And where she starts and where she ends is something no one knows. Beginnings and endings. Our neat and precise human minds will insist on clearly stated limits, boundaries, definitions. But unfortunately, there are no satisfactory ways to limit, bound, or define the truly important things in life.
Have you interrogated the prisoner?
I have.
Hey, who says I'm a prisoner? We have no use for the cargo. Destroy it and confiscate the ship.
What are you trying to pull?
And dispose of the prisoner.
What do you mean, dispose of the prisoner? Am I being sentenced to something?
To death.
Don't I get a trial?
You have been tried and found guilty.
Our mystery drama, The Hole in the Sky, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer.
Rid of that noise, Curly.
What's the matter? Don't you like good music? I thought you was a real space jockey.
If you want to talk about space, all right. You want to get down to business?
Well, how about a little drink first?
When I listen to a deal from you, I better be stone cold sober.
Oh, would old Curly ever steer you wrong, Raj?
Absolutely.
Do you know where Medusa's at?
Medusa? That should be a star beyond Polaris.
Well, I got the chart right here. The fifth planet circling around Medusa is called Bacchus. So you can see it.
Mm-hmm. I can also see it's a pretty good trip.
Can that lark of yours hold a 3,000-pound cargo?
What kind of cargo?
Why do you care?
I won't handle contraband.
What's contraband? Everything's contraband to somebody somewhere.
You know what I'm talking about, Curly.
What's the difference, huh? The trip's illegal anyhow. There are no solo flights allowed outside the solar system, so what do you care?
No drugs, no weapons, Curly.
Now, would I be mixed up with weapons and drugs?
Up to your ears.
No. This is just stuff for the ladies.
Yeah?
Yeah. This Bacchus is a wild place. It's just being colonized. Now, you could clear a fortune with some makeup. You know, powder, makeup, things the ladies just have to have.
That's contraband.
Sure. But it's nice, harmless contraband.
Look, if I'm caught with any sort of non-essential...
If you're caught, what's the difference what you're caught with?
What's the deal?
Hey, fantastic. You split the take 50-50.
I what?
That's right, old buddy. Right down the middle.
What's the catch?
No catch. No ifs, ands, and maybes. 50-50. Some deal, huh?
When do I leave?
Your cargo's ready right now.
Tonight?
Well, it better be tonight. You're due to sit down on Bacchus no later than the 21st.
21st of what?
21st of this month.
21st? That's in 6 days.
Well, actually, 6.5.
Look at the chart. You see where Bacchus is?
Sure.
Well, this trip should take 6 weeks. There's no way I could ever cover this distance in 6 days.
Oh, sure there is.
How?
Why, Roger, old buddy, you know how. You just go through the hole.
Oh, I see. That's the catch.
Now don't tell me you're scared of the hole.
I'm scared out of my wits.
Now, look, if anybody had ever told me that Rog Thorpe had that little streak of yellow...
Don't try to get a rise out of me, Curly. I'm not yellow. I'm smart. I'll see you around.
Make it around 8 o'clock. That's as long as they can hold the job open.
Goodbye, Curly.
Hey, don't go away, man. It'll make it harder for you to come back here.
I'm not coming back. And I meant it. I was through with all that stuff. But what else was there for me to do? What else did I know how to do? I could join the Space Navy and wear a uniform and be assigned to contraband control, which meant I'd have to prowl through space hunting down guys like me or guys like I used to be. Magda was waiting for me when I got home.
Curly called.
Yeah?
He said your ship is loaded and ready.
Mm-hmm. That's what he told you, huh? Well, he's in for the surprise of his life because I'm not going.
What did you say?
I said I'm not going.
Honey, that's just great.
Is it?
Well, it means you got something better.
Oh, is that what you think?
You do have something better, don't you?
I don't have anything at all.
Well, then I don't understand. How could you turn Curly down?
Because I'm scared. How do you think I've lived this long? Being scared is what keeps you being careful.
Okay. It's just I understood there was a fortune in this trip.
But I'd have to go through the hole. And I'm never going to do that again.
Roger, you've come through it before.
Do you have any idea what it is? That hole in the sky?
I don't know. Some people say it's all in the spaceman's imagination.
Let somebody tell me that. You don't know what it's like.
Okay, Raj, okay.
It's a hole. A big black hole in the sky.
I believe you, Raj.
And there is nothing in there. Nothing.
Honey, don't you think you need a drink?
Nothing. Do you understand? It's a kind of corridor. A crazy kind of corridor.
Whatever you say.
It's like the back door to everywhere. Wherever you want to go, it's right there.
Sounds like fun.
Like everything opens up on it. Everything is right there. Once you're there, you're everywhere.
I believe you.
Stars that are billions and billions of light years away from each other, like Polaris and Orion, like Taurus and Ursa Major. It's as if you can just move from one to the other, like crossing the street. That's why it's only 6 days from here, because 6 days is how long it takes to get to the hole in the sky. And once you get to the hole, you're anywhere you want to be. Do you understand?
I keep telling you, it's not all that complicated.
But I'm not going there again.
Oh, honey, just try a little goblet of this and you'll go anywhere.
It's a wild place.
Hey, maybe I'd like to go there.
A place where the whole universe is twisted and turned on itself. Sometimes it's quiet. Silent as the grave. And then it explodes.
Explode?
Everything goes haywire. Crazy. There's no longer any sense of time or space or place. And you can just disappear.
How can you just disappear? Take just a little sip of this. It's good for what ails you.
Look. Right here on Earth, okay? There used to be a big ocean between Buenos Aires and Cape Town. Thousands of miles of ocean.
Sure.
And right in the middle, someplace, there used to be a spot called the Bermuda Triangle.
How's that so?
And the ships that they had, the ones that were supported by the ships that sailed over that spot disappeared. Ships that flew above this place disappeared. So this kind of thing has happened before. Maybe that was a hole in the ocean.
Sure, Raj. If you say so.
Look, get that tone out of your voice. I can't go through that hole in the sky again. I can't. I made a dozen trips.
And nothing happened.
How long can I be lucky? No, if I go this time, I'll be lost. I'll disappear.
Oh, come on, honey, take a drink. You'll feel better. You always do.
I've been thinking about it. I'm going to sell the Lark.
And do what?
I can sell the Lark to the Navy and raise a stake.
And go where?
Where? To a planet like Bacchus. Or maybe right here in our own solar system. A wild place like Venus or a mine.
And you could raise enough from the sale of the Lark?
Oh, a good piece of it. For the rest, well, I gave you plenty of jewels, money, credits.
I know you did.
All I'm asking is for you to give me some of it so I can get started.
That's not all you're asking, Raj. You're also asking me to go with you and break my back in a mine or on a ranch.
It's only tough for the first couple of years.
I don't want to go. And as far as the money's concerned, it's mine. You gave it to me.
I thought you and I were beyond words like yours and mine. And just said ours.
Yeah. What'll I do the day you get tired of me?
I'll never get tired of you, Magda.
I'm sorry, Roger. I can't say to you, my darling, everything I own in the world is yours. Take it.
Magda, I'm not asking for anything which
You know that basically, I'm out for myself. Did you think you could change me?
All right, Magda.
6 days there and 6 days back. Well, honey, that's less than 2 weeks. I'll be waiting for you when you come home.
Back from her anyhow. She could only give me what she had to give. Why did I think I was entitled to more? And who was I kidding? I'd become a farmer, a rancher, a miner. I was nothing but a space rat. And I might as well learn to live with it. And die with it. I didn't even bother to tell Curly what he already knew. I went directly to the spaceport. The space car, but we had to go through the ritual.
Hey, Roger.
Hi, Joe.
You're inspected and cleared.
Okay.
Let's do page 2. Destination?
Venus.
And cargo?
None.
Purpose of journey?
To visit friends.
Oh, come on, Roger. You got to do better than that.
Why? What's the matter?
Give me a break. The sheet does get checked. How does that look? To visit friends?
Well, what do you want me to say?
You could say medical emergency.
Say medical emergency.
You got to prove you're sick, though. You got to name the doctor and so forth and so on.
Joe, write down anything you please.
Well, don't bite my head off. You and I know what you're doing. You and I know where you're going, okay?
All right, look, I'm going to visit my poor old mother.
Great. But you better have one, and she better be on Venus.
Joe, just let me get out of here, will you?
Raj, don't go.
What do you mean, don't go?
I mean, pack it in. Walk away from it.
Are you telling me I can't go?
No, I'm not telling you not to go. I'm just asking you not to.
Why?
Because you won't be coming back.
How do you know?
I know all the signs. You're not coming back, Raj. I know you are not coming back.
At this point, he probably knows something we don't. But what? From the little we know about it, we can appreciate that any journey and uncertain. But obviously, there's something especially dangerous and ominously unusual about this one. Well, Act 2 is but a few minutes away. What was that popular song from a generation ago? It was called Faraway Places with Strange. And what were those faraway places? Oh, they were in Asia, Africa, Europe. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away. But our story today is about really faraway places with strange names like Tau Ceti, Betelgeuse. And on a clear night, sometimes you may see them up there in the sky.
What kind of thing is that to say to me? I'm not coming back.
Because it's true. Raj, 5 years ago, I had my own ship, too. 5 years ago, Curly had a job for me. Something like this, only mine was in Orion someplace.
Look, why don't we swap stories when I come back?
You are not coming back, Raj. You better listen. I came out to the field here feeling just like you do. Everything inside me like jelly, and like you, I knew I wasn't coming home again. I'd been through that hole in the sky too many times. Like you, I was scared. Scared to face guys like Curly. Also scared of starving. What was I going to do to make a living?
What else can I do to make a living?
Join up, Raj.
No, I could never do that.
That's what I thought at first. But isn't it better all around if guys like you and me wear the uniform? At least we understand.
I have to go now.
It isn't too bad. The money's good. It's clean.
Bribery, that's clean?
Maybe not, but hey, you can protect your friends. I'm only on the take as far as cargo and destination's concerned. All the money in the world wouldn't get you off the ground if I knew your ship wasn't space-worthy.
Yeah. Well, look, I got a schedule to keep.
Don't go, Raj.
I have to.
Well, then, don't go through the hole.
You know as well as I do I have no choice.
Okay, I'm on the desk tonight. Maybe I can keep the hounds off your trail.
In 15 minutes, I was completely clear of the Earth. I would have no problem while in the boundaries of our own solar system. But as soon as I was out in the galaxy, the patrols would be after me. I could outdistance any single pursuit ship. But if they had my position and course, they could set up a fire network that could destroy me in the fraction of a second. I could hear Joe Dresden on the monitor. He was getting reports from all of his scouts who had sighted or thought they had sighted me. He would be feeding all this data into a computer, which would calculate my exact position.
Attention all ships, Rainbow Command. Illegal craft identified as Lark, registered Captain Roger Thorpe, probably headed for Polaris. Consult charts 946 and 202. Subtract coordinates 4 and 8 from coordinates 12 and 18. Lark, challenge. Allow 5 minutes for reply, then open fire.
Thank you, Joe. He had sent the pursuit off in exactly the opposite direction. He had bought me at least 2 days' time.
Attention, all ships, Rainbow Command. Fugitive reported headed for Ursa Major. Consult charts 380426. Fugitive reported headed for Tau Ceti.
How skillfully he kept directing the pursuit away from me. I was coming to the end of the 5th day, and now I didn't have to worry. I was near the hole in the sky, and even though so many people were convinced that it was all fiction, that was back down there in the safety and security of Earth. Up here, even the most skeptical suddenly became believers. I could rest assured there was nobody within 1 trillion miles of me now.
Roger. Roger. You can answer me, Rog. You won't give away your position. I'm on a sealed frequency.
Joe?
You're at the edge of the hole, Rog.
I know.
Turn back.
I can't.
I'll clear a path for you.
I have to keep going.
I'll bring you home safe and sound.
I'm going in now, Joe. I'm here. And I was there. I was in the hole in the sky. It was so quiet. So peaceful. So tranquil. I better feed my computer. My speed, my course, my declination. I could expect to find myself orbiting Medusa. Then I could set my bearing for the planet Bacchus. I could still hear Joe's voice.
Roger, it isn't too late. Now get out of there.
It's quiet, Joe. It's quiet.
That doesn't mean anything. You know as well as I do it can all change in a fraction of a second.
Thanks for everything, Joe. I'm all right now.
Come home, Roger. Come home before it's too late. Roger, come home before it's too late.
Joe! Joe, where are you? Where are you? Suddenly, everything started to spin. Everything went out of control. Not just my computer and my instruments, but everything inside of me. It was as if I was just coming apart under some terrible pressure. An unbelievable stress and strain that began to pull me in every direction. It was as if it were the end of the world. Or maybe it was the beginning. Maybe it was the chaos that was in the very beginning. Then, there was nothing. This voice. What was she saying? It sounded like no language I'd ever heard before. Then I remembered what I had to do. I fed the sounds into the computer and waited. Just like the ancient anthropologists could construct an entire prehistoric animal from just a few fragments of bone, the computer could project an entire language from just a few significant sounds. Gradually, the voice became clearer and clearer.
What ship is yours? Identify. Identify.
Lark. Lark.
How many aboard?
Just one.
Identify.
Roger Thorpe, registered captain.
Home port.
Earth.
Where is that?
Consult star chart 876.
What is star chart 876?
Whatever you happen to use, start with Polaris.
What is Polaris?
You draw a line from Polaris to Deneb.
There are no such stars.
Hey, what's that noise?
You are locked into a landing beam.
Hold it. I don't necessarily want to land.
Cut your power.
I only need to get my bearings.
Prepare to descend.
Am I being forced to land?
You are being invited.
But I don't want...
Cut all power. Step clear of the ship.
But where...
Follow instructions.
Under protest.
Follow the red line.
Where am I going?
Stop at the door. Wait.
For what?
It will slide open. Step inside.
What's in there?
Step inside.
There's nothing in here.
Step inside.
Oh, all right. All right. What do I do now?
Wait.
What do you people want? Who are you? Where am I? I was in a room of some kind. A plain, bare space. There was a chair. Just a single chair, and that was the only furniture. I sat down. I waited. Who were these people? What did they want? Then the wall slid away. And facing me was a woman. She was sitting behind a desk of some kind. She was young, about 30-ish. She wore a black robe. Her red hair was short. She might have been good-looking if she didn't have such a serious look on her face. She touched a switch, and suddenly on the entire wall behind, there appeared an enormous sky chart.
Point out your home star.
My home star? Well, it doesn't show up too well, you see. It's a red dwarf. I can give you its position.
Yes?
Just let me orient myself. I'll have to find Polaris. And then Tau Ceti.
I've never heard of any...
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This isn't possible. I don't recognize any of these patterns.
I warn you to tell the truth.
But this is all very strange. Orion should be right there.
Orion?
I don't see a single thing I know in this entire sky.
This is the universe.
Well, maybe it's a part of it that's off somewhere.
This is the complete universe.
Wait a minute. The universe is infinite. Why did you do that?
Blasphemy. Everyone knows the universe is closed and limited.
Okay, have it your way.
Why are there no papers on your ship?
Because I didn't need any.
What is your cargo?
I'm sure you looked it over by now. Cosmetics.
What are cosmetics?
Didn't your translating computer tell you?
Yes, but I don't understand.
Well, it's just stuff that women put on their face.
For what purpose?
I guess it makes them look better.
Better?
What's the difference?
Please, answer the question.
Is it important?
It may be the most important thing in the universe. These cosmetics, they change people's faces?
You could say that.
It disguises them.
Well, strictly speaking, it might.
I see. Yes. Yes, I see.
Well, I hope you see something, because I don't.
Interrogator.
Yes, censor.
We have examined the ship. Have you examined the prisoner?
Who says I'm a prisoner?
You have not been spoken to.
I have examined the prisoner.
We see no use for the cargo. Destroy it.
At once.
Confiscate the ship.
Immediately.
Dispose of the prisoner.
What does that mean, dispose?
Save him for the games or eliminate him quietly. Whatever suits you.
What is he talking about?
I shall save him for the games.
Look, am I being sentenced to something?
To death.
Wait a minute. Don't I get a trial?
You have been tried and found guilty.
I have the right to defend myself.
You have no rights at all.
What sort of place is this? It could very easily fit certain places here on our own Earth, but this is a story that takes place far in the future, in a place so far away that the imagination can scarcely encompass the distance. But space, time, what do these things matter? people are people everywhere, aren't they? I shall be back shortly with Act 3. There are more things in heaven and on earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy, is a favorite line of Shakespeare's. And, of course, he had a rather limited idea of heaven. He didn't know that the heavens consisted of an infinity of space with an unlimited number of worlds. Can you imagine what he might have written had he been able to talk with a modern astronomer or an astronaut?
From what I could gather, the man was called the censor. The girl who had been talking to me was called the interrogator. Anyhow, they both decided that it was all over for me. The man left.
You will be executed at the games.
What games are these supposed to be?
The games to honor the establishment of the autocracy.
Look, I don't have anything to do with all this.
What was your purpose in coming here?
I was on my way to Medusa.
Medusa?
Yes, it's a giant yellow star.
There is no such star.
How can you make a statement like that?
Because I never heard of it.
That doesn't mean that...
If it existed, I would have heard of it. Since I have never heard of it, that is proof that it never existed.
Why do I have to be killed?
Because you have come here to overthrow the autocrat.
That isn't true.
Are you a stranger?
Yes.
The only reason strangers come here is to overthrow the autocrat. Since you admit to being a stranger,
it just means... hold on. That doesn't necessarily follow.
Do you have legitimate business on this planet?
Well, no.
Then you admit it. Since you do not have legitimate business, you therefore must be treated as a stranger.
She stood up and nodded her head. 2 men in black robes came in. I understood I was to go with them. I don't care what world you're in. A cell is a cell. This was a small room with smooth white walls. There were 2 beds in it. I had a roommate. His name was Artie. I asked him why he was in jail.
I tried to kill the autocrat.
Look, set me straight, will you? Who is the autocrat?
He is the maximum ruler.
That's why you want to kill him?
I want to kill him because he oppresses the people.
And then what?
Then perhaps the next maximum ruler will be a kinder person.
And suppose he turns out worse?
That has happened before.
Mm-hmm. In that case, what do you do?
Kill him and hope again.
Wouldn't it make more sense to eliminate all these rulers entirely?
Well, then, who would rule?
The people.
The people? How could the people rule?
Well, they would elect representatives to let's say, to a Congress.
I don't understand how that could work.
It doesn't work with all these rulers either.
Well, that's because he has not come yet.
Who?
The ultimate ruler.
And who's he supposed to be?
The ultimate ruler? He will come down from the skies.
How?
He shall be carried by a bird.
Have to be a pretty big bird.
Yes. And he would mark his people.
Mark them? In what way?
In a certain way.
In other words, you don't know.
I only know what the prophecy reads.
Oh, it's prophecy.
For those of us who believe he will come.
Still, it should be easy to explain what marking his people would mean.
I suppose with a sign that will enable everyone to recognize them.
All right. Meanwhile, how does it look for you and me?
We shall be executed.
You say you were opposed to the ruler. What'd you do?
I wasn't able to do anything. We are too few, too weak. Or maybe we are many, but we do not know it. We have no sign by which we may recognize each other.
Well, what did you actually do to wind up in here?
I complained.
You complained? About what?
The weather.
You mean you're going to be executed because you complained about the weather?
It wasn't the first time. If you establish yourself as one who complains, it means you are basically a dissatisfied person. Therefore, you are likely to revolt.
Well, do you plan to just sit here and wait?
It does no good at all to make other plans.
Why not?
How can plans be carried out? We are sealed in here. There is no hope of escape.
There has to be something we can do.
We must face our fate bravely.
I can't accept that.
Accept it, since you may not reject it.
It seemed there was no help at all. The days passed. When would it happen? The games at which the execution would take place. Or were the executions the games? Even Artie didn't know. And the jailer who brought us our food wasn't talking. Then one morning, Artie was taken out of the cell. And I thought, this is it. But why was I being left behind? Then about an hour later, Artie returned. Hey, I thought that was the old ball game for you, Artie.
You were worried. I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Your fault?
Oh, I should have told you. As the day draws closer, you're given a chance to save your life.
Oh? What kind of chance?
Well, naturally, you don't take it.
Why not? What have you got to lose?
Everything. You see, you are given an opportunity to inform on your fellow conspirators.
Oh.
The fact is, I don't have any fellow conspirators.
Well, didn't you say that you belong to an organization that wants to overthrow the autocrat?
I didn't say it was an organization.
Well, then how do you expect to...
One person can do it, if he is resourceful enough.
But wouldn't it be better if you did have a group?
Of course, but how would we know each other? I was very brave, but I wonder... Suppose I did have Confederates. Would I have betrayed them to save my own life?
I don't think you would, Artie. Then suddenly the door opened and the guards were in the cell. They grabbed me. I was hustled along some corridors and finally into a room. A small room. She was behind a table. There was no place for me to sit. Suddenly she took a small metal rod from under her black robe. She pointed it at every part of the room. It gave off a squealing noise.
One has to be sure.
Of what?
I'm sorry I cannot offer you a chair. My name is Dinara.
What do we have to be sure of?
That we are not overheard. We are safe for a moment at any rate.
What am I doing here?
You know what you are doing here. You have been sent here to save us.
I what?
You are the ultimate ruler.
Me? Now, just hold on.
It does you no good to deny it.
I'm telling the truth. I have no idea.
It's probably the truth as you see it. You do not know that you are the ultimate ruler. But you have fulfilled the prophecy.
The prophecy?
Surely Artie has talked with you in the cell.
Yes, but I didn't believe all...
It was predicted that the ultimate ruler will come down from the skies. He will be carried by a bird. What is the name of your ship?
You can't be serious.
The Lark. And it is a bird of delight. It's not an angry bird, a bird of prey.
That's all coincidence.
And he shall mark his people.
Well?
What have you brought on your ship, on the Lark? You have brought the devices with which your people can be marked. Paint and powder.
Look, I'm afraid you don't understand.
It's the prophecy.
I am not the ultimate ruler.
It does you no good to deny.
My name is Roger Thorpe.
You told me that.
I come from a planet called Earth that revolves around a tiny reddish dwarf star called Sol.
It doesn't matter.
I'm a tramp space captain. I carry mostly contraband if I want to make a living.
It's not important.
There's a place called the Hole in the Sky.
I never heard of it.
It's a spot in the universe where crazy things can happen. You get all twisted and turned in space and time.
It makes no difference.
So maybe I am in an entirely strange universe.
It doesn't change the prophecy. If you are aware or not of being the ultimate ruler, you fulfill all the requirements.
Why are you telling me this?
I, too, wish to overthrow the autocrat.
You? But aren't you a member of the regime?
There are many of us who do our work secretly and hope for the day to arrive.
The fact is, I'm going to be executed any day now. So what good does it do if you think I'm the ultimate ruler?
You have been brought here by your beautiful bird. You have brought the material with which to mark your people. Your people will save you.
There was only one way to make sense out of any of this. I would just have to assume that I had landed on a planet of nuts. Pure and simple. And so I did. But it got pretty grim. One day, Artie and I were taken from our cell and brought to an enormous stadium. There must have been 100,000 people. All of them wore black robes with hoods that covered their heads. Artie and I were led to the center of the arena. Then we heard the voice of the censor.
These men have plotted against the autocrat. Their fate is to be consumed by the mighty electric energy of the state. In a few moments, they shall no longer exist. Let this then serve as a lesson to all who would attempt similar madness.
Not a single word was heard from the robed and hooded crowd. And then we heard it. A humming that grew louder and louder. I began to feel warm, then hot, and soon it was as if I was on fire.
Stop!
Who dares halt the execution?
I, the interrogator.
For what purpose?
Revolt.
Arrest her!
Before anyone dares to touch me, I shall remove my hood. Look at my face. Let all who have the same marking now show their faces.
Her face was white as powder could make it. Her lips were red as the most flaming scarlet. I could hear her voice shouting,
Believers in the ultimate ruler, show your markings.
And now by the thousands, the hoods came off. And there they were. Men, women, children, with stark white faces and flaming red lips. Hardly anyone remained masked, except for the censor and a few high officers. And they were quickly hustled away. And now the silent crowd began to kneel.
Kneel! Homage to the ultimate ruler.
No one should kneel to me.
You are the ultimate ruler. They must.
About that makeup.
You mean the sacred markings.
Men shouldn't really wear any.
Would you deprive us of the privilege of showing our reverence and respect, ultimate ruler?
The prophecy has been fulfilled. The ultimate ruler has arrived on a beautiful bird. He has brought with him the markings that his faithful followers have proudly put on and shall wear forever. And now, all hail the ultimate ruler!
I don't understand completely. I'm the ultimate ruler. I'm treated with respect and reverence. I have whatever I want. There are times when I can't believe it. Am I lost in space? Or am I lost in my own imagination? Who knows? At times, this is real. And times when it seems like a dream. I only know one thing. I entered the hole in the sky. And I'm still in there.
Do any of us know what it means? Is there a hole in the sky? Is there a Bermuda Triangle? Are there mysterious disappearances that simply defy all rational explanation? We work for centuries to solve a riddle. And then when we think we know the answer, suddenly the original question looms larger than ever. I'll be back shortly.
I'm going on a picnic.
That's nice.
With Blanchie, my sweetheart. That's her over there.
And you want us to make up a picnic basket?
With special wine and special food, Mr.
Vino Bronco.
Hi, Mike McDonald.
Vino Bronco is the name of Lancer's white dinner wine.
Vino Bronco?
Yes, very crisp and refreshing. It's affordable, and it goes perfect with any food.
Like caviar?
Vino Bronco is perfect with caviar.
Okay, give me 2 quarts.
Of what?
Of caviar.
It's $25 an ounce. How much do you want?
Right. Well, there'll be 2 of us at the picnic.
Uh-huh.
And Blanchie eats like a bird.
Well, just give me an estimate.
How about a quarter of an ounce?
Perhaps you'd enjoy the Vino Bronco with something a little less expensive.
You mean like this chicken?
This pheasant.
Blanchie eats meatloaf. Isn't this meatloaf?
No.
She eats meatloaf by the gobs.
It's not meatloaf. It's pâté de foie gras.
Okay, I'll take the Lancer's Vino Bronco. And what do you have to eat for under $10?
This jar of mustard.
Perfect. Blanchie eats mustard by the gobs.
I'll wrap it up.
How do you want to eat the mustard here or
You
what?
can't eat the mustard.
Ah, the summertime, when everybody's fancy turns to love, and Lancer's Vino Bronco white dinner wine, imported by Hugh Blind, Hartford, Connecticut.
You
think you've got a problem buying your mother a present this Mother's Day? Try buying presents for 4 mothers. I have my mother, Jack's mother, my grandmother, and his grandmother. I couldn't possibly leave anybody out, so I give them each the Whitman sampler. The sampler's been a Mother's Day tradition with us for years. If you've got a problem about what to buy your mother this Mother's Day, give her the Whitman sampler. It's the perfect way to say Happy Mother's Day, no matter how many mothers you have.
At the store, they told me there's a powerful anti-itch drug I can buy without a doctor's prescription. Now, I use Bicozine cream as directed. No more burning, embarrassing itching. No more scratching. Bicozine actually speeds healing. Bicozine cream. What a relief.
Now, soften and remove hard, callous skin with the same ingredient doctors use most. Apply Dermasoft cream to feet, hands, elbows as directed. Dermasoft cream.
Maybe there is a hole in the sky. After all, Einstein spoke of a place where the past, the present, the future are all intermixed and intermingled. He says it occurs at the speed of light. But just think, in the universe that's surrounded by our own minds, the private universe that each of us presides over, the past, present, and future frequently mix and mingle. And that truly can be where you find the hole in the sky. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Joan Shea, Earl Hammond, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
If you can't pay your gas, electric, coal, oil, or other fuel bills, you may qualify for help from the city of Detroit. To apply, you must live in...
Worried about the price of butter and eggs? Fed up with a housing shortage? Want to get away from it all? CBS offers you Escape. Alone and unarmed in the green hell of a Caribbean jungle, you're being trailed by a pack of fiercely hungry dogs and a mad hunter armed for the kill. A mad hunter who believes that you, a human being, are the most dangerous game.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations present Escape, produced by William N. Robeson and directed tonight by Richard Sanville. Escape, carefully planned to free you from the four walls of today. Free you for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to an island in the Caribbean and the weird sportsmanship of a madman, as Richard Conkle tells it in his unforgettable story, The Most Dangerous Game.
My name is Rainsford. You may have heard of me. I make my living hunting big game for many of the major museums of the world, guiding parties of sportsmen on safari in Africa, Tibet, and South America. Perhaps you've had occasion to run across some of my books, but even if you have, there's one incident you won't find described in them. The full story of my most terrible hunt. It all began on board a private yacht en route to Rio. Whitney, my host, and I were smoking our pipes on deck, lounging back in steamer chairs, enjoying the sensuous drowsiness of the warm night.
Good dinner, eh?
Excellent. Afraid I ate too much, though.
Care for some gin rummy?
Oh, no, I don't care to move.
All right. There's a rather large island off there to the right somewhere. It's something of a mystery.
Really? Oh, I didn't know. What island is it?
The old charts call it Ship Trap Island. Suggestive name, isn't it? Sailors have a curious dread of the place. Some superstition.
I can't see it.
Well, you have good eyes, but even you can't see 4 miles or so through a moonless Caribbean night.
No, not even 4 yards. It is dark, isn't it?
It'll be light enough in Rio. Oh, by the way, hope the guns have come from Purdy's. We should have some good jaguar hunting up the Amazon. Great sport, hunting.
Best in the world.
Yes, for the hunter, not for the jaguar.
Oh, why not? They've no understanding.
Well, even so, I rather think they understand one thing. Fear. The fear of pain, the fear of death.
Huh? Oh, Rod Whitney. Who cares how the jaguar feels?
Perhaps the jaguar does.
Oh, you're a big game hunter, not a philosopher. Look, the world is made up of 2 classes. The hunter and the hunted. We're lucky enough to be the hunters. You think we've passed that island yet?
Yeah, can't tell in the dark. I hope so.
Why?
Oh, the place has a reputation. A bad one.
Cannibals?
Hardly. Even cannibals wouldn't live in such an isolated spot. But it's gotten into sailors' legends somehow. Did you notice? The crew seemed jumpy today.
Yes, they were a bit strange now that you mention it.
Yes, it's a sort of dread, a kind of mental chill. I'll be hanged if I haven't felt it myself.
Oh, pure imagination. Well, one superstitious sailor can infect a whole ship's company with his fear.
Maybe. Though sometimes sailors have an extra sense which tells them when they're in danger. Well, enough of that. I think I'll turn in.
I'm not sleepy. I'll just have another pipe.
Well, good night, then. See you in the morning.
Yes. Good night, Whitney. It was very dark. So dark I could have slept without closing my eyes. The night would have been my eyelids. I puffed at my pipe, got drowsy. Then I was wide awake. A gun out there in the water, a gun. I sprang to the rail, strained my eyes in the direction of those shots, but I couldn't see a thing. I leaped up on the rail to get better elevation, and my pipe, striking a rope, was knocked out of my mouth. I lunged for it, and tight fingers closed around my heart as I realized I'd reached too far and lost my balance. The blood-warm waters of the Caribbean closed over my head. When I came to the surface, the wash from the speeding yacht slapped salt water into my mouth, making me gag and strangling me. I coughed and spat it out and found my voice. Help! 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 The lights from the boat moved steadily away. They quickly became faint fireflies. And then they were blotted out by the night. I struggled out of my clothes and turned to the direction from which I'd heard those shots. I began swimming, slowly, conserving my strength. For an endless time, I fought the sea. Then I began to count my strokes. Thought I could possibly do another 100 before I... Someone was shooting game. Almost at my very elbow, it seemed. Gave me fresh vitality. I swam toward the sound. Then I was in the breakers. In another moment, I was dragging myself from the swirling waters, pulling myself hand over hand onto the narrow beach, gasping, panting for breath. I saw that the dense jungle came down to the edge of the cliff, and I was on land, on blessed land, safe on the soft, warm sand. I awoke late in the afternoon, the sharp hunger picking at me. As I slowly came to my feet, I saw, not far from where I'd been lying, signs of a terrible struggle in the underbrush that sloped so sharply to the beach. Some wounded thing, evidently a large animal, had thrashed about there in its death fight. And almost at my feet was a small glittering object, an empty cartridge from a .22. That was odd. The hunter had had his nerve to tackle a large brute with so small a gun. I examined the ground closely and found what I'd hoped for. The print of hunting boots. They pointed up toward a recess in the cliff, and I hurried quickly after them, for night was beginning to settle on the island. It was already dark when I came upon it. First I thought it was a village. There were so many lights. But as I came closer, I saw that all the lights were in one building, a chateau on a high bluff. In a few moments, my bare feet were padding up stone steps, and I stood in front of the massive oaken door. Good evening. Oh, please don't be alarmed. There's no need for that gun. I'm no robber. It sounds silly, but I fell off a yacht. My name is Sanger Rainsford of New York City. He was certainly not alarmed by me, this giant who stood facing me. The revolver in his hand continued to point steadily at my chest, and the man behind it was solidly built and black-bearded to the waist, and silent. He waved me in with the gun and closed the door behind me. I was in a huge hall, but there was no time to look around. Another man was coming down the broad marble stairs, an erect, slender man in evening clothes. I stepped toward him. I've just been explaining to this chap that I've had an accident. My name is Sanger Rainsford.
It is a great pleasure and honor to welcome Mr. Rainsford, the celebrated hunter, to my home.
Well, thank you.
I've read your book on hunting snow leopards in Tibet. I'm General Zarov.
Believe me, General, I'm very happy to see you.
All right, Ivan, you can put down that gun. This gentleman is a guest. Ivan is an incredibly strong fellow, but he has the misfortune to be a mute. A simple thing, but a bit of a savage.
I'm even happy to see him.
Come, we should not be chatting here. You want clothes, food, rest. You shall have them. This is a most restful spot.
I can't tell you how grateful I am.
It is my pleasure. Follow Ivan, if you please, Mr. Rainsford. I was about to have my dinner, but it can wait. I think my clothes will fit you.
I followed the man into a huge beam-ceiling bedroom with a canopied bed large enough for 6 men. Ivan silently laid out an evening suit. And as I put it on, I noticed it came from a London tailor. And Whitney'd called this place too isolated even for cannibals. I went downstairs and sat down opposite Zaroff in a dining room that suggested a baronial hall of feudal times. The food was excellent.
Perhaps you were surprised that I recognized your name. But I read all books on hunting, published in English, French, and Russian. I have but one passion in life, and that is the hunt.
Why, I notice you have some wonderful heads here. Well, that Cape Buffalo over there is the largest I've ever seen.
Oh, that fellow. Yes, he charged me, threw me against a tree, fractured my skull. But I got the brute.
I've always thought the Cape Buffalo the most dangerous of all big game.
No, the Cape Buffalo is not the most dangerous.
No?
Here in my preserve on this island, I hunt more dangerous game.
What, is there big game on this island?
The biggest?
Really?
Oh, it is not here naturally. I had to stock the island.
Well, what have you imported, General? Tigers?
No. Hunting tigers ceased to interest me when I exhausted their possibilities. There is no thrill left in tigers, no real danger. I live for danger. Cigarette, Mr. Rainsford.
Please.
We will have some capital hunting, you and I.
But what game?
I'll tell you. You will be amused, I know. I think I may say in all modesty that I have done a rare thing. I have invented a new sensation. May I pour you another glass of port?
Thank you.
I have been a hunter all my life, but after many years of enjoyment, I found that the hunt no longer fascinated me. It had ceased to be what you call a sporting proposition. I always got my quarry, always. And there is no greater bore than perfection.
Then you were a very good hunter, General.
No, I had merely discovered that the animal has nothing but his legs and his instincts. Instinct is no match for reason. When I realized this, it was a tragic moment for me. As I told you, I love to hunt. And then it came to me as an inspiration what I must do.
And that was?
I had to invent a new animal to hunt.
A new animal? Why, you're joking.
I assure you I am not, sir. A new animal, and so I found one. I bought this island, built this house, and here I do my hunting. The island is perfect for my purpose. There are jungles with a maze of trails in them, hills, swamps.
And the animal, General Zaroff?
It supplies me with the most intense excitement of all. I never grow bored now, for I have a quarry with which I can match my wits. An ideal quarry, with courage, cunning, and above all, reason.
But no animal can reason.
My dear fellow, there is one that can.
I can't believe you're serious. What is some grisly joke?
Of course I'm serious. I'm speaking of hunting.
You're speaking of murder.
Surely your experiences in the
war... Did not make me condone cold-blooded murder.
I'll wager you'll forget your notions when you go hunting with me. Why, you've a genuine new thrill in store for you, Mr. Rains.
Thank you. I'm a hunter, not a murderer.
Oh, dear me, that unfortunate word again. But I hunt the scum of the earth, sailors from tramp ships, lascars, mongrels...
Where do you get them?
This island is called Ship Trap. There is a row of lights out there on the reef which indicate a channel where there is none, only rocks. I control the lights from my tower.
You wreck their ships and then you shoot down the men.
But I treat my visitors with every consideration. They get plenty of good food and exercise. They get into splendid physical condition. You shall see for yourself tomorrow. Would you like some more port, please?
What shall I see tomorrow?
We'll visit my training school. It's in the cellar. I have about a dozen there now. Sailors. Inferior lot, I regret to say. More accustomed to the deck than the jungle. Ivan, we'll have our coffee now. Thick Turkish coffee, Mr. Rainsford. Very good.
No.
Is your appetite quite gone?
No coffee, thank you.
Just one, Ivan. It is a game, you see. I suggest to one of them that we go hunting. I give him 3 hours start. I am to follow, armed only with pistol of smallest caliber and range. If my quarry eludes me for 3 whole days, he wins the game. If I find him, he loses.
And if he refuses to be hunted?
Well, I give him the option. If he won't hunt, I turn him over to Ivan here. Ivan once served as official executioner to the Great White Tsar, and he has his own ideas of sport. Invariably, they choose the hunt.
And if they win?
To date, I have not lost. I don't wish you to think me a braggart. Once did almost win. Eventually, I had to use the dogs.
The dogs?
Yes. Just step over here to the window a moment. I want you to see my courtyard. Go ahead, Mr. Rainford. Open the window, please. And I have a dozen, as you can see. They are let out at 7 every night. If anyone should try to get into my house or out of it, well, it would be regrettable. And now I want to show you my new collection of heads. Will you come with me to the library, please?
I hope you'll excuse me tonight. I'm really not feeling at all well.
Oh, I am sorry. You need a good, restful night's sleep. Tomorrow you'll feel like a new man, and then we'll hunt. I wonder at the promising prospect.
But I was already hurrying from the room and up the marble stairway. I heard him calling after me.
Sorry you can't go with me tonight. I expect rather fair sport, a big, strong native from west coast of Africa. He looks resourceful.
The bed was good. I was tired, but I didn't sleep. I didn't toss or turn. I didn't move. I just lay rigidly in one spot, my eyes on the ceiling, my arms tight against my side, my breathing slow and heavy, my mind empty, waiting. The inky black was just beginning to dissolve. A thin line of gray was just beginning to seep insidiously into my room when Zaroff found his quarry. Then, I suppose I slept. When I awoke, the sun's shadows were already slanting through my room. Must have been well after noon. I came down to find General Zaroff pouring himself a glass of brandy by the sideboard.
Mr. Rainsford, feeling better, I trust?
Yes.
I wish I could say the same. No, I'm not well. Hunting was no good last night. He made a straight trail, offered no problems at all.
General, I want to leave the island at once.
Mr. Rainsford, tonight we will hunt. You and I.
No, General. I've told you I will not hunt.
I beg you to reconsider. My idea of sport is much more diverting than Yvonne.
You mean that?
Yes. You and I. It's really an inspiration. A foeman worthy of my steel at last. Oh, you'll find this game worth playing, Rainsford. Your brain against mine. Your woodcraft against mine. Your strength and stamina against mine. Outdoor chess. And the stake is not without value, eh?
And if I win?
If I do not find you by midnight of the third day, then I'm defeated. My sloop will place you on the mainland near a town. Oh, you can trust me. I give you my word as a gentleman and as a sportsman. Of course, you in turn must agree to say nothing of your visit here.
I'll agree to say nothing of the kind.
Well, in that case, well, why discuss it now? 3 days from now, we can chat about it over a bottle of Veuve Clicquot. Unless... And now listen, Rainsford. Ivan will supply you with hunting clothes, food, and knife. I suggest you wear moccasins. They leave a poorer trail. I suggest, too, you avoid the big swamp in the southeast corner of the island. There's quicksand there. And now you'll want to start, no doubt. I shall not follow until dusk. Hunting at night is so much more exciting than by day, don't you think, Mr. Rainsford? Good hunting.
I kept telling myself through tight teeth that I had to keep my head. Keep my head. My first idea had been to put distance between myself and Zaroff, and so I'd plunged into the jungle in a blind panic. Before long, I shook it off and stopped. Straight flight was futile. It would only bring me out to the sea. Then I hit upon the idea of giving him a trail to follow. I would begin our dangerous game by playing the fox. For more than 2 hours, I went through the trackless wilderness, executing a series of intricate loops, doubling again and again on my trail. Night found me leg-weary, with hands and face lashed by the branches. I needed rest badly, and having played the fox, I decided now to play the cat. I climbed into the crotch of a huge tree. An apprehensive night crawled slowly by like a wounded snake. Then at dawning, a startled bird suddenly screamed, and I flattened against the bough. Through a screen of leaves as thick as tapestry, I saw the general. Came slowly, his eyes fixed on the ground. Almost beneath my tree, he paused and went down on one knee, studying the ground. I would have gone for him, leaping the way a panther does, except for the small automatic in his right hand. After a seemingly endless time, he came back to his feet. His eyes left the ground and traveled inch by inch up the tree. I froze, every muscle tensed for a spring. But the hunter's eyes stopped just before they reached the limb on which I lay. A slow smile spread over his brown face.
Oh, Rainsford, where can you have gone? Wherever are you, you clever dog? I simply must go home and lie down a bit to think this over.
The pent-up air burst hotly from my lungs as he turned back and disappeared. So, the general was playing with me, was saving me for another day's sport. Zaroff was the cat, and I was the mouse. In that moment, I knew the real meaning of terror. I slipped from the tree and set off into the woods. I'd only gone a few hundred yards when I found a huge dead tree leaning against a smaller living one. I pulled my knife from its sheath and set to work. the job was finished, I threw myself down behind a log 100 feet away. How long I waited, I don't know. Seemed like days. It was probably only a few hours. Then he was coming again, with the sureness of a bloodhound. Nothing escaped those searching black eyes. No crushed blade of grass, no bent twig, no mark, however faint, in the moss. He was so intent on his stalking, he was upon the thing before he saw it, his foot touching the protruding branch that was the trigger. The dead tree, delicately adjusted to rest on the cut living one, crashed heavily to the earth. And I waited yet another moment, not daring to look up and see if it really had done its work.
Rainsford, if you're within the sound of my voice, let me congratulate you. There aren't many men who know how to make a melee man-catcher. I am a lucky man, Rainsford. My reflexes are still good. Did you see me spring back even while it was falling? Rainsford, can you hear me? You are proving interesting. I'm going back now to have my wound dressed. Don't be alarmed. It's only a slight one. I shall be back. I shall be back.
It was dark, and I'd been going for hours. The vegetation became ranker. Insects were biting me savagely. And when mud began sucking viciously at my feet like giant leeches, I knew where I was. About to enter the death swamp with its quicksand. However, the softness of the earth gave me an idea. I stepped back about a dozen paces out of the quicksand and began to dig. When the pit was above my shoulders, I climbed out. And from some hard saplings, I cut stakes, sharpening them to a fine point. I planted the stakes at the bottom of the pit, with their points up. With flying fingers, I wove a rough carpet of weeds and branches, and with it I covered the mouth of the pit. Then, wet with sweat and aching with tiredness, I crouched behind the stump of a lightning-blasted tree. I heard the padding sound of feet on the soft earth. I knew he was coming. The night wind brought me the perfume of the General's black cigarette. Although I could see nothing, it seemed to me that he was coming with unusual swiftness, that he was not feeling his way along foot by foot. In one brief moment, I lived an entire year. Then I heard the sharp crackle of breaking branches. The cover of the pit gave way.
You've done well, Rainsford. Very well. Where did you get the tide? Your Burmese tiger pit has claimed one of my best dogs. And so you score again. I must see what you can do now against my whole pack.
He went away again. But I just lay there in the swamp that night. At daybreak, I was awakened by a distant sound, faint and wavering. The baying of a pack of hounds. I went up into a tree. Down a watercourse, not a quarter of a mile away, I could see the bush moving. I strained my eyes and saw the lean figure of General Zaroff. Just ahead of him, I made out the gigantic Ivan, holding the pack in leash. I prepared for the native trick I've learned in Uganda. I slipped from the tree, caught hold of a springy young sapling, and to it fastened my knife, its blade pointing down the trail. With a bit of wild grapevine, I tied back the sapling and ran for my life. The hounds hit the fresh scent and raised their voices, and I knew how an animal at bay must feel. Even as I ran, the clamor of the hounds suddenly ceased. And with it, my heart stopped. For that meant they'd reached the knife. I climbed excitedly up a tree and looked back, and hope died in my brain. The general was still on his feet. Ivan, however, was not. The knife, driven by the recoil of the springing tree, had done its work. Then the dogs took up the cry again, and I was on the ground once more. Nerve, nerve. I panted the words over and over as I fled headlong. A blue gap showed through the trees dead ahead. I forced myself up on towards the gap and reached the sea. It lay 20 feet below me, rumbling and hissing. I stood a moment, poised over the edge. I heard the hounds. I knew it was the end. Then I leaped far out into the water.
Well, it's been a busy day, Adam. A busy day. Oh, down, Adam, down. What's the matter, my boy? Hungry? All right, catch. It's quite a day. Not perfect, of course. 2 slight annoyances. One is it will be difficult to replace Ivan. And the other, well, our quarry escaped us, didn't he, Adam? But then, of course, the American didn't really play the game. So we won't count it. We won't count it at all. All right, my boy. That's enough for now. Out you go with the rest. Better luck another time.
Rainsford.
Good evening, General.
How did you get here?
I swam. I found that quicker than walking through the jungle.
I congratulate you. You have won the game.
No, General.
Yes. Yes, of course you have.
I'm still a beast at bay. Get ready, General Zaroff.
I see. Splendid. One of us is to furnish a meal for the hounds. The other will sleep in this very excellent bed. Good, Rainsford. Good. On guard.
Huh? The General was right. Never before in my life had I slept in a better bed.
Escape is produced by William N. Robeson and was directed tonight by Richard Sanville. You have escaped tonight in the Richard Connell story, The Most Dangerous Game, adapted for radio by Irving Ravitch, with Paul Freese as Sango Rainsford and Hans Conried as General Zaroff. The special musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Fure. Next week,
you're sitting at the throttle of a speeding locomotive, screaming around the curves of a mountain gorge, racing against time with death at your shoulder. Next week, you're the engineer of the Yellow Mail.
Next week, CBS offers you Escape with Frank H. Spearman's exciting story of railroading the run of the Yellow Mail. Until this same time next week, then, good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're twice as sure with 2 great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, and all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. More Frigidaires serve in more American homes than any other refrigerator. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. Shouldering upward into the clouds, looking out over the plains of 4 countries of Europe, are the great tumbled ranges of the Alps. Birthplace of the wind, a Roman poet once called them, those high mountain valleys of Switzerland. And so they are even today, birthplace of the wind. But when the man called X is concerned, they can also be the birthplace of death, which is exactly what 2 men are talking about in a hotel room in Paris.
No, sir, Ken, the whole thing's a frame-up, and it's too dangerous. You ought to know that.
Maybe so, Chief. What else have we got to work on?
Yeah, millions of dollars in counterfeit United States bills pouring into France and Italy, and after 10 days over here, we haven't been able to turn up a lead.
This may be the lead. Chief, I know von Ormstein. I know his work. He made the plates these bills are being printed from. There's no question about it.
Well, that still doesn't mean you've got to accept his invitation to Switzerland and get yourself killed.
No, it's just that I think he's conceited enough to believe he can get me up there and convince me he's really going straight.
Well, you know he might be at that. The Swiss authorities didn't find a thing when they raided him. He never has any visitors and never goes anywhere himself. Ken? Maybe he has retired.
You want to bet?
Well, he seems to be a pillar of the community up there. Even a check on his outgoing mail hasn't turned up anything.
Outgoing, eh?
If he is the brain behind this counterfeiting, then how's he doing it?
That's exactly what I'm going to Borlak in Switzerland to find out.
I don't know. If there were any other way, Say, I can't figure what the Sam Hill happened to Zellschmidt.
Oh, he may turn up yet.
Yeah, but you sent him over here 2 weeks ago to contact some of his crooked pals. He's apparently dropped out of sight.
Yeah. Well, I've got to get on out to the airport.
Then you're still going to see von Ormstein.
It's our best bet. Well, it's our only bet. Chief, I'll call you from Switzerland. I'd like to pick up my ticket, please. Reservation on the next flight to Geneva. The name's Ken Thurston.
Oui, Monsieur Thurston. We plan to Switzerland. I will fly right away.
Wait a second. Monsieur? I'll be right back.
But, Monsieur, I do not understand.
Well, pay gone.
Mr. Rex.
How do you like Paris by this time?
Mr. Thurston, I was just going to call you or wire you or something. Only right now I got...
Pay gone? What's that package you're trying to hide behind you?
Mr. Rex, I'm innocent. No matter what anybody says, I'm innocent. How should I know it's counterfeit money in this little package?
I'll bite. How do you know?
Well, Mr. Thurston, you've got to believe me. I don't know nothing from nothing.
Where'd you get the package?
From a guy named Smith at the little French hotel by the Swiss border. And right now I got to go and deliver it to her.
The only place you're going is Switzerland with me. You can't be trusted alone.
But I got to deliver this first. My dear friend Pierre Cornet is going to be awful mad if I don't.
Cornet?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know him, Mr. X?
Pagan, Cornet is the only one of the gang we've been able to track down in 10 days.
Oh, then he's been arrested. You got him?
No. Somebody else got him. We found him in his room last night. Stabbed to death.
Mr. Thurston, how soon can we get to Switzerland?
This again, gentlemen, is my study, which, of course, you've already seen.
Yeah. Nice little place you've got here, Mr. von Ormstein.
My thanks, Mr. Zellschmidt.
This completes the tour, then? Is that it?
In a manner of speaking, yes, Mr. Thurston. Now, please consider yourself at liberty, however, to look through any part of the grounds or through the chalet itself at any time you wish.
Thank you, Mr. von Ormstein.
I only wish to convince you that I am no more than I seem, a man who has now retired from what may have been at times a somewhat evil life.
I see. By the way, I've been noticing your radio over there. Quite a powerful transmitter, isn't it?
Oh, fairly so. As you know, I've always been interested in amateur radio, though I seldom find time to use it anymore.
I'm glad to hear that. A man could open it up once in a while and send a quick message in code without much chance being found out,
Yes, I suppose one could.
Just look at that view, Mr. Thurston. Mountains all over the place. Waterfalls. Boy, what a spot for a vacation.
How did you happen to pick Switzerland, Mr. von Ormstein, when you decided to retire?
Well, it's a beautiful place and out of the way. My sister has owned this estate for many years, you know.
Your sister, eh? Oh, I'd like to meet her.
Certainly. I'll go find her now, if you'll excuse me. I'll only be a moment.
Pagon, get over there by the door. Listen for anybody coming.
Okay, Mr. X. What are you going to do?
Take a look at this telephone. Von Ormstein was listening on it first time he came in here. When he saw me, he hung up without saying a word. Something screwy about that. Line goes under the edge of the desk here.
You found something, maybe?
Yeah. The way switch. Let's see what it does.
And probable light snowfall to be expected in the Jungfrau sector after 9 p.m. tonight. Present wind velocities over this station are as follows. At 1,500 meters, none. At 2,000 meters, 8 to 12 kilometers per hour. Direction variable to all points. Predict falling velocities of wind at all...
You're Miss von Ormstein, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I am Nashka.
Mr. Van Ormstein is my brother. What are you doing here?
We're visiting your brother.
Oh, you shouldn't. You should go away now. That would be the best thing. Yes, really it would. What?
Come now, Miss Nashka. Go away and miss all the lovely things to see around here.
Oh, yes. Yes, they are lovely, aren't they? Have you seen them all? The covered bridge and the rock garden and the weather station?
Well, the weather station, where's that?
Up there on top of the ridge, Mr. Thurston.
Mr. Van Ormstein.
Any reason why you should be particularly interested in it?
Oh, I'm interested in meteorology, that's all. Any reason why I shouldn't be?
No, of course not. Anashka, I've been looking for you. Mr. Thurston's a kind of a policeman, you know. You mustn't tell him any of our guilty secrets.
Oh, I've only been talking about the beautiful scenery here. Yes. And our waterfall, Mr. Thurston. I call it the Rhine Maiden.
You must forgive her imagination, Mr. Thurston. Its real name is the Zorkjalen.
But I like Rhine Maiden so much better.
It's easier to pronounce, too. Mr. Van Ormstein, how does one go about getting up to the weather station?
Well, there's a trail leading out of the valley here, though I hardly think you would find it interesting.
Oh, I don't know. I can't think of any better place to find out which way the wind's blowing.
Blowing around the building is nothing more than a surface gradient, Mr. Thurston. 300 meters over our heads, the air is standing in a very dead calm. I happen to be the... What is the matter?
One other thing, I'm listening. Only I'm still surprised at finding a girl up here, Miss Rayner, running this station all alone.
Oh, yes, but I love it. It is the most beautiful view in the world out across those peaks. I can see half of Switzerland from here.
Ha! Makes me dizzy just to look down.
Would you like to see some of the wind maps?
Yeah, very much.
Here we are. This happens to be one of the very few spots in the world where wind velocity and direction is entirely predictable.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, and quite dependable, too. You see this one here. It is a wind that blew steadily for 3 days earlier in the week, straight into eastern France.
I see. Miss Rayner, what about reports? You phone them in somewhere?
Oh, yes, to Geneva 4 times a day.
Any chance the phone line could be tapped?
But I do not understand, Mr. Thurston. Who would wish to do anything like that?
Miss Rayner, aren't you forecasting a dead calm overhead for the next 48 hours?
Yes, but...
Good. Now listen. I want you to contact the authorities in Geneva and give them my name.
What?
Ask for their permission to cooperate with certain instructions that I'll give you later. You got it?
Yes, but I fail to see what...
Never mind, you will. Come on, Baker.
Running up mountains, running down mountains. I wish I knew what was going on around here, Mr. Thurston.
Getting an appetite for dinner, Peg, huh?
Yeah.
Should be ready pretty soon.
I'm afraid dinner will be delayed, gentlemen.
Mister, look, he's got a gun.
Yes, I've been waiting for you. Step inside.
Well, Mr. Van Ormstein, things seem to be moving out into the open.
I'll take your gun, Mr. Thurston. Thank you. Very clever of you to find my little arrangement with the telephone, but you should have remembered I might be using it when you had Miss Rayner call Geneva.
Yeah, maybe I should. Well, the next move seems to be up to you.
I've made it already. We are waiting now for the arrival of the police.
The police? Where do they fit in?
As a respected member of the community, I felt it my duty to call them. You see, Mr. Thurston, I happened to look into my sister Nashka's room. Found it ransacked. Blood on the carpet. I'm charging you with murder.
And now we continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. When Ken accepted von Ornstein's invitation to Switzerland, he was reasonably certain of the man's guilt in flooding France and Italy with counterfeit U.S. bills. The only question being how the scheme was worked. He was certain, too, that von Ornstein was dangerous. And now the duel has come out into the open. and a criminal charge has been filed against Ken. The charge of murder.
This way, monsieur. I have the police conveyance waiting there at the edge of the driveway. You're pleased to walk ahead of me.
Okay, Inspector. Right now, you're the man with the brass hat.
Mr. Thurston, this little gendarme is going to throw us in the hoosgow. Hey, what's the big idea? We didn't kill anybody, did we?
Wait a minute.
Huh?
That waterfall. I think von Ornstein's sister was trying to tell me something about that waterfall. So help me, that's got to be it.
What are you talking about, Mr. Thurston? I don't get it. Here we are, monsieur. We're pleased to stand there until I unlock the conveyance. Look at it. Nothing but a dog catcher's truck.
Pago.
Yeah?
Do you want to make a quick $100?
In real money?
Yeah, now listen. Tell this cop you want to confess to the murder. I'll straighten it out later.
Well, I don't know if I...
Pago, I've got to get up to that weather station and then to the waterfall. Now, go ahead.
Well, it's only for the money, you understand. We're pleased to enter, monsieur. Mr. Inspector? Sir, I want to confess. Huh? I done it all by myself. Monsieur, you are the murderer? Sure, tell you all about it down in the headquarters. Now, Mr. Thurston didn't have nothing to do with it. See? I'm climbing in with my own free will. Lock the door and take me.
Well, congratulations, Inspector. A confessed murderer. This will mean promotion for you.
Does monsieur really think so?
Oh, sure.
Aha. Stand back. I must take this killer to justice immediately. Hey, don't forget to fix it up, Mr. Thurston. Hey, what did they do to murder in this country, anyhow?
I'm not sure, Pagon, but I think it involves a firing squad.
What? Oh, no. Let me out of here. Mr. Zane!
If I understand you correctly, Mr. Thurston, you wish me to send this false weather report over the telephone in place of the real one. Is that it?
That's right, Miss Rayner. The people in Geneva said to follow my instructions, didn't they?
But this report is not true. It is not true. It predicts a 40-kilometer wind blowing into northern Italy for the next 48 hours. Actually, there will be a dead calm during that time.
I know, but there's a good reason for it. Now, excuse me. I've got a date with the waterfall. Pagon. Thought you were in jail.
I only agreed to confess I wasn't going to get myself shot.
Well, how'd you get away?
With my special Zellschmidt skeleton key. The lock on that bird cage was a cinch. Hey, where we're going now, Mr. Thurston?
Von Ornstein's sister was really trying to tip me off. We're going through this waterfall.
Huh? Through there?
She kept calling it the Rhine Maiden. And the Rhine Maidens are best known as guardians of gold. They kept it underwater. So, wait till I get this flashlight under my raincoat.
Mr. X, I hope you know what you're doing. Walking through a waterfall.
Well, we'll soon find out. Take a deep breath now. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Where are we now, anyhow?
I don't know. Let's try the flashlight. There.
Mr. Thurston, look, it's a cave. A cave in the back of the falls.
Yeah. Yeah. Complete with a turbine generator operated by the water, Pagon. Yeah. The printing press.
And there's where he's been making that no-good money.
Yeah.
I don't see any, though.
No. Looks like the floor's been dug up here.
Hey, what are all these gadgets piled up over here?
Weather balloons.
Balloons?
Yeah. Special kind with an automatic timer. Controls the height and the time in the air. And look here. A small built-in radio transmitter to send out a continuous signal. Quite a scheme.
Hey, how about letting me in on the lowdown, Mr. X? How does he do it?
It's not too hard to figure out now. By tapping the phone line from the weather station, von Ornstein gets a continuous report of air movements across the ridge here.
No kidding.
Whenever a favorable wind was forecast, he'd hook some counterfeit money onto a balloon, set the control for the right time and altitude, and then release it. Probably after dark.
But how could an agent over in France or in Italy even find the balloon when it did come down?
That's where the automatic radio unit came in. The agent could use a portable receiver and find the balloon without much trouble. I doubt if he lost many shipments.
Not any, as a matter of fact, Mr. Thurston.
Van Ornstein? Oh, me.
Get your hands up, gentlemen. Very clever, Mr. Thurston. Though you really should have looked around the cave before you became careless.
One thing bothers me, von Ornstein. What happened to the plates you've been printing from?
I sent them out by balloon an hour ago, right after I heard Miss Rayner's last weather report. You see, they might have provided, shall we say, evidence.
I see. Well, where do we go from here?
You and your friend aren't going anywhere. This cave is the end of the road.
Uh-huh. What's the plan?
I'm going outside, Thurston, and drop the gates of the little dam you may have noticed out there.
Fine, go on.
It diverts a part of the water to flood this cave and seal off the entrance.
Mr. Thurston, he's going to drown us like rats.
Yes. Gentlemen, I bid you adieu.
Oh, me. Come on, Mr. X. We gotta get out of here.
Pagon, he'd shoot you before you got clear of the waterfall. So we better... Listen. Move back. Here it comes.
But we gotta do something.
All we can do is run or be drowned. So come on, let's run.
I can understand your concern, but I've already told you that Ken Thurston and Mr. Zellschmidt haven't been heard from since they left to go hiking 2 days ago.
Yeah, von Ormstein. Now, suppose you listen to me. I warned Ken about that invitation of yours before he left here. If you don't have him on this phone in 30 minutes, I'm coming up there and tear that joint apart.
I can understand how you must feel, sir. As a matter of fact, I was beginning to worry a little myself. I'm planning to send out a search party.
Oh, search party? It's no job for a search party. You know what's happened to him.
I'm sorry, sir, but I really don't know what to say to you. After all,
you let me talk to him.
Thurston.
Huh? What did you say?
You thought you bumped us off, didn't you? Pigeon.
I'll take that phone, von Ormstein. Thanks. Keep your hands up. Go on, move back. Hello, Chief.
Ken, what the Sam Hill's going on up there?
Never mind. Everything's okay now. I'll call you later.
Yeah, but why didn't you...
How did you get out?
Oh, the cave opens on the surface a couple of miles back of the ridge. I thought it might when I noticed a current of air blowing through.
All right. So you've broken up my scheme. But I got the plates sent off, and without them, you have no case against me.
I have the plates.
You're bluffing. They should have been picked up by my agent in Italy nearly 2 days ago.
Yeah, and they might have been. If you hadn't sent them up in a dead calm.
What?
Oh, the balloon went up all right. And came down. Over here on the ridge, about 2 miles away. Pagan and I picked it up after we got out of the cave this morning.
The weather report.
You can't always trust the weather report. Especially when it's been tampered with.
You still won't convict me. You can't prove I ever used the plates.
Somehow I don't think the court's going to worry too much about counterfeiting. They'll be trying you for murder.
My sister? You can't file a murder charge without a body, Thurston.
I got a pretty good idea that when we drain that cave and dig up the floor, we'll have a body, von Ormstein. You want to bet?
You're not going to take me even if I...
Go back here, too.
Right on the button, Mr. X. Colder than a mountain climber's nose. Well, that takes care of that.
Yeah, Pagan, that takes care of that. Until the next time. And there'll be a next time. Other men like this one. Men who can live right in the shadow of eternity. Look up every day of their lives at that clean white snow on the peaks. And still wallow in greed and prejudice. Hate. What's the matter with us anyway? Aren't we ever going to grow up?
Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And I'd like you to know that Carter tonight was played by Kathy Lewis. Ladies and gentlemen, America's production depends on steel. Jobs depend on it. And steel depends on scrap metal. Help increase the production of the things you need. Help to keep employment high. Collect scrap iron and steel around home. Turn it into your local drive or call your local scrap dealer. Right away, huh? Now, next week, we're doing a story called Passport to Danger. I think it'll really keep you on the edge of your seats. As usual, Leon Belasque will be along as Pagan Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the Man Called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Sunday night brings you two popular dramatic shows on CBS, The Man Called X and The Adventures of Sam Spade. Yes, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Sunday at 8:30, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, No Sad Clowns for Me.
There was a tall clown and a short clown juggling this one, plus a sleek but overaged destroyer named Ruth that wore tights and trained tigers. All parts of a big circus playing a small town of 649 people. And somewhere along the midway, a joker wanted to cut me down to size. 6-foot box size. I wasn't thinking about the circus when I went to the Detective Bureau Wednesday morning, but my boss was. The Lion was up to his knuckles in...
Green, my boy. I've just about decided to have our whole office done over in green.
Why the sea of $1 bills?
A client, my boy, with payment in advance.
Those bills look like they've been papered in a rat's nest.
They're all in pieces, my boy, but they're good.
You'd know.
Of course. Notice when I hold this one against this 300-watt light, the paper's made with silk threads. Fitting the torn bills together, they come to $67, Jeffrey.
And the client is...
See this canvas bag?
Bottle top?
It's full of nickels, dimes, and quarters, Jeffrey. With the $1 bills, it makes a very nice retainer of $75.
For which we do what?
Nothing.
Oh, wait a minute, Fatso. You mean a client walked in here, laid down $75 to hire us to do nothing?
Exactly.
Duck, there's a curve on this pitch.
No, my boy. The whole thing's perfectly legitimate. Our client walked in about an hour ago.
Description?
Well, he was a tall man, eccentric.
Go on.
45 or 50 years old, long, pale, stringy, yellowish hair, like an actor, and oddly dressed.
This keeps getting better.
Well, he had on a single-breasted pinstripe suit and tennis sneakers, a rope for a belt.
Does he fly?
What? No. Anyway, Jeffrey, he put the money down. He saw I was worried about the small denominations, and then he said, "It's not brass." Just like that.
It's not brass.
Circus expression, my boy. Then he leaned right over this desk and said slowly, showing his big teeth, Jeffrey, "When a little old man named Crackley comes in, don't take his case."
And you went for that?
Of course. We do nothing, no trouble at all.
Lion, it could be we're in trouble. Give me our client's name and address and the retainer. I'll take it back.
Well, unfortunately...
Don't tell me. You didn't get the name and address.
Well, you see, my boy, he was in a great hurry.
You gave him a receipt for the 75?
Oh, of course. Everything very businesslike.
That ties us into the case, but good. Now, no matter what happens, we're mixed up in it.
You're borrowing trouble.
We bought it.
Oh, relax, my boy.
We gotta get that receipt.
Forget it. Just be grateful.
Okay, Lion. But if Crackley shows up, be careful. I turned and started for the door. Our new client was a crank. We'd have to be more than careful. But I couldn't dump the trouble into the Lion's lap. I slammed the door on my way out. The noise made a little old guy jump. He was standing in the hall, just outside our door. It wasn't hard to figure who he was. Crackley?
You know my name?
Oh, I do now. You're on your way into the Lion Detective Bureau.
Yes.
I'm Regan.
The Lion's Eye?
That's what they call me.
You're the man I came here to see. You were highly recommended.
I'd like to talk to you, Crackley. I know a place they'll let us sit down for 50 cents.
I could use a drink.
I thought maybe. We went to Dugan's bar. Crackley was a little guy, but smart, almost sharp. He had an outdoor face, tanned with deep wrinkles like closed eyes in his forehead. Like he had a lot on his mind, and he wanted to talk.
I'm the owner of a circus, Mr. Regan.
Oh, congratulations.
Well, you don't understand. I don't know if you can imagine the responsibilities of a circus owner. To his employees, I mean. They're all specialists.
And if we were to close up and go out of business, well, there'd be no place for them to go.
Except another circus.
Oh, circus business has fallen off since the war years, Mr. Regan.
I hadn't heard.
Business is terrible.
Oh, sure.
Another drink, gentlemen?
No, thanks.
No, I don't think so.
Now, why did you come to the Lion Detective Bureau?
I want you to find a man named Bliss.
Why?
Well, Bliss has been investing in my circus.
Putting money into a losing proposition?
Oh, it's not unusual. People that love the circus, especially wealthy people, enjoy putting their money into things that give them pleasure.
Bliss is missing?
Oh, for the last 3 weeks.
And the money has stopped coming into the circus?
Well, yes, Mr. Regan.
When did you last see Bliss?
The fact is, I've never seen Bliss.
But he puts money into your circus?
Through his lawyer. Right now we're playing Bliss's hometown. I'd hope to meet him in person.
What would you say, Mr. Crackley, if I told you a strange man came into our bureau this morning and paid us not to take your case?
Someone's following me?
Well, I don't know, but Yeah, Mr. Crackley, someone's following you.
Mr. Regan, what are you looking at?
You mean, what is it looking at us?
But where?
Stay put, I'll be right back. I ran to the window. The face that had been peering in at us whipped out of sight. A couple of winos in Dugan's door cost me 2 or 3 seconds getting out, and that was enough. When I got to the street, it was empty. The man with the long, stringy, yellowish hair who'd been watching us was gone. I went back into the bar. That's when I got a second surprise. Crackley was gone, too. A quick call to Billboard gave me what I needed. The Crackley Great Combined Circus was playing a town of 650 people. A place called Crossroads in the foothills, about a 2-hour drive from L.A. The crank with the yellow hair on the rope belt was somehow tied up with that Crackley circus. Yellow Hair had the Lion's signed receipt. I had to get it back. So I got into my car and headed for Crossroads. And when I got there, funny thing, the town was deserted. But the circus midway was jammed. It looked like Crossroads' whole 649 population was at that circus.
Hot dogs, hot puppies, they're delicious, they're nutritious. Step up and get one.
How much?
Eh?
A hot dog, how much?
Oh, yeah, hot dog. Hey, you mean you're going to buy one?
Why not?
Nobody buys nothing in this cheap burg.
Business looks pretty good to me. Everybody in town here at the circus.
Don't cost them nothing.
Oh, no?
Old Crackley's putting on a show for nothing. Making it look good for Bliss, his silent partner.
The show's papered then. Annie Oakley's for free, huh?
Say, you Bliss?
And if I am?
I ain't said nothing.
Yeah. How much for the hot dog?
2 bits.
I paid for the hot dog, walked along the midway asking questions wherever I could get an answer. It's like the dog peddler had said. Crackley had papered the house, bought tickets for everyone in town to guarantee business. We weren't supposed to take the case, but the situation was interesting, and I got to wondering about Bliss, how he fitted in. But then I remembered I was here to get our receipt back, so I bypassed the midway, walked around to the performers' tents. No gaudy signs here, no freak shows, palmists or ballet. And I found a woman, or rather, she found me.
Regan?
Nice to be known.
This is my tent, Mr. Regan. Please come in.
She was tall, slim. You could spend time watching her. Young, but not too young. Her hair was long and black, almost to the roots. Her face was firm, beautiful, but her eyes had already been there and back. Then we were in her tent, nobody around except the tigers just outside. And she got nearer, and I could see more.
Regan.
Nice tent.
I got a message.
Uh-huh.
Go home.
That's your message?
Go back to L.A., Crackley says.
You a friend of Crackley's?
He saw you on the midway. He said, that's Regan. That's the Lion's Eye from L.A. that ought to go home.
You sure it wasn't Bliss?
You know Bliss?
Oh, yeah, a very close personal friend of mine.
You're clever, Regan.
It's my business.
Make sure your business doesn't get you into trouble.
Hey, that tiger's close.
Yeah, I work the big cats. They hate me and I hate them. I like them kept near me. Gives me a chance to whip them through the bars whenever I'm feeling blue.
Lady.
Yeah?
What's your name?
I got a surprise for you, Mr. Regan.
I've had lots today.
My name's Crackley.
You're married to old Crackley, the circus owner?
I married his son, Mr. Regan.
His son?
Yeah, George Crackley. The little runt that's standing in back of you.
I turned. George was there, all right. And he was little, maybe 4 feet 10 inches tall, wearing a clown suit. His face was in queer makeup, chalk white, bruised blue. He was supposed to look like a sad clown. And he was.
What are you doing around here?
Looking for a man.
She look like a man?
No.
You're after my wife, too. You were standing real close.
Guys fall in love with me, Regan. My husband's a poor sport about it.
Oh, make sure you don't wake up dead, mister. Make sure you don't get dropped on.
I'll be real careful.
George, if you don't get out of here...
Ruth, don't you think it's time you were getting into your costume? The walk-around will begin in 4 or 5 minutes.
A tall clown filled the opening to the tent. When he spoke, Ruth began fumbling with the costume. Little George looked like he was going to cry, then walked out of the tent without a word. Ruth followed him. And I was left alone with a tall clown in makeup, with a red watermelon mouth and cold blue eyes.
I hated to interrupt, Mr. Regan, but Ruth must dress for the walk-around, as we of the circus call our opening parade.
You seem to have an effect on George, too.
Oh, George and I are partners. He's the sad, bruised clown, and I am the cruel clown. I frightened him, mauled him, beat and bruised him with various objects. It amuses people.
Naturally.
We're all sadists at heart.
Maybe you can help me.
I'll try.
I'm looking for a tall, eccentric man. Wears tennis shoes. Rope for a belt. Has long, stringy, yellowish hair, you know him?
Oh.
I said, do you know him?
Of course. That would be Mr. Bliss.
Where can I find him?
As a matter of fact, Mr. Regan, I have a message from Mr. Bliss. He wants to see you.
Oh? Who will I say sent me?
Just the cruel clown. He'll know who you mean.
Where do I meet Bliss?
At his home. I'll tell you how to get there.
He did. I got into my car and started the drive to his shack. I'd meet him on his own terms at his place. It was a 15-minute drive, most of the way up a side road. I was almost there when a car pulled into the side road behind me, coming up fast, its headlights growing in my rearview mirror. I pulled over to let the speedball pass. He began to cut in on me. The trailer he had hitched on sideswiped me. I felt myself go against the steering post. Then I didn't feel anything for a long time. I'd been thrown clear of my car. When I came to, there was a huge man standing over me, black in the moonlight. My gun was gone. My hand caught at a club, and then I saw it wasn't a club, but a small, very small chair arm. Must have fallen from the trailer. The trailer was gone. The man started moving in.
Well, sweetheart.
Stand back.
Coming to, sweetheart?
Get back.
I got your gun, baby. I'm Logan, chief of police at Crossroads. Maybe I ought to take you into custody for reckless driving.
Logan, I'm a private detective from Los Angeles.
Well, why don't you get up from the ground and tell me about it? Here.
Yeah, thanks. Somebody ran me off the road on purpose. And I think I know who.
That's so, sweetheart?
That's not all. There's something phony about that circus play in your town.
Ain't no circus around here.
You're real funny.
Fact is, I'll make you a bet, baby. You can't show me no circus around these parts.
You seem sure of that.
Give you 20 to 1.
Let's go take a look.
All right.
We drove in his car to the circus lot. When we got there, we saw the lot was full of color. All of it moonlight. Vacant. Not a candy wrapper. The crackly great combined circus was gone. As though it had never existed.
This is CBS, and you are listening to No Sad Clowns for Me, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator.
It started bad, and it got worse. The lion had us balled up in it like a cat in a fish line before I even heard of the case. Then I took over. I did fine. Trying to get our receipt for $75 back, I got myself run off the road near the town of Crossroads, got my car smashed up. Then the chief of police told me that the Crackley Great Combined Circus, where I'd spent an hour, wasn't there. And it wasn't. The chief of police thought this was real funny.
Where'd the circus go, sweetheart?
L.A., probably.
You're kind of slick.
Couldn't have been gone more than an hour. Look at those filled-in post holes.
You're a real bright fella.
And I know why I'd left in such a hurry.
Oh, you city fellas are real sharp-like.
The circus left because of a guy named Bliss.
You know about Bliss.
Bliss was putting money into a circus, not taking any out.
Keep talking.
Bliss gets tired of this, slaps an attachment on the circus. Crackley pulled the show out before it could be served.
Yeah, you're real smart. You'd better come along with me, sweetheart. We better have a little, talkie.
It hit the bullseye, and I got more than I bargained for. It seems Bliss had no friends, except Logan, who, being the local legal eagle, was also appointed by Bliss as his lawyer, having full power of attorney. Now Logan was ready to talk.
Bliss, now, he ain't no dummy. He was in the circus himself years ago, before he got wise and made a lot of dough in plumbing fixtures. Ain't no money in show business, sweetheart.
They tell me.
Now, Bliss, he ain't old, but he's kind of funny. All of a sudden, he wants to...
invest in a circus. His old love. But he also wants to make some money out of it.
Oh, Bliss, he likes money. He married this circus gal years ago. Left her because she was draining away his salary.
How much money did Bliss put into the Crackley circus?
Well, baby, Bliss bought in deep enough to own, 49% of the show.
Bliss isn't getting any money out of his investment, so he slaps an attachment on the show. Crackley gets wind of it, pulls the show out.
You were right up to there, sweetheart.
Talk, Logan.
I got a note from Bliss just this afternoon. Told me to lift the attachment order. It was a real happy note.
Where's Bliss now?
Honest, baby, I don't know. He's queer. He's just gone.
Bliss skipped out on his wife. That can't be his real name.
No, I can't tell you much. Promised Bliss I wouldn't, but his name used to be Elmer C. Bickle.
You got a phone, Logan?
Here you are, baby. But get the charges.
I was getting an idea. Another reason for the show's moving. One thing was sure. Bliss was in it up to his ears. It was 2 a.m. now, and I got the lion at home.
Yeah, Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau, Home Office. We never sleep.
And why haven't you been asleep?
Jeffrey. Well, I've had some very important work to do tonight.
Such as?
Pasting those dollar bills together, if you must know.
You're graduating from kindergarten right now, Fatso. Get your car out.
At this hour?
I'm in Crossroads, California, slaving for the agency, and you can help.
What can I do?
Get all the stuff you can on a guy named Elmer C. Bickle.
Bickle?
Bickle. Joined the circus years ago, married somebody, left his wife. Check variety.
That'll take all night, Jeffrey.
You've got 1 hour. Oh, another thing, Fatso. Check the theatrical hotels, places where show people, circus people put up. Here's what we need. A line on anybody connected with the Crackley Great Combined...
I can give you that, sweetheart.
What?
You what?
I know where they probably hold in.
Lion, forget that last. But check Bickle. I hung up, and Logan said he'd heard the performers from Crackley Circus usually stayed at the Fossman Hotel in Los Angeles. So I called the Fossman Hotel.
Oh, hello.
The desk clerk sounded wide awake.
Fossman Hotel?
Has Mr. Crackley checked in?
Who's asking?
Regan, private investigator.
Well, we certainly could have used a private investigator this morning.
Why?
Heavens, the circus came in without telling us. Everybody's so upset.
You better make sure they pay in advance.
Oh, well, Mr. Crackley paid everything in advance. He has the finest suite of rooms. But there's such confusion. I just don't know what to do.
You wouldn't. Now, about Crackley.
I'll ring, but he's probably asleep anyway.
Hello?
Crackley, this is Jeff Regan.
Oh, Regan.
Why did you run away?
I don't know. We had to leave because we were so low on funds that the sheriff's office was going to attach the show. We heard of the order and left town to leave their jurisdiction.
Yeah, sure. Well, your worries are over, Crackley. I've found bliss for you. Bickle, too.
Oh, no, it's impossible. What I mean is...
Yeah, I know what you mean. It hit me. The circus was making money. Crackley had paid his hotel bill in advance. Fine suite of rooms. Why, he'd probably been keeping a double set of books cheating Bliss. I got Logan, got in his car, and drove back to the deserted circus lot. We drove fast. The circus had pulled out in the middle of the night for another reason. And I knew now we'd better look for that reason. The lot was deserted. Low, cold mist over the ground. Gray morning. A small animal moved through the mist like a creature from another world. A small dog. He'd found what we couldn't see. He had something in his mouth. A cap with a red pom-pom on its pointed end. A clown's cap, stained with blood. Logan had men digging within minutes. One of the filled post holes seemed larger than the rest. This was it.
We found him, Mr. Regan.
Yeah. Let me see his face.
Kind of muddy.
Still in makeup. Tall, cruel clown.
You know him?
Yeah. You too. Pull the skull cap off.
Poor Mr.
Bickle, alias Bliss. Long, stringy, yellowish hair like an actor. Only he isn't playing at being dead. Come on, Logan. Keys to your car. I've got an appointment at the Fossman Hotel. I took Logan's car, made the 2-hour trip back to L.A. I phoned the Lion as soon as I hit town. I got the complete rundown on Bickle. Then I went to the Fossman Hotel. I asked the room clerk for old Crackley's room number. It was 203. I didn't wait to be announced. You should lock your door, Crackley. You could get company you might not enjoy.
Well, I've been waiting for you.
I know why you pulled out of Crossroads so fast last night, Crackley.
Well, I don't know anything.
I found Bliss.
I'm not interested in Bliss anymore.
And maybe you're interested in Bickle, the tall clown.
Now, please, Mr. Regan.
Bliss joined the circus under his real name, Bickle, to check up on his investment.
The tall clown was Bliss?
Yeah. He was eccentric, but not eccentric enough to throw his money away. But he got more than he bargained for.
No, please, now leave me alone.
He's dead, Crackley.
Dead. Yes, dead.
You pulled out of Crossroads last night because a man was killed and buried there on the lot.
But I didn't kill him.
But you know who did?
No.
I had the Lion check on Bickle. It seems he married a Ruth Sandusky in Chicago, April 18th, 1930. Now, Ruth Sandusky was only a kid then, featured in an animal act.
My son George married her in good faith, Mr. Regan. I was against the marriage.
Where's George now?
But I can't tell you.
I left him in Crackley's suite of rooms, checked the front desk for George's room. Was told he lived in his own small trailer. But when he was in town, he always parked it down by the circus warehouse. That's where I headed. The circus warehouse was down by the tracks. It was a raw wood building that had fallen in on its bones. Most of the circus trucks had unloaded. Things were pretty quiet. I got out of the car, walked around. The rear of the warehouse was parked a small trailer, beat up. The one that had forced me off the highway near Crossroads. Inside, I found Ruth. Ruth Sandusky.
Regan.
Married Elmer C. Bickle in Chicago, April 18th, 1930.
You're a real bright eye.
You kind of like being married, don't you, Ruth? So much you get married twice.
Girl needs a man.
With money.
Bickle ran away from me the week we played Chillicothe. The only way I knew he was alive, he used to put crazy ads in the trades every Christmas.
You'll be sitting pretty when old man Crackley dies and George inherits the circus.
Oh, I try not to think of such things.
Bickle joined the circus 3 weeks ago. He recognized you, wanted you again, moved in on George. The thing is, you were still married to Bickle. You'd kind of overlooked getting a divorce, which meant you weren't legally married to George, meaning you had no future claim on the circus.
You won't tell George. I'll make it worth your while, Mr. Regan.
Trouble is, lady, George saw Bickle, the new clown moving in on him, and easily, too. You were afraid to hold Bickle off, afraid he might yell bigamy. Real cozy for you, Ruth. Both husbands, clowns in the same act.
You better stop talking, Mr. Regan.
George had to move out of Utah and sleep in his trailer. He was crazy jealous. That's why he tried to finish me by driving me off the road. He thought I was moving in, too.
Stop it while you still got the chance.
Bickle said, come back to me or I yelled bigamy, and you killed him.
Stop it!
Only one thing, lady. You didn't know that Bickle and Bliss were the same man.
Bliss?
Yeah, the angel. The guy that was pouring all that money into the circus.
Bickle was Bliss. I'm still married to him, legally.
That's almost right.
Yeah. Yes, it was bigamy. What do I want with George now? As the wife of Bliss or whatever he called himself now, I'll inherit all his dough.
You killed Bliss.
What? Crackley thinks his son did it. George will go to the gas chamber for me. I'm a bigamist, Mr. Regan, so give me 2 years.
No, Ruth, no. No, you won't get rid of me that easy.
George.
I heard what you were
Little George, the sad, bruised clown, stood in the doorway of a small trailer. It was like he didn't see me, only Ruth, his almost wife. But he'd heard
I
plenty.
thought you killed him because he was molesting you.
Shut up, George.
I thought you killed him because you loved me.
You stay away from me, George.
Ruth ran out of the trailer, followed by George. He slammed the door to hold me back. I got the door open just in time to see little George slip into the circus warehouse. I ran after them, fast. Inside the warehouse, it was dim. There was the sharp smell of circus animals. Little George was flexing his muscles for the first time in his life.
I won't let him get you. I'll take you from the gas chamber.
A superhuman strength had come into him. He had Ruth by the hair and was forcing her into an animal cage. The tiger was crouched in the corner of the cage, ready to jump. I grabbed both George and Ruth by the hair and pulled them back. I kicked the cage shut.
Why didn't you let me finish?
Sorry, George. The state will want witnesses when Ruth finishes her act. In the gas chamber. That wound it up. I called Sanducci of homicide. When they came to take Ruth away, I saw little George, the fall guy, standing near his trailer, all alone. 2 hours later, I checked in with the Lion at the office.
We're in the money. We're in the money.
Still at the paste pot, Lion?
Oh, yes, my boy. I've just finished pasting the last bill together. The silk threads match perfectly.
Nice, neat job.
Oh, Jeffrey, you just don't know how hard I work for our future.
Uh-huh. Bank should take these all right.
Now, I slaved all night, my boy.
The only thing, money doesn't belong to us.
Yeah, I think I'll just press the bill so the bank will be sure to what?
Money isn't ours.
But, what do you mean?
I got a call from Logan. Says he found your receipt in the Bliss shack. I had to tell him we got the $75 to keep us from taking the case.
Oh.
So the Bliss estate demands its money back.
It's all your fault, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I guess maybe.
If you hadn't opened
Well,
your...
I guess I'll just have to keep this 100.
Yeah. What's that you have?
$100 bill. Got 2 more, just like it.
Jeffrey. But who...
Old Crackley gave it to me.
Yeah.
He thought his son George had killed Bickle. When we proved it was Ruth, he gave it.
Oh, how could I have ever doubted you, Jeffrey?
Another thing, Lion.
Yes?
Meant to tell you, those bills you pasted together?
Oh, I worked so hard over them.
Well, the bank would have fitted the bills together for you.
Yes. Oh, no!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and Gilbert Thomas, directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking, and inviting you to be with us again next Sunday at 8:30 for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. The father who had nothing to say. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you perch behind the 8 ball and can't see the clear, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, for 10 years now, since I was 14, I've lived with a secret. The fact that I'm the son of a murderer convicted for life. Now I'm going to take a step I know may threaten everything that means happiness to me. Still in all conscience, I must take it. And I can't think of anyone who can help me, except perhaps you. Suppose we talk this over as quickly as possible.
As quickly as possible so I can supply what you so blithely call full details. Signed, Ralph Lochner.
Brooksy?
Yes, George?
Without knowing any more about the young man and what he says in his letter, I think I'd like to knock myself out trying to help him.
But aside from the startling fact that his father is a convicted murderer, he didn't say very much.
Yeah, but the way he said it, Angel. Take a step that threatens his happiness, and he must take it in all conscience. That's a nice phrase, in all conscience.
Well, if things have worked out for him in the last 10 years, well, why doesn't he leave well enough alone?
Well, that's what we're going to find out, Brooksy.
Oh, I suppose that means we're on our way.
Huh? Could we do anything else? I mean, in all conscience?
Mr. Valentine, some cynical people would say the best thing in the world happened to me when my father was convicted of killing that woman.
Well, that's a sweet way of looking at it.
Well, what did happen to me? I lived with my father in a basement room of an apartment hotel. He was a handyman there. Not very much to look forward to.
Well, men have started much lower in life than that.
But then my father suddenly becomes a front-page sensation. The murderer of Lillian Wayne. And I get put in an orphanage. That's what you'd say. But it wasn't.
Go on.
Well, then all sorts of wonderful things happened to Harry Peterson's kid. That's me. Mr. and Mrs. Lochner adopt me. I get sent to the finest schools. My name's legally changed so that the secret is dead and buried.
But, you still can't forget your real father, can you?
No, I can't, Miss Brooks. I can only think of him as a pathetic little man who did all he could for me, not as a murderer.
But you were only 14 then, Ralph. You naturally wouldn't want to think anything like that of your father. But the courts...
I know. Guilty. With a recommendation for mercy.
Well, he got a fair trial, didn't he?
Yes, and I can appreciate how fair. You see, my foster father, Carl Lochner, let me choose whatever profession I wanted. The next month I'm going to be admitted to the bar.
Yeah?
Well, I've gone all through the records of my father's trial. The testimony of the witnesses. Yes, he got a very fair trial.
Well, what's on your mind? What's this step you've got to take, the one you mentioned in your letter?
Well, knowing something about the law, I've decided that damning as the evidence was against my father, most of it was circumstantial. And he never did admit he killed that girl.
But, well, if this is just a feeling you have and the case is 10 years old...
Look, Ralph, you ought to know it's going to take something a lot more concrete than that to get past the receptionist at the DA.
Yes, but at least I'll feel I've done all I can.
Oh, son, is this Mr. Valentine, the gentleman you told me about?
Oh, yes, Father, and this is Miss Brooks.
Oh, how do you do?
Dad, I told Valentine everything, and I hope you still don't feel that...
No, Ralph, I thought it over. I think you're right.
Well, frankly, Mr. Lochner, I don't know what good I can do.
And digging around in the past always involves a risk. I mean, publicity.
Yes, and my secret may not remain a secret. Father and I have been all through that.
You can understand my anxiety, Mr. Valentine. Ralph's starting out in a career that holds a great deal of promise. He's engaged to Irene Masterson, a lovely girl from a fine family.
If she has to find out that I'm the son of a murderer, then, well, that's the way it'll have to be. You just do what you think is necessary, Mr. Valentine.
Mr. Valentine, the warden told me you're going to try to prove I'm innocent. I want you to do nothing. Get out.
Now, wait a minute, Peterson.
I don't want you to reopen the case. You will not find anything different.
Aren't you changing your tune after 10 years? Not once did you admit you killed Lillian Wayne.
Just the same, you stay out of this. And do not come back to see me again.
Wait, take it easy, Peterson. We still got a few minutes.
You heard what I said?
Yeah. I may as well tell you, no matter how you feel about it, I'm going to find out the truth.
Why do you do this when I tell you no?
Your son wants it that way, Mr. Peterson.
Ralph?
Yeah.
Look at me, Valentine. You see, a very happy man.
I don't believe it.
Prison has been good to me. Here I learned to read and write.
I'm in charge of the books in the library.
Your life's complete, huh?
10 years ago, I fixed it so my son gets everything I could never give to him. Now in the newspapers, I read he's marrying big society girl. He is happy. I am happy. Well, you poke your nose in. Don't you like to see people happy?
Look, Peterson, let's stop kidding each other. You'd rather throw away a chance to get out of this place than to have people find out that Ralph Peterson and Ralph Lochner are one and the same.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Have it your way, Peterson. But if you didn't kill Lillian Wayne, it's my job to find out who did. And believe me, I'm going to give it a good try.
Miss Brooks, 12 good men and true decided that beyond any reasonable doubt, Harry Peterson murdered Lillian Wayne.
I know, Lieutenant, but George called up and asked me to come over and see if you have any additional information.
Well, just what I gave you there. Copy what you want.
Okay.
It's all a matter of public record. Say, just a second, Miss Brooks. Hold it. Is there something Valentine knows about this case that I don't know? Huh? I mean, just being a member of the police force.
Oh, I couldn't tell you. The last time I heard from him, he was calling from the penitentiary after he saw Mr. Peterson.
What? You mean he went all the way up there to... another one of his hunches, huh?
Say, what's the name of this witness here, Lieutenant?
You can read, Miss Brooks. But I tell you, there can't be anything to it. 5 witnesses put Harry Peterson on the scene of the crime. His fingerprints were all over the table lamp that was used to knock her off.
And, what about motive, Lieutenant Riley?
Well, to pull it delicately, Miss Brooks, this little shrimp gets a yen for Lillian Wayne, who's, by the way of being a gorgeous model. She can't see him, he can't take no for an answer, and zowie.
Very delicately put, Lieutenant.
Well,
if it's as open as shut as all that, George will just come up with the answer you've got here.
Well, of course. There's only one answer. He's just wasting his... Oh, never mind. I'm just whistling in the dark. Yeah?
Mr. Donnelly?
Shh, not so loud.
Huh? What's the matter?
Look, miss, did you ever have a baby? Oh, wrong question, huh? Well, anyway, come on in. But try to be quiet.
Hey, what's this all about?
Oh, it's the kid. The wife's out shopping. You should have seen the time I had getting that baby to sleep. Say, who are you anyway? And how'd you know who I was?
Look, where can we talk above a whisper?
Oh, well, come on in here. Okay, now what do you want?
I'm just checking on exactly what happened to Lillian Wayne the day she was murdered.
Who?
Lillian Wayne.
Yeah, I heard you. But why are you bringing that up? Look, who are you, mister?
Just someone who's not so sure Harry Peterson killed Miss Wayne.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. I told the police my story. Sure, I had a fight with Lillian, but that was all.
And they let it go at that?
They had to. Well, I went down the elevator an hour before the chambermaid saw Peterson go into the apartment.
What was the fight about?
Just me waking up to find out what a sucker I was.
Hey, translate that, will you?
Well, I was a pretty sharp middleweight those days. Dames a dime a dozen. But Lillian says she's only got eyes for me. And like a school kid, I believed her.
Oh, then you found out about the little black book.
Yeah, but that I didn't know later, Peterson's trial. All I knew then was that some guy was sending flowers to her every day from the florist shop around the corner. So we had a fight, and I guess I lost my temper.
How badly did you lose it?
Well, I guess I poked her one.
Oh.
Uh-huh. Well, if it weren't for Peterson, then you would have been tagged for suspect number 1.
Don't remind me, pal. And for Pete's sake, don't let this get back to my wife. She don't know anything about me and Lillian.
Oh, don't worry, Donnelly. I have to be good at keeping secrets.
Oh, thanks. You don't know my wife's temper. If she ever found out, she'd knock my ears off.
Now, Mr. Valentine, just who sent you to see me? I'm very busy. I have an elaborate floral wreath to make up.
No one sent me, Mr. Jeffries. Your name just happens to be on the list of witnesses in the Lillian Wayne case.
Oh?
And Mike Donnelly mentioned that you own this flower shop near Lillian's apartment hotel.
Mike Donnelly?
Mm-hmm.
That thug. I was hoping by now he had his head knocked off in the ring.
Oh, my, such unruly passions, Mr. Jeffries.
Yes, what have you got against Mike?
That man actually assaulted me in the corridor during the trial. Just because I told the truth.
Which is?
It was Donnelly who bought the flowers I was delivering to Miss Wayne that day. I keep a record of every transaction in my store. I'm a very methodical man.
That's very interesting.
I don't know why I should have gotten so excited. The police cleared him of any connection with the murder.
Yeah, that was hardly gratitude, was it, Mr. Jeffries?
What do you mean?
Well, it was mostly your testimony that placed Harry Peterson in the dead woman's apartment at the time of the murder.
There was no question about that. It was Peterson who came to the door and accepted the flowers.
But it seems stupid, doesn't it, to answer the door when you have a corpse on your hands?
Oh, not at all. Peterson worked there. He knew that I'd have the manager let me in so I could place the flowers in the wire.
And something equally stupid, allowing himself to be seen.
Oh, he tried not to show himself, but he had to sign a receipt. That's when I got a glimpse of him. Oh, it was Peterson, all right.
Receipt?
Yes. That's right.
You didn't mention a receipt in any of your court testimony.
I assure you I had all I could do to answer the barrage of questions they kept throwing at me.
I see. You said you were a methodical man, Mr. Jeffries. I guess you kept that little memento of the Wayne trial.
Well, I probably have it in the envelope with the clippings of the trial. Somewhere in that desk drawer there.
Uh-huh.
Naturally, Peterson didn't sign his own name. He thought he was being smart, scribbling down a phony one. Larrabee, as I remember.
I see. Well, that's it, I guess. Thanks for your cooperation, Mr. Jeffries.
Don't mention it. Now maybe I can finish that floral wreath.
All right, George, let's have it. Why'd you give up so easily? About the receipt.
Just being cautious, Angel.
But you said yourself it would be so conclusive, one way or the other. Just comparing the handwriting with Peterson.
Yeah, I know, Brooksy. But as I said, let's take it easy like. Jeffries is lying through his teeth, but I can't afford to scare him off until I find out why.
You mean he actually framed poor Peterson?
I'm sure of it. You see, Angel, Peterson couldn't possibly have signed that receipt.
Huh?
He didn't learn to read or write until after he was sent to prison.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meantime, here's some exciting and valuable news for today's car owners. Atlas Tire engineers have produced a new tire that gives the softest ride you've ever had, even when you're on the roughest roads. It's the Atlas Grip Safe Cushion Air, kind of big brother to the famous Atlas Grip Safe tire. Cushion Air is a big brother because it has the same quality, extra safety, quietness, and steering ease of Atlas Grip Safe tires, plus more air at lower pressure to put your car on a cushion of air. And it's backed by the most valuable warranty in the tire industry, the written Atlas warranty that's good at 38,000 stations in 48 states and Canada 7 days a week. Ask about extra low-pressure Atlas Cushion Air tires tomorrow. They're made especially for new cars and can be adapted to many older models, too. Ask at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, a very intense young man named Ralph Lochner says he wants you to make sure, one way or the other, if his father is guilty of the murder he was convicted of 10 years ago. Finally, if you play it like George Valentine, you arrive at the unshakable conviction that the father is innocent. And in effect, that's just what you're telling Ralph and his foster father, Carl Lochner, right now.
It's as simple as that, gentlemen.
What do you mean?
I know Mr. Peterson didn't kill Lillian Wayne. I might even be able to prove it. But it would be a lot easier and a lot surer if first I found out who the murderer really was.
Why didn't that fool Jeffrey say something about a receipt? Of course my father could never have signed it. I remember as a kid how ashamed I was because he couldn't read or write.
I know how you feel, Ralph. It was a terrible oversight.
Oversight? 10 years of someone's life gone just like that? Because some stupid florist forgets to mention a receipt?
Well, Jeffries might have forgotten that little thing. But he was deliberately lying when he identified the man at the door as your father.
Well, let's do something about it. Turn him over to the police.
Now, hold it, will you, fella?
They'd shake the truth out of him. I'd like to be the lawyer for the prosecution. I'd see
what
that
if he said he made an honest mistake? After all, there were other witnesses.
What do you propose to do, Valentine?
Well, I'd like to know why Jeffries put the finger on Mr. Peterson, whom he was trying to protect.
Do you think he's at all suspicious?
Oh, he's bound to be a little, but I tried to ease out of it.
I'd feel a lot better if we had that receipt.
Oh, it's safe enough. It's in the middle drawer of the desk in back of his florist shop.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with your thinking, Valentine, but just the same, you're up against a pretty impossible job. The name Larrabee is patently fictitious, and this is a murder that's 10 years old. Where do you start?
With the obvious, Mr. Lochner. And I can't think of anyone more obvious than our ex-pugilist friend, Mike Donnelly.
Oh, I ask you, Miss Brooks, did you ever see a kid like that, always bawling?
Your wife out shopping again, Mr. Donnelly?
Yeah. Thursday night she's got a bingo game. Oh, excuse me a minute, huh?
Okay.
Yeah, that's better. Now we can go on talking.
Well, you don't mind giving us your signature so we can compare it with the one on Mr. Jeffrey's receipt.
Oh, why should I mind?
Fine.
Here you are.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, just what did that guy tell you about me anyway?
Well, he said you ordered the flowers for Miss Wayne the day she was murdered.
Oh, he did, huh? Go on, what else?
And, that you and he had a little fight in the courthouse during the trial.
A little fight? I nearly killed him. And I'll tell you why. Because it might interest you, Miss Brooks.
Yes.
Of course, it makes me look like a dope, but here it is just the same. I knew he was getting flowers and presents from somebody. So I used to stroll around downstairs to see who it was.
I see.
All I saw was Jeffries delivering flowers. The owner of the flower shop himself, mind you, not one of the boys. Then it dawned on me.
It's also beginning to dawn on me.
Yeah. He was making time with Lillian, too. She admitted it. That's why we had the fight the afternoon she was killed.
So there was room in Lillian's big, generous heart for our Mr. Jeffries as well.
Yeah, among others.
You know, Mr. Donnelly, I wouldn't be surprised if you haven't given me a lot more than your signature.
Didn't I tell you not to come back?
Look, Mr. Peterson, the man who killed Miss Wayne signed a receipt for some flowers. And you didn't learn how to write till you came here.
That's true.
Well, don't you see there's enough doubt now to get you another hearing? It's bound to come out that Ralph Lochner is your son. So how about working with me instead of against me?
If I could only believe after all these years I could be together with my son again. Used to know he don't have to be ashamed of me. I'll do anything, Mr. Valentine, anything.
Good. Now tell me, Mr. Peterson, just what did happen that day?
It's true what all those people said. The chambermaid, the elevator boy, the others. I was in Miss Wayne's apartment to fix the Venetian blinds. She called downstairs in the morning.
Go on.
I rang the bell. When she didn't answer, I used the pass key. And there she was on the floor, dead. Didn't know what to do. I picked up the lamp, put it back on the table, and just stood there looking at her.
And that's how your fingerprints got on the lamp. Now tell me, did Jeffries, the florist, make a delivery while you were there?
No, nobody. When I made myself understand what happened to the lady, I ran downstairs to my room. He was sitting there when the police came. Poor Ralph, he was such a young boy then. He didn't understand what it meant when they took me away.
You got a fine son, Peterson.
Well, tell me, if they let me go, could I be with my Ralph again?
Well, your son will be a lawyer soon. He'll think of something.
I leave everything to you, Mr. Valentine.
I have just one more stop to make when I get back to town, Mr. Peterson. And I'll feel a whole lot better when that's out of the way. Come on, quick, Brooksy. Close that door. We don't want the cop on the beat to spot the light back here.
Oh, we'll just tell him we're a couple of flower lovers. What do you think of Donnelly's story about Jeffries being on Lillian Wayne's bandwagon, too?
More about that, Angel. Right now, I want to get a picture of that receipt. If I can get Riley working on it without Jeffries getting suspicious...
George, look. The desk.
Hey, a very clumsy job.
Oh.
I would have jimmied open the drawer with much more finesse. It's only a formality, but let's see. Yeah. Just about everything else on the Wayne trial, but no receipt. Oh, I outsmarted myself, Brooksy, and missed the boat.
Well, one sure thing, George. Jeffries wouldn't break into his own desk.
Why not, if he wanted to make it appear that someone else stole that all-important piece of paper?
If it meant so much to somebody, he probably destroyed it by now.
Yeah, Hey. You know, Angel, maybe I didn't miss the boat after all. Maybe it just looked that way. It wasn't going out, it was coming in.
Well, funny, things don't look any rosier to me, darling.
Well, that's because it's late. You're tired. You need some sleep.
Oh, now, George, wait a minute.
Now, be careful when you get to the end of the alley. Be sure nobody sees you. Then grab a cab, and I'll be in touch with you later.
Yeah, but what about you?
I'll be going back to the office in a few minutes. I'm sure I'm going to have a visitor. Now scram. Hello, operator. I want you to call the police and report a burglary. Jeffrey's Florist Shop, 937 Grant Boulevard. Who, me? Oh, just put down a public-spirited citizen. Huh? Well, if it isn't Nature Boy. I was just about to give you up.
You were in my shop tonight, weren't you?
Oh, why don't you give up, Jeffries? You don't stand the chance of a deep freeze salesman in Siberia. You've just been lucky for 10 years.
Where's that receipt, Valentine?
What makes you so sure I've got it?
You're the only one who knew where it was. Let's have it.
That's my lease on life.
You think I'm joking, don't you?
On the contrary. But I know you won't let that 38 in your hand go off until you find out what happened to that.
Don't be too sure about that. I haven't any time to waste on you.
You're a many-sided character, my friend. It was a real shock when I found out that you were another one of the boys in Lillian Wayne's male harem.
You're a liar.
Liar? Now you're adding slander to perjury.
Get up. Now put your hands up. If you have that receipt on you, I'm going to find it.
Doesn't it ever make you sick to your stomach having to live with yourself?
Shut up.
Didn't you ever think of Peterson in the prison laundry of the jute mill while you were flouncing around up to your hips in flowers?
It's got to be here somewhere.
You're trapped, Jeffries. You're trapped. Peterson couldn't sign anything. He didn't know how to read or write.
What was that? What did you say?
I knew I'd get a rise out of you.
I'll kill you.
Better drop it, Jeffries, if you want to use this arm again.
All right. Oh, what are you going to do?
I was just wondering how to make you stay put while I make a couple of phone calls.
You can't.
I think Harry Peterson would like it done this way.
No.
Yeah? Oh, your timing is perfect, Angel. The visitor? Oh, he's here, but he's out. Never mind. Sure, come on over. Join the party. Sure, this calls for a party, Brooksy. Less than 5 minutes ago, I found out who really killed the fair Lillian.
Valentine, I know it's probably just an oversight, but I've never been advised the Homicide Bureau has been moved over here to your office.
Well, I thought we could clean this thing up faster over here, Lieutenant.
I never killed that woman. I'm not saying another word until you let me talk to my lawyer.
You're going to need 2 lawyers, Jeffries.
I hate to interrupt this delightful discussion, but Mike Donnelly's in the outer office, fussing and fuming. George, it seems when you called him, you woke up his baby.
Sorry, but he has the answers to a lot of questions that'll have to be asked.
What right do you have to keep me here? What's the charge? There isn't any. That's why you won't let me get to my lawyer.
Oh, so I have no charge to hold you on, huh? Well, forgetting about suspicion of murder, there's a little matter of perjury. Then there's illegal entry, forcing your way into a respectable citizen's place of business.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Assault and battery on the same defenseless citizen. No charge, huh? Why, you... Hennessy! Take this monkey downtown.
Yes, sir. You won't get a thing out of me, no matter what you do.
And watch him, Hennessy. Now, Valentine, there's still a few questions I have to ask you.
Oh, just a minute, Lieutenant. I think someone just came in the outer office.
It's probably the Lochners, Brooksy.
Valentine, what'd you find out? I just saw them take Jeffries away.
We got here as soon as we could. Just what has happened?
This is Lieutenant Riley, gentlemen.
How do you do?
Hello.
We were just getting to that, Mr. Lockner.
Hey, what about me, Valentine?
Okay, Donnelly, come on in.
The wife's at a midnight movie. I had to get a neighbor to stay with the kid.
Please, Valentine, what'd you find out about Jeffries?
The name of the murderer.
What?
Jeffries didn't have the receipt, and I didn't take it from his shop.
Well, how does that tell you who the murderer was?
Oh, the simple process of elimination, Lieutenant.
I don't follow you, George.
I told only 2 people where that receipt was. You, Ralph, and you, Mr. Lockner.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Yes, what are you driving at, Valentine?
Paying blackmail to Jeffries all these years, even adopting Harry Peterson's son, can't change one fact, can it, Mr. Lockner? You killed Lillian Wayne. Hey, come on, Brooksy, come on. Get your head up off the lieutenant's desk.
I wasn't sleeping.
Oh, no. You were just trying to see if you could look through your eyelids.
Well, come on, kids. I'm going to have me a gallon of coffee. It's been a long night.
Did you get a statement from Lochner and Jeffrey?
Yeah, it's all sewed up. Victim of circumstance. You keep reading that corny phrase, but you only appreciate it when you run up against a Harry Peters.
Oh, come now, Lieutenant. It wasn't just the hand of fate. It got a couple of assists.
Yeah. Jeffries delivers some flowers to his girlfriend. The rat hangs around downstairs to see who his rival is. It turns out to be the wealthy Mr. Lochner. So, Jeffries helps put Peterson away, and then blackmails Lochner plenty for keeping quiet.
You know, I was wondering, Lieutenant.
What's that?
Did it really ease Lochner's conscience adopting Peterson's kid?
The longer I'm in this game, the less I know about people.
I was wondering about something, too.
Albert?
I was wondering if poor Donnelly had much trouble getting his baby to sleep.
Oh, you're punch-drunk, Angel. Let's get that coffee.
Some folks claim that one motor oil is just like another until a mechanic tells them they need a new set of piston rings. But folks who use RPM motor oil find piston ring troubles are few and far between. This premium quality motor oil is compounded to keep a cooling lubricant on upper cylinder walls at all times. Whether your car is standing cold for hours at a time or running hot, RPM clings to vertical engine parts left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary oils. And because RPM is always on the job, your chances of engine trouble caused by rust are reduced to about zero. That's mighty important when you remember that hidden rust causes as much as 80% of engine wear in the average car. No wonder RPM motor oil is the choice of Western motorists 2-to-1 over any other motor oil. For trouble-free operation and longer car life, get RPM tomorrow at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Hello?
Oh, Brooksy.
Oh, George, I've been worried about you. Where are you?
Well,
Careful what you say, buddy.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Oh, Brooksy, I just want to tell you not to worry if I'm away for a couple of days on this job. I know I can leave everything to you.
George, something's wrong. I'm going to call Lieutenant Riley.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's enough, Valentine. Hang up that phone. If you know what's good for you.
Yeah, I know, all right. Good night, Brooksy. I'll be seeing you. I hope.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Harry Lewis as Ralph, Herbert Butterfield as Lochner, Louis Van Rooten as Peterson, Eddie Marr as Donnelly, and Robert Jellison as Jeffries. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. now Frigid Air presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, The Man Called X. 3 months ago, in a wind-battered tent clinging precariously to the snow-clad slopes of Mount Lamba Parbat in Bhutan, a letter was written. Tonight in a hotel room in Chongqing, China, a telephone rings. The connection between them? Well, listen.
Hello.
New York, United States is calling. Mr. Ken Thurston, please.
Good, put him on.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Ken?
Well, hello, Chief.
Ken, what's the idea of changing your plans? I thought you were coming straight home from Chongqing.
I was, Chief, until you changed my mind for me.
I changed your mind?
Sure. By forwarding Bill Conrad's letter to me.
Conrad? Oh, that doctor friend of yours who's on some mountain climbing expedition, eh?
That's right. They're tackling Mount Lamba Parbat over in Bhutan. I'm going to pay him a visit.
Now, look, Ken, if you need a vacation...
Ever heard of psittacosis, Chief?
Psittacosis? What in blazes is that?
Well, parrot fever, you know.
Oh, sure.
A nearly 100% fatal tropical disease. Bill writes he's come across some on Lamba Parbat.
So what? What's parrot fever in the northern province of India got to do with us?
Plenty, I think. Remember a few years back when we thought the enemy was experimenting in biological warfare?
Oh, sure. The idea of enemy bombers plastering our cities with deadly germs had us plenty worried.
Yeah. And we were looking for a certain specialist in tropical diseases.
Specialist in... Professor Reeder.
Right.
But I thought you'd traced the professor to Karachi and aboard a private plane for Chongqing.
I had. But the plane never got there. So, where's Reeder? And Bhutan happens to lie almost midway between the two cities.
A missing scientist who specializes in tropical diseases. Psittacosis on Lamba Parbat.
Yep.
No, Ken, sounds like pretty slim evidence for you to chase to Bhutan. Because parrot fever can be found anywhere you can find parrots.
You're so right. But there's one thing I forgot to tell you. There are no parrots on Lamba Parbat.
Flying in and out of those mountains all the time. I get dizzy from high places. Dipsomaniac, you understand?
You should have thought of that before stowing away on this plane, Pagon.
You wouldn't take me with you, so how else could I supply you with my invaluable assistance? And how was I to know you were going someplace like this? Look at that. Look at that thing over there. It must be 10 miles high. Nothing but snow and stuff on it.
That's Mount Lamba Parbat. Hang on.
Mount Lamba? Mr. X, we're falling.
Relax, you idiot. We're going to land.
On that pile of rocks? We'll be crushed to death.
Not on that landing strip, we won't.
Oh, you mean ahead there? Beside that prison or something?
That's the castle of Salal Chowdar, backer of the climbing expedition Bill Conrad's on.
But why are we going to see him?
To find out what he and Bill can tell us about Professor Reeder. And about psittacosis.
Huh?
Hold your hat, we're going in. There we are. Let's go in and pay our respects.
It's cold out here. Nothing but icicles should live in such a place. Hey, what was that?
Thunder. You always hear it around these mountain peaks.
Wind, snow, thunder. You know too much. Oh, what a joint. At least you'd think the people would be hospitable enough to meet us.
I don't know about people, Pagon, but there's a young lady coming this way.
A young... Hey, you're right. Some cute cookie.
You are fools. You are blind, stupid, idiotic fools.
Huh?
Wow.
Go back. Return where you came from before you too fall victim to the spirit of the snows.
Is that a standard pitch you give to all arriving guests?
Wise men do not make light of serious warnings, Sahib. Your friend Dr. Conrad is proof of that.
Bill, what about him?
He would not listen either, Sahib. And now Dr. Conrad is dead.
We cannot tell you, Thurston Sahib, how deeply we regret your making such a long journey only to find your friend gone forever.
Bill Conrad will be missed by more than me, Sir Lyle.
Right, Thurston. A good doctor can be missed by all humanity. I felt fortunate indeed when he volunteered for my expedition.
Your expedition, Huxford?
John Huxford is the real leader, Thurston Sahib. I merely supplied the financial backing.
I see. You said, Bill slipped and fell in a crevasse?
So it would appear. Though none of us saw it happen, we merely missed him from his tent one night.
The next morning, my ward, Marlise, discovered his body. Is that not so, my dear?
Yes. Yes, that is right, Sir Lyle.
Just another link in the chain of ill fortune that's followed this expedition.
You've been having tough luck, Huxford?
Well, we've lost some valuable scientific instruments. Conrad's death was a major blow, of course, but I'm referring specifically to a strange, virulent malady that's been attacking our native bearers and helpers.
Oh, what's that?
It's a mysterious fever, practically always fatal. Nothing we've tried works on it. We've lost so many men, the others refuse to accompany us any longer.
They claim that Lamba Parbat is being guarded from desecration by foreigners, being guarded by the spirit of the snows.
Yes. However, we've convinced half a dozen or so that their superstitions are foolish. They're at the base camp now, preparing for another drive upon the summit.
They will never reach it. Never.
Marlise.
The superstitions are not foolish. The spirit of the snows is enraged.
Marlise.
Ask the Lama. If you will not believe me, ask the Lama. He will tell you.
Lama?
Yes.
Lama Sholto of the Temple of Buddha near the camp. He keeps filling the heads of my natives with this nonsense, trying to keep them away from the mountain. And now Marlise, badly upset by your friend's death, is beginning to believe it.
There doesn't seem to be much nonsense about parrot fever, Sir Lyle.
Parrot fever? What gave you the idea that it's psittacosis?
That's what I understand, that someone ran into it up here. A Professor Reader.
Reader? No.
And who is he, Thurston Sahib?
I only know Reader by reputation, Sir Lyle. But I've heard the professor is quite an authority on tropical diseases.
In this case, your informant was quite wrong. The disease is definitely not parrot fever.
Pretty sure of it, aren't you?
Thurston, I once studied medicine at the Sorbonne in Paris. And though I live in the snows of Lamba Parbat, I too am quite an authority on tropical diseases.
I don't get it, Mr. Thurston. What are we doing out here riding these overgrown goats anyway?
Hagon, we're going to visit the base camp for the climbers.
But it was so comfortable back in the castle. Besides, what's all this business about? Fevers, spirits, parrots?
Not sure yet. But I got a hunch that something's brewing up here. Something that might affect the whole world.
You mean this spirit in the snow?
More like the spirit of war.
Huh? Oh, look! Tents.
Yeah, it's the base camp.
But, Mr. X, there's nobody there.
Probably in that tent over there, getting out of the wind. Hello? Anyone around?
Nobody's home. Must have gone to a movie or something.
Come on, let's take a look. Hello in there. Hello.
See? Just like I said, nobody home. Double feature, man.
Let's go in the tent to make sure.
You see? Only some piles of old blankets. Those blankets. They got faces.
Yeah. Those were natives, Pagan.
Mr. X.
Look at them. Emaciated skin, all raspberry marks on their faces and hands.
But what happened? What does it mean?
It means that Salar was wrong. The base camp's been wiped out in sub-zero weather by a tropical disease. Psittacosis.
Mr. X, that noise.
Yeah, I was wrong, too. There are parrots on Lamba Parbat.
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. In response to a mysterious letter from his friend Dr. Bill Conrad, Ken Thurston has gone to far-off Bhutan. There he learns Conrad is dead and finds a seeming paradox in nature. For the virulent tropic disease psittacosis, parrot fever, has wiped out the camp of a mountain climbing expedition on the wintry slopes of Mount Lamba Parbat. Now Ken and Pagon stand in the desolate camp, watching a screeching parrot waddle away to the snows.
Mr. Rex, you mean that parrot bird killed all those men dead?
Pagon, somebody helped it spread a deadly virus among them.
But who would do a thing like that? Yeah, and why?
Maybe a certain Professor Reeder can answer that.
Huh?
Reeder's here, all right. Must be. Somewhere on Lamba Parbat. Still trying to turn the world into a wholesale slaughterhouse.
There is no hope for the unbelievers of this world, O evil one.
Mr. X, look.
Yeah, we've got company.
But he's got his gang with him. They're pointing those rifles at us. Who is he, anyways?
Pagan, I think you're looking at the Lama Sholto.
Yes, unbeliever, I am Lama Sholto, guardian of the temple.
Too bad you didn't spend your time guarding the men of this camp. Looked like they really needed it.
The curse of the angry spirit struck them down, as it is going to strike you, who brought the shadow to this land. You are coming with us now, the place of sacrifice, at the temple of the spirit of the snow.
Mr. X, what does he mean?
Pagan, I think he means to take us for a ride.
Oh, no. I don't like this being tied down on a stone bench. And that stage over there with the big ugly bird on it.
Yeah. A statue of Buddha with a parrot's beak. The Lama goes in for demonology. Show's about to begin, Pagon. Watch the Lama.
He's kneeling down on his knees in front of that statue. What's he doing that for?
Quiet, listen.
We call upon you, O Padmasambhava, in our hour of greatest need. From the seven heavens, tell us, Almighty One, what we must do, that the anger in your heart may dissolve as the sun dispels the mist on Lamba Parbat. What is your desire, Mighty One? Will you speak to us? Will your voice be heard?
I shall speak, Sholto. My voice shall be heard.
Mr. X, that bird is talking.
Quiet, will you?
Oh, but...
My spirit must be appeased. The sacrifice must be made. Deliver their souls to me.
Now, just a minute, boys. Let's get one thing straight. The only spirit that needs appeasing around here is the spirit of humanity. The wholesale sacrifices you're cooking up won't save the world. They'll help to destroy it.
Blasphemer! Unholy blasphemer! I call upon you, Mighty One, to let me end this desecration. Allow me to silence these miserable tongues. Speak, Mighty One.
Proceed with the sacrifice.
Mr. X, look. He's got a knife. He's going to slice us dead. Oh, do something, Mr. X, do something. Yes! Come on, friend. Oh, I'm dead.
Shut up.
Oh, but he shot me with that knife. Hey, that Lama's guy's gone. He's come out of here.
Yeah. Behind those curtains on the dais. The shot scared him off.
They did? Lucky for him, my hands were tied. I'd have shown him a couple of things or two.
Maybe you'll get your chance. Sounds like he might be coming back.
Huh? Coming back? Oh, no.
Thurston, are you in here?
That's right, Huxford. Over here.
That English guy.
Yeah.
Thurston, you're all right. Then I fired in time.
How'd you get the inspiration, Huxford?
Cut the ropes. I rode out to the base camp, saw those beggars snatch you. I followed here. When it looked like things were going to get rough, well, I thought I'd better try something. There you are.
Thanks. That's much better.
What the blazes was that voice business? Had my hair doing tricks, believe me.
Are you kidding? More like a microphone and speaker behind that curtain.
So that's it. And this fake spirit bloke must have been... Look out, Thurston, look out!
What's the matter, Huxford? Trigger happy?
Someone just poked a gun out from behind that curtain. I think I potted the blighter.
Let's take a look.
Good Lord.
Yeah. He had a gun, all right. Still frozen in his hand.
But, Mr. Thurston, it's that Lal Chowder. You mean he was playing this spirit ghost?
Why don't you try asking the parrot sitting on his shoulder?
Oh, no! Well, Mr. Thurston, we're all packed. Nothing to do but give this place the brush up.
Not quite, Pagan. We got to make sure that phony spirit of the snows is finally laid to rest.
What kind of a crack is that? Chowder got bumped off, didn't he?
Sure. But the llama, Malise, and Huxford are still around, aren't they?
But you told me yourself dead men don't hurt anybody.
Listen. Chowder's pistol was frozen in his hand. That means rigor mortis had set in. That usually doesn't happen until quite a time after death, and Huxford had just shot him.
So what?
So we're going to find out why. Back at the Temple of Buddha.
Mr. Thurston, why are we taking this dark passage anyhow?
Because it started behind those curtains, Pagan. I want to find out where that llama was going.
But miles under the ground. What can be down here?
Look along that crosscut and see for yourself.
Hey, look at that. Cages. Cages with parrots in them. What are they doing down here?
There's a door in that wall. I think we'll find the answer inside.
Look at this place. A junk shop for bottles and old gas burners.
Pagan, it's as modern a research laboratory as I've ever seen.
What are these racks? Full of these tubes and...
Don't touch them!
Huh? What's the matter with them?
Those tubes are full of concentrated death. Silicosis cultures.
Yeah?
Professor Reeder was experimenting here with that stuff. That's what killed those natives. He was using human beings as guinea pigs, trying to develop a weapon for biological warfare.
So you have discovered the real answer at last, Mr. X?
Mr. Thurston, that girl's here again.
Hello, Marlies. Decided to be in on the finish?
There is little use in starting something if one does not see it end. So I followed you here.
Mr. X, she's the professor.
How about that, Marlies?
No, Mr. Thurston, I was the one who found Dr. Conrad's letter the day after he died and sent it to you. Then I began to suspect that he'd been murdered. I grew afraid. That is why I tried to warn you away.
Then that crack-potted llama must be the guy.
Wrong again, Pagan. It's John Huxford.
Huh?
That right, Huxford?
Quite right, Thurston.
But...
He's got a gun.
Yes. You know, I was doing quite well with my little experiments here until you came along.
Yeah, your mountain climbing provided a swell excuse for bringing in scientific equipment and supplies. I suppose Conrad tumbled, so you ought to get rid of him.
Exactly. But how did you, tumble, Thurston?
Why would a mountain climber in Bhutan be interested in silicosis? You were. And your melodrama in the temple backfired. You thought Salal would make a perfect alibi, but you forgot one thing. Rigor mortis.
Rigor mortis?
Sure. It proved that he'd been killed much earlier. A dead man can't shove guns through curtains, Huxford. And you couldn't have known he was there unless you had put him there yourself.
One can't be perfect in everything, Thurston. At least those test tubes and their cultures are perfect. There are nations, you know, that will pay me millions for them.
Yeah, too bad you'll never get a way to sell them.
Put down that test tube, you fool. It contains enough virus to destroy a city.
That's what I figured. You made one more mistake, Huxford. You forgot that glass is breakable.
You've smashed it, you idiot. That virus will kill us all. Let me out of here.
Not so fast, Huxford.
Nice work, Mr. X.
Yes, you have, Professor Rader, Mr. Thurston. But what good will it do us? You heard what he said. That virus is deadly.
Yeah, but there's nothing deadly about distilled water.
Distilled?
That's what it says on the rack I took that tube from. Huxford was too panic-stricken to notice.
Phew. They were not going to die after all. Well, but Mr. Thurston, are you sure he was that spirit in the snows?
Yeah, Pagan. I'll guarantee it. I only wish it was easy to get rid of another spirit. Spirit of war. That's the deadliest of all viruses in the world today. One that could spread like a plague all over the globe. That's the disease we've got to get under control before it destroys us.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And I'd like you to know that Marlise was played by Kathy Lewis tonight. Next week, our story is called The Rane of Shalaka. And Mr. X runs into two of the strangest characters in his entire career. Plenty of suspense, too. And as usual, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. Just one last thought, friends. A lot of people in the world have learned that freedom is something that can be lost. Let's protect that freedom by being good citizens, by taking an active interest in government. Your help is vital because, remember, freedom is everybody's job. That's all. Oh, and be sure to join us next week when again I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Sunday night brings you two popular dramatic shows on CBS, The Man Called X and The Adventures of Sam Spade. Yes, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Man from Homicide. A new dramatic series starring Charles McGraw as Lieutenant Dana.
According to Webster's Unabridged Dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another.
According to a man from Homicide, it's just the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until a killer is found. But I like it. Maybe because I don't like killers. We don't bother much with names at headquarters. We give them a number and a file card. When they're in and the case is closed, we file a card and forget it. Only sometimes we don't forget that easy. The perfect cop would have a computing machine for a brain and a hydraulic pump for a heart. The perfect cop would never get hurt. I'm not a perfect cop. Terminal Street pitches up sharp from San Miguel Harbor. It's not the kind of street you'd be taking a walk on unless you were a cop like me. On a case that started with a dead man in a ditch. A dead man who'd collected too many ice picks. I walked up Terminal Street at night with only the shadows for company until... You in a hurry?
What do you want?
Let's go inside where you just came from.
I can't.
Gun shy?
I gotta find a policeman.
You found one.
You? But...
No uniform? No, but the city gives me a badge to carry around.
Oh.
Lieutenant Dana, Homicide, come on.
I'm so glad you were here. I'm frightened. I almost fell into that garbage can.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but we'll still have to go into that house.
I know.
Door's locked. Let me have your key.
All right,
Never mind. Turns out it wasn't locked. Well, it's nice to know you have a key. It's nice carpet.
Yes.
Houses around here don't run the carpets often. You left the lights on. Where is he?
The living room. Door on your left.
Thanks. Why don't you sit down for a minute? Well, the corpse was male, white, in its early 30s. What might have been a look of surprise on his pretty face probably meant nothing because of the two bullet holes placed less than an inch apart in his chest. The expression on the faces of the dead being incapable of verification. Corpse wore silk socks. Silk socks.
What?
Whose house?
I live here, if that's what you mean.
That isn't what I mean.
It's a rented house.
The rent receipts being among his souvenirs? What's his name?
Winthrop. Harold Winthrop.
Yours?
Claire Thorpe.
You know, that suit he's wearing will never be the same. It's too bad. It's nice tail.
I didn't kill him. I was in the kitchen mixing drinks for us. I heard the shots and ran in here. I was frightened. I ran out to find a policeman. And...
You know, it'd surprise you to hear the actual figures on telephones in use in a city of this size.
I was afraid to stay in the house. I should have phoned the police. I know.
Show me the kitchen, would you please?
All right.
I wonder how many men wearing silk socks ever walk up Terminal Street.
The kitchen.
The back door's wide open.
I'll close it.
Wait a minute, don't touch it. Don't touch that knob. Kick it shut. The drinks, the ice cubes are beginning to melt. Was he married?
Yes.
The pretty ones usually are. You know, this is a funny neighborhood for a man wearing silk socks to be found dead in. I'll bet he's embarrassed. The mills began to grind. I phoned in, and after a little while, during which none of us said anything, me, Claire Thorpe, the corpse, company came.
Come on, boys, let's get at it.
A handful of educated cops who did things with fingerprints and blood stains and photographs from 19 different angles. The gun that killed Winthrop was among the missing. A special escort arrived for Claire Thorpe.
All right, miss, let's go.
No. Wait a minute.
She started to cry again. So I decided to leave. Anyway, somebody had to notify the new widow she was a widow. I went down Terminal Street the way Claire Thorpe had run, stopped at the garbage can she'd stumbled over. There was nothing in it but garbage. The place covered what seemed like a couple of acres. The house undoubtedly had come over on the Mayflower. Even the trees looked refined. I rang the bell and decided the next time I visited, I'd be sure and get my shoes shined.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Winthrop? Mrs. Harold Winthrop?
I am.
It's late.
Are you going to give me the weather report next?
No. You mind if I come in?
I don't suppose I do. Come in.
Thanks. We don't need that music.
It's Mozart.
Yeah?
His 39th. In D, I think. But you wouldn't know about that, would you?
No, I wouldn't know anything about that. Would you turn it off, please?
All right. Not important. Sometimes very important things aren't important. Why don't you sit down? Or something.
You got a big place here.
Oui. My husband and I like it.
Any children?
You're from the Census Bureau.
No. Any children?
None.
Okay.
I'm glad you approve. Or were you approving?
I'm Lieutenant Dana, homicide.
Oh, I've read about you men in the papers. I'm very much impressed. I don't know exactly what I would have expected one of you to look like. But, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you must have had a reason for coming here. Beside the fact that it's late.
I had a reason. Your husband isn't home.
No.
He's down in a sleazy shack on Terminal Street. That's near the harbor.
Am I supposed to ask you what he's doing there?
You can if you like.
All right. What is my husband doing in a sleazy shack on Terminal Street?
He's lying on an imitation Oriental rug with a couple of bullets in his heart.
You shouldn't wear your hat indoors, Lieutenant.
I'm sorry.
You won't mind if I don't try to squeeze out a tear?
No.
Harold hasn't meant anything to me for a long time. Alive or death hasn't changed that. He wasn't very much of a man. I suppose that's why he had to go slinking down back alleys trying to prove something to himself. Who killed him?
Did you ever hear of a woman named Claire Thorpe?
No, but he'd hardly tell me about her, would he?
Where are the servants?
Asleep.
Been home all evening, Mrs. Winthrop?
Yes.
What time did the servants turn in?
Around 10. What time was Harold killed?
10:30. Good night, Mrs. Winthrop.
Lieutenant Dana.
Yeah?
That question, it means I'm going to see you again, doesn't it? You might have answered that more quickly. All I meant was, in the line of duty...
You're beautiful, Mrs. Winthrop.
If If you're going to say things like that, better make it.
Nearest I ever came to silk socks turned out to be rayon. Oh, one thing more.
Yes?
Mozart's 39th is an E flat. Good night. First interview with Mrs. Winthrop ascertained that she had no alibi for the time of her husband's murder. No grief for his death. Failed to discover possible motive, if any. Ignore female. White, middle 20s, dark eyes, olive skin. Soft black hair. A cop would give his pension to white around his hands. Heading south on Claremont, I picked up a trailing car in my rearview mirror. His left beam was weaker, which led to recognition after a half a mile. Proceeding south on Claremont, I swung my car across the road. I got out and I was waiting for him. He was fumbling for the reverse when I got his door open. You looking for me?
Your car is blocking traffic.
What traffic?
I'm in a hurry, mister.
Get out.
I said
get out.
Who do you think you are?
Who do you think I am?
Okay.
Now turn around.
All right, Dana.
Give me that gun. You got a license for it? Who put you on me?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Who put you on me?
You can't get away with beating.
You're a hood carrying a gun. Maybe you never heard. I don't like hoods who pull a gun on me. I lose my temper with them. Stop it. Who put you on me, crybaby?
Ready.
I know. He owns the Avon Club. Roulette and dice. The wheel's square, but the dice are loaded. Let's go visit.
Okay. Want to go in my car?
No, my car. The city pays for the gas. The spoiler dried his tears beside me. I had thoughts about Mr. Reddick. The department had been interested in him for quite a while. Crooked gambler. Man had a string of hoods in the payroll. A man who'd maybe seen to it that a rival wound up dead in a ditch punctured with ice picks. Also a man who liked women, not to mention vice versa.
Oh, me, spoiler. You I can recognize with, pardon the expression, the naked eye. Whose muscles?
Lou Dana, Benny.
Social call, copper?
We'll leave it at that.
We'll do even better than that, copper. You'll leave.
No.
Got a search warrant?
No.
Goodbye, copper.
Keep your finger off that buzzer.
What are you...
This isn't a raid. I don't care for right now what's going on in the club. I'm visiting Reddick.
He ain't in.
Want to try that again, Benny?
He ain't... Stop crowding me, copper.
You don't like crowds, Benny?
No.
How'd you like to join a crowd down at the lineup?
You got nothing on me.
I can dream, Benny. About a guy found dead in a ditch. A guy on the receiving end of ice picks. Stanley was trying to muscle in on your boss. What's the matter, boy? Don't you boys believe in free enterprise?
Down the hall, Dana.
Thanks. Come on, spoiler.
Yes?
Speak up, spoiler.
Spoiler, Mr. Reddick. Come in. Spoiler, I thought you were supposed to...
He is trailing me. Trailed me right into your office, Reddick.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Other side of the door, spoiler.
Do we want to be alone, Lieutenant?
We do.
Mr. Reddick, he's got my rod.
Oh. Spoiler doesn't feel right without his protection, Lieutenant. Here's the license for that gun.
Oh, pretty engraving. It's a shame I can't read.
You could get in trouble taking the spoiler's gun.
He could get in worse trouble. He's a little careless.
Now that you mention...
Mr. Reddick, it ain't my fault. He beat up on me. Look at my face. It's swollen.
Biggest mosquitoes you ever saw this.
Mr. Reddick, do something about it. You send me after him, you know.
Spoiler.
Yeah, Mr. Reddick?
Yeah.
Sure, okay, but... Hey, Mr. Reddick, you ain't sore at me.
No.
I mean, I couldn't stand that. If you were sore at me,
Get out.
I couldn't help it if the guy... He wouldn't have tried it if I'd had a chance to get a gun on him.
Spoiler.
I want to talk to you.
Here's your gun. Catch. Now you got a gun on me.
Out, spoiler.
Yeah.
Not a strong character, the spoiler.
It wasn't a character analysis of spoiler that brought you here.
No.
I don't want any trouble with you, Dana. I realize perfectly well that you can make trouble.
But perhaps I should remind you that my clientele happens to be composed of some of the finest people in the city.
You mean the best heeled. How's Harold Winthrop these days?
Harold Winthrop? Oh, yes, he's patronized the club on occasion. Mr. Winthrop, Lieutenant, is a gentleman of the highest social standing.
The last time I saw him, he was lying down.
Oh?
I want a gun, Reddick.
Lose your own?
The gun I want has 2 bullets missing. Bullets that wound up in Winthrop's chest.
Oh. Yes, I can see why you would want that gun.
Uh-huh. Tell me, where were you tonight at 10:30?
Reading a good book.
How many witnesses?
3, I think.
The spoiler, Benny. Who's the third?
Claire Thorpe.
Oh, she's the little blonde girl, isn't she? I heard tell you used to play together.
She's the girl you picked up and booked, Lieutenant.
At 10:30.
10:40. Terminal Street is only a few blocks from here.
Yeah. I hadn't realized that.
Think about it. 3 witnesses for her, too.
And I'm only one dumb copper. Good night, Reddick.
Good night.
It was dark in the alley back of the gambling club. I was close to my car and maybe careless. They were peeling the layers of black velvet off me. After a while, they got them all off. The place was maybe 20 miles outside the city limits. I had a gun in my hand. Mine. Maybe 4 feet from me, Spoiler was resting. I got up out of the sand and went over to him and decided he wasn't resting. A number of bullets had worn him down. Bullets out of my gun. That wasn't a good frame. It wasn't intended to be. Spoiler's death was insurance, nuisance value, and it consumed time. Wake up, Dave.
Oh, hi, Lieutenant. I'm wide awake.
Claire Thorpe.
What about her?
I want to talk to her.
She's been sprung, Lou.
The angle?
Habeas corpus. No murder weapon on the premises. No way she got rid of it. DA didn't care for her.
Why, that's stupid. Say, Dave, would you get Malone on a first aid kit? Huh? Blood's tickling the back of my neck.
Holy mackerel. Who slugged you?
Little boy Blue. Well, one thing more. Locate Winthrop's lawyer. Find out who inherits, huh?
Whatever you say. First thing in the morning.
No. Tonight.
Okay.
Who was assigned to Claire Thorpe?
Nobody's tailing her. We didn't think it was...
Nobody? Look, find her, Pappy, and find her quick. I sat around headquarters and waited. Plenty of reports came in. The weather was going to be fine tomorrow. Captain O'Malley had a baby over in the 16th precinct. Mrs. Winthrop was the sole heir to the Winthrop estate. But nothing on Claire Thorpe. The department would turn her up in time, but I got tired of waiting. Maybe she'd gone back to the house on Terminal Street. Claire Thorpe had gone back to the house on Terminal Street for keeps. I phoned the sergeant. Then I sat on a flimsy bench in front of the vanity staring at my bandage in the mirror, stirring the Rochelle powder in the open box on the table. Claire Thorpe had stopped eating. When the fingerprint boys and the meat wagon got there, I got out fast. By the time I got to Reddick's Club, the finest people he'd mentioned had gone home.
I'm afraid you're a little late.
Well, you're not kidding.
I mean, the club's closing.
All these mink coats and no roulette?
Yes, sir.
My badge isn't going to look good compared to the gold braids you've got on your epaulets.
A cop.
Lieutenant Dane, if you want to be formal.
I didn't notice any other cops around.
There aren't any.
But if this is a raid...
It isn't. All I want's Reddick.
He's busy.
He's going to be busier.
Look, Lieutenant, I don't want to get into this. I got a job. It pays off.
You don't have to get into it. Where are they?
Well, office. Down the hallway from the main room. But I didn't tell you, see?
You didn't tell me.
Don't like it, Mr. Reddick.
Now, look, Danny,
Good evening.
dear, dear. Lieutenant Lou Dana.
Glad you remembered me from the last time. Benny, take your hand out of your pocket.
Sure, copper. See? Gun.
You got a license for it? Never mind. Mr. Reddick will have one on file.
Oddly enough, Lieutenant, I have.
Makes it nice and legal.
Checking in all the guns in the city, Lieutenant.
No, I got a report for you from the Bureau of Vital Statistics.
Indeed.
Yeah, indeed. The population of the city's dropped within the last couple of hours. By 2.
2?
The spoiler, but that wouldn't be news to you.
You said 2?
Oh, imagine my forgetting. Claire Thorpe.
Claire? Dead?
As dead as they ever get, and they get very dead, Reddick. You had her sprung.
Yes, but that was...
brought her out in the open. The open's a good place to get shot.
You don't have to do any further talking to my attorney.
Oh, why don't you stop? I haven't got a whereas on me. Harold Winthrop, the spoiler, Claire Thorpe. Let's think about the spoiler, Reddick.
He was my boy.
How'd you happen to know he was dead? Don't bother. Benny told you. How'd Benny know? Benny shot him with my gun. Benny?
Wise copper.
That wasn't nice. Especially when you had a gun of your own, licensed and all. Spoiler fell down on the job. He let me spot him trailing me. He wasn't a strong character, so he died.
You're doing fine.
The rest is tougher. Reddick, you never were a big man. Now you are. How come?
Merit is always recognized and rewarded.
Oh, yeah, in the copybooks. You moved up when the heavy money boys started dropping in at your club. Why?
They were treated properly.
They were robbed blind. But what made them suddenly decide you were a nice boy to play with, huh? Oh, no, wait a minute. Don't bother thinking up the answer. We got it from a stoolie weeks ago. The name is Winthrop. One of the oldest and classiest names in the city.
I was proud to be numbered among his friends.
In that case, then you're the one to ask. What was a guy like that doing in a house in Terminal Street?
Lieutenant, you've seen Claire Thorpe.
Oh, yeah, sure. Right after Winthrop was killed. She made a break from the house and ran into me. I took her back inside. But Reddick, before I did, she stumbled over a garbage can.
The poor girl must have been nervous.
The poor girl was smart. You know what she did, Reddick? She got rid of a hot gun in that garbage can.
Then all you had to do was search it.
At the time, I couldn't know about the gun. Afterwards, all I came up with was garbage.
Just like a cop.
She stuck her neck out. Why? She was in love with you, that's why. She must have thought she was covering for you. You had the house staked out. Somebody spotted her act, fished the gun out of the can. That was Benny.
No, it was this...
Correction. Spoiler. Who do I get for him, Reddick?
Actually, as I told you before, I know nothing about the spoiler's death. It's a blow to me, Dana. A very sad blow.
I don't think you realize how much of a blow. They let accessories smell the cyanide gas just as quick as killers.
I wasn't...
Before, during, and after the fact, Reddick.
No, I was...
Who do I get for the spoiler?
Dana, I will admit that... Well, one of my employees may have lost his head.
Shut up, Reddick.
I wouldn't know, of course. True, Benny did happen to go out for a while. What time was the spoiler shot?
Roughly 1:40 a.m.
That, roughly, is when Benny went out.
Mr. Reddick, don't do that.
Well, Benny, I'm sorry. I'll get you the finest lawyer. You needn't worry about his fee. I'll take care of that. We must be sensible about this, Benny. I can help you.
I'm dying. Let's have your gun, Benny.
Why don't you come and get it, copper?
All right. I will.
You better stop right where you are, copper. Maybe it ain't supposed to be smart blasting a cop.
I want your gun, Benny.
All right, another step, just one step more, you get it. I don't mean the rod either. I mean bullets in your belly.
Your gun, Benny.
What's the matter? What's the matter? What's wrong with you? You think bullets won't hit you? You think you're different from other guys just because you're a cop? Will you stop moving in on me? What's wrong with you?
I'm Lou Dana, Benny.
All right. Take it.
No, Benny. Pick it up. Hand it to me. Here. Thank you, Benny. Reddick, you're coming with us.
All right, Lieutenant, I'll be glad to. Of course, it's only for a little while.
That'll be between you and the district attorney's office. One thing more.
Yeah?
The other gun, Reddick. The one that was used on Winthrop.
You're sure I've got it?
What kind of a question is that?
All right, Dana. It's in the drawer here.
Right, I'll take it.
Be careful. Don't take the handkerchief off that gun.
Don't worry. I'll keep it warm. I took him down, and the desk sergeant made marks on his brand new blotter. Benny Carolla, alias Benjamin Carter, alias Benjamin Wilde, along with Vincent Reddick, was charged with murder. The murder of a man referred to as the spoiler. We left the other deaths off the blotter. A man can die only once. And then, I got my shoes shined.
Come in, Lieutenant Dana. You'll have to overlook my dressing gown. I was just about to go to bed.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Winthrop.
Lieutenant, what's your first name?
Lou, why?
I don't know. I just wanted... I don't know why.
That's not important.
Let's not discuss things being important. Or are you being unkind and trying to remind me that I thought Mozart's 39th was in D?
Mozart's dead.
Yes, and so is my husband. But won't you call me Kate anyway?
All right.
Never mind, I know. You're here on business. All right, Lieutenant. You found out that I inherit Harold's estate, haven't you?
Yes.
That's why you're here, isn't it?
I know that's for me. Yes, Pappy. You're fine. All right, go back to sleep.
What was that, Lieutenant?
Further check to find out just what it was you inherited.
And you found out?
Harold Winthrop had nothing to his name but the silk socks he died in.
That's true.
He wasn't killed because of anything anybody would inherit from him.
Thank you. And now I suppose I don't interest you anymore. In the line of duty. So, you'll be going away.
I'd like to tell you something first.
All right.
When your husband got shot, a girl named Claire Thorpe gave the gun that did the killing to Reddick. She was in love with him. She thought that he'd killed her husband. I got that gun from Reddick. It was carefully wrapped in a handkerchief.
Does that mean something?
It means Reddick didn't shoot your husband. He would have been careful about preserving the prints on that gun if he had.
You've got more to tell me.
Yeah. The way it's set up, your husband and Claire Thorpe were keeping house on Terminal Street. Your husband was steering all his rich friends to the Avon Club for a split of the take.
I can't believe that of Harold. Oh, it's true, I suppose, but
It isn't true.
It isn't. But then...
Somebody was keeping house on Terminal Street, sure. But it wasn't Claire Thorpe, because she had the whitest skin on a woman I've ever seen.
I'm not especially interested in Miss Thorpe's attractions.
On the vanity table in that house, there was a box of face powder. Rochelle. Blondes with very white skin don't use Rochelle. Brunettes do. A brunette was keeping house with someone on Terminal Street. You're a brunette, Mrs. Winthrop. You were keeping house on Terminal Street with Reddick.
No.
Your husband found you there, didn't he? And all he found was death.
I don't think I'm going to say anything.
Don't. Wouldn't do any good. We've got a date with the desk sergeant, Mrs. Winthrop.
All right. But, you wouldn't want to take a girl to headquarters in her night clothes, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Then you won't mind if I get dressed? In my bedroom?
No.
You shouldn't have ripped my dressing gown off.
I had to make sure you were wearing street clothes underneath. You are. Claire Thorpe was killed only a little while ago. That finishes it.
All right. But I wish you'd take your hat off indoors, Lieutenant Dana.
I'm sorry. Let's go. Kate. Catherine Winthrop was booked at the 14th Precinct for the murder of her husband, Harold Winthrop, and for the murder of Claire Thorpe. Her prints on the murder gun clinched it. We gave her a file card and a number and the eyes, the warm lips, the hair a man would give his soul to get his hands on. Didn't mean a thing. I don't like killers.
You have just heard The Man from Homicide, starring Charles McGraw. Mr. McGraw appears by arrangement with RKO Radio Pictures Incorporated and will soon be seen starring in The Target. The script was written by Louis Bitties and was produced and directed by Helen Mack. Music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. In tonight's cast, Reddick was played by James Backus. Kate Winthrop,
Joan Banks,
Benny,
Larry Dobkin,
Claire Thorpe,
Maggie Morley,
Spoiler,
Lamont Johnson,
the Sergeant,
Tom Tully,
the Doorman,
Arthur Q. Bryan,
and Lieutenant Lou Dana.
Charles McGraw.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer. And now, Mr. Webb.
Looking back over our years of broadcasting over literally hundreds of radio plays and productions, we remember nothing that we've done with more pride than the documentary we're bringing you tonight after some 8 seasons for its first revival. This is our own Mercury adaptation of the account by Commander Edward Ellsberg of the disastrous first expedition to the Arctic, Hell on Ice.
As retired chief engineer of our Navy, a fair share of honors have come my way. But I can only humbly hope that the name of George Melville may be a little remembered as one who served under Captain DeLong on the last voyage on the steamship Jeanette. I still read and reread my log of that trip, though the ink's been dry near 30 years. Here's the first entry. July 8th, 1879. 3:40 p.m. Pacific Time. Jeanette weighed anchor. Destination, the North Pole.
Already below, Captain DeLong. Weigh anchor.
I'll never forget them on the bridge together. George Washington DeLong, a scholarly-looking man with glasses, commander of naval vessels for 20 years on the 7 seas. And by his side, with her pretty head flung back, Emma DeLong.
Chief, I want you to meet Mrs. DeLong before she deserts her husband.
How do you do?
Glad to meet you, ma'am.
Mr. Melville, tell me, what do you think of a man who'd rather go off to the North Pole than stay home with his wife?
Being a bachelor, I can't properly say, Mrs. DeLong.
Emma, the chief will think you really don't want me to go.
Look, George, something I have for you. No, stay here, Mr. Melville. I want you to be a witness.
Silk flag.
I want you to unfurl it. Well, the point farthest north.
The point farthest north.
The North Star, George. I'll watch it, and we'll be looking at the same thing. Things equal to the same thing. Remember your geometry, Captain.
A brief embrace, and then DeLong was once more simply the sailor. For a few minutes, with strained eyes, I watched a white handkerchief fluttering across the water at us. And then it faded in the distance. Of our passage to Alaska, there's not much in my journal. August 2nd, with the aid of a towhook baited with salt pork, the newspaper man, Collins, bagged an albatross. Crew none too pleased. The ancient superstitions of the sea persist even to the day of steamships. August 14th, course set north for northwest through Bering Straits into the Arctic Sea, and off the coast of Alaska towards Wrangel Island.
Yes?
Oh, Erickson, what is it?
There's a head, Captain, on the weather bow.
Ice? Oh, swing her hard alee. Hard alee, all hands on deck.
Everyone on to station.
Swing her fast, ship. We're closing fast.
No use. She won't clear it. Ice, 200 feet ahead.
Oh, there it is.
We're going to strike, Captain.
Full steam astern. Full steam.
Struck that ice pack head on. Lucky for us, we had that 19-inch planking, or the flow would have stove us in. As far as we could see, the pack was unbroken. Except in back of us, a narrow lane of open sea. Supper that night was a somber meal. Here was ice only 240 miles north of Siberia, latitude 71 degrees 30 minutes, where it had no business to be this time of the year. Finally, the captain, chewing earnestly away on his mutton, broke a silence that was almost as solid as the ice pack.
Well, Mr. Chip, think by morning we'll find a lead through this ice?
No, Captain, we won't.
Seem pretty certain, Mr. Chip. What do the rest of you think? Vanna, now, what do you think? You're a navigator.
Well, I think that Chinese cook's coffee is even worse than usual, sir. All water and no coffee beans. What do you say, Chief?
Maybe I say I'm saving coffee, in case the ice pack holds. Collins seems to be able to drink his.
What I drink is my own affair. Don't take it so hard, Collins. More coffee? Anybody?
Next day, with broken ice piling up along our side, the captain gave the order to unship the rudder. So the end of the first week found us a rudderless ship, drifting with the ice pack. All chance of exploration gone. Stopped at latitude 71 degrees north, which had been reached in these same waters 20 years before by an ordinary sailing ship. This same day, the captain wrote in his log.
The same faces at every meal. The same irritations pricking our nerves, the same routine day after day. No shore leave, no ports to visit, nothing but endless ice. Drifting willy-nilly. 1,000 miles from that pole, which, in a blaze of publicity, we'd set out to conquer. December 1st. On board the Jeanette by now, we've told all our stories, read all our books, played all our games. Each morning we wake to the same faces, the same dogs, the same ice. We take the same exercise, make the same calculations of the drift. Eat the same food and return each night to the same beds. With the same conviction that tomorrow will be the same as today. December 24th. Our first Christmas Eve on ice.
Say, how about some mistletoe over the rigging?
Yeah, we might catch an Arctic mermaid, like Collie caught this albatross.
Collins is my name.
Oh, so it is. Excuse me.
Well, what about this?
Holy mackerel, Irish whiskey. Hand it over, Chief.
First the captain.
Oh, thanks, Chief.
Here, I'll pour my own.
Careful, Dan, now. You've only got one good eye.
I can always see good enough for this.
That's enough now, Dan. I'm going to save some for the crew, you know.
That's right.
Collins, how about you?
Well, what's it like? Is it good whiskey?
Give Collie a written guarantee, Chief.
Collins is my name.
I'd give you another if I'd been your old man.
Don't waste any of that stuff on him, Chief.
You can take your whiskey and go to the devil.
Well, that's a nice Christmas thought.
Oh, let's forget him. Can't help it, I guess. Say, how about a toast?
If anyone proposes James Gordon Bennett, I'll follow Collie. Melville's got one. I can see it fizzing.
Yes, I have. I propose a toast to Emma DeLong.
Oh. Thank you, Melville. I couldn't say it, but I was thinking that, too. Emma DeLong.
Emma DeLong.
January 5th, temperature 57 below zero. Sun appeared for the first time since November. Today, Dr. Ambler had to operate on Dannenauer's eye. He has to sit in the cabin without a crack of light. We take turns talking to him. We speak next summer and break up the ice. He likes to talk about that. February 1st, more trouble. I noticed Erickson, bosun of the crew and one of our best workers, was laying down on the job. I decided he was sick.
Captain, I no been sick. I been watched.
Who's watching you, Nels? What are you talking about?
There been mutiny on this ship.
Mutiny?
There been mutiny, sir, on this ship, sir.
Mutiny in the crew? Where'd you get this, Erickson?
Yeah, Captain, I tell you, it been like I say. I've been asked to join, but no. No say yeah, no say no, so I've been watched. They got guns. They kill me for if I tell.
Erickson, what do you mean by they?
Please, they no can tell they kill me.
Now, look, I'm your captain. Do you know what disobedience means? Now, come on, who's behind this?
It been... Nobody hear us?
Nobody's hearing us.
It been... Sam.
Sam?
Yeah, Chinese cook.
Erickson, look at me. Now, right in my eye. Follow my fingers, I move it. Here. Yes, now over here. Follow my finger. Over here. We're going to see Dr. Ambler.
But they been kill me.
I won't let him, Nels. I'll take care of you.
But they tell you.
I know. Now, here, take my hand, Nels. That's it.
Tell you.
That's a good fella.
They tell you.
Now, come along. Come along. January 6th. 4 months on the ice. Part of the crew sick. A blinded officer, now a seaman gone mad. What'll this ice do to us before this winter's over? Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to our Mercury production of Hell on Ice. And now, before we bring you the final act of this true life drama of adventure and heroism, Hell on Ice, here for a brief breather, is Jimmy Wallington, who says...
For something S-W-E-L-L, swell on ice, there's nothing like blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. No, sir, especially if it's only a little chunk of ice wrapped in a square of burlap and stuck under the stern seat of a rowboat. Oh, boy, does it make a day's fishing the real McCoy when you can reach for a frosted bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy the familiar smoothness, the unforgettable taste you know. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clear, sparkling as the sun on a summer lake, with a real beer taste coming through just the way you like it. Listen, folks, if your dealer can't always supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like, keep on asking for those never less than 33 fine brews blended into one great beer. Blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Orson Welles brings you part 2 of Hell on Ice.
On February 25th, after 6 months in the ice, we were still drifting, waiting for the thaw to free us. March 5th, first glimpse of sunshine. 3 minutes of bleak twilight. Then darkness again. March 30th, temperature rising. Noon reading, 5 above zero. Ice still 14 feet thick.
I turn back to my own records. Our hopes for what the summer sun would do are beginning to fade. It is July now. We find rifts in the ice at sundown and then see them knit again overnight. The days grow shorter, and with them, men's tempers.
Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, come here, sir. I have Mr. Chip's report that you failed to give him an observation.
Well?
It's in Chip's province to receive that information and enter it in the ship's records.
I was going to write it on a piece of paper and hand it to you.
Oh, Mr. Collins, I've issued an order for an hour's exercise. I've noticed for several days you've been cutting down the time. Today I'm satisfied you're doing it deliberately.
And when you say that, I say it isn't true.
I'm making allowances for your ignorance of naval regulations, but I advise you not to repeat that contradiction.
When you charge me with violating an order, I deny it, and I'll repeat that as much as I please.
That's enough, Mr. Collins. When we get back to the United States, I'll have you court-martialed. Meanwhile, turn in your instruments, perform no further duties on this ship. You're under arrest.
That second winter, the temperature reached 59 below. In May, we saw the sun again. June 10. My watch, 9 p.m. till midnight. 11 p.m. disturbed by heavy shocks drumming against our hollow hull. Those words were all I had time to write. I remember the captain rushed up on deck. At this season, even at midnight, the sun's above the horizon. We could see about 80 yards ahead. A lead had opened in the pack some 10 feet wide with cracks zigzagging across the surface of the ice, moving towards us. Then the floe split wide apart beneath us. The Jeanette lurched wildly to port and suddenly slipped off the ice into open water. We were thrown across the deck. The ship rolled like a drunken man. Shaking with fear, we waited the next move. At 6 bells, the pack started to press down that open canal. Slowly it closed in on us, thick and jagged. And behind it, the push of endless miles of surging ice. On came the pack. The ice reached our sides, started to squeeze. We're thinking, Captain. Ice is coming through the side. What's that? Ice in the hold?
Pipe down, Dan, and now you're an experienced seaman. Make your report to me as if you were one.
The seams are open below, sir. The sides will give way. It's only a question of minutes.
All hands. Stations for abandoned ship.
Aye, sir.
Ship, blow loose.
Aye, sir. Garrison, man the davit.
All right, boys. All right. Alan, what are you doing with those step birds?
I only brought part of them. She's feeling fast. Shiver. Better jump her, hadn't we?
Abandoned ship, men. Over the side. Over the side.
The last to jump was the captain. Scattered over the ice like flies, we watched the doomed Jeanette. Silent now, Dick Gray. 33 men cast away on drifting ice floes. Our fate totally unknown to the world we left 2 years ago. Beyond possible reach of relief. 500 miles away lay the Lena Delta.
June 17, 6 p.m. We made our start, course due south. Men and officers harnessed together, tugging at their mountainous burdens. Dogs unable to drag a single sledge. Dr. Ambler far ahead, planting black flags to mark our course. Sledges sinking in weak ice. Dan and I, blind but pulling on a rope, fell in open water, pulled him out before he went under the ice. Lee and Erickson collapsed in their harness. One sled used for dragging the sick. Chip, all in, tried to fling himself from the hospital sledge to save his weight, but we strapped him in. Chip cried like a baby at adding to our burden. Unloaded and ferried over open water. Dogs drowned as cutter overturned. Only saved Snoozer. My favorite. By morning, we reached our 2-mile flag. Tried to get some sleep. On again at evening, on the ice firmer. June 23rd. At dawn, the first sledge reached Ambler's 12-mile flag. Chief.
Yes, Captain.
Come over here. 6 days, we've made 12 miles south, right?
Just about, sir.
Well, we're 20 miles further north tonight than the day we started. Northwest drifts got us in tow.
Are you sure?
Don't tell anyone else. The men found out I couldn't get them to lay a hand on another sledge. I just sit here and wait to die. Look at this map. Back here is where the Jeanette sank, you see.
And here's where we are today?
That's right, 77 degrees, 43 minutes north. We're walking against the drift, and the pack's moving faster than we are. I'm changing our course from south to southwest. That way we've got a chance of reaching the edge.
1 chance in 100.
We've got to take it.
Well, Skipper, I'll cut a third off the rations.
Good.
They'll last 90 days instead of 60.
I knew I could count on you, Chief. I always can. And now, you remember, you're going to be my witness at a little ceremony. It's a flag.
For Sister Long's flag. Yes. The point farthest north.
Yeah, we'll hope this is it. Hold the other hand, Chief. We'll unfurl it for Emma. I think she knew, Chief.
Sure, Captain. The North Star. She's right over our heads.
Things equal to the same thing. She'll be glad, Chief. Now, let's fold it up so nobody will know we had it out, or else they might guess the reason.
Got any tobacco left, Captain? I could stand a pipeful. Don't feel like supper. Or is it breakfast?
Hand your pipe over. I'll fill it up.
Thanks, brother.
Chief, this is a grand country to learn patience in.
The most we covered in one day was 6 miles. Some days not more than 2. And the men growing weaker every day from frostbite, scurvy. September 9th, 91 days after the sinking of the Jeanette, we reached the edge of the ice in the open sea. We crawled into camp, and then DeLong mustered his crew. Called the roll for the last time. That night, he held divine service. Even the sick joined in. Only Collins stayed in his tent.
Thank God for thy mercies. We pray thee deliverance to our homes, to thy continued service. Amen.
At 7:30 on the morning of September 12th, we shoved off in our 3 boats for Cape Vorkin on the Lena Delta. According to our charts, 96 miles of open sea. The 3rd boat was under my command. By nightfall, we were left alone. 11 frozen men in one tiny whaleboat in utter blackness. By morning, the ocean calmed. In the gray light, we saw land less than a mile away. But no sign of a captain's boat. The story of the last days of Captain DeLong and his men were pieced together many months later from the captain's diary and the ship's papers that were found in his camp.
135th day. Around October 1st, nothing to report. 136th day. Reached Lena Delta. Doctor says some of the men can't walk even a mile. They'll have to. Erickson dropped in his tracks, both feet frozen, flesh falling off his boots. We cut him some crutches out of the driftwood.
Let me stay, Captain. Don't move me. My legs been killing me. Crutches no use. I want only die.
Get up, Erickson. Do you think I'm going to leave you? Come on. I'll carry you.
Please, Captain.
Up, I tell you. We're going on. "137th day. This morning, Ambler shot a reindeer. Men too famished to wait for fire ate the beast raw. Gave bone to Snoozer, my dog. 138th day, trapped by open water, have to cross, try to build raft. Men are broken. Can scarcely lift planks. I drive them hard. 139th day, raft completed, crossed water. Raging blizzard. Midnight, Erickson died. Sea burial. First a prayer and then sleep. 144th day. Today killed my dog Snoozer for food. He never whimpered. Too far gone. Alexei dying. Doctor baptized him. Alexei dead. Out of the depths should I cry unto thee, O Lord. Lord, hear my voice. Let thine ears be attentive to the voice of my supplication. 152nd day, Mr. Collins' birthday. 40 years old. Food, willow tea, and 2 old boots. 153rd day. Calm and mild. Snow falling. About sunset, Lexi died, covered him with ensign and laid him on a crib. Lee dying, Sam dying. Doctor rubs their hands to keep them warm. And 156th day, found ship dead in the morning still. Sitting between the doctor and myself. 157th day. Near end of October, very little hope. Sunset, Sam died. He still leans over his kettle. Can't move him. 160th day. Dressler died during the night, Ambler. Now weakening. God help us. 164th day. Ambler crawls over to Iverson. Feels his pulse. Iverson dead. 167th day. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins dying.
Mr. Collins dying. The captain's last entry in that fateful book. No word of himself. His frozen fingers scrawled their last words. Mr. Collins dying. Months of searching finally brought us to that gale-swept hill. There I made out, stiff and stark above the snow, an upraised arm. The arm belonged to Captain DeLong, half buried in the snow. I figured he'd tossed his journal to safety on higher ground, and his stiffening arm had frozen on the gesture, and I was right. The journal was just above. His face was calm, as if his work was done. Atop a rocky promontory looking to the north, towering 400 feet above the great bay of the Lena Delta, and far beyond the reach of any possible flood, I prepared for my captain and his crew their final resting place among the Siberian snows, looking out over the Lena's great bay at the desolate cape below, which had witnessed their last agony, and northward across that polar sea which he had valiantly given his life to conquer. DeLong and his men of the Jeanette lay at last beneath the huge cross on the rocky cairn, with the fierce Arctic gales they'd so often bravely faced, mournfully wailing their eternal dirge.
Hell on Ice. A Mercury production. Be back to the microphone in just a minute.
Let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when occasionally these days he's unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
And I'd like to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, before signing off, that our cast included John Brown, Lorene Tuttle, among many other Mercury players, Elliot Reed, an old Mercury pillar, who comes to us through courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the Hal Wallace production, The Strange Loves of Martha Ivers. Till next week, then, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Though it hath no tongue, murder will out. Rainier Brewing Company, brewers of Rainier Beer and Ale, presents Murder Will Out. Starring William Gargan as Inspector Burke, Chief of Homicide, with Eddie Marr as Detective Nolan, in another challenging story written and directed by Lou X. Lansworth. The mystery of the swindled songwriters.
On the second floor of a drab downtown office building was located the American Institute of Music Composers. Despite its impressive name, this establishment was not an institute. It was a bunco racket operated by song sharks. Their victims were unsuspecting amateur songwriters lured by the promise of fame and riches. On the morning of Saturday, April the 20th, 1946, a burly young man entered the Institute's outer office.
Hiya, miss. Well, here I am again. I guess you remember me, all right, huh?
Why, yes, I...
Bailey. Gold Bailey.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Morse said he'd have my song published today.
Oh, I'll tell Mr. Morse you're here.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, miss. Hello, lady.
How do you do?
You mind if I sit down here?
Please. Are you a songwriter?
Yeah. Face one, off the press today. And between you and I, lady, I sure am a lucky guy.
Indeed.
Yeah. Love song.
Oh, how wonderful.
Yeah. Today's Shirley's birthday.
Shirley?
Yeah, that's my girl. I'm going to give Shirley this song I wrote. Birthday present.
Oh, how beautiful.
Yeah, it sure is. But believe me, lady, I sure had to work. I don't mean writing the words. That comes natural to me. I mean getting the dough to pay Mr. Morse for composing the music and pay him to publish the song.
I've come to see Mr. Moss about some words I wrote.
No. Well, congratulations, Miss...
Mrs. Swope. Mrs. Henry Swope.
Well, Mrs. Swope, it's a pleasure to have met a fellow songwriter.
Thank you. But I'm not a songwriter yet.
No?
I hope Mr. Moss thinks I have enough talent to let me join the Institute. How much does he charge?
Well, he...
Mr. Bailey, Mr. Moss will see you now.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Well, excuse me, Mrs. Swope, and good luck.
Thank you.
Hiya, Mr. Morse.
Mr. Bailey, let me shake your hand. You have genius, true genius.
Yeah, I guess you could call it that.
Oh, the lyrics you wrote. Such words inspired me to compose some of the greatest music of my career. Here, the piano. Yeah. I want you to hear the song even before I show you the printed copies. Listen. Your hands are soft like baby's skin. Your lips are just like berries. Oh, the way I love you is a sin, and I think you're the berries. We ought to get hitched like a truck to a trailer. I'll stay in like you was my jailer, my pearl of the deep blue sea. If you say yes to me, I'll be a happy bee. Well... You like it?
Sounding a lot like Peggy O'Neill?
Mr. Bailey, Peggy O'Neill has been close to the hearts for people for 2 generations. Well, you're in a hurry. I'll get your copies. That'll be $50.
$50?
Printing charges.
But I already paid $50. $25 for music, $25 for printing.
You made a down payment. The full price is $100.
$100? Hey, wait a minute. You said I could have professional copies for $25.
Professional copies? Why, Mr. Bailey, you ordered the deluxe sheet music edition, specially dedicated to Shirley Hobson. I have your signed order right here.
Yeah, but you said it was for free. For $50, I could dedicate my song to Shirley, and I ain't going to spend
no
more.
Don't get excited.
I got to have my songs today. Today's Shirley's birthday.
Mr. Moss, will you step in the other office, please?
Excuse me, Mr. Bailey.
Yeah, but I ain't going to leave till I get my songs. You hear?
What is it, Ruth?
Outside. 2 men want to see you. I think they're the police. Plain clothes.
Police?
So starts the mystery of the swindled songwriters. Another Inspector Burke mystery drama brought to you by Rainier Brewing Company. After the mystery, 4 contestants chosen from our studio audience as amateur detectives will compete for prizes. They'll be asked a number of questions regarding police findings and who they think committed the crime, and the one clue that reveals the criminal. But first, here's Larry Keating. What's it going to be tonight, Larry?
I was just thinking about that tune, Reed. It's been a long time since I've heard Peggy O'Neill.
Well, you know how it is, Larry. The old favorites come and go.
But not all the old favorites. Some come and stay. 68 years ago, and that's longer than most of us have been around, a favorite was born that's still going strong. And I mean Rainier beer. Yes, Rainier had to be good to please so many generations. And it is. What's more, today it's better than ever.
The Rainier you buy today is made best to taste best.
Yes, made best to taste best. Rainier's own hops, Rainier's own malt. But above all, the priceless ingredient of tradition. 68 years of brewing skill bring you the beer made best to taste best. Rainier for good cheer.
Now back to our story, The Mystery of the Swindled Songwriters, starring William Gargan as Inspector Burke.
In here, gentlemen. Just up in this other office.
You're Dave Moss?
Yes? Now, what can I do for you?
We're police officers. I'm Inspector Burke. This is Detective Nolan.
Oh, how do you do?
How are you? We're looking for a Hubert Collins. Know him?
Hubert Collins.
Yeah, Hubert Collins. You published 3 or 4 songs he wrote.
Oh, my partner, Charlie Reed, might be able to help you.
Yeah, where is he?
Oh, he's out right now. Mr. Reed takes care of all financial matters. I take care of the artistic side of the business.
Uh-huh. Well, have you any idea where we might find Hubert Collins?
I know. Is something wrong?
Yes. Last night, an unsuccessful attempt was made to rob the store where Collins works.
And the description we have fits this Hubert Collins.
The person attempting this robbery was surprised by a special patrolman. There was some gunplay. The patrolman's condition is serious.
Oh, how terrible. Oh, young Collins had such talent.
Look through your records, your files. Any information you and your partner can give us, no matter how small, phone headquarters.
Where you been, Charlie?
I came in while they were here. Ruth tipped me off. I waited till they were gone.
That Hubert Collins. He's in trouble.
So what?
So he might make trouble for us. Drag us into it.
How? We're operating within the law? Who's that?
Some sucker told him to wait in my office.
Get rid of him, Joe.
No, not yet. He's good for another 50.
Listen, I ain't got all day. I want my song.
Mr. Bailey. Why, this is my partner, Mr. Reed. We were just discussing your talent.
Yes. Dave tells me you're a genius.
Yeah, that's okay, but I want my songs now.
Oh, Mr. Bailey, I already explained to you you owe $50.
Oh, you dirty, rotten crook. I already paid $50.
No, just a minute. Don't start any rough stuff, Bailey. No rough stuff.
Take the joint apart if I don't get my songs.
Let me go.
Do I get my songs, or do I muss you up?
Let me go.
I'll shove your nose down to your ankles.
Don't hit me. Don't. Bailey, let go. Let go, can you hear?
Huh?
Don't make a move.
No, wait. That gun. Don't use that gun.
Get out of this office.
Okay. But I'll have you arrested pulling a gun.
No, you won't. We'll have you arrested.
Yes, we know the law. You threatened my partner's life. We'll swear out a warrant. That side door goes down the hall. Use it.
Okay. But I'll be back sooner than you think.
And come back with $50, or we'll sue you. We'll attach your salary. You. Yeah.
Wait. Did he get his songs?
I don't know. Come on. We'll look. In my office. No, his songs are all here. My desk drawer. All 12 copies.
Okay, put them back. If the sucker wants them, he'll be around.
Yes, he'll cool off. He'll show up with the other 50.
What's all the commotion?
Oh, some chump was in here.
Must have had to shout to cover up.
What is it?
That old lady sitting out there, Mrs. Swope.
What about her?
She wants to join the Institute. And she's got all her savings with her. $500 cash.
Well, sit down, please, Mrs. Swope.
Thank you.
You're a songwriter. No, don't tell me you aren't. I recognize talent when I see it.
Well, I don't know if I am or not, Mr. Moss. I've written some words for a song. Here they are.
Oh, thank you.
I want you to tell me if they're any good.
Oh, I'll be brutally frank, Mrs. Swope.
You will tell me the worst.
Oh, you can count on me. Now, let's see. We wedded in the springtime like the birds and bees. Oh, Mrs. Swope.
Brian, what is it?
Beautiful, beautiful, Mrs. Swope. Genius, pure genius, that opening line. It inspires me to compose some of the greatest music of my career. Here, sit down by the piano. I don't want to lose the mood. Listen, Mrs. Swope, listen.
We wedded in the springtime like the birds and bees. The bleeding hearts were bleeding. The love bark was on the tree. Then the angels took you. I saw this song I wrote for my dear dead husband, named Henry Swope, in memory of Henry Swope.
Mrs. Swope, pardon me while I have an emotion.
What is it? Is something wrong, or are you ill?
Oh, I'm overcome. Dear Mrs. Swope, the beauty, the poetry, the sheer magnitude.
I wrote that in memory of my dear departed husband.
Mrs. Swope, you're a genius. I demand you become a member of the Institute. I won't take no for an answer.
Really?
We'll make your song as famous as the end of a perfect day. We'll print thousands of copies. I'll even make a recording with my own voice now.
Well, how much will all this cost, Mr. Morse?
Mrs. Swope, such talent as yours should be given to the world. I insist you become a senior member.
Well, what does that mean?
We will publish every song you write. You will be famous, wealthy from the royalties you receive.
Well, how much will it cost?
Only $500, Mr. Swope. You owe it to yourself, to the memory of your dear departed husband, Henry Swope.
Another cup of coffee, Ruth?
No.
This might be it, baby. What we've been waiting for.
A light, Charlie.
Still want to go through with it?
Takes money.
I'll get the money.
How?
Simple, baby, simple. Let Dave take the $500 away from the old lady. Then we take the $500 away from Dave.
Why not? Cops were nosing around.
Sure. Cops start asking questions. Get wise to the racket. This is our chance, baby. We'll skip out. Let Dave hold the bag.
What time is it?
A little after 2. I told Dave we'd meet him at 5, the office.
What do we do till 5?
Go to a movie, relax, enjoy ourselves. Let Dave do the dirty work.
Hello, Mr. Moss?
What? Hubert Collins. What are you doing here?
Listen, Mr. Moss.
Hubert, you sap. The cops were here this morning.
You gotta help me, Mr. Moss. I've gotta get out of town. Look, it's almost 2:30. There's a bus leaving at 3 o'clock back east.
You're out of your mind. Cops will spot every bus depot in town.
I've got to take the chance. I can only get some money. Get back east. I can...
No dice.
Listen, Mr. Moss. I've spent over $500 with you. All I'm asking is a loan of $50. Give me a break.
I haven't got any money.
Okay. I tried to pull a job last night. Know why?
I'm not interested.
So I could get more dough.
You little fool. I didn't tell you to pull a stick up.
You told me if I got more dough, you'd promote my songs. I'd be riding high, hit the big time.
Get out.
Not until you let me have some money, Mr. Moss. And if the cops pick me up, I'll drag you in. I'll tell them why I did it. To pay you.
Hello? Police headquarters? This is Dave Moss, Institute of Music Composers. Yes. Some officers were here this morning looking for Hubert Collins. Robbery last night. Yes, that's right. Collins just left here, not 5 minutes ago. He's headed for the Central Bus Depot. Blackmailed me out of $50. Said he'd tell a lot of lies about me if I didn't. Oh, yes. All right. Send some men right down. You can pick him up.
This way, officers. In this office.
You two discovered the body?
Oh, yes, we called the police.
Yes. Ruth and I came back from a movie a few minutes before 5. We entered my partner's office.
All right, you two stay in this outer office. Close the door, Nolan.
Okay, Chief. Well, looks like a cyclone hit this office.
Yes. Just take a look at the body.
Why, it's that fellow we were talking to this morning, Chief, Dave Morse.
Looks like 2 bullets did it. Both bullets struck in the vicinity of the heart.
Yeah. Desk door's open. Looks like the place was thoroughly searched.
Uh-huh. Robbery might be the motive.
What if this was an inside job, Chief, made to look like robbery?
Might be. Well, we let the medical examiner and the fingerprint men go to work. Have a detail search the offices thoroughly. Come on.
Where to?
Talk to the victim's partner and that girl. Check on every person known to have entered this office today. Come in, Nolan.
Well, we got all the people lined up, Chief, holding them separate.
Good. I had a talk with the girl, Ruth, and that Charlie Reed.
Oh?
Got their story.
What about the reports? Anything new come through?
No trace of the murder weapon yet. Ballistics identifies the 2 death slugs as having been fired from a .32 Smith & Wesson.
Uh-huh.
Medical examiner definitely establishes Dave Moss met his death sometime between 4 and 4:15 p.m.
Well, right now, as far as we know, there was only 2 persons know Dave Moss is dead.
Yes, the girl Ruth and the victim's partner, Charlie Reed.
What do you think about our plan? You think it might work?
Well, you can't tell. The shock impact might be a complete surprise to our suspects. We'll watch their faces carefully.
Well, I got the record player rigged up in Lieutenant Williams' office and that record we found in Moss's office.
When we're ready, I'll press the buzzer, signal the lieutenant. He'll phone me, and then we'll listen to the record on the intercom.
Good. That way everybody in the room can hear.
Well, let's go to work, Nolan. Bring in our people. All right, everyone. Sit down, please. Mrs. Swope here. Mr. Reed.
Oh, Chief, this is Miss
Shirley Hobson.
And my girlfriend, Shirley. She come with me. Protect my interest.
Yeah, here, officer. These songs Mr. Moss printed for Bill, all 12 copies. We want our money back.
Yeah, or we make trouble.
Mr. Bailey and me want to swear out a warrant and have Mr. Moss arrested. Arrested? Well, I don't understand. Mr. Moss is a dear, kind man. He's a philanthropist. Well, I don't know what that means, lady, but if you ask me, he's a dirty, rotten crook. Fit Bill's beautiful words to Peggy O'Neill.
It's a dirty gyp.
Why, when Bill gave me those songs for my birthday, I could have cried. And then when I heard Mr. Moss charge $50 for that tune, I knew he was a crook.
That's right, Inspector. Moss was a crook. He stole my money. He and his partners, Charlie Reed and that girl.
What do you
We don't know
mean?
what you're talking about.
Just a minute, all of you. Hello?
Lieutenant Williams, Inspector. All set.
Who? Well, hello, Mr. Moss.
Moss!
Quiet, both of you. Can't you see the inspector's talking?
Why, some friends of yours are in my office, Mr. Moss. You what? Composed the greatest song of your career. Well, we'd all like to hear it. Go ahead and sing it, Mr. Moss.
We weathered in the springtime like the birds and bees. The bleeding hearts were bleeding. The love bark was on a tree.
Why, that's my song he's singing.
He's not singing that song. This is some trick.
Yes, why are you doing this?
We thought Mr. Moss might tell us who shot and killed him.
Mr. Moss,
What about it, Hubert?
What? I don't know what you're talking about. But last time I saw Mr. Moss, he was alive. He loaned me $50.
The police picked you up shortly after 4 this afternoon.
Yeah, but I was miles away. I didn't go to the bus depot like I told Moss.
When did you last see Moss alive?
About 2:30. When he loaned me the money.
Yeah, and the last time I seen Mr. Morse was this morning when him and his partner pulled a gun.
No, wait. We can prove where we were.
Yes, we were in a movie until almost 5 o'clock.
Oh, dear. What will happen to my beautiful song?
We don't know about your song, Mrs. Swope, but we'll return your $500. $450 was found on Mr. Reed's person, and Hubert Collins had the other $50.
I already explained to you, Inspector, I had nothing to do with killing Moss.
No, when we saw Dave Moss on the floor, Charlie looked in the drawer in the cash box.
The $450 was there. I took it. We were partners.
Here you are, Mrs. Swope, your $500. And we're holding one of you for the murder of Dave Moss.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the testimony of the suspects. You know all the facts and clues in tonight's mystery. Did you find the one clue that reveals the killer? In a minute, Larry Keating will question our 4 amateur detectives who were chosen from the studio audience about tonight's police finding. But first,
Have you ever heard this at your house?
Gee, Mabel, I hope that isn't more company. We've got a house full now.
Well, chances are it is more company. That's the way things happen. So why not be ready for them? The economical way is to keep a good supply of Rainier Ale on hand. It's the West's favorite, bound to please whoever's at the door. It's convenient to serve, too. Just uncap a few cold bottles, and your refreshment problem is solved.
Rainier Ale, the West's favorite, economical and convenient to serve. I'll remember that.
Yes, and remember Rainier is made best to taste best. It's Rainier for quality, for flavor, for good cheer.
And now here's Larry Keating, ready to question our 4 amateur detectives regarding the evidence furnished by Inspector Burke.
Our amateur detectives tonight are Mr. Irwin B. Hershen of Hollywood, California, Mrs. Molly Malone from Springfield, Missouri, Mr. Keith Williams of St. Louis, Missouri, and Mrs. Rita Hatton of Los Angeles, California. Before we get underway, I'd like to point out the rules of tonight's crime quiz. To each contestant who finds the murderer and the correct clue, Rainier Brewing Company will pay a $50 savings bond. If our amateur detectives find the murderer but do not have the correct clue, they receive a $25 savings bond. And here's something else. To each contestant solving tonight's mystery, Rainier also awards a special gold detective certificate, suitably framed. The winners of this award rate the honor of joining the ranks of expert amateur detectives. And now, Inspector Burke has given me the basic evidence in tonight's mystery. Each contestant will be asked several questions. For answering correctly, Rainier Brewing Company will pay $5 in saving stamps. Now, let's review this evidence. First of all, here is Mr. Irwin Hershen. Is that the correct pronunciation, Mr. Hershen?
That's correct.
All right, fine. Here is your question. The victim, Dave Moss, was shot and killed. At approximately what time did the medical examiner establish his death?
Between 3 and 4 o'clock. 2 and 4, I think.
Between 2 and 4?
No, it couldn't have been 2 and 4. It was...
Take your time.
Between about 2:30 and... 3 and 4 o'clock.
Well, I'm sorry, old man. If you had said between 4 and 4:15, you would have had it right on the nose. Better luck next time, and let's talk to Mrs. Molly Malone now. Mrs. Malone, the Ballistics Bureau identified the 2 slugs that caused the victim's death. What caliber were these 2 bullets, do you know?
32 Smith & Wesson.
32. I see you were consulting all the data you have there. Very good. That's the way. Give this thorough...
I knew the time he was killed, too.
You did? Great. Well, I'm sorry, but we asked that the young man. But now here. All right, you know so much,
Maybe I
Mrs.
won't know the next one.
I'll bet you will. Do you know what make the gun was?
Smith & Wesson.
Oh, how easy. Well, I'm sorry we can only give you $5 for all this information. $5 in saving stamps, but you'll be back again and get some more money, we hope. Now, here is Mr. Keith Williams. Mr. Williams, you're quite a big boy. How tall are you?
6 feet 3.5.
6'3.5", and you are from St. Louis, eh?
That's correct.
And I see you were with the amphibious forces in the Navy, right?
That's right.
Here's your question. The receptionist, Ruth, found out Mrs. Swope carried her savings with her. How much money did Mrs. Swope have?
$500.
That's a lot of coconuts, isn't it?
That's certainly.
Good. You get $5 for giving us the correct answer, Mr. Williams. Now, Mrs. Rita Hatton, if you please. Shortly after 4 p.m., Hubert Collins was picked up by the police. How much money did Hubert have in his possession?
50?
Do you know where he got said 50?
From Moss.
From Moss. He sort of borrowed it and rather blackmailed the money from Dave Moss, didn't he?
Yeah.
But you get $5 in saving stamps from Rainier with our very hearty congratulations, Miss Hatton. Now here is Irwin Hershen once more. The victim's body was found by Charlie Reed and the girl Ruth. At about what time did this happen?
At 4:45.
4:45, I would say, would be very close to it. A few minutes before 5 p.m. Where did these 2 claim they were at the time of the killing?
They were at a movie.
And $5 to you, sir, courtesy of Rainier. Very good. Mrs. Malone, once more. Mrs. Malone, I see you have the books at hand again here. You're studying your Gladstone, I see. Here is your question. When did Bill Bailey say he last saw Dave Moss alive? Look it up. Take plenty of time. Let's go ahead. That's on page 4, I think, Mrs. Malone. What? This is, we're discussing Dave Moss. When did Bill Bailey say he last saw him alive? That might be in the footnotes there. Do you want to look for it? Have we got
No, at 2:30, he pulled the gun on Collins.
He pulled the gun on Collins at 2:30. But now we want to know when Bailey's...
That's the wrong page.
Yeah, wrong page? Now the question May I repeat the question? Granted. Here is the question. When did Bill Bailey say he last saw Dave Moss alive? Is your secretary here? We could send... No? Mrs. Malone has it all written down on the back of all envelopes, laundry bills, everything. What? Haven't got it? Would you care to make a stab in the dark? Now think this over. You heard the story. When did Bill Bailey say he last saw Dave Moss alive?
Guess I don't know that one.
Well, I'm sorry. It was in the morning when Moss and Charlie Reed forced him out of the office at the point of a gun. Too bad. Now, Keith Williams again. When Bill Bailey was tossed out of the Song Shark's office, did he have the printed copies of his song with him?
No.
Where were these songs?
They're in the desk drawer.
You were right. $5 more to you, young man. Now, Miss Rita Hatton, please. A nice hand for Mr. Williams. Good. Mrs. Hatton, rather. Bailey's girlfriend, Shirley Hobson, came to police headquarters with him. Shirley brought Bill's birthday present with her. What was this present?
His song.
Oh, what a present. $5 to you, young lady. Very good. And now let's see what this evidence revealed to you. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Inspector Burke to check the papers each amateur detective received at the start of tonight's mystery, on which to write who they think committed the crime and the one clue that reveals the criminal.
Thank you, Larry. Well, I've checked the deductions of each of our amateur detectives, and I find that Mrs. Molly Malone of Springfield, Missouri, said that Charlie Reed was the murderer. I'm sorry to say that she's wrong. Mrs. Rita Hatton of Los Angeles, California, said also that Charlie Reed was the murderer. I'm sorry to say that she is wrong. However, Keith P. Williams of Clayton, Missouri, and Irwin P. Hershon of Hollywood, California, both said that Bill Bailey was the murderer, and they're absolutely correct, and both also gave the correct clue. Now let's see exactly what happened. We held Bill Bailey for the murder of the song shark, Dave Moss. According to Bailey's story, he claimed the last time he saw Dave Moss alive was on the morning of the murder, when Moss and Charlie Reed forced him to leave the office at the point of a gun. Now, immediately after Bailey left the Song Shark's office, the two swindlers looked in Moss's desk and found the 12 printed copies of Bill's song. Yet later, when Bailey's girlfriend, Shirley Hobson, appeared at police headquarters with Bailey, Shirley had all 12 copies of this song. Unwittingly, and in a state of righteous indignation, Shirley gave Bill away, because only by returning to Moss's office at a time later than he claimed could Bill have obtained these songs. It was this obvious slip-up that trapped Bill Bailey. Shortly before 4 p.m., Bailey returned to the office, demanded his songs. When Moss refused, Bailey started taking the place apart looking for his songs. Moss threatened Bailey with the gun. In the struggle that followed, Moss was shot and killed. Hurriedly, continuing his search, Bailey finally found his songs, left the office, taking the murder weapon with him. Bill Bailey pleaded self-defense. Hubert Collins was held for the attempted robbery of the store he worked in and wounding the patrolman. Charlie Reed and Ruth were arrested by the Bunko Squad. Their racket was exposed and smashed.
Thank you, Inspector. And so tonight we find that Mrs. Molly Malone of Springfield, Missouri has won $5 in savings stamps. Mrs. Rita Hatton of Los Angeles, $10 in savings stamps. We have two first prize winners tonight, Mr. Irwin B. Hershon of Hollywood and Keith P. Williams of Clayton, Missouri. They each receive a $50 in savings bond, won $5 in savings stamps, and Keith Williams $10 in savings stamps. Congratulations. And to each of the winners, Rainier awards a special gold detective certificate honoring our guest as expert amateur detective. And now, Inspector, what about next week's story?
Next week's story, Larry, is about an innocent witness to one of the strangest cases on record. Threatened, terrified for his life, this person came to the police and revealed a fantastic plot. What this strange plot was will be told in the mystery of the startling secret. I'll see you then. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Inspector. So we bring to a close another Inspector Burke mystery drama, starring William Gargan, and brought to you by Rainier Brewing Company of San Francisco and Los Angeles. Brewers of Rainier Club Extra Pale Beer and Rainier Old Stock Ale. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is Larry Keating saying good night for Rainier Brewing Company and inviting you to listen in again at the same time next week.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Now is the time to tell of the unaccountable, of apparitions by night and phantoms in shadow. Time to tell strange tales of fantasy and the supernatural. Mystery Theater presents The Hitchhiker by Alan King.
The stretch of road between Bainville and Bowdoin is about 15 miles. I used to drive over it about once a month.
By Alan King.
The The stretch of road between Bainville and Bowden is about 15 miles. I used to drive over it about once a month with George Kirby. George was supervisor for the J.K. Landon Land Company, and we used to make a monthly inspection trip over his territory. We usually worked it so that we ran into Bowden at night. It isn't a big town, but there's a good hotel there, and we could always make it back to our hometown before dark the next day. We would take turns driving. When George was driving, sometimes I'd sit with him. If I was pretty tired, maybe I'd move into the back seat and sleep for a while. This particular night, about 6 months ago, he was driving and I was sitting in the front. It was a poor sort of night. It had been raining and there were patches of mist that came at you when you least expected them. I'd been telling George about a farmer I'd met. This'll kill you. The guy looks me right in the eye and says, "Boy, you won't sell me one of those things. I invented one myself 10 years ago."
Did you see it work?
Sure, he showed me. You should have heard the noise. Sounded more like a young threshing machine.
You gotta hand it to those farmers. You know, those guys can make anything and fix anything. Well, I remember once in Indiana someplace.
George,
Yeah, what?
look out. There's someone in the...
Where? Oh, my God.
Come on, quick.
Where is he?
He must be underneath.
I hit him, I know that. Yeah, he's underneath. Looks like he's wedged under the crankcase or something.
Well, is he alive?
I don't know. Are you hurt badly? Can you move? He must be knocked out. Wait, I see.
His legs are clear.
I think we can get him out. Tell you what, son. Get in. Put the car below him. Ease her forward when I tell you.
Okay, George.
But easy, son. Go very, very slow.
We got him out. I'm not sure if he was alive. His face was all mucked up with gravel and oil. But he was dead when we got to Bowden. We talked to the police. There was an inquest later. George wasn't held. It was an accident. George Kirby and I went about our business.
I'm Larry Mason. I'm a salesman. I drive that stretch of road between Bainville and Bowden once a week. In one place, you come to a curve where there's a sort of ravine on one side and quite a drop on the other. It's not dangerous. There's a good, strong guardrail, clearly marked. The locals just call it the Gap. This night, a few weeks ago, I was driving alone, just coming to the Gap, when I saw somebody ahead of me at the side of the road. It was a man giving me the thumb. I pulled up and opened the door. Want a lift?
Thank you.
Come on in. Going down to Bowden?
Yes.
Be there in 10 minutes. Don't often see anybody around here at night. Cigarette?
No. Thank you.
Think I'll have one.
Don't blow that light out.
Huh?
Hold it there a moment.
Well, what's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
It's all right. You can put it out now.
Well, thanks.
What is your name?
Larry Mason. Why?
You're not the man.
I'm not what man?
I'll know him when I see him.
Well, who is this man? What do you want him for?
He killed someone.
Killed someone?
It was here, on this road. He ran him down and killed him.
Oh, an accident.
They said he wasn't to blame, but he was driving the car. The man was just standing there, hitching a ride, just as I hitched a ride with you.
Well, Maybe it was foggy or something.
A driver should be careful in a mist.
Look, suppose you find this guy, what are you going to do?
Kill him.
Wait a minute. You can't go around killing people like that. They said it wasn't his fault, didn't they?
Yes, but I know better. I will find him.
I didn't like it. I was sure the guy was batty. Anyway, he didn't say any more then. He seemed to shrink back in his seat, almost as if he wasn't there. I stepped on it. The sooner I got to Bowden, the better I'd like it. And just as we were pulling up, I spoke to him again. Look, about this guy you say you're looking for.
Yes.
You're not really going to kill him, are you?
Yes, I am.
But why?
Because he killed me.
What?
I'm the man he ran over in his car and killed.
Whether the door on his side opened or not, I hadn't any idea. But I do know that suddenly he was gone. I just sat there. I lit a cigarette and kept telling myself the guy hadn't been in the car. He hadn't talked to me. And all the time I knew I didn't know what I knew. I threw the cigarette away and went in for a coffee. Biddy Kirk was behind the counter with the usual grin all over her fat face.
Hiya, Larry.
Hi, Biddy.
Coffee?
Yeah.
And what else? We got some nice... Hey, what's the matter with you? You look like you want something stronger than coffee.
Coffee will do. Nothing to eat.
Are you sick or something?
No, I'm not sick.
Okay. Here you are. Here's your coffee.
Thanks.
Look, are you sure you're okay? You don't look very good.
I'm okay. Say, Biddy.
Yeah?
Do you remember about... Oh, I guess it must have been a few months ago. There was a...
Hi, Biddy.
Chuck.
Larry.
Hi.
How's the coffee tonight, Biddy?
Strong enough for you.
Swell.
Coming up. Anything to eat?
I don't know. I'll drink the coffee first.
Okay. Here. Well, call me if you want something. Gotta get back in the kitchen and get some sandwiches made.
You just drive in from Bainville?
Yeah. Why?
Oh, I just wondered.
What's on your mind? It was a big order or something?
No, I gave a guy a lift down here.
So what? So did I. Do it all the time. What's new about that?
There's something funny about the guy. I picked him up just the other side of the gap. Gave me the creeps.
Wait a minute. What'd this guy look like?
Oh, pale sort of hair, dead-looking, grayish sort of face.
Yeah? Go on.
He talked about an accident. I lit a cigarette and he sort of peered into my face when I struck the match. And then he said, I wasn't the guy he was looking for, or something like that.
Where did you drop him?
I brought him right into Bowden. Stopped the car and he was gone, just like that.
Larry, I picked up that guy myself. Just the other side of the gap.
I shouted at him. It wasn't the same man. He was kidding me. It wasn't possible. But the description tallied. The only difference was he'd only ridden a couple of miles with Chuck and hadn't said anything about the accident.
Accident? What accident?
I'll tell you in a minute. First of all, when I'd brought him into Bowden, how did he get back to the other side of the gap in time for you to pick him up? You were right behind me.
He couldn't. Not unless he's got a twin brother. Or unless he's a ghost who likes hitching rides.
Yeah. That's about the only explanation.
Hey, what is this? You trying to tell me you believe...
Just a minute, chum. Biddy?
Yeah? Getting hungry out there?
Can you come out a minute?
Sure. What'll it be? Corned beef on rye?
Biddy, I want you to tell me something. Can you remember an accident between here and Bainville?
Oh, I can remember plenty of them.
Oh, yes, I know, but this one... Well, I don't know the name of the man who was driving. I don't even know when it was, but he hit a hitchhiker.
A hitchhiker?
Can you remember it, Biddy?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, that was George Kirby. He was driving not very long ago. And Sam Henderson was with him. Yeah, they had the inquest up in Bainville. Yeah. It was a misty night, I remember. George said at the inquest he couldn't see very well, and he hit this guy before he even saw him.
Who was the guy he hit? Do you know?
Oh, he lived up by the Gap. I didn't really know him. Seen him in here a couple of times. He was a writer or something. But what's all this about?
Well, what did he look like?
Pale sort of guy. Looked like he needed a good meal. Kind of mousy-colored hair.
That sounds like... What sort of a voice had he?
Oh, I don't remember. Yeah, kind of quiet and slow, I think.
That's what I wanted to know. Okay, thanks, Biddy.
Anything to oblige. I guess I'll go back to my sandwiches. Give me a shot when you're hungry.
Okay.
Come on, Larry. What is all this?
Chuck, the guy you and I picked up is the guy George Kirby ran over and killed.
Are you out of your mind, Larry? He's dead.
Dead or not, the guy I picked up looked right into my face and said he was after the guy who ran him down and killed him. And
you're making this up.
And when he found this man, he was gonna kill him. I don't know how long we sat there arguing it out. In the end, we didn't know whether we were sane or crazy. We had all the facts. They'd only fit into one pattern. And that pattern was impossible. In the end, we did come to one conclusion.
It seems to me, whatever way you look at it, this George Kirby may be in danger.
Yeah, but from what? Or from whom?
Somebody's threatening him. Or trying to scare him.
Somebody pretending to be a ghost.
There must be two people pretending to be a ghost. There's one thing certain. The man you picked up tonight can't be the same man I picked up. It's not physically possible.
Chuck, I don't believe in ghosts any more than you do. But what happened tonight can't be explained.
Can. It must be.
Well?
Maybe these two men we picked up were twins.
Triplets. The third one was the guy who was killed. Well, that's fantastic.
Is a ghost any less fantastic?
No, but... Well, anyway, we gotta warn this guy, Kirby, that someone's after him.
We don't even know him.
Oh, we can leave a message with Biddy. Give her a shout. I want something to eat anyway.
Well, Biddy, how about a sandwich?
Getting hungry now, eh?
Yeah, give me a corned beef and rye and a dill, and another cup of coffee.
Now, how about you, Larry?
That'll do for me, too, I guess. And, Biddy.
Yeah?
Will you be seeing this, George Kirby sometime?
Don't guess so. He comes in pretty regular.
Could you give him a message?
Sure. What is it?
Well, just tell him that... Well, we found out that somebody's threatening him, see?
Threatening him? Who is?
Well, we don't quite know.
Tell him not to pick up anybody between here and Bainville.
I don't get it.
It's all right, Biddy. He's in danger. And we don't know him, so the only thing we can do is leave the message with you.
Well, I'll tell him. But he'll probably laugh in my face.
Well, maybe he will. But tell him anyway, see?
What's the matter with you, Biddy? Something on your mind?
Yeah, I got a message for you, George.
Message?
Too bad you weren't in a week ago. The guys could have told you themselves.
What guys?
Oh, Larry Mason and Chuck Reynolds.
I never heard of them.
Well, they left this message anyways. Said to tell you somebody's threatening you.
Threatening me?
Yeah. And to not pick anybody up between here and Bainville.
What's this, a gag?
Well, I don't know. I tell you, George, I don't know what it's all about.
Well, who was threatening me?
Well, I didn't hear much because I was back in the kitchen. But they did ask me about that accident you had. Asked a lot of questions
Well,
about
it was an accident. They said so at the inquest.
Yeah, George, I know that.
Nobody's got any right to rake that up and threaten me.
Sure, George. It wasn't your fault. We know.
It wasn't, you hear? It wasn't my fault. Who's this Larry Mason and Chuck, whatever his name is anyway? I don't know them. What right have they got to come around?
Now, don't get excited. They wasn't threatening you. They said somebody else was.
Yeah? Well, I'll bet they're trying to put a scare into me or something. Well, you can tell them from me. They can keep their trap shut or there'll be trouble.
The next time I saw Biddy, I heard how George Kirby had taken the warning. That's what you get for trying to help somebody. Anyway, I'd done what I could. And as the days went by, I began to feel as though I'd dreamed the whole thing. It was all too fantastic. Then one day I met George Kirby face to face. I'd gone to Indianapolis for a sales meeting. I was sitting in the hotel lobby after dinner when a big man came up to me, looking full of fight.
Are you Larry Mason?
Yes?
I'm George Kirby. I want to talk to you.
George Kirby?
Yeah. I just want to tell you, I don't like being threatened.
Now, look, I wasn't...
I got your message. I don't like that sort of thing.
Don't be a fool. I'm not threatening you.
Sounds like it to me.
Listen. I picked up a guy between Bainville and Bowden. He looked me over carefully, asked my name, and then said I wasn't the guy he was looking for. But then he said he was looking for the man who killed somebody in an accident on that road not long before.
Go on.
He said when he found that man, he was going to kill him.
Is that all?
I figured he was a kind of a nut. He tried to make out he was the man who was killed.
I'm supposed to believe all this?
I don't care whether you believe it or not. But I'll tell you this. That same night, a friend of mine picked up the same man. And we both talked it over and decided the least we could do was to warn you.
Thanks.
Well, we figured maybe the man you killed had a brother who maybe thought you'd got off easy.
David Quinn hasn't any brothers. I found that out.
Well, anyway, that's what happened. Now you know about it. You can do what you like. The way he treated me, what happened to George Kirby? But whether I cared or not, I was to be there when it did happen. And because I was there, I found myself giving evidence before a coroner's jury. A jury inquiring into the death of George Kirby.
Now, Mr. Mason, will you tell us what you saw on the night in question?
Well, I was driving from Bainville to Bowden. I guess I left Bainville about 11 p.m.
Did you see the Kirby car?
Well, there was a car ahead of me. I could see its taillights. But I didn't know then whose it was.
Yes, go on.
As a matter of fact, it passed me. I could see it for a while, and then it went around a curve, and I lost sight of it.
When did you see it again?
A few minutes later. I came around a curve myself, and there was this car picking up the hitchhiker. Before I caught up to it, it was on its way again.
You're certain that someone got into the car?
Yes, quite certain.
In fact, you will swear to it?
Well, Yes, I will.
Is there some doubt in your mind?
No, someone did get into that car.
I see. And then what happened?
It drew ahead of me again. Then I came to the place in the road they call the Gap, and there was a car piled up against a rock on the south side.
The car you've been telling us about?
Yes.
When you say it was piled up against a rock, is there not a sort of cliff at that point with guardrails protecting motorists?
Yes, although there are a couple of places where there are big rocks.
You mean the guardrail runs a certain distance, and then there is a rock, and then the guardrail continues past it?
That's right.
And this car was piled up against one of these rocks?
Yes.
What did you do?
Well, I stopped and ran over to the car. It must have turned over at least once. The top was all smashed in, and so was the front. Kirby was behind the wheel. He seemed to be crushed, and there was another man in the back who didn't seem too badly hurt.
That was Samuel Henderson?
Yes, I got him out of the car. And then I tried to get at Kirby, but I couldn't move him. So all I could do was watch for a car passing, which I did. I flagged it and sent Henderson down to Bowden for the police and some kind of a tow truck.
And you waited there until they came?
Yes.
Was there anyone in the front passenger seat of the Kirby car?
No.
Are you quite certain?
Quite certain, and there couldn't have been.
Why do you say that?
Well, because the front was so badly crushed, he would still have been there.
But you told us a moment ago that you saw the Kirby car stop and pick up a hitchhiker. Do you still say that?
Yes.
Then how do you account for the fact that there was no one else in the car when you found it?
I can't account for it. Well, maybe he was in the back seat and got out before I arrived.
Perhaps. We shall see about that. I may wish to examine you further on this point. You may step down now. Mr. Henderson, you were riding with George Kirby on this trip?
Yes, sir.
Will you tell us what happened after you left Bainville?
Well, I was dozing in the back seat. We take turns driving. I was asleep, I guess, till something woke me up.
What was that?
The car stopping. I sort of opened my eyes and saw George lean over and open the other front door, and a man got in.
No doubt about that.
None at all. I didn't see him very clearly. I didn't really want to wake up. I was tired.
Did you, in fact, stay awake?
More or less. George was talking to this hitchhiker, but the man said almost nothing. That is, until just before the accident.
What did he say then?
He said, you are George Kirby. And George said, yes. Then the man said, you killed David Quinn. That woke me up.
David Quinn was the man Kirby had killed in an accident some months before?
That's right, sir. I was startled. George looked at him and said, so what? Then the man said, I have been waiting for you. George started to say something, and then suddenly the man said, look out, there's someone ahead. And he seemed to reach over and grab the wheel. The car swerved, and we crashed. I don't remember much else till Mr. Mason pulled me out.
Mr. Henderson, you realize that all you have told us is on oath.
I realize that, and it's true, every word of it.
Was there any person sitting beside George Kirby in the front seat when you recovered consciousness?
No.
Yet you insist that there was someone there till the moment of the crash.
I do. I have said that on my oath, and it's true.
How do you account for the fact that there was no one there afterwards?
I can't account for it. I only know that's how it was.
Very well. You may step down, but do not leave the court. You are a trooper with state police?
Yes, sir, I am.
I understand you were called to the scene of the accident in question between 11 and 12 at night.
Yes, sir.
What did you find on arrival?
I found the Kirby car piled against a rock on the south side of the road. It had hit the guardrail and bounced off it and then turned over. Mr. Mason was waiting for me. I found George Kirby pinned behind the steering wheel, apparently unconscious. I had brought up a truck from the police garage, and we had to use tools to get the door off on the driver's side so we could get Kirby out.
How badly was he injured?
He was dead when we got him out.
What did you do then?
I took a statement from Mason, and then I went back and examined the marks of the car on the road. I saw that it had apparently swerved right over to the guardrail.
How do you come to that conclusion?
By the skid marks. Kirby must have applied the brakes, and they left marks.
Did you examine carefully the front of the car and the roof?
Yes, sir. The whole front and top had been smashed.
In your opinion, if anyone had been riding in the front passenger seat, could he have gotten out?
He could not. I will swear to that.
You have heard the evidence of Mr. Mason and Mr. Henderson to the effect that Kirby did pick up a passenger.
Yes, sir. All I can say is he must have got out before the crash.
But Mr. Henderson says he did not.
I don't know about that, but I will swear that no person was in that front seat at the time of the crash. It couldn't be.
They had Henderson and me back on the stand, and they made monkeys out of us. It wasn't so bad for me. The hitchhiker could have got out of that car without my seeing him. But Henderson wouldn't budge an inch from his story. In the end, we both slunk out of the inquest with everyone convinced we'd both committed perjury. Henderson took me over to the hotel to have a drink in his room. I sure needed it.
Who was he, Mason? Who was he?
You know, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I know, and yet...
And yet it couldn't have been. You imagined it. And I imagined I gave him a lift 3 or 4 weeks back. I imagined he said he was going to kill George Kirby. And Chuck Reynolds imagined he gave him a lift, too. I imagined him. And I'll never forget him.
Neither will I. Neither will I, because
Oh, don't say it, Henderson. After all, we don't believe in ghosts, do we?
I believe in what I see, Mason.
Then you didn't see anything. Mind if I help myself? I need it.
Now, please go ahead.
Thanks.
There's just one other thing I didn't tell them at the inquest.
What was that?
Where the hitchhiker grabbed the wheel and swerved the car.
Well?
It was precisely at the spot where David Quinn was killed.
The Hitchhiker by Alan King was item 3 in a 4-part series of tales of the supernatural, written for and presented by the Mystery Theater, with John Vernon as Sam Henderson, Cease Linder as George Kirby, Frank Perry as Larry Mason, and Hugh Watson as Old Quinn. Beth Lockerbie was heard as Biddy, Tom Harvey as Chuck, Jack Creeley as the coroner, and Alan Doremus as the state trooper. Sound effects were by Alex Sheridan. Technical operation by John Skillen. This is Bill Lawrence speaking.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, The Dark Room.
Moving around the crowded dance floor, holding Anne close to him, Stephen Lacey discovered that at last he was beginning to relax. The trial, the war of words waged with the district attorney, the final unexpected victory and the excitement afterwards had been almost too much for him. He was grateful that it was over now and hoped that with Anne's help he could somehow set things right again. Someday be welcome at parties like this.
What is it, Steve? What are you thinking?
About your uncle. How he must feel about me.
Impressed, I'm sure. Everybody else in that courtroom was.
But he was so determined.
What of it? A district attorney can't win every case he prosecutes, even if he is my uncle.
He was so convinced Sean Fenton was guilty.
And you were just as convinced he wasn't. And that's what public defenders are for, and... Oh, please, counselor. Worry about someone else for a while, will you?
I'm sorry, Anne. If he weren't your uncle.
Oh, Stevie isn't even thinking about the case. Too many other things on his mind. You know why he's giving this party, don't you? He's running for governor.
Governor? I had no idea.
Yes, he's announcing his candidacy tonight. Oh, there he is now. Uncle Frank! Uncle Frank!
Yes? Oh, Anne, everything all right? I was it.
Good evening, Mr. Keniston.
Lacey?
Why, everything's wonderful. We just wanted to wish you luck on your speech tonight, Uncle Frank.
Lacey, I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
To me?
Of course. Excuse us a minute, Anne.
Do I? Oh, all right. Please don't be too long.
We'll go out on the terrace. Won't be interrupted. Nice night.
Yeah. I'm sorry about today, Mr. Keniston. But I argued that case the way I saw it.
And very neatly, too. I think you proved to the jury that Sean Fenton was quite innocent.
You mean I didn't prove it to you?
Yes, you did.
Oh. Then that's what you want to tell me, that it's all over.
No, Lacey. It's just beginning. I'm far from through with Sean Fenton.
What?
Lacey, you're new to this business. I don't think you've learned that there's often more to a case than just what's being presented.
I don't follow you.
Fenton has a past record. Served time twice for embezzlement and
I know
forgery.
all about that, but it's a past record.
You proved he was clean on this last count. But I know the man's a menace to society, and I'm going to put him behind bars. I see. Matter of fact, I got an anonymous call tonight. Somebody who suggested that we look up a man in Seattle, a fellow named Josh Hogue.
What about him?
Well, Hogue wants to talk for some reason. Tell us some things we ought to know about Sean Fenton. Some things that might prove a lot more important than a forgery charge.
Mr. Keniston, are you telling me you'd put any stock in an anonymous telephone call?
Well, I'm telling you things I think you ought to know for your own good and my niece's. I happen to believe this tip. I'm sending a man to Seattle first thing in the morning.
I'll bet you do. To make yourself look good.
And what do you mean by that?
You're right, Mr. Keniston. I am new in this business. But not so new that I can't smell cheap publicity for a political campaign.
Why, you ungrateful.
Must have been a big disappointment. On the night you announced your candidacy, the papers couldn't also say you just won another case.
Why, you'll be sorry you said that.
Because I upset your apple cart? Only you're not through. You're going to fight the case in the papers. Scrape up a...
Uncle Frank.
Go inside, Ann. We're talking.
No, you're not. You're quarreling. Steve, I want
it's
you to...
It's all right, Ann. We can settle this if you'll only go in...
No, don't stay, Steve. It won't settle anything.
Ann.
I want you to go, Steve, right now. Please.
But... All right, I'll go. Good night, Ann.
I'll call you tomorrow.
You're trembling as you grab up your coat and leave the house, aren't you, Steve? Shaking and upset as you enter a bar a few blocks away. And instead of your own reflection in the big mirror in front of you, it's Frank Keniston's, smiling that cold, selfish smile. And then you see something that adds to your hatred of Keniston. A man in a worn striped suit. A friendly-looking man whose innocence you proved in a courtroom today. He hurries forward instantly to clasp your hand.
Mr. Lacey, Counselor, I was hoping you'd stop by. Buy you a drink, huh? Buy you a drink?
No, thanks, Sean. I've had a drink. Oh, what's doing?
What's doing? You should ask that, eh, Counselor? I'm celebrating. See, the table there? I've got friends.
Sure,
huh?
Sure you have.
Come on, meet them.
No, another time.
No, not another time, Counselor. Now, when the mood is right, huh? When you've just won.
I'm not at all sure I have one.
Huh?
We satisfied a jury today, Sean. We didn't satisfy Frank Keniston. He's going to keep digging, find something else.
But there isn't anything else. I've done nothing. Besides, with you on my side...
The facts were on your side, Sean. If they hadn't been, I wouldn't have gone along.
That's right. He's just got it in for me, Counselor, like always.
Sean, how's Josh Hogue?
Who?
You've some friends in Seattle, haven't you?
Seattle? No. What are you getting at, Counselor? I've never been in Seattle.
So I knew it. He's trying to dig up something on you to help his campaign.
Forget it, Counselor. I'm not afraid. Now, wait a minute, Counselor. You can't go anywhere like this. Or whatever it is, stop it. Put it out of your mind.
That's not so easy. Keniston claims he got a phone tip from someone in Seattle tonight. He's threatening to use it against you.
But the case is over. He can't. Oh, look, Counselor, there's no need to worry. Let's forget it. Come on now, stay with me. Meet my friends, huh? Let me buy you that drink, huh? My privilege. And we'll talk about other things. Bartender, Dave.
Yeah.
Fix the drinks, huh? Drinks for everyone. Come on, Counselor, drink up.
Drink up. Any friend of Sean's is a friend of mine. I'm buying, Counselor.
Around again, bartender, around again.
Oh. Yeah, I thought I heard the phone. Where? I'm home. How did I get home?
Yes, Steve. You sink back, surprised to find yourself lying half-dressed in your own bed. For a few moments, you stare up at the ceiling, unable to remember anything. Then, as you doze off, you have a vague impression of walking into a darkened room, of sharp words, a struggle.
Who was it?
But before you can remember anything more...
Phone again.
You get to your feet, walk painfully across the room to the phone, catching a glimpse of yourself in the mirror. There's a cut over one eye and a red welt across the back of one hand.
Yes.
Steve, it's Anne. I've been trying to get you.
Anne?
I've got to see you right away. Steve, they found Uncle Frank.
Found him?
In his study this morning. He was murdered sometime around 3 o'clock.
With the prologue of The Dark Room, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, friends, a question. What gasoline is known as the Go Farther gasoline? Well, if you've lived out west any length of time, you know that Signal is known from Canada to Mexico as the Go Farther gasoline. Now, naturally, we're mighty proud of Signal's famous mileage. But even more so, we're proud of the extra efficiency Signal gasoline gets from your motor, which makes such mileage possible. For when your motor runs more efficiently, you also enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother knock-free power, the things which make driving more fun. That's why folks who want superior performance, as well as those who insist on mileage, are both switching to Signal. They've discovered that to get the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's coming back to you, isn't it, Steve? As you stand at the telephone there, listening to Anne. You remember the quarrel with District Attorney Frank Keniston, the party with Sean and his friends, then awakening in your own room. And suddenly the terrible nightmare returns. Again you recall walking into that darkened room, and now it seems to be Frank Keniston's study and the man with whom you struggled.
Steve! Steve, what's wrong, Steve?
You hang up on Anne, abruptly, afraid to talk to her, to see her until you find out for sure. You do your best, taking care of your cut face, the bruised hand, then dress and go downstairs to talk with Mrs. Everett, the apartment house manager. There are a few things you must know, Steve, answers you might have to have for the police.
Why, yes, I heard you come in, Mr. Lacey, a little after midnight.
Midnight? You're sure of the time?
Oh, quite sure.
You see, I'd been to a bar.
Oh, I knew that, Mr. Lacey. You were not exactly quiet coming in.
I'm sorry. There was a little celebration after the trial.
Oh, you don't have to apologize, Mr. Lacey. Nice to know you're human. You're so quiet and reserved.
You're certain it was me that you heard, Mrs. Everett?
Oh, yes. You woke me up. My apartment being right under the stairs here.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And then when you came down, I opened the door to see if you were all right.
I came back down?
Yes, and went out again.
No.
I didn't hear you come in the second time. You must have been feeling a little better.
Mrs. Everett, did you actually see me going out?
Oh, absolutely. You were wearing that checked overcoat of yours. Just going through the front door as I glanced out.
My coat? Where is... I must have left it someplace.
Sorry, Mr. Lacey, your coat's just not here. Like I said, I'm pretty sure you were wearing it when you left.
And I didn't come back?
No, I was on duty right up till closing time.
Look, Dave, you remember I was with some people, Mr. Fenton and some friends of his.
Yeah, I remember. They had quite a party. I wanted you to go with them, but you left. Said there was something you had to attend to.
Did I mention what it was, Dave, or where I had to go?
What's on your mind, Mr. Lacey?
Oh, nothing, really. I've had a few too many. Just wondered if I got out of line or anything.
Why don't you forget it, Mr. Lacey?
Forget it?
You know, I've been in this business a long time. Sometimes when I'm standing back here polishing glasses and filling them, I see and hear quite a few things I shouldn't.
Oh?
I always make it a habit to forget them.
Okay, Dave.
Well, sure is a nice day today, Mr. Lacey.
Dave.
Yes, Mr. Lacey?
Did you know either one of those guys we were drinking with?
Remember the big guy?
Vaguely.
Runs a pool hall over on 17th Street. Name's Al something or other. He's always around.
Thanks, Dave.
Mr. Lacey.
Yeah?
Leave me out of it. You remembered meeting him.
Okay. I remembered meeting him.
By the way, what do you want to see him about?
As you said, nice day today, isn't it?
You want to rack up, buddy?
No, thanks. Al around?
You've got business with him?
Yeah, we're old friends.
You see him around?
That's him. Back there, isn't it? Last table?
Yeah. Al, somebody wants to see you.
Send it back.
Go ahead, buddy.
That takes you, Joey. Yeah. What can I do? Oh. Well, how you feeling this morning?
I'm all right, Al. Talk to you a minute?
Well, ain't we talking? Oh. Hey, Joey, get lost, huh? Business. Okay.
Okay. Al, I don't know you very well, but I'm a good friend of Sean Fenton's, and I couldn't reach him.
Oh, you want Sean? Hey, he'll be back. Probably buying some stuff. He's going to take a vacation. Hey, a friend of mine's getting his ticket.
Oh, I don't have to talk to him particularly. Maybe you can help.
Oh, sure.
I'm a little mixed up about last night, Al. If anyone was to ask just when I left you guys...
You want us to say you didn't leave us, that it?
No, I was only trying to find out...
We'll say it. That settle your problem?
No, Al, you misunderstand.
Oh, that's so? Well, straighten me out, pal. Straighten me out.
Maybe you can straighten me out. Did I say anything about where I was going when I left you?
Listen, pal, I had a few myself, you know. Well, you were sort of belligerent-like. But if you said anything, well, I'll see that none of us mentions it. That what you want?
Oh, thanks, Al, but no, that won't settle anything for me.
I'm sorry.
Look, will you have Sean get in touch with me at my apartment? Here's a card. My number's on it.
Oh, sure thing. Got your number now. Hey, Counselor?
Yeah. Guess you have.
You find your overcoat, Mr. Lacey?
No, Mrs. Everett. Sorry to trouble you again, but... Well, now I've misplaced my keys. Or left them in the apartment.
Locked out, Mr. Lacey. Well, this is your day. I'll get you another one.
Thanks. Anybody around asking for me?
Your young lady called.
Oh?
Seemed awfully upset. There you are. She tried your number, then she rang me. She wanted you to call her back as soon as you got in.
Yeah, well, thanks, I will.
Say, is she related to the attorney Kinston? You know, the one
Yes,
who was...
that's his niece.
Oh, poor thing, and no wonder. I was just reading about it. Horrible, the things that happened
well,
to
thanks
these
for
girls.
the key, Mrs. Everett. I'll return it as soon as I find mine.
Oh, and one more thing. I almost forgot. A package came for you.
Package?
Yes, it's right here. You know, come to think of it, perhaps this is your overcoat. Someone could have found it and mailed it.
It's probably a suit I ordered. Mrs. Everett, do you mind if I use your phone a moment?
Oh, not at all. Go right ahead. If you'll excuse me, I left my iron in the
Yes,
car.
of course. Thank you.
Hello?
Anne?
Steve, where have you been? I've been trying to get you.
I know. Anne, I got the package.
Your coat?
Then you did send it.
Darling,
Let me do the talking. There isn't much time. Somebody might hear. I want to meet you in about an hour. Drive your car out to the 27th Avenue entrance of North Park. When I drive by, follow me. We'll find someplace where we can talk.
All right, Steve. I'll leave right away.
No, I've got something to do first, and I might want to get in touch with you. Stay there until I call again.
Yes.
Anne,
Yes, Steve?
don't talk to anyone until I've seen you.
All right, darling. I understand. Bye.
Yes.
Fairview Hotel.
Has Sean Fenton come in yet?
Fenton? Yeah, Yeah, he's back. Want him?
No, I'll be right over.
Wait a minute, Counselor. I don't think I get you right. I'd do anything to help you.
I want a passport, Sean. Personal papers. Anything I might need.
But you asking me to do a forgery job?
That's what I'm asking.
But Oh. I get it.
Huh?
You're not sure about me. You're putting me to the test, eh? Well, you've got nothing to worry about.
No.
No more of that for me.
Sean.
No, I won't go back on my word to you, Counselor. You're talking to an honest man.
Sean. This isn't anything like that. This has to be done. I'm in a jam.
You? Counselor? I read in the papers.
Never mind what you read in the papers. I need those passports.
You once told me, Counselor, it does no good to
I'll
run.
decide the points of law. Will you do what I ask?
All right, Counselor. I'll get a name from the old death notices at the library. You'll need some photographs.
All right, I'll get them.
Old prints, not too clear.
Okay. Not a word to anybody, Sean.
Would I dare say anything?
No. When can you have the passports ready?
Tonight, 10 o'clock meeting.
All right, I'll call you.
Oh, one more thing.
What?
Where are you going on this trip?
South America. There's a boat leaving at midnight.
It's a bad idea, Counselor. Bad idea. But I'll do it for you.
Man, over here.
Steve. Oh.
Get in. We're driving.
Oh, Steve.
The coat. What about it?
It was in the study. Right close to...
Did you discover the body?
No, one of the servants. They notified me. They hadn't seen the coat. I got it out of the room and hid it.
Anne.
Steve, I've got to know, did you...
I don't remember anything. I did threaten to go back. You found my coat. What other answer is there?
Oh, Steve, what are we going to do?
We're not going to do anything. I'm going to take you back to your car and you're going to forget this. Forget me. Forget it ever happened.
I can't, Steve. You know that. I can't.
It's bad enough that I'm in it. I can't let you.
Oh, Steve. Steve, darling.
Hello?
It's Steve, Sean.
Oh, yes, Counselor.
The passports. You got them ready?
Yes, everything you need.
Can you bring them over?
Counselor, are you sure about this? Is it the only way?
Yes, Sean. It's the only way.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, here's another reminder about the free safety service which signal dealers are featuring this month. I'm referring to the checkup without charge of your fan belt and radiator hose. You know, of course, the importance of a sound, properly adjusted fan belt. It keeps your cooling system operating efficiently and helps keep your battery up. Also, I don't have to warn you of the hazards of a leaky or weakened radiator hose. Yet it's a fact most people never give a thought to these two little items until they fail completely and more serious trouble develops. That's why signal service stations are offering this free checkup. As independent businessmen with a personal interest in keeping your goodwill, you'll find that signal dealers make a habit of going out of their way to give you little extra services like this. If you're not already a signal customer, a good way to see for yourself what I mean is to stop by your neighborhood signal service station this week and ask for this free fan belt and radiator hose checkup. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's over now, isn't it, Steve? The wondering, the waiting, the agony of doubt that began with that nightmare of a struggle in a darkened room. You're certain now that you did go back and kill the district attorney, Frank Keniston. And though you've advised 100 clients against it, running away seems to be the only answer. Then as you wait for Sean Fenton to bring your forged passports, another terrible thought strikes you. Fenton is a witness, the only one who can link you with all that's happened. Your hand trembles as you reach into the desk drawer for your automatic, and then you reach up quickly and switch out the light.
Come in. I can't do it. All right, Sean, you can put the passports on the table there.
It isn't Sean, Steve.
Anne, you little fool.
Steve, since this afternoon I've been thinking. It isn't right.
I know what I'm doing, Anne. Believe me, I know what I'm doing.
Do you?
You've got to get out of here. Someone's coming.
You're running away, aren't you, Steve? Your suitcase is all packed. Your overcoat on the chair.
And you've got to get...
Steve, someone...
Wait a minute. Who is it?
It's me, Counselor. Open up.
Sean Fenton.
Yes. Just stay where you are. Forget anything you might hear. All right, Sean.
Okay, Counselor. I don't like this coming around. Who's this?
Never mind. Have you got the passports?
The passports, Counselor? Well,
look, I tell you she's all right. Where are the papers?
I got them here. They're pretty good.
All right, let me see them under the light. Move my overcoat. Bring up that chair.
All right, Counselor. What?
Sean. What's the matter? I said to move my coat.
Yeah. I'll move it.
What? Wait. My keys. My missing keys. They fell out of the pocket. They were in my coat all the time.
But, Steve, if they were in your coat, how did you get back in your room last night?
I couldn't have. Without breaking down the door. And the landlady didn't hear me come back. Maybe I didn't go out again at all.
Counselor, it's late.
Wait. Wait a minute, Sean.
Yes, Counselor?
Where did you go after I left you last night?
Why, I was with Al.
I mean, after you left Al.
Steve, do you think...
You came here, Sean. Followed me home. You knocked me out and took my overcoat. It was you the landlady saw going out the door, not me.
But would I steal your coat?
Yes, you would. If you wanted to frame me. You knew I'd argued with Keniston. It was a perfect setup for a frame, wasn't it? You purposely left my coat in Keniston's study when you went back there to kill him.
Steve!
No, Counselor. You got me wrong. You won my case for me. I had no reason.
You had every reason. That phone call from Seattle about Josh Hogue. It meant something, didn't it? You silenced Keniston before he could start an investigation, and after you had me out of the way, you were probably going after Hogue. What was it up there in Seattle, Sean? Another murder?
No. I don't know anything about this Hogue. You're turning on me, Counselor, just like Kenneth.
Steve, shall I get...
No, I'll get it. Yes. Yes, he's here. No, I'll give him the message. Okay, thanks. Yes, I'll tell him. That was your friend, Al, Sean. He wanted me to tell you he managed to get those airplane tickets for your vacation in Seattle. No, don't move. Keniston was right about you from the beginning. He said you belong behind bars, and that's where you're going. Except that when your murder trial is over, it won't be for long, Sean. Not for very long.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at the same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Elliot Lewis and Francis Robinson. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Joel Malone and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ethel Barrymore, Brian Ahern, and Joan Dupre in None But the Lonely Heart. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Just 10 years ago this week, after 2 seasons in New York, the Lux Radio Theater came to Hollywood. Celebrating that event, we're bringing you tonight one of the most honored names in the American theater, Ethel Barrymore. Interpreting the role that won her an Academy Award, she appears tonight in RKO's unusual and moving screen hit, None But the Lonely Heart. Co-starred with her is the distinguished actor, Brian Ahern. Also, June Dupre in her original screen role. Our story is laid in London a few years before the war, but it might be any city, just as Ernie Mott might be a citizen of any country, a human symbol of man's restlessness against the background of this changing and exciting world. I was stationed in London during the war, and at many post exchanges and bomber stations were kept an open bin in which the men would deposit presents for the English, candy for the children, and for the grown-ups, precious articles like soap and soap flakes. I remember vividly the gratitude of our English friends on receiving a package of Lux Flakes, a product that would help them guard their scarce and precious fabrics as well as lighten household chores in times of stress. I'm sure that products like Lux Flakes make many friends for us among our allies overseas. We bring you now the opening act of None But the Lonely Heart, starring Brian Ahern as Ernie Mott, Ethel Barrymore as Ma, and June Dupre as Ada, with Lester Matthews as Jim Mordenoy. This is the story of Ernie Mott, humble citizen of the city of London. Ernie Mott, who quarreled, hungered, loved, and was loved, who searched for a free, a beautiful, and noble life in the second quarter of the 20th century. There's a second-hand store with living quarters adjoining on the fringe of the London slums. This is home to Ernie Mott. Here his mother runs the shop, and here Ernie retreats after his empty wanderings over the face of his native land. From such a journey, Ernie Mott has just returned.
Where you been, Ernie?
Oh, just knocking about, Ma. You know me, tramp of the universe.
What'd you come back home for, son? Miss me?
Can't say I did, Ma. Well, anything in the shop need repairing, painting, polishing, doing a spot of gardening? I mean to do my best by you, Ma, love. Here, how about giving your son a kiss, eh? After all. Ah. Happy couple, aren't we?
A bit of proper respect is what's needed. I get no more from you than I got from that father of yours.
And that's that.
That's that. So you got your choice.
What choice?
Stay or get out. Take hold here in the shop or don't come back. What call have you anyway to go wandering around the country year in, year out like a breath of homeless wind? Don't I treat you all right? Or what?
Oh, you treat me fine, Ma, love. Now, where's me cap? I'm off.
Ernie?
Oh, just a peep at the old neighborhood, Ma. Won't be really off till morning. Here, come on, Nipper. Come on, doggy.
Think more of that beast you do with me, Ernie.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Ma, but part of myself he is. Here we go, doggy.
Ernie? Is that you, Ernie?
Oh, good morning, Aggie.
Been home long, Ernie? Bring yourself in for a cup of tea.
Oh, thanks, Aggie, but my basket's full of breakfast now.
Come in anyway.
Well, maybe I will. Here, in we go, Nipper.
Sit down.
Music. Oh, music all over the room. What, practicing, are you, Aggie?
It's a living playing the cello. How's your ma?
Oh, goes on like an engine, Aggie. Tower of London don't do no better. Here, look around, Nipper. Nicest drawing room in the neighborhood, this, eh?
It's yours, Ern, whenever you want it.
Have to take you with it, do I, Aggie? Well, how's the piano? Piano need tuning? Oh, right on pitch, this is. You're the biggest fool I ever met, Aggie.
Why?
Black as the ace I am. Don't you know that yet? Matter of fact, Ma just gave me the ultimatum. Stay put or stay out, she says.
What are you going to do about it?
Something.
What?
Kiss you, maybe.
Ern.
Now, play me something, Aggie. Something on the cello.
Would you like to hear this?
No, anything, don't matter.
This is for you then, Ern.
What's that music called, Aggie?
None But the Lonely Heart.
Italian?
No, Russian.
Ah, that's nice. Oh, well.
Going?
That's right.
Where to now, Ern?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe that new place down the road.
What new place?
Well, there's a sign outside. It says, Fun Fair.
Oh, that. A regular carnival, Ern. Dancing and shooting gallery. Darts and your fortune told.
I don't need me fortune told, Eggy girl.
Will I see you tonight?
That's right.
About 9?
Oh, you're all alike, you women. I don't go on no timetable like a train. I'm Ernie Mott, I am. Citizen of the Great Smoke. I don't stay put.
I understand.
Do you?
Of course.
Well, then, maybe I'll see you tonight. Maybe I will, and maybe I won't.
Bye, Ernie boy.
Oh, just a minute, pal.
Talking to me?
That's right. I was watching you at the shooting gallery just now.
Learn anything?
I learned that a chap who can put all 8 shots in the rabbit is a good man to know. I'm Mordinoy, Jim Mordinoy.
Am I supposed to know you?
Thought as how you might. Yeah, what's bothering you, pal?
The piano. It's out of tune. Yeah, what about it?
What about what?
Piano. Do I tune it or do I don't? Cost you only half a bar.
Well, life's easier than that. Here, take a quid and leave the piano undisturbed.
Now, why would I take your quid?
Just to be a pal. You know, I can't understand a man of your talents wearing them rags.
Uniform of me independence, Mr. Mordinoy.
Clothed in your perfect pitch, I suppose you are.
Now you understand me. Ah, life's a piece of meat when you know how. Here, what's most of them floating around in here, eh? Victims, that's what they are. Hurry, worry, and scurry to make a bit of brass, right? Right. Now, what's your kind, Mr. Mordinoy? Willful and deceitful. Take what you want, right? Right. So that's what it's all about. Either be a victim or be a thug. Ah, but suppose you don't want to be neither, eh? Like me. Not the heir and not the hound, eh? Then what?
Then what?
Who's talking to you? Hey, who's the piece of pastry selling the tickets over there?
Name's Ada Brantlin.
Ah, see you, Mr. Mordinoy. Change, please, miss.
Happy to oblige.
Here, who's this Mordinoy bloke, Ada? Runs the place now, don't he?
Wouldn't dirty his hands on it.
What's he doing here?
Happens the gentleman comes in to converse with me.
How do I get in your good books, Ada? Your nice hands you've got. Lovely fingernails, too.
Don't you know when your health is good? Who are you, anyway?
Name of Ernie Mott, Ada. Tune pianos, that's me. Polish furniture, shoot rodents with a rifle. Here, are there any bugs in your house? Send for Ernie Mott. Know how to medicate dogs and cats. Excellent at repairing clocks and other delicate machinery. Why, I invent inventions.
What do you invent?
Well, I happen to be working on my greatest invention at the present time. A human animal which don't look for a master. It ain't easy.
Come closer, Mr. Mott. I like that kind of talk.
You do?
Sounds balmy as the Muffin Man, but I like it.
Well, now that brings up just one question, Ada, dear.
What?
What time do you get off?
6:30, around the back.
Thanks, Ada. See you at 6:30. Come on, Nipper. Come on, doggy. Evening, Ada, dear.
Charitable sort you are, aren't you?
Meaning what?
I saw you just now giving money to a beggar.
Got so much money you have to give it away.
Oh, him. Oh, knew him when?
When what?
When he was a man. Hey, you know what old Ike Webber says? Friend of Ma's, old Ike is. Has a pawn shop down the road. Well, Ike once tells me this. As I was out walking, he says, I saw in the distance what seemed to be an animal. Come up closer and see he was a man. Come still closer and see he was my brother.
Meaning what?
Oh, forget it. You tired?
Always tired. Let's go, Mr. Mott. Nice strong cup of tea for two.
Oh, why not? Quiet as mice, ain't we, Ada?
What are you looking at?
Your hand on the teacup. 5 red beetles on the end of your fingers. Here, listen.
Listen to what?
Know what that was? G sharp. Perfect pitch, that's me. G sharp. Not one in a million has that. Very unusual person.
Are you?
Well, of course. And all I want to do is to put my arms around you and hold you tight and murder anyone who'd say a blind word to you.
Interesting program, but what's it get me?
Only trouble.
Then you can take me home. Now.
That's it, Ada, love. Oh.
Here's where I live, Ernie. Night.
Hey, you're in a hurry, aren't you?
It's later than I thought.
Time is not of the essence with me. No place to go, and going there tomorrow.
I don't pretend to know what that means.
Never see me happy home again. Oh, fight like cats with my ma, I do. Wants me in that silly, dusted business of hers, squeezing pennies out of paupers. Ha! No, thank you.
You're leaving London?
Can't think of any reason not to. Can you? Here, inviting me in, Ada?
No. And I'd like to bash you one.
Why, I feel like I know your whole lifetime, Ada, dear.
Do you want to see me cry?
No.
Then say goodbye. You're leaving in the morning. No sense to this, is there? You're a stranger. I meet you. Suddenly. You ever been in love, Ern? I mean, you make me feel 12 years old again. I don't know why. You're the only man I've met in a million years that gives me the slightest sort of feeling. Say goodbye now, and that's the end of it.
I'll drop by the fun fair tomorrow.
Don't.
Good night.
Goodbye, Ern boy. In the end, you wouldn't give me what I need. Confidence.
Confidence?
Yes.
Good thing then you won't see me again. Black as the ace I am, Ada girl. No future in me for anyone like you. No confidence. Goodbye, Ada.
Good night, Ernie Mott.
And you'll buy the clock, Ike?
No questions, Mrs. Mott. It's worth every penny you ask, irregardless.
Thanks, Ike.
Mrs. Mott, maybe your son would like to clean the mechanism. He's got a real talent for such things.
Ernie?
Still the same old trouble? He won't stay home?
Proud as the Queen's carriage he is, and independent. He's leaving for good today.
Excuse me for mentioning it, but why don't I talk to him?
You've got to help me, Ike. I'm ill. What your wife up and died of.
Mrs. Mott.
It might happen sooner than I think.
Thinking out loud, it would be very fine if you had your son with you for the next few months. You need rest and special considerations. It's impossible with him walking around.
He's coming, Ike. Better toddle on.
Yes, Mrs. Mott. Oh, the clock. I'll send my Mr. Lesser for it this afternoon.
Thanks, Ike.
Elegant breakfast, Ma. Thanks.
You leaving now, Ernie?
No, Nipper and me, we're on our way. Here. What's that you're taking?
Just a pill, son.
Pill? For what?
Just a yeast tablet.
Don't think they do you any good, do you?
As much as you do.
There, see what I mean? See what I mean? Never a minute of peace between us, Ma. Reckon the stork brought you the wrong sort of son.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You'll never get me to stay in this shop. No, not if the sky fell. I'm not in the business of sweating pennies out of devils poorer than myself, Ma. Not if they drag me home with both of my legs cut off. Why, I'd crawl out in the street again, I would.
Someday you'll know I'm your only friend.
Well, less said the better.
Maybe so.
Goodbye, my love. Drop your postcard from the seaside. You are, Maggie. It's me, Ernie. Oh, I just came to say goodbye, Aggie, dear.
Thought you were stopping by last night, Ern.
Couldn't make it, Aggie. Well, where are you off to?
Rehearsal. Best say goodbye.
Leaving for good this time, Aggie. Miss me?
Yes, Ernie, I'll miss you. Marry you quick if I had the chance.
What about money? Support me, would you?
If you wanted me to.
Think you could handle me, Aggie?
I know how to handle you. Not handle you at all. Leave you be.
I've never been so tempted in all my born days.
Think about it. You know the address. I'm late and got to hurry. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Aggie.
And how is Mr. Matt today?
Well, if it isn't Ike Weber.
Glad to see you, Ernie. Ernie, I need about £2 worth of clocks repaired if you're not busy.
Oh, I'm on my way to Liverpool, Ike.
Don't they use money in Liverpool anymore?
£2 worth?
A man with your talents, you could finish it in a day.
You're a gent. Come on, Nipper. Today we're mending clocks. Almost finished, Ike.
Good, Ernie, good.
Yes?
Did you ever realize your mother was once upon a time maybe the most beautiful woman in the East End of London?
What about it?
Excuse me if I put a flea in your ear. She's a very sick woman, Ernie.
You owe me £2, Ike. Pay it.
Here. Here is your £2.
Here. What is it that she's got? A pain for a no-good son?
Your mother is not a superficial woman. When she gets ill, she gets ill.
What is it?
Cancer. I recommend you not to say a word to her.
Thanks for the job, Ike. Goodbye.
Everything with a kiss.
Got a match, mate. I say you got a match.
Match? Here, match.
Didn't I see you a while back tonight? Westminster Abbey it was. Yes, standing at the tomb of the unknown warrior.
Was I?
Unknown warrior. Might have been my boy, you know.
Might have been my old man.
What's your name?
Ernie Mott.
As the bacon said to the egg, so pleased to meet you. Henry Twight's my name.
Ernest Verdun Mott, if you want it all.
And how did you come by a rare old title like that?
My father rolled up there at Verdun in the war. Now I'm standing here on a bridge at the River Thames, wondering who's better off. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Buzz, buzz.
A friend of mine put something in my ear. I can't get it out. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Lummy, you got it bad. I know all about trouble, I do. Son of my bosom, that's what you are.
Son of you nothing. I'm plain disgusted with a world I never made, and I don't want none of.
There's the river, boy. Help yourself. Oh, don't like water neither, I see. I know a place where it's warm and dry.
It's warm and dry in a shop on the road.
Eh? What shop, boy? What road?
Oh, none of your business. A shop full of tears, that's what it is. Buy and sell, sell and buy. A penny and another penny. Take it off kids and old ladies. Ha! What a stench, you.
Verdun, lad, you're drunk, you are.
I am that dead. Drunk and converted to the 5th commandment. And I'm going to my home.
I'll walk with you, Verdun. A solid, sober light I'll be in this foggy hour of your inebriation.
Do the you, I would.
Sure, boy, sure. Watch the curbs now.
What is it, eh? What?
It's a lovely voice you have, Verdun. Lovely.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Home, lad. Home you go.
Who's there? Who is it? Ernie?
Oh, Ma.
Ernie. I'm drunk.
I've changed my mind. Home to stay, Ma. Less said, the better. Home to stay.
In just a moment, we'll return with Act Two of None But the Lonely Heart, starring Ethel Barrymore, Brian Ahern, and June Dupre. Why so thoughtful, Sally?
Well, Mr. Kennedy, Anne just announced her engagement, and we're giving her a lingerie shower. So I'm writing a special verse for each gift.
Official poet, eh? Well, let's have a sample.
This one's for a luscious ice blue satin nightie. Through scores of stores I wandered, endured the crowds and clamor, to buy for you this nightie with lots and lots of glamour.
Not bad, Sally. Though it makes shopping sound like work.
Well, it is hard to find just what you want these days. That's why I wrote this verse for another gift. A negligee from Nancy with pretty pastel flowers. Lux Care will keep it lovely for many leisure hours.
Good advice, too. You remember what actual washing tests have shown about Lux Care. But what are you giving Anne?
2 of the frilliest, laciest slips ever, Mr. Kennedy. And some more sound advice. We're frilly and lacy for very best wear. Cherish our beauty with gentle Lux Care.
Anne's going to have her trousseau a long, long time if she follows your advice, Sally.
Yes, indeed. Those famous washing tests you mentioned, Mr. Kennedy, they showed that undies stay lovely 3 times as long the Lux way.
I wish the women in our radio audience could see how colors faded and seams pulled apart when the garments were washed carelessly, with strong soap, hot water, rough handling, and how lovely identical underthings looked after many Luxings. Lux Flakes are thrifty.
Here's another thrift tip, Mr. Kennedy. I wash several underthings together. They take less Lux that way, make Lux Flakes go further.
Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act Two of None But the Lonely Heart, starring Brian Ahern as Ernie Mott, Ethel Barrymore as Ma, and June Dupre as Ada. A few weeks have gone by, and Ernie's mother, unaware that her son knows of her grave illness, finds a full measure of belated happiness in the change that has come over the disillusioned Ernie. Thoughtful and diligent, he works in her shop, hateful though it is to him. Now, at the supper table, he's resplendent in a new suit of clothes, a surprise gift from his grateful mother.
I tell you, Ma, I never had duds like these in all my born days.
Glad you like them, son.
Oh, makes me give it the knees, this surprise of yours.
You surprised me most, taking hold here the way you have.
Expect you to do something for me tonight, Ma.
What?
Well, stroll around a bit. Maybe you see a film. The 2 and 4 penny seats.
Oh, go on, Saws. I'm old enough to be your mother.
Come on, Ma. Come on, do it.
Couldn't, son. Too rich for my blood. Besides, sleep's a blessed.
Oh, what's wrong? Something hurt you?
Nothing of the sort. Ernie, my pills.
Yes, Ma. Yes.
On the mantelpiece, the yeast tablets.
Yes, I got them, Ma. Here. Glass of water, eh?
Thanks, son. Tummy ache, that's all. More tea, Ern?
No, Ma, no. Full up to here.
Then what are you sitting round for? Go on out, enjoy yourself. It's a bit of change you want here.
Seen right through me, you did. Thanks, Ma.
Losh you, and off you go, then.
Thanks, Ma. Good night.
Night, Ern. Your new hat's on crooked.
Mrs. Mott? You about, Mrs. Mott?
What are you doing here, Ma Snowden?
You alone?
I'm alone.
Like to do a bit of business, Mother Mott?
Don't you Mother Mott me. I've told you a dozen times I'm not in business to sell stolen goods.
Easy now, dearie Mrs. Mott. Used to be just £1 here and £1 there. It's all changed, dearie Mrs. Mott.
Get out.
£500. And what's the income of this shop compared to a sum like that, eh? £500.
Shoplifting. Save your breath, Mrs. Snowden.
Me and my friends do the lifting. You just do the selling. What What's wrong about that?
You heard me. No bid.
Here's Ma Mott, I says to myself. Let her make enough to live out her life in peace, I says. And maybe leave a bit for her boy, too. Good old Mother Mott, I says. And what do you say?
I say get out, Mrs. Snowden.
Call me a thief, you do. Happen to change your mind, you know where I'll be. £500, not less.
Say that again, Ada, girl.
I said, I'm sorry you've come back. I said, I'm sorry I ever saw you. Where have you been all this time?
Been home, Ada. Ma's shop, helping out.
And after 5 weeks, you suddenly decide to look me up again. Thanks.
Here, this is your house. Invite me in?
No. Suppose a certain party don't happen to like me meeting you.
Who would that be?
Jim Mordenoy.
What, the Flash boy? Now, how has he crept into your scientific young life?
Didn't say he had. There's about 20 good kisses left in me, but he'll never get one.
Told him so?
More than once.
Then that's that.
Is it? Now, say goodnight and let's forget it all.
On next Wednesday? Do I see you like we said or not?
Take me dancing?
Anything you like, Ada. You know that. Always.
Give over, boy. You're crashing me to a pulp.
One more kiss.
I'll save it for Wednesday. Night, Ellen.
A fine time of night to be calling Ernie Mott. Well, come on in.
I saw you late, Aggie. Just get home?
Yes, been playing at a club dinner. Will I put on some coffee?
No, thanks. No. Aggie, you a fortune teller?
Somewhat.
Well, I'm on the fringes of a great romance. What'll I do?
Have it.
It's not with you, Aggie.
That's no news, is it? Oh, really, Ern, you're a fool. You're clever, you're human, but you're a fool. You're trying to tell me that you love another girl. I've known for weeks that's why you're staying home.
Oh, no, that isn't why, Aggie. My ma's ill. Last card in the pack, it looks.
Oh.
All roads lead to Ma this year. Well, what do we start talking about?
Nothing that won't keep.
Well, I'd better make a move. I got an idea Ma don't sleep every night.
Ern, wait a minute. Don't worry for me. I'm here if you need me. If I love you, it's something I can't help. People are what they are and love what they love. And you can't change it or take it away from me, the thing I feel for you. So, there you are, Mr. Jack-in-the-Box. Now kiss me goodnight and go on home.
Thanks, Egg. Good night.
Well, Mrs. Mott, here is the inventory. Everything in your shop with the value.
What's it all come to, Ike?
A little more than £200.
£200. That'd go through Ernie's generous hands in a year. Look at him working out there, Ike. Never know it was the same boy, would you?
In his heart, Ernie has always been good, Mrs. Mott, irregardless.
There's such a thing as prayers being answered, you know. Thanks, Ike. Always been a real friend, you have.
Any time, Mrs. Mott. A pleasure, irregardless.
What's the matter, Ernie? Don't you want to dance?
No. Want to know why? 3 reasons. 1, don't dance good enough. 2, it's too hot. And 3, what are you doing sitting at our table, Mr. Mordenoy?
Ernie.
Since I own this place, Mr. Mott, I invited myself over. Thought you and Ada would like this wine.
The evening's young, Ernie, dear. Don't get upset.
What kind of wine is this, Mr. Mordenoy? And what's so funny?
Well, I thought everybody over 16 knew champagne when it did his gizzard.
Well, I won't be 16 till next March, see?
Well developed for a boy, ain't you?
If you're going to start a quarrel...
Mott likes me. He won't fight with me.
Why should I like a mug like you?
You know what I like about you, Mott? Your attitude. Either kill or make you. Oh, by the way, Ada, I bought the funfair today.
You mean now I'm...
Ada, how about a dance? Oh, didn't see you, Mr. Mordenoy. Sorry.
Mr. Mordenoy don't mind. Said love to.
And now we're all alone, Mr. Mott. You and me. How's your ma doing that shop of hers?
Who told you about that?
It interested me to find out. Why? Because you're a cut above the usual article that floats about.
Only a cut, eh?
There's that attitude again. Ada's interested in you, it seems.
Oh, nothing special, Mordinoy.
And I'm interested in Ada. Very special. I'm going to do something for you, Mott. Like to stuff your pockets? Work for me, and you'll start at £50 a week.
Breaking whose neck?
Don't you think you're being rude? I've been after Ada too long to lose her even for a second. She knows it. Now you know it too.
But Ada won't wear you, it seems like.
Ada always was a bit giddy. I recall a couple of weeks at Brighton. We shared adjoining rooms.
Yeah, wait a minute, Mordinoy.
You're young and excitable, Mott. You see, Ada is Mrs. Mordinoy. Didn't you know? Here, come back, Mott. Sit down.
Annie, wait.
Mrs. Mordinoy.
Used to be my name. Yes, Ernie.
Would have told me it was all in the family.
But it isn't my name now. Be 2 years next month. We're divorced.
Sorry, it won't wash, Ada Ducks.
What won't wash?
Less the better.
Quick's the word then, Mr. Mott. There's the door.
Let you in and they let you out. Thanks, Ada. Good night.
Tell me what you got on your mind to say, son. Is it that you're leaving London again?
Oh, no, Ma, love. I ain't leaving you.
Here you're all in a fret, and me thinking things have been going so extra fine. What is it you want, son? What's wrong?
What's wrong, Ma? I'll tell you what's wrong. For one thing, it's wrong for me to be in a shop taking pennies from kids. Taking their pennies week after week, so sometime, months from now maybe, they'll have given us enough to pay for a pair of second-hand shoes.
What else can poor folks
And
do?
yesterday, old Ma Sedge was bringing Joey in, a canary bird. All she's got for £0.50 so she can eat. So she can eat, Ma. Joey, all she's got in the world.
You give her £1, son. That was good of you.
Good to me. Does it help Ma Sedgwick? For the day or tomorrow, maybe. What about the next day and the day after that, eh?
What are you looking for, Ernie?
Peace. That's what I'm looking for. Peace. Without having to snatch it from the smaller dogs. I want peace with all the trimmings.
Won't find nothing like that in this world. Not in our time, son. No way to beat it, boy.
There is a way, Ma. You stop being a hare. You travel with the hounds.
Where are you off to?
Oh, look around. Take a walk. Maybe find the hounds.
Who is it? Who's there?
It's me, Mrs. Snowden. Mrs. Mott.
Mrs. Mott, is it? Changed your mind, milady?
£500, you said? £500 profit?
Not less than 5, dearie Mother Mott. Come in and I'll tell you about it. Come in.
Look for you at the fun fair, Ada. Mordinoy said you'd gone home.
What do you want, Ernie?
Talk to you? Yeah. Very mysterious, this. Room with a girl you love.
I ought to hate you, but I don't. Come here, Ern. Something I want you to see in this other room. You see?
I see. That kitty in there. Is she yours?
Yes, Ern, that's my kiddie. The little girl of all my dreams.
Oh, what a wallop you give me, Ada. Here. Put your face up off her, Mo.
Ernie, put your arms around me, Ern. Don't you see, don't you understand, Ern? I don't want any more trouble in my life. No more, I've had enough.
I've got to tell you something, Ada. I've joined up with Mordinoy. I want to make some money. Don't know how to make it quicker.
Ernie, really? I'm sorry I ever see you. You join Mordinoy and you're as good as behind bars right now. He's a thief. You'll see that you do time, Jim will. I'm sorry I ever see you.
Aye, what a girl. Don't she ever get tired of saying goodbye?
No, you don't. Don't touch me, Ern, ever again.
I do a job or two for him. What can I lose?
Me? Do you hear that? Me? Don't you see that I love you, Ernie, but it's me or him. And if it's me, we got to go away.
Why go away?
Mordinoy, that's why. I've never seen him so jealous before. He'll do something to us.
Dear, you talk so wild.
It's yes or no, Ernie. What worries you, my kitty? I could leave her with my aunt.
No, it's not your kitty, Ada. I'm fair crazy about kids. It's my ma. She's very ill, Ada. Couldn't ever leave her now.
That's the end then, Ernie.
No. Give me time to use my brain and look about.
What's the use of
Ada,
that?
look, it's my birthday tomorrow. Just give me a bit of time for a gift, eh?
All right, Ernie. A bit of time.
Just time to think. And don't be afraid, Ada. Don't be afraid.
Hello, Mott. Thought you were with Kosh and the boys. In case you forgot, you got a job tonight. That first shop in the Brompton Road.
Oh, I haven't forgot, Jim. Plenty of time. Oh, smoke?
Thanks. Ooh, nice cigarette case you got there, Mott.
Today's my birthday. A present from my ma.
Platinum, eh? Ooh, your ma knows what's what.
A friend of mine's in trouble, Mordinoy.
Coppers?
Girl. He loves a girl. And she loves him.
All happy, then?
No, there's a third party. Acting like a dog in the manger, he is. The girl don't like him, see? But he's a big boy, and he's promised to make trouble.
Well, what's your friend's name?
Name of Ernie.
Oh, like you. Well, what's the big boy's name?
Name of Jim. Like you.
Well, if your friend's as good looking as you, what's he want to get married for? Waste of time, ain't it?
Jim!
Well, what's up, Taz?
I pawned a ruby ring last week, Jim. Just went to the shop to get it, and they tell me the police took it.
Why?
Stolen property, they said.
Well, is it, Taz?
What's the diff, Jim? They won't give it to me.
Well, it's an old trick, that, saying the police took it. Get your brother a knocker. Warm up a car.
Oh, thanks, Jim. That's grand.
Come along, Mott. We'll have to go to that pawn shop and straighten things out for Taz.
Yeah, what about the job in the Brompton Road?
It can wait. You're coming with us. Now.
No, you must believe me. I give you my solemn oath. The police took the ring.
Now, maybe you'll tell us what it is, Mr. Isaac Weber.
My Mr. Lesser told you the truth. The ring was stolen property.
You're a dirty, conniving, ignorant crook. And just to teach you a lesson, we're helping ourselves. Nip her with the counter, Taz. Anything you like, take it.
Right, Jim.
Go with him, Mott. I said go with him.
Oh, kid doke.
Ooh, look at what we got back here. Makes me mouth water. Watch, change, rings, cash.
Hurry up, Taz.
Never had so much fun in my life.
Did you find your ring yet?
Believe I have, Jim. Believe this one here could be it. Near enough, anyway.
What about it, Ikey? Thought you said the coppers took it.
The boy lies. Now stop this stupidity and leave my shop.
He's still standing, Kosh. What'll we do with him?
Show you, Jim.
Watch this, Mott. My brother Kosh will learn you.
You take a cigarette, Mott. You shove in the bloke's face, you see?
Right. What's the big idea, Mott? Jolting me.
Who's next? You want it next, Taz? Who's next?
Get up, Kosh. We're leaving. As for you, Mr. Weber, open your mouth about this, and I'll fix you and your Mr. Lesser good. See? You're not driving back with us, Mott?
I'll walk back.
Sort of, turned your stomach, did it? Well, think of how you'd feel if we call on someone like your girlfriend. Let's go, Taz.
Washing your hands again, son. 10th time you've done it tonight.
Some things wash off, and some don't, Ma.
Going for a stroll?
No, Mike, why?
We should post this card for me to Ike Weber.
Ike?
Don't forget now. I wanted to price a lovely antique piece for
No,
you.
I shan't forget, Ma. Here. Don't know who that could be, do you?
Customer, probably.
Sit still, Ma. I'll go.
That you, Verdun boy?
Dad, surprise, surprise. Come here, Ma. I want you to meet a friend of mine, Henry Twite, Esquire.
Minute.
Yeah, where you been hiding, Dad? Been weeks.
Peddling fruit I am, Verdun. All doing a rare old trade. Matter of fact, just sold some in a pub near the fun fair.
What's up, Dad?
You're in trouble, son. Mordinoy's right-hand man's after you.
How'd you know?
Heard it in the pub. Some sort of plan to slosh you about. You and some girl.
Now, wait here, Dad. Half a mo.
Right, Verdun. Son of my own bosom, yeah.
Oh, Ma.
Where's your friend, son?
Going with him, Ma. Need some advice about treating his dog's ears. Water spaniel.
You home late?
Oh, can't say, Ducks. Don't fret. Nipper, come on, boy. Come on.
Where to, Verdun?
Fun fair. I'll be coming out with Ada. May need some help.
What's the dog for?
In case you need some help, too.
Oh, one of those things. Very aggravating thing, love. I should say so.
Vienna's still out of tune. Agonizing.
Ernie!
You back up, Ada. You're leaving.
What are you trying to do?
Hello, Mott. Jim wants to see you. He's up there in the office.
Who else is with him, Taz?
He's alone. Wants to see Miss Brentland, too, now.
Ah, then I guess we'd better oblige. Come on, Ada. Can't keep Mr. Maud and I waiting.
Just thought you'd like to hear what I got to say too, Ada. It's short and it's sweet. Mr. Mott, the holiday is over for both of you. I don't want you two meeting again, see?
That's the way, Jim. Appeal to me. I'm a reasonable man.
You understand me, don't you? Stop seeing Ada, or you'll wake up at the bottom of the river. If it's love you're looking for, go to the films. Personally, I don't believe in it.
What do you believe in, Jim?
Nothing. Simple, ain't it? Nothing in the old wide world. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to the nightclub. You see, Mott, I'm a machine. I ain't human. You can't beat a machine.
First thing in the morning, Ada, we're taking out a marriage license.
Are we?
Wonder what the weatherman promises for tomorrow.
Likely rain, followed by suicide in bed.
Dad, it's us, Dad.
Nothing stirring back here, Verdun. Not a mouse.
Dad, meet the future Mrs. Ernest Verdun Mott.
So this is the future Mrs. E.V.M. will stone the Crystal Palace. It wants a cab, don't it? I should say.
Oh, don't be nervous, Ada.
Up to your knees in dreams, aren't you?
Starting tomorrow with 5 or 6 pounds and a sunny personality.
Are we? Supposing I went off with Jim.
What a thing to say. Suppose I went off to the North Pole, eh?
I don't know what I'm saying anymore, Ernie. Why don't we go away somewhere, just the two of us, please?
Couldn't do it, Ada. Here, take Nipper and get in the cab. Nothing alarm you while the dog's with you. Dad, you go with her too.
Where are you off to?
Something to be said to Maud and I, what couldn't be said in front of ladies. Every time you kiss me, Ada, it gets deeper.
Does it?
I'll see you in the morning.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you the third act of None But the Lonely Heart, starring Ethel Barrymore, Brian Ahern, and June Dupre. You may say that our guest tonight lassoed a contract with RKO because it was Myrna Dell's work in westerns that attracted the studio's attention.
Well, I want to do really dramatic parts from now on, Mr. Keeley.
Well, from the roles I've seen you in so far, you're doing a fine job.
In my spare time on the RKO lot, I watch Claudette Colbert making Without Reservations. She's wonderful.
A superb actress, and she'll add new laurels to her reputation in that Lasky-Leroy production.
Miss Colbert always looks so glamorous, too. If I could have 2 careers, I'd like to write a newspaper column about the stars.
What would you tell your readers?
Oh, gossip and Hollywood fashions. And I'd emphasize how beautifully groomed stars always are. You know, that out-of-the-bandbox look.
The Lux look?
That's what I mean, Mr. Kennedy.
Lux Flakes are a standby in Hollywood studios, Myrna, for that very reason.
Yes, I learned that from the wardrobe people at RKO. You know, in Claudette Colbert's new picture, Without Reservations, she makes a train trip across the continent with 2 Marines. There are all sorts of funny complications, but she looks fresh as a daisy all the time.
Thanks to Lux Flakes, I'm sure.
That's right, Mr. Kennedy.
Hollywood studios know Lux Care keeps colors and fabrics new-looking longer. In fact, that's been proved by scientific tests.
Science interests me, Mr. Kennedy. It was one of my favorite subjects at school, along with baseball and football.
Well, these tests were absolutely scientific, Myrna, made by a famous laboratory.
And they included hundreds of different fabrics, both plain colors and prints. Lux Care actually kept them lovely looking up to 3 times as long. You should see the way strong soap and hot water and rough handling faded the same colors.
No wonder RKO uses Lux.
It's real insurance for the thousands of dollars they have invested in costumes. The same kind of insurance every girl can give her washable wardrobe. Thank you for coming tonight, Myrna. Back now to Mr. William Keeley.
After our final curtain, you're invited to join us for a brief chat with tonight's stars. Here's Act 3 of None But the Lonely Heart, starring Brian Aherne as Ernie Mott, Ethel Barrymore as Ma, and June Dupre as Ada. It's a few moments later. As Ernie walks to the nightclub in search of Jim Mortenoy, a car draws up to the curb. In the car are 2 of Mortenoy's gangsters, Kosh and his brother Taz.
Taking a stroll, Mr. Mott?
That's it, Kosh boy. Nice night for it.
No offense about anything, I hope.
No, not a thing. Nice car you're driving, Taz. Steal it?
I'll be in. We're on the way to the club.
You, meeting Jim there?
Yes, bag of sport down there tonight.
Well, I'm in the mood for sport tonight.
Don't you want to sit with us up front?
No, I'll be more comfortable back here.
Been a long day, ain't it?
That's what I was thinking.
Now watch the road, Taz. Just went through a red light.
Funny if a cop saw us. Imagine us getting pinched for rushing a light.
The cop did see you, Taz. Whole car full of coppers.
Seeing things, Mott.
He's right, Taz. They're starting after us.
Hold on to your seat.
Step on it, Taz. Don't spare the horses.
How are we doing, Kosh?
Can't tell for all this traffic. Just keep your eyes on the road.
You're losing ground, Taz.
Can't get any more out of this. My foot's flat on the floor now.
This is a police car. This is a police car. Keep going, Taz. We still can lose him.
I'll stop wearing granny's out if I can't.
We're gaining, Taz. They got too much weight with them.
Stop that car. We'll do it yet, Kosh boys.
Sporting night for fair, this is.
Think I'll turn another corner?
You've done them again, Taz. Proper stone cold you
Nice
have.
driving, nice driving.
Early snow, them coppers. Always fall off on the stretch. Every time they stop.
Taz, watch it. They're blowing.
Cutting right up in front of us. I can't.
There's 3 men in the car, Sergeant.
It's catching fire. Hurry on that door. Get them out.
Here, you. You hurt?
Hey, no. I'm all right.
Come on out. I want all of you.
Me brother, he's hurt. Get me brother out.
Hold on to these 2. Get back, Sergeant, the petrol.
Get me brother out. He's in there. He burned to
Hold on to him, Constable.
The wheel. Get me brother out.
We can't get near
me
that.
brother.
Sorry. Somebody had to do that.
Take the Dogan to headquarters, Constable.
Yes, sir.
E flat.
What's that?
Note of destiny. E flat.
Shall I put the prisoners in a cell, sir?
Wait a minute. Still refuse to tell us who you are?
That's right.
Been going through what was in your pockets. 2 things here that interest me. A cigarette case and a postcard, not posted. None of your cheap, nasty silver or gold cigarettes. Oh, no. Platinum. Lucas.
Sir?
Take this postcard. It's addressed to I. Weber, Esquire. Get him on the phone. I'll talk to him. We'll find out who you are soon enough, laddybuck.
You can't stand here in front of the police station, Mr. Mott. Go on home now.
Paid my bail, did you, Ike? Shan't forget you. Nor will Ma.
Everything with a kiss.
How's Mr. Lesser?
In the hospital from the beating your friends gave him. I stood your bail for £100. You'll have to be at Bow Street Court day after tomorrow, 9:15.
Thanks, Ike.
Listen, Mr. Mott, you're frying yourself in your own fat. You realize that? Here. You need a few quid for incidentals.
Oh, one's enough, Ike. Thanks.
And no matter what anyone says, your mother is a wonderful woman.
Coming down the street now, Aggie. It's Ern, all right. Plowing through the rain.
Wait here, Mr. Twite. I'll get him. Ernie. Come in, Ernie. Come in.
Hello, Aggie. What's up?
A couple of friends of yours are here. Name of Nipper, name of Twite.
What's that? Nipper? Dad, Twite?
Where have you been all night?
Why? Is Ma worried about me?
Been in a right stew about you, all of us.
Oh, didn't know you knew Aggie, Dad.
Didn't. Brought your dog back to the shop, though. Nobody home. Aggie said stop by.
Where's Ma?
Gone out for a bit, Ern. And where were you?
Oh, just seeing how the other half lives. Where'd she go? Ma?
Have a nice chop on the stove if you'd care for it, Ern.
Where'd Ma go? Where is she?
The police came last night.
What?
There were things your ma couldn't explain, Ernie. Your cigarette case, where it came from.
Other stuff, too, Ern.
What stuff?
Stuff dragged out of cupboards.
What about Ma?
They took her, Ernie. There was a Mrs. Snowden, and I think some others.
Poor girls. Biggest shoplifting gang this side of the river, Copper said.
They got her inside, you mean? Pinched?
Come on, Verdun, lad. Come on, we'll go down there now. There's a smell to these places, there is. Sort of official sort of smell.
Mr. Mott?
Yes?
This way.
Be here when you get back, Verdun, boy.
Yeah, but this isn't... what's down here?
Why, the old girl's in the hospital here. Didn't you know that? In that door. The nurse will tell you everything, I expect.
Your mother's in here, Mr. Mott. Go in.
Wait, how much time do they give her?
It might be tonight. It might be a week. She's very ill. Your son's here to see you, Mrs. Mott. Just 10 minutes, and you mustn't upset yourself.
Ernie?
Well, how's me daughter, eh?
Hello, Ernie. Where you come from?
Oh, I just thought I'd pop in and have a look at you.
Raining out?
Oh, wet as water, Ma.
See Ike this morning?
Yes. What I can't understand, Ma, what are you in bed for? Well, what's the matter with you?
Tired out. Machinery run down, son. If you get into any trouble, then see Ike. Been a good friend to me.
Well, don't be in here long, Ma. I'm going to get married one of these days. Don't forget.
That's right. Find a nice girl to take care of you. Good girl.
Yes, Ma.
Something steady, not cheap. A head on her shoulders. Love me, son. Disgrace you, I did. Disgrace
you. Ma, no, Ma.
Oh, disgrace
you. Disgrace me, Ma? Ma, this is your son, Ernie. Ernie Mott.
Oh, I can't have this, Joe. You've got her all upset. You'll have to leave now, Mr. Mott.
Ma, I'll be back tomorrow, Ma. Now, be quiet. Get a good night's sleep.
It's all right, my good boy. You can go back there and see her tomorrow. Funny thing, this here's where we met, you and me. Exact same spot over the river. What you thinking, son?
I'll best be off to Ada's. As she's expecting me, she'll be worried. Here, I bought this toy for a kitty, Dad. Listen.
Got a note for you, Ern. She gave it me last night, Ada did.
Note? For me?
Yeah.
You read it, Dad.
Dear Ernie Mott, I just couldn't face it. For your sake and mine, I'm going back with Jim. I tried to be different, but it's best this way all around. I hope and pray you will forgive and forget Ada Brantlin. Stopped raining, Verdun. What are you thinking now?
I'm dreaming, Dad. Dreaming the better man. What a rum go it all is.
I should say so. Well, here's where I leave you, Verdun.
Leave me? You'll never leave me, you old lopsided muggins.
We'll see you sooner.
How sooner?
Who knows? It's all written in the book.
All right, Dad. In the book. Peggy. It's me. I'm back.
Come in, Ernie. I've been waiting for you.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Now, Mr. Smith likes to do his reading in bed, and when he does, he likes to be comfortable. But one night he tries to get the blanket tucked in, and...
Hey, what size blanket is this? It won't cover my toes.
Just pull it down, dear.
Well, then it doesn't even come to my chest. I bet you gave me the babies.
No, darling, I didn't. But you see what happens when I try to wash a blanket.
Now, look, honey, that can't happen to every blanket in this country. Somebody must know how to wash them.
Yes, Mr. Smith, thousands of housewives do know how. They wash blankets the Lux way, by hand or in a washer. Here's what is important. Extra rich, lukewarm suds made with Lux flakes and enough water to float the blanket easily. Gentle squeezing or a short 3-minute run in the washer, then thorough rinsing in water the same temperature as the suds. No warmer, no colder. Now, hang the blanket out of doors over 2 or 3 parallel lines. That's to divide the weight so the corners won't sag or whip around the line. If Mrs. Smith would do that, she might hear this.
Hey, how come you're spending my hard-earned cash on new blankets?
Oh, silly. They're not new. I just luxed them.
Well, say, they sure look swell.
Lux blankets do stay soft, fluffy, true size longer. So before you put your blankets away for the summer, Lux them on a mild, breezy day. They'll be soft and sweet-smelling when you want them again. If you can't get Lux Flakes the first time you ask, try again soon. Lux is so safe for blankets, it's worth waiting for. Here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
Once again, our spotlight turns on Ethel Barrymore, Brian Ahern, and June Dupre, who reappear for their curtain call. And Miss Barrymore, along with all our thanks, I'd like to tell you how much personal pleasure it's given me to work with you again.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley. It's been a long time since we were on the stage together.
And what were you two appearing in?
Well, it was back on Broadway. I was playing Paris to Miss Barrymore's Juliet, and a very charming Juliet she was.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley.
Incidentally, June, I hear you're returning to the stage next season.
That's right, Mr. Keeley. I'm leaving this summer for the American Repertory Theater in New York.
Mr. Keeley, I understand this is an anniversary for you. Isn't it true that Lux came to Hollywood just 10 years ago?
Yes, when the Hollywood Bowl was just a saucer and Vine Street a mere seedling.
And I suppose the Los Angeles River was nothing but a trickle.
That's right, June.
It hasn't changed.
Well, the Lux Radio Theater certainly built the place up.
Well, of course, there have been other factors, motion pictures, for instance. I wouldn't want Brian to feel that we were slighting his latest RKO production, What Nancy Wanted.
Well, what did Nancy want, Brian?
You'll have to buy a ticket to find that out, June. But I'm sure one thing she'd want would be to see Miss Barrymore's new RKO picture, The Spiral Staircase.
She also might want to know what's being given here on Lux next Monday night. How about it, Mr. Keeley?
Next Monday night, we're bringing our audience Paramount's deeply moving drama, And Now Tomorrow. And our stars, Olivia de Havilland and John Lund. Here is a gripping story of two fascinating people. A proud and wealthy girl who fights to overcome a stunning handicap, and a man from the wrong side of the railroad tracks who fights to overcome the barriers between them.
Sounds right up to standard, Mr. Keeley. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and all our thanks. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening, when the Lux Radio Theater brings you Olivia de Havilland and John Lund in And Now Tomorrow. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
June Dupre will soon be seen in the Republic picture, That Brennan Girl. Heard in our cast tonight were Francis Robinson as Aggie, Lester Matthews as Jim, Norman Field as Ike, Eric Snowden as Dwight, and Jay Novello, Gloria Gordon, Jeff Corey, Raymond Lawrence, Claire Verdera, Edwin Cooper, and Charles Seal. This program is broadcast to our men in uniform overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear And Now Tomorrow with Olivia de Havilland and John Lund.
The Spry Treat of the Week. Luscious strawberry shortcake. Sweeten berries with honey and save sugar. Made the Spry way, shortcake is light, extra delicate, meltingly tender. Try amazing new Spry with its magic cake improver. For all you bake and fry, rely on Spry.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of And Now Tomorrow with Olivia de Havilland and John Lund. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The whole of life is but keeping away the thoughts of death. Those are not my words. They were set down in the 18th century by an Englishman named Samuel Johnson. Our persistent, incurable optimism drives us to live as though there would never be an ending. The knowledge that life will close is buried deep and covered over. But deep as it lies and hidden as it is, the knowledge is there. And we silently wonder, as Mr. Johnson did, must not all things at the last be swallowed up in death? Look there. Look there.
Where, Captain?
On the horizon. It's a ship.
I don't see anything, Captain.
Huh? But you must. It's a ship. Yes, it's a ship. It's coming. For me. Our mystery drama, The Unquiet Tomb, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Fred Gwynne. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Samuel Johnson was preoccupied throughout his 75 years with the vagaries and vicissitudes that punctuate our brief lives, till he wrote these despairing lines. Must helpless man, in ignorance sedate, roll darkling down the torrent of his fate? Stay with us now for the story called The Unquiet Tomb. Nicholas! Nick, where are you? Nicholas! Can't you hear me?
I hear you, Captain Jack.
The sun's starting to set.
I know, Captain.
Then where in the name of heaven is my brandy?
I'm fetching it now.
Bring me a shawl to put over my knees.
Yeah, I've got it. There's a sharp wind blowing from off the sea.
Hand it over.
Shall I help you?
Hand it over. I'll do it myself. I'm still able.
Of course you are. Shall I pour your brandy, Captain Jack?
Yes, you'd better do that.
There you are, Captain Jack.
Pour yourself one, too.
How's that?
I said pour yourself a spot of brandy. Is that so hard to understand?
Well, it's been years since you suggested that I drink with you, Captain.
Yes, well, I'm suggesting it now. Of course, back there, it wouldn't have been proper for us to drink together. Bad for discipline.
Bad for morale, surely.
And when we came here, I don't know, we stuck to the same old ways. Force of habit, I suppose.
I always understood that, Captain. It would never have entered my mind to presume.
But now it all seems stuff and nonsense. Know what I mean?
Perhaps I do, Captain. In part, anyway.
And besides, I begin to feel the need of human company. It was different, of course, when Nellie was alive. You remember how she was, Nick?
I remember.
So full of spirits. So happy to be alive. Well, you know.
Yes, she was my own sister, Captain.
And then there was Kevin Murdoch. Now he's gone. Why did he have to go back, Nicholas? He had a good life here. Why did he want to go back to the polluted life of civilization?
I think you know why, Captain.
Look. Look there. Look there.
Oh, where, Captain?
On the horizon. It's a ship.
I don't see anything.
But you must. Your eyes are better than mine. There's a ship out there.
No, Captain.
Yes, a ship. And it's coming for me. To carry me away.
Oh, now, Captain, surely you don't mean you'd leave your island.
You think I'd do that? Leave my island? No. But that ship will carry me away. Yes, it will carry me away.
A flight of fancy, Captain. There's no ship.
What? No? No ship?
You imagine it, Captain.
Well, you could be right, I suppose. It's possible, you're right. Remember when I purchased this island? From the Dutch? Or was it the French? Or the English? Bought it for pennies. In point of fact, I'm not sure I ever paid them anything at all, whoever they were. Did I pay them, Nick?
I don't believe you ever did.
Well, nobody cared. Nobody even knew this island was here till I put in a bid for it. And when I did, they brushed it off like you'd whisk away a fly. What did they want with an island that covered no more than 8 square miles of earth, set in a distant sea? Did they care for its beauty? Its serenity? No. There wasn't a penny to be made from it, so why should they care? Do I speak the truth, Nick?
The very truth, Captain.
Even you? You thought me mad to settle on this scrap of paradise, didn't you? Didn't you?
Well, that was before I'd seen it, sir.
But once you'd seen it...
Then it was a different matter altogether.
Oh, man alive. The joy in my heart when I saw you waving from the small boat. One of my own. My old compatriot. My fellow fighter. I knew straight off that together we'd have ourselves a tiny piece of heaven here. And Nellie. Nellie standing beside you in the little boat. I never expected that. Bringing a woman with you. That was your bit of inspiration.
It was to free her mind of an infatuation she'd had for a man back there.
And it did. It did. Freed her from everything that was mean and rotten. Remember, Nick, how we set about building this house out of the coral rock?
Build it according to no plan at all.
What did we need of plans? The soul of this place is to have no plan. No plan at all. Simply to live each day as it comes. To rest each night in order to be ready for the day that will dawn.
Aye, we'd rise with the sun.
Nellie would give us breakfast.
And work like stevedores.
Harder than that.
Till Nellie called us for dinner.
Oh, her sweet voice. I can hear it now.
Captain O'Shea, I've dinner set on the bench. There's fried fish today. Captain, I'm toasting the breadfruit, so hurry. Stop your work now. This instant or the fish will be overdone.
We're coming, Nellie. We're yours.
Nick, serve up the fish and be generous. There's plenty.
Oh, this one was a whopper.
There's breadfruit for you, Captain.
Again?
No complaining now. I won't have it.
It lacks something. Breadfruit does.
Yes. Taste is what it lacks.
I took a walk along the beach this morning. And you know what I found? Little yellow plums. Growing right out of the sand. Millions of them. Now, if there was some way to get out the pulp and some way to make a jam out of them.
There should be a way.
And brandy.
A yellow plum brandy.
A yellow plum jam. A yellow plum pudding. There's no end to what we can do.
No end. No end. We shall go on forever and ever. There will be no end to this dream of paradise. We shall live like this to the end of our days. Agreed?
Agreed.
Of course, the reality of the thing is, my end will come first. I'm 50 years old and a bit more.
Well, now, Captain Jack...
Don't dwell on such things, Captain O'Shea. Not on a day like this, when we're all so happy and content.
You two. Neither of you has reached 30. But I...
Oh, come now, Captain, you...
No. Today's the day to think about it. Later, I'll fear it no more, and I'll push the thought away. But today I can think about it with a clear mind.
If you must.
I have it. I have it.
What's that, Captain Jack?
I'll build me a tomb. A tomb of coral. Inlay the walls with the most beautiful shells to be found on the beach.
I can find the shells.
Before we go on with the house, Nick, we'll construct a tomb. And build the house about it. Yes. I shall live out my days on this wee island, and when my life is over, I shall lie in my coral tomb and hearken to the waves and the gulls and be at peace. How happy we were, the three of us. It seemed we needed nothing more. No one else. But then, it was a particularly fine day, I remember. The house was finished. We were so proud of it. We were standing on the beach. Remember? You and I, Nick.
Captain, that boat's aiming to anchor here. They've lowered a dinghy. There's a man in it.
Oh, that's a fine ship.
About 30 foot, I should say.
Draws about 6 feet.
Aye, nice and beamy.
What do you say we walk down and welcome him? Find out what drew him here.
Hello! Hello there!
Hello! Well, he's one of us at least, not some crazy foreigner.
Have I your permission, sir?
You have better than that, sir. You have my welcome.
My name is Kevin Murdoch.
And I'm Captain Jack O'Shea. Welcome to Shay's Island, Mr. Murdoch.
Thank you, sir.
And this is Nicholas Higgins.
Of course. Well, at last, Mr. Higgins.
You've met before, you two?
One night in a bar, many months back, a year ago.
It was this man told me about the island, Captain. He was taking his future into his own hands and coming to join you.
Well, come up to the house, Mr. Murdoch. We'll give you some fine plum brandy, and you'll tell us
I didn't come alone, Captain. My wife is on the boat, and my 2 children. And with your permission...
Oh, fetch them. Meanwhile, we go up to the house and tell Nellie we have guests.
Nellie? You said Nellie?
Yes, Nick's sister. She's my housekeeper, my cook, my companion. Now go. Fetch your family and bring them up to the house.
You're very kind. They'll be most pleased.
A fine man. And to think that you know him, Nick.
Well, hardly that. We only met that one night. We talked some.
Yes? Well, he doesn't seem your sort exactly. More a man of my class, if you get my meaning.
Oh, yes, I do. I get your meaning.
Just what I've needed. And never knew I needed. People of my own sort to converse with. Nick, I'm going to ask this man, Murdoch, to move in with us.
What? Here? In this house?
Why not? We've plenty of room.
But, if they stay...
Oh, they'll stay. This island is going to bewitch them as it's bewitched me.
They could live on the boat.
Oh, no. I want them here. Another woman in the house. Company of the female sort for Nellie. And children running about. Oh, it'll be wonderful.
What are you talking about, Captain O'Shea? A woman? children here with us?
My guests, Nellie. And treat them with every respect, as you do me.
Certainly, Captain.
Nellie, the man's name is Murdoch.
What? You said...
Kevin Murdoch. He's here with his wife.
Yes, his wife and 2 children. Oh, we'll be quite a household.
Do you think it's wise, Captain, having them to live here?
It'll be great fun, Nellie. Oh, we'll have such times. Go and fetch brandy and biscuits, and let's make the Murdochs really feel at home. For, know it or not, this is their home. They never did move out, and we were happy together, all of us. Well, weren't we, Nick?
For a time, perhaps.
Yes. Yes. Yes, we were happy. I insist upon it. I knew such pleasure, such happiness. I was near to bursting with it until...
Yes, Captain?
Until the dying began. There is a theory, and it's only a theory, that each man holds 2 instincts. One is called Eros, after the god of love. The other is Thanatos, a personification of death. These 2 are thought to live side by side in every human soul. Sometimes the one is in the ascendancy, sometimes the other. But neither ever resigns or concedes to battle. I'll continue with Act 2 shortly. If most of us push away the thought of death, our poets and philosophers dare to think about it and write about it. Here are lines written in the century past by the English poet Swinburne. From too much love of living, from hope and fear set free, we thank with brief thanksgiving whatever gods may be, that no life lives forever, that dead men rise up never, that even the weariest river winds somewhere safe to sea. Such happiness, such joy. The house came alive. I could have conversation of an intelligent sort with Murdoch. No offense meant, Nick.
None taken, Captain.
And with Mrs. Murdoch planning the meals. And she rearranged the furniture. Remember that?
I remember.
Made draperies for the windows. Sailed the sloop to the mainland to get the material. Remember?
I remember.
And dyed them herself. The exact shade of the casuarina tree. Oh, she did hundreds of things to improve the house.
She did indeed.
This terrace was her idea, with a full view of the sea.
It was indeed.
Nick, it just suddenly occurred to me.
Oh, what's that, Captain Jack?
Did I let Mrs. Murdoch do too much to the house? Did I let her impose her own ideas on me?
Well, they was good ideas.
Yes, but Nellie'd been the only woman here up to the time the Murdochs arrived. She was happy to watch the house grow, cook the meals, tend to our wants, yours and mine. Wasn't she, Nick?
Very happy.
Well, now, to have a high-born lady move in here and start to change things around, did that grate on Nellie's nerves, perhaps? Did she resent another woman taking her place, as it were?
Perhaps she did.
At any rate, after a while she started to lose interest in the life here. You must have noticed it.
I did.
I talked to her about it, you know.
You did?
Oh, yes, I was very concerned, because we'd been so happy. You've been happy here, haven't you, Nellie?
Oh, yes, Captain.
But now you're not.
Yes, I am.
Well, I never hear you laugh anymore. I hardly ever see you smile. After all we've been to each other, Nellie. After all we've accomplished together. How do you think that makes me feel?
I'm sorry, Captain.
Well, now I want you to tell me what I can do for you.
There's nothing.
Nellie, is it possible you want to go back there? Leave us and go back to that inferno you escaped from?
Oh, no. No, Captain Jack. I'd never go back there.
I didn't think so.
No, I want to stay here.
You're sure?
To the end of my days. Promise me I can stay till I die, Captain. I want to die here on this island. Promise me that. I want to know. I want to be sure.
Set your mind at rest, Nellie. You'll stay here on this island till you leave it. In life or in death.
I want never to leave. Alive or dead.
What do you mean, then?
When I die. Oh, I know it's asking a great deal, but when I die, will you bury me in the tomb beneath this house? Oh, I know you built it for yourself, but could you see your way? Would you... There's room there. There's plenty of room. If I could know that I would lie in that tomb through eternity.
Does it mean so much to you?
It means everything.
Well, then you have my promise, Nellie. My solemn promise. You shall lie in the tomb beneath this house you helped to build. She seemed better after that little talk, Nick. She did, didn't she? Livelier, more like her old self.
For a time, she did.
Yes, for a time.
Till she sickened and took to her bed.
And died.
Yes.
Well, but I kept my promise. I said to you, build her a wooden coffin and put it in the tomb under the house.
Which I did.
Yes, I kept my promise to Nellie. She lies there now in the tomb I built for myself, and she'll lie there through eternity.
I wonder if that was a wise thing to do.
What else could I do? I gave her my word, my sacred promise. What else could I do but fulfill it?
It was only a few weeks after that. The youngest Murdoch child took sick, lived a few days, and died.
Yes, I regret that I took so little note of it. I was sorry, of course, but my condolence was mechanical, perfunctory. I realize that now. But I was distraught over Nellie's passing. I hope they understood.
They sailed the sloop to the mainland and bought a tiny coffin made of lead.
They asked me if I might place it in the tomb. I said yes. I don't know why. I don't know that I even attended the interment. Did I?
No, you did not.
I should have.
But when the second child died...
yes. When the second child was taken...
We put the little body in another lead coffin. We was all there, Captain. You and I and the Murdochs.
We'll place it next to the other, Kevin.
Of course, my dear. That'll be all right with you, isn't it, Captain?
What's that?
My wife says we'll place the coffin side by side with that of our other child.
Of course. Wherever you like.
Kevin? Where is it?
What, my dear?
The other coffin, where is it?
Why, it's right where we... And it's not here. It's gone. Captain O'Shea, the other coffin is gone. It's been removed.
Oh, surely not. It must be here.
It's not. It's not here. Someone's stolen it.
Nick, that's not possible, is it? That someone could have gotten into the tomb?
Not remotely possible, Captain.
Then where is it?
With your permission, Miss Murdoch, I'll look around.
I remember perfectly. I couldn't possibly forget.
It's here.
Here? Where?
Look over here, Miss Murdoch.
Thank the Lord you located it, Nick.
What? Look at it. Kevin, look at it. It's standing on end. On the bare ground.
That's not the way we left it. You know that, Nick. You were with us. We put it on that high shelf and not standing on end like it is now.
Oh, this is horrible.
Oh, well, now, we'll put it back. Just as it was.
I'll put it back. I'll do it.
You know, after that I thought the Murdochs might leave. Desert us and leave the island.
They didn't want to leave their children's burial spot, I suspect.
We did go over the whole place, Nick. There was no indication of water seeping in.
No sign of an underground quake.
No sign of anything. Just the two little leaden coffins. And, of course, Nellie.
Nellie. In her wooden one.
Yes. Nick, there is a boat out there.
No, Captain.
I can see it. I swear.
I'm pouring you another brandy, Captain Jack.
Or do I imagine it?
Here's your brandy, Captain.
Or is it the ship of death?
You'll feel better with a bit more brandy in you, Captain.
Perhaps. I think, Nicholas, it was the island that held the Murdochs here.
You could be right.
In spite of the loss, dying.
They had each other.
And the island had them.
Maybe that was it.
They didn't have each other for long.
Few months.
Mrs. Murdoch went so suddenly. Got up from the dinner table, went upstairs, said she felt a mite queasy. It couldn't have been more than 10 minutes later.
Yeah, she was dead.
I'll never understand it, Nick. Never.
Or what came after. In the tomb.
Jose! Jose! It's happened again.
What is it, Murdoch? What's happened?
The coffins of the children. They've been moved.
Impossible. I can't believe it.
Look there. One on end. The other on its side. 8 feet apart. We put them side by side. You were there. You know we did.
I swear to you, we went over the entire place.
Take them out. Put them on the sloop. My children. My wife. I can't leave them here.
Mr. Murdoch.
It's not safe.
Please, listen to me. I can fix everything.
You said you had fixed everything.
Leave the coffins of the children here, Mr. Murdoch. Leave your wife's here, too. In a few days, come back, and you'll find everything as it should be.
Can I trust you?
I believe you can, Mr. Murdoch.
Trust him, Murdoch.
Have I your permission, Captain? To do whatever I think necessary? Anything at all?
Anything.
Tomb.
Yes, Nick.
It was worse than before.
How? How worse?
Not only was the coffins of the children strewn about the place, but Mrs. Murdoch's was tilted to one side, leaning up against the back wall of the tomb. It was marked, scarred, and it was filthy.
But what did you do, Nick? You promised Murdoch.
I did as I promised. And 3 days later, when Murdoch visited the tomb, everything was in order. The little coffins side by side. Mrs. Murdoch's cleaned and set in place.
But what did you do, Nick? Tell me now. The ship is coming in.
I'll tell you, Captain Jack. Even if it makes you angry. Even if it makes you hate me. Even if you kill me.
Who knows what happens when those we love start the long sleep called death? I don't know. And if you are honest, you will admit that you don't know either. But again, a poet tries to add his little lines of hope. Swinburne, whom we quoted before. Who knows, but on their sleep may rise such light as never heaven let through to lighten earth from paradise. I'll be back shortly with our final act. Forgive me if I quote to you again from the writings of Algernon Charles Swinburne. He wrote these lines in 1878 in memory of his fellow poet Baudelaire, who had died the year before. There is no help for these things, none to mend and none to mar. Not all our songs, O friend, will make death clear.
Nick, tell me now how you put things right in the tomb. Because whatever you did, Murdoch seemed satisfied. He told me so. He would visit the tomb every other day or so, and then he'd come to me and tell me everything was in order, nothing disturbed, all the coffins in place. After a while, he stopped going there. His mind was at rest about it, or it seemed to be.
I'm sure it was, Captain Jack.
Then why did he leave the island? Why did he have to go? The house seems so empty now, just you and me.
I think you know why he left, Captain Jack.
No, I don't. I don't at all.
Captain, you know what he wanted. He told you what he wanted.
Title to the island? Is that what he wanted? He and I talked about it one day. I said I'd gladly give him title, but strictly speaking, I didn't have title myself. But I was sure that after my death, he'd be free to stay on.
No, it wasn't the island he wanted, Captain.
Then what was it? Why didn't he tell me what he wanted? I'd have given it to him.
He did tell you, Captain Jack. But it wasn't in your power to give it to him.
He never told me. When did he tell me?
Remember the morning you and I was having coffee right here on the terrace, and he come out of the house looking very solemn, very grave, unhappy even?
Good morning, Captain Nick.
Good morning, Murdoch. Sit down. Beautiful morning, isn't it?
Beautiful.
What are your plans for the day? Have you made any?
No, I haven't.
Such a splendid day, huh? Shall we go fishing?
We did that yesterday.
Yes, so we did. Well, then, we could simply sail around the bay. Sail clear around the island. We can do that in a couple of hours or less. There's a fine breeze. Huh? What do you say?
Not today, Captain Jack.
Well, then, what did you have in mind? Anything special?
Yes. I do have something special in mind, as a matter of fact. Captain Jack, you know how I appreciate all the hospitality you've shown me.
Oh, don't speak to me of hospitality. It's been a joy to have you here. Oh, I know there's been tragedy. Oh, awful tragedy. Your children, your wife, but that could have happened anywhere, Murdoch. You know that.
There's no blame attached to you for that, Captain.
I well know how you must have grieved for them. It broke my heart to see you grieve, but I'd hoped that, well, I'd really thought that all that grief was subsiding. Was I wrong?
Not really wrong, Captain.
Well then, everything's all right, isn't it?
No, Captain.
Well, why not? We have a fine life here, haven't we? The leisure, easy living. Oh, what is it you want, man? Well, what can I do for you to make you more content? We share equally in this island, do we not? If you think we don't, tell me where I failed and I'll correct it. Simply tell me.
There is nothing you can do, Captain.
But there must be. There must be.
No, there's simply not the life for me, Captain Jack.
Not the life for you?
3 grown men on a little island.
And what's wrong with that?
It's a child's dream.
It's everyone's dream.
Oh, no, Captain, it's not. Anyway, it's not mine.
You don't mean you wouldn't leave, would you? Leave the island? You wouldn't do that. You couldn't.
I must,
Captain.
Oh, no. When we have everything here.
No. Not everything, Captain.
What am I to do?
You'll be all right.
No, I'll not be all right. I'll be lonely.
And if I stay, Captain Jack, I'll be lonely. Loneliness I cannot bear.
Now, what do you mean by that? I don't understand you at all. Well, what do you mean by that?
If you don't know, Captain...
Well, I do not know.
Dear Captain O'Shea, you must simply take my word for it. I cannot stay with you on this island. I shall set sail tomorrow.
What did he mean, Nick? He never really told me. What did he mean he'd be lonely here?
He needed a woman, Captain.
A woman? Why, he could have had a woman any time he wanted to. He only had to sail the sloop to the mainland to find a woman. Hundreds of them. Thousands. He could have had his pick.
Not that sort of woman, Captain.
Well, what sort of... Oh, you mean he wanted a wife?
Someone who loved him. That sort of woman.
Oh, well, I suppose that's different.
Aye, very different.
Yeah, I suppose he wanted to get married again.
I think so.
Well, I can understand that. Yes, that's understandable.
Yeah, I think so.
Nick, I'm going to tell you something. I hadn't meant to, but now, Nick, look, the ship is coming closer. Yes, it's sailing this way. You do see it, don't you?
Perhaps I do.
Yes, coming closer. Nick, I am going to make a confession. I married Nellie.
You did?
Yes. Yes, I did. I took the sloop one day, and we went to the mainland and found a priest, and he married us. See? I understand that a man wants a wife, someone who loves him. Well, I thought that being married to me, that would mean Nellie could claim right to the island, you see. If anyone would have a claim to it, she would. You understand?
I think so.
Now, when I die, why, I suppose the island will be yours. As a brother who has a better right to it, Well, I couldn't leave it in better hands, Nick, and I want you to know that's how I feel about it. Nick, you will cherish it, won't you? You will take care of it. You will, won't you, Nick? Won't you?
Yes, Captain.
But I'm wandering on again, aren't I? Nick, we started to talk about... what was it we started to talk about?
It doesn't matter, Captain.
Yes, it does matter. Yes, the tomb. The tomb and what you did to set it to rights. You were going to tell me about that. I'll confess to you. I haven't been inside the tomb since Mrs. Murdoch was laid away. Her husband visited often, but I never did. I should have, I suppose. But I wanted to remember Nellie as I'd known her in life. I never went near her in the tomb.
It's just as well.
Perhaps, Nick, I was unfeeling.
Nellie wasn't there.
Yeah, of course her spirit wasn't there, but...
Neither was her body.
What? What's that?
I removed it. I removed her body from the tomb.
What are you saying?
It was the only way, Captain.
You were telling me you took Nellie's body out of the tomb. Nick, you actually...
I had to.
But I promised her. I gave her my word of honor that she would lie in the tomb forever. Nick, I gave her my solemn vow. It was almost my last word to her.
I know, but you...
And she was my wife, Nick. You couldn't have known that, of course, but if you had come to me, if you had asked me...
You'd never have permitted it, Captain Jack.
Of course I wouldn't have permitted it. Why did you do it? It was my plan to be buried next to her. Nick, why did you ever do it?
You gave me permission to do anything necessary to settle the disturbance in the tomb. The scattering of the coffins. You said I could do anything I saw fit.
But not that. Not that.
You said anything at all.
But why that? Why did you do that of all things?
Because it was Nellie who was wreaking the havoc.
From her coffin? Within the tomb?
Yes.
But why? Why would she do that?
You sure you want me to tell you?
Of course I'm sure. Tell me.
She loved Kevin Murdoch, Captain.
What?
She loved Murdoch. She's loved him for a long time. Remember I told you that I brought her here to recover from an infatuation back there?
Murdoch?
Yes. But he was married, had children. He broke her heart. I thought that here, with us, she might recover. And she was well on the way when he sailed here with his family and took up residence. I tried to warn you.
Are you telling me he followed her here?
Yes, Captain.
He loved her so much.
After his own way, he loved her, yes.
And she? She loved him? Loved him still?
Yes, Captain. And when his children were put into the tomb with her, her fury that she'd held in check for so long, her fury burst forth. When I saw her poor wooden coffin starting to disintegrate, I began to have some fears. And when the coffin of Mrs. Murdoch, her rival, her hated rival, was placed in the tomb, she took her revenge. I'm sorry.
What did you do with her?
I took her out, Captain. Coffin and all. Or what remained of it. And I burned it. Then I put what remained in the dinghy. And I rowed out a good way into the sea and dropped them over. What is it, Captain? What are you doing? Wait, Captain Jack.
Don't follow me, Nick.
You're not going in the water, are you, Captain?
Take one step towards me, Nick, and I'll shoot you down.
Captain, it's getting dark.
Nellie! Nellie!
Captain! Don't!
I'm coming, Nellie! Rest easy, Nellie! Coming! Don't be afraid. I'm coming to join you, Nellie! I'm coming!
Did Nick try to rescue his friend? If he did, was he successful? Did he bring him back? For darkness was falling over the sea, over the island. Or did he simply stand on the shore and watch his friend go to meet the death he sought, to meet the ghostly ship he had seen coming to fetch him? I'll be back shortly. Have we depressed you with our story of death and dying? I sincerely hope not. These days we speak more freely about the stark and undeniable fact of death, in hopes, I suppose, of fearing it less and accepting it more equably. Shakespeare told us centuries ago that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. There's really little more than that to be said on the subject. Our cast included Fred Gwynn, Robert Dryden, and Terry Keane. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Home of 24-karat service.